Chapter 1. 3 years of cultivation. You tell me this is Douluo? At last, the golden core. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the young man rose to his feet, radiant light shimmering beneath him, the shadow of a shield soaring through the air. After a brief moment, he landed, the solid essence of the golden core within his dantian stabilizing, gradually calming down. Finally, I possess the ability for self-preservation. Shen Tianyu exclaimed in delight, only to be immediately shrouded in worry. If only I could remain here forever. 3 years prior, Shen Tianyu had traversed from Blue Star to this realm. In this world, the pursuit of immortality through cultivation was rampant, with everyone yearning for the grand path of longevity. Bloodshed and violence were the prevailing norms of cultivation. In a thriving cultivation world, golden cores were as common as dogs, and nascent souls roamed freely. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Shen Tianyu was under the protection of a system. In this isolated space, he was granted 3 years for profound cultivation. Throughout these 3 years, Shen Tianyu seized every moment to practice diligently. At long last, on this day, he successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm, thus gaining the strength to fight. Less than a day remains. The protective space granted by the system was about to vanish, and Shen Tianyu would soon confront the harsh realities of the world. Gazing upon this realm, filled with unripe heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth. Forget it, he'll consume them all. While it would indeed be wasteful to directly ingest unripe treasures, it was far more wasteful to be forcibly ejected from the protective space, leaving this bounty behind. Spiritual energy surged forth, uprooting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in swathes. With a grand gesture, the treasures flew toward him, devouring heaven's demonic art. The cultivation technique practiced by Shen Tianyu was known as the devouring heaven's demonic art. This method allowed for the consumption of all things, drawing their essence within and converting it into sustenance for enhancing one's cultivation. Even those with the most abysmal talent could reverse their fate through the devouring heaven's demonic art. It was precisely because of this technique that Shen Tianyu could traverse from an ordinary mortal to the Golden Core realm in just 3 years. As he ingested the heavenly materials and earthly treasures one by one, his spiritual energy surged significantly. Time quietly passed, and once all the treasures had been consumed, the system interface illuminated before him. Name: Shen Tianyu. Realm: Early Golden Core. Technique: Devouring Heaven's Demonic Art. Spells: 3,000 Great Ways, Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, Indestructible Body, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Origin Divine Fist, Ancestral Holy Fist, 33 Heaven's Creation Divine Fist. Magic Treasures: 9 Divine Weapons, Heavenly Emperor's Sword, 4 Swords of Slaughtering Immortals, Primordial Bell, Void Mirror. Having consumed so much, am still at the early Golden Core stage. Cultivation after leaving the protective space is bound to be exceedingly difficult. No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The 3-year period had concluded, the system's protection was at an end, and the forced departure protocol was initiated. Dear host, venture forth into the cultivation world to battle and seek the path to longevity. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, pulling Shen Tianyu away with a swift whoosh. As the world spun around him, Shen Tianyu's vision gradually cleared. Before him lay a valley, emanating a warm mist with a hot spring at its center. The spring was modest in size, elliptical in shape, divided into 2 halves. One half was a fiery red, bubbling with heat, while the other was a milky white, calm and chilling to the bone. The 2 distinct waters were clear in their separation, neither encroaching upon the other. What intriguing place! Shen Tianyu chuckled, only to hear a sharp voice from behind. Who are you? How did you trespass here? Damn! Shen Tianyu's expression shifted. What terrible luck. He had just exited the protective space, only to stumble into the domain of a powerful individual. System, you truly have betrayed me. Turning stiffly, Shen Tianyu was about to explain when a youth before him summoned a vine from his palm. Blue-silver bind. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding blue-silver grass surged forth, wrapping tightly around Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu. What on earth? Blue-silver bind? Is this truly Douluo? After 3 arduous years of cultivation, not a moment wasted. Rising early and toiling late, diligently honing his techniques and strengthening his body. Enduring countless trials and tribulations, he had finally emerged as a golden core. And you tell me this is Douluo? Wasn't it said that golden cores were as common as dogs, with nascent souls abundant? Wasn't bloodshed and life being as expendable as grass the norm? Seeking the path to longevity and aspiring to ascend as an immortal emperor now, all of that seems like mere platitudes. System, come out and explain yourself. Shen Tianyu bellowed, and the system interface popped up in his mind. The CPU is undergoing repairs. Dear host, please resolve this on your own. What the hell? That worthless thing fled the moment trouble arose. He felt as though fate was mocking him. Is my spiritual energy still intact? Shen Tianyu was taken aback, gazing down at his dantian. The golden core remained, and his cultivation was intact. His mind raced, and Shen Tianyu understood. What brilliance! As long as he could still cultivate, he could continue to elevate his realm. Achieving the path to immortality and seeking longevity was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, this was Douluo. What is Douluo, if not a fantastical arena? The esteemed God King Tang San was merely a half-step into the bloodline realm. In this place, wasn't his golden core cultivation essentially invincible? With this realization, Shen Tianyu adjusted his mindset. Locking eyes with Tang San, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Answer me, who are you? How did you intrude here? I don't owe you an explanation. Bang! The blue-silver bind erupted, scattering into a heap of weeds. Tang San was taken aback, his expression darkening. This person, who evidently lacked any soul power, how could he break free from my blue-silver bind? Is your name Tang San, then? Stepping forward, Shen Tianyu delivered a resounding slap, sending Tang San flying 30 meters away. The force of the blow was considerable, and under Shen Tianyu's deliberate control, half of Tang San's face became swollen. Clutching his bruised face, Tang San glared furiously. This person had sealed his fate. What? Are you not satisfied? Shen Tianyu strode forward, raising his arm. Second soul skill, parasitism. The blue-silver grass spread from his feet, quickly enveloping Shen Tianyu entirely. Third soul skill, spiderweb bind. A web woven from blue-silver grass shot forth, ensnaring Shen Tianyu in place. The web was exceptionally resilient and laced with the venom of a humanoid spider. It sought to pierce Shen Tianyu's skin and inject its poison into his body. Trash! Shen Tianyu scoffed, for in these 3 years of cultivation, aside from refining his techniques, he had focused immensely on honing his physique. Having consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, combined with the indestructible body technique he had mastered, Shen Tianyu's body was now impervious to blades and toxins, akin to a diamond. Did this insignificant blue-silver grass dare to show its face? With a slight exertion of his arms, the two soul techniques parasitism and spiderweb bind were effortlessly torn apart. What? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Tianyu. Internally astonished, he thought, this person appears to be of similar age to me. Yet, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, how could he have shattered my two soul techniques? Blue silvergrass, such a useless martial soul, should not embarrass itself before me. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. In my hands, blue silvergrass is a supreme weapon. Shove it. In a flash, Shen Tianyu vanished and delivered another resounding slap. The other half of Tang San's face swelled up as well. Now he sported a perfectly symmetrical pig's head visage. Is it not a waste if I do not inflict even a scratch upon you? Blue silvergrass is indeed garbage, and you, Tang San, are even less than that. Chapter 2. Have you not eaten? Use some strength. Shen Tianyu held the utmost disdain for Tang San, a hypocrite who feigned nobility while behaving in a self-righteous manner. Back when he watched Douluo, Shen Tianyu was thoroughly incensed. How could a double-standard dog like him ascend to godhood and take center stage? He would incessantly lament how many lives the spirit hall had taken. Yet had Tang San not taken a few himself? Dealing with such nauseating creatures warranted equal measures of scorn and retribution. Blue silvergrass is trash, and what of this? With an outstretched hand, a small hammer glimmering darkly appeared. The Haotian hammer, reputed to be the foremost weapon martial soul of the Douluo continent. Even without the addition of soul rings, its sheer physical strength possessed considerable lethality. Lifting the Haotian hammer with both hands, Tang San leaped, preparing to strike Shen Tianyu squarely in the chest. Have you not eaten? Use some strength. Tang San was taken aback, only to see a palm coming at him. Smack! Another slap sent Tang San hurtling away. What a humiliation! Enraged, Tang San slammed his fist into the ground. The full force of his strike, yet it failed to inflict even a scratch on Shen Tianyu. Little did Tang San realize that such meager strength was barely enough to tickle Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu is cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique. The human body is composed of 840 million minute particles, each one embodying the strength of a colossal elephant. At present, Shen Tianyu has only refined 40 million particles. With a single full-force strike, even a Tiandou Imperial would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. That insignificant Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, what does his meager power amount to? I call you trash, yet you refuse to believe it. Even the first-ranked weapon spirit is rendered utterly ineffective in your hands. Taking a step forward, he instantly teleported. Reaching out, he grasped the head of the Haotian hammer. Bang! The weapon's spirit shattered, and Tang San spat blood. His pale face bore no trace of color, and Tang San felt a sense of unwillingness. After painstakingly negotiating a wager with Dugu Bo, he had gained a slim chance of survival. Yet unexpectedly, a calamity emerged midway. No, I cannot die yet. Within Tang San's eyes ignited the flames of life. Xiao Wu is still in the academy. He absolutely cannot perish here. He raised his arm, and hidden arrows shot forth. Clang! The arrows struck Shen Tianyu's chest. The arrowheads flattened upon impact. Mystic Jade Hand. His arm transformed into a shade of dark white, ruthlessly slamming into Shen Tianyu's abdomen. Ghostly shadow vanishing. Whoosh! Rolling to the right, he evaded and leaped into the air. Hidden weapons unraveled, controlling the crane to catch the dragon. Tang Sec's hidden weapons surged forth, combined with the crane control and ghostly shadow vanishing, attacking from various cunning angles, bombarding Shen Tianyu relentlessly. Shen Tianyu frowned slightly. Little ant, you possess quite the vitality. Dragon Whisker Needle. A needle radiating golden light shot forth from Tang San's hand. Its target was clearly aimed at Shen Tianyu's throat. A fierce expectation flickered in Tang San's eyes. Please, I must take this fiend's life. Clang! The Dragon Whisker Needle struck Shen Tianyu's throat, producing a resounding clang. It fell to the ground like it had collided with adamantine, landing at Shen Tianyu's feet. Damn it! Tang San's impotent rage surged given enough time. He could surely concoct the King of Hell's talisman using the ice and fiery Yang Eye. With that talisman in hand, he could undoubtedly slay this wretch. Have you had your fun? Now it is my turn. Shen Tianyu flexed his wrist and darted forward. A single punch struck Tang San's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from his mouth. Trash! With a mere light punch, Tang San was left spitting blood incessantly, a sight that could only be described as terrifying. Such rubbish, and yet he dares to claim to be the child of a plane. The Douluo continent is truly disappointing. The sewers indeed live up to their reputation. With a swift backhand, he struck Tang San's back. Crack! 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 Ribs shattered on the spot, and Tang San's body slumped to the ground. Fear spread rapidly, shrouding him in death. Bold! A furious roar echoed as a man in green robes rushed in. He seized Tang San's arm, rescuing him from Shen Tianyu's grasp. Dugu Bo. With a slight frown, the plot of the original story began to unfold in Shen Tianyu's mind. At this moment, it should be Dugu Bo who captured Tang San. Tang San claimed he could detoxify him, and the two had reached an agreement, granting Tang San a day to familiarize himself with the ice and fiery Yang Eye. He almost forgot that a Tiandou Imperial was present. However, this mere Tiandou Imperial posed no threat. Young man, you exhibit great courage to dare to intrude upon my lair with such audacity. Dugu Bo, having saved Tang San, fixed his gaze upon Shen Tianyu. Not long ago, he had been suffering from the agonies of poison. Suddenly, he sensed an intruder within the ice and fire Yang Eye. With Tang San around, he assumed there would be no problem. Little did he expect that Tang San was on the brink of death. Having endured the torment of poison for half his life, Dugu Bo was truly living in a hellish existence. Now that hope had finally emerged, he could not allow Tang San to perish so easily, not only for himself, but also for his granddaughter, Dugu Yan. More importantly, Dugu Bo had seen Tang San unleash another martial spirit from a distance. As a Tiandou Imperial, Dugu Bo's experience was considerable. He recognized it at a glance. It was indeed the Haotian hammer, the first-ranked weapon spirit in the continent. For decades, the Haotian clan had remained reclusive. Only one person roamed the outside world, a man known as the Tiandou Haotian, who even dared to strike the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Should Tang San die here, he would be relentlessly hunted to the ends of the earth. Thus, today, he must ensure Tang San's survival. How did you bypass my poison formation to arrive here? Is your poison formation really that formidable? Shen Tianyu retorted. Your poison is nothing compared to that of a mere child like Tang San. What are you so arrogant about? In my eyes, you are utterly insignificant. Bold words. With emerald hair billowing without wind, Dugu Bo's fury reached its zenith. Since I became a Tiandou Imperial, I have never encountered anyone with such audacity to speak so brazenly before me. Is that so? With such prowess, Why not unleash your poison upon the spirit hall? A cowardly bully who only dares to act tough before the Tiandou royal family. What a farce. You. Dugu Bo's cheeks flushed with rage, and he harbored murderous intent toward the youth before him. Old monster, you promised to do 3 things for me. The first task I demand is to kill him. Dugu Bo's timely arrival reignited hope for Tang San. This was a title Douluo, a top-tier existence across the entire Douluo continent. One man could rival 1,000 troops. Even if this fellow were exceptionally strong, could he surpass a title Douluo? If I cannot kill you, there will certainly be someone who can. Very well. Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. Even if Tang San had not spoken, he had already resolved to kill. A dignified title Douluo could not allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner. If word got out, he would have no place to stand on the continent. Seeing Dugu Bo acquiesce, Tang San's eyes darkened, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Cross me, and you shall surely die. Young man, I do not care how you managed to bypass my poison formation, but today, since you dare to provoke me, do not expect to leave. Stay and become nourishment for my medicinal garden. Very well, Shen Tianyu proclaimed loudly. Dugu Bo, you are actively seeking death. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Let me see what abilities you, as a title Douluo, truly possess. Chapter 3. Title Douluo, nothing more. Good lad, I shall not bully you. In this Douluo continent, it is well known that I, Dugu Bo, am the foremost master of poison. If you possess the courage, allow this little snake to bite you. With a flourish, he raised his right palm, revealing a 5-inch snake, its crimson eyes gleaming, transparent body shimmering with green light, adorned with 9 transverse stripes along its length. Upon sighting the diminutive serpent, Tang San's heart swelled with delight. This snake appeared unremarkable, yet it was a rare specimen of the exquisite green bamboo leaf. Known as the 9-section emerald serpent, should one fall victim to its venom, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of pus within the span of an instant. Do you dare? Why would I not? Naturally, Shen Tianyu recognized the serpent without hesitation and extended his arm. The 9-section emerald's eyes sparkled with intensity as it leapt onto Shen Tianyu's arm, its jaws agape, revealing glistening fangs that shone with a chilling glimmer. Snap! With a decisive bite, the sound of cracking bones resonated clearly. Excellent! Tang San exclaimed joyfully, though the pain from his broken ribs made him grimace comically. Yet, the prospect of vanquishing Shen Tianyu was indeed a cause for celebration. The 9-section jade serpent on his arm lifted its head and turned towards Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo, who was basking in his triumph, suddenly stiffened. The fangs of the 9-section jade serpent fell to the ground in disarray. Tang San was momentarily stunned, incredulously thinking, this little snake cannot be failing me. He grasped the serpent 3 inches from its head, using his other hand to seize its tail. With a sharp crack, serpent blood gushed forth as the 9-section jade serpent was severed in 2. How dare you? Dugu Bo erupted in a torrent of curses. He had devoted over a decade to nurturing this prized pet, now so cruelly torn apart. Wait, how did you accomplish this? My 9-section jade serpent's body is as resilient as steel and iron. Even the sharpest blade in the world could scarcely harm it. And yet, your own body remains unscathed. Uffed. Shen Tianyu scoffed dismissively. My physique is indestructible. You would need more than that to breach my defenses. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's eyes darted about. If his physical form was impervious, then a change in tactics was imperative. His gaze turned icy as he waved his green robe. Instantly, a green poison mist enveloped the space, shrouding Shen Tianyu within. Boy, how do you find my ultimate poison? With decisive and fierce intent. Dugu Bo believed Shen Tianyu had nowhere to escape. After all, this lethal toxin had tormented him for decades. He launched his attack with no restraint, pouring forth his full strength. This should secure my victory. As Dugu Bo unleashed his assault, the green poison gas swirled around Shen Tianyu. Tang San silently nodded, thinking to himself that his assumptions were validated. If the body was indomitable, then attacking from another angle was essential. Surely, one must breathe. The dense poison gas had melded with the air, and inhaling even a trace would trigger immediate poisoning. Amidst the toxic haze, a dark figure advanced step by step, causing the expressions of the 2 smug individuals to freeze in shock. I should have mentioned, I too am immune to all poisons. In a flash, as swift as lightning and akin to a tempest, he appeared before Dugu Bo in the blink of an eye. A powerful punch struck Dugu Bo's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood, his eyes bulging with shock. Despite his rapid mobilization of soul power, he was still sent flying by the force of the blow. You have provoked me, young one. 9 soul rings ascended into the air, displaying a remarkable configuration of yellow, purple, and black, a testament to the optimal soul ring distribution. The seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, transformed Dugu Bo into a colossal azure phosphor serpent king. Surrounded by a misty green haze that left nothing alive in its wake, the 9 soul rings swirled around the serpent, unleashing the oppressive aura of a Tiandou Imperial. Tang San groaned, unable to withstand the pressure, and fainted. Outside the ice and fire Tuinai, a toxic formation was activated, drawing countless toxins that swiftly converged around the azure phosphor serpent king. Brat. The serpent opened its massive maw, unleashing a wave of soul energy infused with poison. The vibrant array of toxins surged like a radiant rainbow, striking Shen Tianyu's corporeal form. The air was filled with muffled thuds as the toxins enveloped the area. Meanwhile, outside the setting sun forest, 2 men and a woman were hastily advancing. A tremendous roar echoed, causing the trio to halt in their tracks. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing gritted his teeth, his face aflame with anger. In a frenzy, he sprinted forward, prompting Flander and Lu Erlong to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Dugu Bo had indeed turned his attention to Xiao San. With his martial soul activated, Lu Erlong dove down, clutching Yu Xiaojing as they sped forward. Flander flapped his wings, navigating through the forest at breakneck speed. Get out of my way. Fire rained down from the heavens, incinerating the soul beasts that stood in their path. The trio raced past, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. At that moment, within the ice and fire Tuinai, Dugu Bo executed a ruthless move. Convinced of its invincibility, is this all you can do? No wonder you rank among the weakest Tiandou Imperial. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled as the robust Shen Tianyu burst forth from the toxic fog. What? Dugu Bo was taken aback as Shen Tianyu descended upon him with a fist, striking the serpent's head squarely. The serpent's forehead charred, and scales scattered across the ground. Shen Tianyu chuckled. In my opinion, your martial soul true body should be renamed the azure-scaled bald snake. You seek death. The serpent's eyes darkened as 2 gray beams shot forth. The soul bone skill, Medusa's gaze, activated. Shen Tianyu swung his fist, colliding with the gray light, which immediately petrified. With a cold snort, the petrification shattered, and his fist surged forward, directly smashing into the azure phosphor serpent king's left eye. Today, I shall pluck out your eye. He grasped the serpent's left eye, unleashing a torrent of power from within. A wretched scream erupted as Dugu Bo writhed in agony. Don't be too hasty. It's not over yet. He swiftly latched onto the right eye, eliciting another cry of despair. Not only had the azure phosphor serpent king lost its crown, but it had also become blind. I am truly enraged now. In this brief exchange, Dugu Bo had gained no advantage and had instead sustained significant injury. If he did not unleash his full strength soon, he feared he would find himself in dire straits. With his 8th soul skill, Time Freeze, activated, Dugu Bo's soul rings illuminated as his soul power surged wildly. Freeze. Instantly, the space around them transformed into a gray void, immobilizing Shen Tianyu. Merge. Viscous green toxins rapidly adhered to Shen Tianyu's body. Break. The poison from the azure phosphor serpent king detonated explosively. A colossal wave of soul power surged forth, causing the trees in the valley to sway and shatter. As a Tiandou Imperial, Dugu Bo possessed not only toxic abilities, but also formidable offensive skills. This 8th soul skill represented his most potent single-target attack. Freeze, merge, break, and revive. After a series of events, there is bound to be a devastating impact. With a furious roar, the gray space returned to normal. Amidst the explosion, Shen Tianyu stood unscathed, proudly hovering in midair, gazing at the phosphorescent serpent emperor transformed from Dugu Bo. Are you unharmed? Dugu Bo exclaimed. As if he had seen a ghost, Shen Tianyu sighed and remarked, to be honest, I am quite disappointed. Knowing that Dugu Bo's 8th soul skill represented his most formidable strike, Shen Tianyu chose not to evade. He wished to ascertain the true combat prowess of a Tiandou Imperial. The outcome, however, left him utterly disheartened, as he had sustained not a scratch. A Tiandou Imperial is nothing extraordinary. Now, it is my turn to send you on your way. Witness as I tear apart a Tiandou Imperial. Chapter 4. Tear apart the Tiandou Imperial. The spiritual energy from his Dantian surged forth, and the pressure of his golden cord descended from the air. Dugu Bo trembled, his heart racing uncontrollably. Under the overwhelming might, an unprecedented fear enveloped him in an instant. You are a super Imperial. Such terrifying pressure, in Dugu Bo's understanding, could only belong to a super Imperial. Myopic fool. Bang. With a single step, he shattered the void and stood before the azure phosphor serpent emperor, raising his colossal fist. He struck directly upon the serpent's head. Bang! The scales erupted, leaving a smooth, barren surface. Grasping the azure phosphor serpent emperor's neck with his left hand, his right hand transformed into a claw-like appendage. The claw tightened around the throat, and, with a decisive motion, slid downward. Hissa! Following the trail of the claw, the serpent's scales fell from its throat to its tail, cascading to the ground. Such brutality! Dugu Bo was at a loss for words. He considered himself a ruthless figure within the Tiandou Empire. Little did he expect that this youth surpassed him in savagery. This was akin to skinning and flaying. With a deft motion, he trapped the serpent's tongue beneath his arm. A hand reached forth, enveloping the serpent's tail with spiritual energy, drawing it into his grasp. Alas! A sense of foreboding surged within Dugu Bo, for this scene bore a striking resemblance to a recent event. Not long ago, the 9-section emerald had met a similar fate. Severed into 2 pieces, the explosive force of the colossal particles reverberated as the mighty elephant trumpeted, shaking the very heavens. His arms stretched wide, revealing only the strength of 5 colossal particles. The emerald serpent sovereign was torn asunder. The true form of his martial soul dissipated in an instant, and blood gushed forth from Dugu Bo's mouth. I shall fight you with all my might. He opened his mouth and expelled a verdant serpent core. This core, a manifestation of his cultivation, had been nurtured over decades after ascending to the rank of Tiandou Douluo, containing half of his formidable power. The 9th soul skill. Boom. The serpent core detonated, unleashing a cloud of emerald poison that enveloped Dugu Bo on all sides. You shall perish, old man. Overestimating oneself. Without employing any techniques, Shen Tianyu tightened his fist. Merely performing a forward punching motion, the void erupted instantaneously. The toxic mist was engulfed within the emptiness, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Meanwhile, the fist had already reached Dugu Bo's face. Soul power surged uncontrollably, all focused on his chest. Bang! Splatter! With a single punch, the soul power defense conjured by Dugu Bo was shattered. Blood mingled with bile trickled from the corner of his mouth. Old monster, flee! On the ground, Tang San awakened from his unconscious state. The overwhelming might of Shen Tianyu had far surpassed his comprehension. Should they continue this deadly struggle, neither would escape unscathed. The only course of action was to flee. Yet, it was certain that only one among them could survive. A plan formed in Tang San's mind as he spoke solemnly. It is your own potent poison that hinders you from unleashing your full strength. Take me away from here. Once your poison is resolved, we shall surely vanquish him. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's expression stiffened. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as his green robe swirled, and he swiftly moved to Tang San's side. With a swift motion, Dugu Bo summoned his soul power to its utmost limit. Little monster, I grant you the chance to flee. Remember, you must find a way to dissolve my granddaughter's poison, otherwise, even in death, I, Dugu Bo, shall not spare you. He seized Tang San's arm and spun around, releasing him into the air. Whoosh! Tang San was hurled into the sky, and Dugu Bo, employing his soul power, conjured a protective barrier around him to prevent a fatal fall. How noble of you to throw him away and remain here to face your demise. Dugu Bo sighed. What choice do I have? This dire situation ensures that one of us must perish. If I escape, Tang San will be slaughtered. Should Tang Hao learn of this, he would chase me to the ends of the earth. Even my only kin, my granddaughter Dugu Yin, would be implicated. Thus, I must remain and fight to the death against Shen Tianyu. As long as Tang San lives, there remains a possibility of curing my granddaughter's poison, preserving the Dugu lineage. You think you can take pride in this? Even in death, I assure you, your time is limited. Do you know who Tang San's father is? Tang Hao, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, was slain by him. Today, you have wounded his son. He will not let you escape unscathed. Do you think I fear him? Shen Tianyu sneered, dismissively turning his head. In my eyes, even that old fool Qian Renxue would meet his end at my hands. Tang Hao? Why would I fear him? Dugu Bo let out a hearty laugh, blood spilling from his lips. Ah, the audacity of youth. I await you in the underworld. I hope you remain as defiant then. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed. You won't see me again in this lifetime, Shen Tianyu replied, raising his hands. Before long, you may find yourself face to face with Tang Hao. Words are futile. Prepare to meet your end. He lifted his hand, grasping at the void. Dugu Bo's body became uncontrollable, propelling him directly before Shen Tianyu. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shen Tianyu grasped the old man's neck. Die. With a swift motion devoid of any elaborate techniques, pure strength tore Dugu Bo asunder. The most formidable offense often lies in such simplicity. A generation of Douluo has fallen. So weak. Leaving behind a lifeless body, Shen Tianyu shook his head. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from beyond the ice and fiery Yag ice. His brow slightly furrowed. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The 3,000 great path of perspective. His gaze pierced through the forested cliffs. There, outside the cave of Dugu Bo, a poisonous formation was set, and 2 men and a woman recklessly broke in. The leading man sported short black hair. His soul power fluctuations were faint. Before him stood a pet resembling a dog, yet shaped like a pig, sniffing the air. To the left, a man with slightly curled long hair wore glasses and had wings sprouting from his back. To the right, a tall and fiery woman was engulfed in blazing flames. Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Flender. Quite fortuitously, they arrived neither too early nor too late. Shen Tianyu was naturally well aware of these 3. The Golden Iron Triangle. A morally corrupt merchant, Ma Hongjun, at such a tender age, was led by Flender to that place of debauchery. Such individuals are unworthy of being called a teacher. As for Lu Erlong, she is utterly ensnared by love. The moment Yu Xiaojiang appeared, he decisively expelled the Blue Tyrant Academy. Such a foolish woman. Isn't pursuing a career far more appealing? Regarding Yu Xiaojiang, who boasts of his invincible theories and is hailed as a master, he is nothing but a worthless hypocrite. His so-called theories on the core competitiveness of the top 10 martial souls are merely vacuous ramblings devoid of substance. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong have, in varying degrees, suffered greatly at the hands of this useless man, a scoundrel who toys with emotions. Humph. Since we are here, it might be worth attempting their martial soul fusion techniques. Although Dugu Bo is a title Douluo, his expertise lies in poison, and a direct confrontation lacks excitement. Conversely, the martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle ignites a flicker of combat desire within Shen Tianyu. Soaring through the air, he ascends from the ice and fire duality eye. Within the poisonous formation, the trio moves swiftly, continuously channeling their soul power to fend off the toxins. Xiaojing, slow down a bit. With your soul power, it's difficult to resist these toxins. Lu Erlong, her face etched with worry, hastens to match Yu Xiaojiang's pace. With the third party in peril, how can I afford to slow down? Chapter 5. I have already slain Tang San. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. After 20 years of waiting, she ultimately falls short compared to his disciple. Flender observed this with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth. Be cautious. Flender spread his wings and positioned himself at the forefront. Is it Dugu Bo? No. Flender's expression grew peculiar as he beheld a youth approaching slowly. The source of the intangible fear emanated from the seemingly youthful individual, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Golden Iron Triangle, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. You seek Tang San, do you not? What have you done to him? Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, cautiously probing Shen Tianyu's soul power fluctuations. Upon realizing he was an ordinary person, he instinctively straightened his posture. Have Dugu Bo surrender Tang San? Do you presume to give me orders? With a swift motion, Yu Xiaojiang lifted off the ground. You wretched creature, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Being below level 30. Bang! With a downward swing of his hand, Yu Xiaojiang found himself face first in the mud, tasting the earth. You seek death. Lu Erlong. Her temper flaring, immediately summoned her martial soul. First soul skill, Dragon's Embodiment. Dragon scales enveloped her body in an instant, forming a formidable armor. Attack, defense, speed, all significantly enhanced. Second soul skill, Dragon Arm. The dragon scales on her right arm swiftly transformed into dragon armor. Sharp dragon claws lunged towards Shen Tianyu. Lu Erlong's first 2 skills were purely amplifying techniques, and the combat power unleashed in this moment would deter even a 10,000-year soul beast from a direct clash. As the dragon claws descended, Shen Tianyu stood resolute, unyielding. Bang! The soul power erupted as the dragon claws struck the crown of Shen Tianyu's head. The 5 fingers curled, the dragon claws glimmering with a chilling light, poised to claim Shen Tianyu's life. Woman, you are playing with fire. With a powerful thrust of his palm, he struck the armor on Lu Erlong's chest. Boom! The immense force penetrated the armor, surging towards his heart. For a fleeting moment, Lu Erlong felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Crack! The armor shattered into fragments. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere ordinary individual, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, has managed to repel a soul sage level opponent, Lu Erlong? Yu Xiaojiang, you truly are a failure. To endure such humiliation yet require a woman to fight on your behalf, what worth do you possess in this world? What did you say? Yu Xiaojiang. Consumed by fury, recalled how, since the awakening of his mutated martial soul, he had been regarded as a worthless entity by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. For decades, the stigma of being a failure has loomed over him, and whenever it is mentioned, the pent-up rage within him becomes uncontrollable. What? Am I mistaken in my assertion? I will kill you. Get lost. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, sending Yu Xiaojiang hurtling into a massive tree. Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong exclaimed, flames of fury erupting around her. If you dare to harm Xiaojiang, I will have your life. The seventh soul skill, true body of the fire dragon, was unleashed. As a formidable member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong was renowned for her ferocious assaults. Upon releasing her martial spirit, she transformed into a resplendent crimson fire dragon, with flickering blue arcs of electricity coursing beneath the vibrant red. In a surge of wrath and thunder, she raised her dragon claws, condensing a fireball while arcs of electricity danced within it. With a mighty effort, the thunderous fireball vanished in an instant. Boom! Flames erupted, accompanied by crackling sounds of electricity. You are far inferior to that old fool, Dugu Bo. Bursting forth from the flames, she delivered a powerful punch to the dragon's abdomen, sending it reeling back dozens of meters. Bloodthirsty inferno. The dragon's mouth opened wide, gathering dragon flames before unleashing a wave-like torrent of fire, a graceful line of dragon flames hurtling towards Shen Tianyu. The roar of the dragon flames incinerated everything in its path, reducing trees to ashes. Flender helped Yu Xiaojiang to his feet, and both turned their gaze towards the battle. They beheld Shen Tianyu stepping confidently into the heart of the dragon flames. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached Lu Erlong, raising his fist to strike the dragon's mouth. The soul skill was interrupted, and Lu Erlong was sent flying as well. Is he truly unscathed? Flender gasped, recognizing that Lu Erlong's fourth soul skill possessed immense power and a burning effect. Logically, even if Shen Tianyu had withstood the blow, he should have been scorched. Yet not a single thread of his robe bore the marks of fire. How infuriating! It vexes me. With a black soul ring illuminating, her sixth soul skill was activated. Explosive Fire Dragon Dash. The dragon flames enveloped her feet, dramatically increasing her speed. Lu Erlong leapt, her form flashing rapidly. You enjoy using your fists, do you not? Then I shall oblige you. The fiery fist rained down, complemented by her accelerated pace. In an instant, countless fist shadows surged from every direction towards Shen Tianyu. Your fists are far too weak. Channeling her spiritual energy, she swung her fist through the air. Bang! That punch struck the dragon's face with pinpoint accuracy. Her timing and speed were impeccable. Lu Erlong believed that with the enhancement of her explosive fire dragon dash, it would be nearly impossible for Shen Tianyu to defend himself. Yet, unexpectedly, he was struck directly. Have you two men had enough of the show? Erlong, come back. Flender, steadying Yu Xiaojiang, called out sternly. Flender, he harmed Xiaojiang. I am aware, but do not forget our mission. Flender remained composed, having discerned Shen Tianyu's extraordinary nature. Continuing the skirmish would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Withdrew from her martial spirit form, Lu Erlong returned to Yu Xiaojiang's side, anxiously examining his injuries, her eyes filled with concern. Esteemed elder, we meant no offense. We came merely to seek the Poison Douluo and retrieve my student, Tang San. Might you be familiar with the Poison Douluo, or have seen my student? After their brief confrontation, Flender was certain that this young man was no ordinary individual. A powerful soul master cannot be judged by mere appearance, especially at the level of a titled Douluo, who might even have the chance to regain their youth. You certainly possess the gift of eloquence, far superior to those two dullards. Nonetheless, Shen Tianyu regarded Flender with disdain. Dugu Bo is dead. I killed him with my own hands. The three of them trembled, exchanging glances. To have slain a titled Douluo indicated that this individual was undoubtedly of the same caliber, if not stronger than Dugu Bo. However, there were not many titled Douluos in the continent, and they could not fathom who Shen Tianyu might be. Casting a disinterested glance at the trio, a mischievous smile crept across Shen Tianyu's face. Are you eager to learn about Tang San? Tell me, what do you know of him? Upon mentioning Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor shifted, his weakness dissipating. No matter who you are, Tang San is a being you cannot afford to provoke. Are you aware of his lineage? His father is none other than Tang Hao. Shen Tianyu blurted out, finding the query absurd. So you are aware. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Since the other party recognized that Shaoxin was the son of Tang Hao, they would surely think twice before acting rashly. However, I have already killed Tang San. Chapter 6. The Ferocious Assault on the Golden Sacred Dragon. You. What? Did you say? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes reddened, his expression twisted with rage. How dare you? Do you realize that Tang San's father is the Haotian Douluo? Even the Pope of the Spirit Hall would yield. You have killed Tang San. The Haotian Douluo will not let you escape. At that moment, Yu Xiaozhang's heart felt like lead. Having lived his life without children, he immersed himself in the study of martial spirit theories. He had regarded Tang San as a son, and his lifelong research depended on Tang San's practical application. Now, with Tang San's death, Yu Xiaozhang's world had plunged into darkness. If Tang Hao dares to come, I shall kill him too. Is wielding a large hammer truly impressive? Whether he can withstand a single punch remains uncertain. Very well. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Xiaozhang's eyes blazed with fury. You dare to kill Tang San? I shall make you pay dearly for it today. Flender and Lu Erlong swiftly positioned themselves in front of Yu Xiaozhang, forming a triangular formation. The radiance of the sun and moon, golden transformation. Boom. A golden light erupted from within the trio, soaring into the heavens. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes. Was this the martial spirit fusion skill of the golden iron triangle? Beneath the golden radiance, the unified aura of the three surged significantly. Especially Yu Xiaozhang, who, despite being below level 30, emanated a hint of the presence of a soul Douluo. In a unified front, the array activated. Rosan Pao. The martial spirit was released, revealing a creature resembling a pig-dog hybrid, leaping into the center of the trio's formation. Activate the soul rings. Yu Xiaozhang possessed 2 rings, while Flender and Lu Erlong each had 7. 16 soul rings converged upon Luo Sanpao. His expression twisted in agony, his body ascending within a triangular golden light array. Golden scales enveloped his flesh as immense soul power surged within, causing Luo Sanpao to swell dramatically. The scales on his forehead exploded forth, giving rise to a pair of dragon horns. From the colossal skeletal structure on his back, dragon wings unfurled. His eyes shimmered with golden brilliance, transforming him into a mighty dragon. With a resounding roar, the martial soul fusion technique, Golden Sacred Dragon, was unleashed. The dragon's roar echoed through the sunset forest, sending shivers through countless soul beasts which fled in terror. The commanding vertical pupils radiated pure gold. Kill. Yu Xiaozhang bellowed with fury, and the Golden Sacred Dragon, Luo Sanpao, opened its massive jaws. The golden dragon breath surged towards Shen Tianyu. Gathering his spiritual power in his dantian, Shen Tianyu swung his fist. Boom. The shockwave from his punch collided with the dragon's breath, causing a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the surrounding trees. Even century-old giants succumbed, splitting in two. Shen Tianyu understood the essence of this martial soul fusion technique. The 3 individuals played distinct roles. Flandre granted Luo Sanpao the ability to fly. Lu Erlong provided the skeletal framework of the dragon, while Yu Xiaozhang directed the battle. Your martial soul fusion technique is undoubtedly formidable, but its greatest flaw lies in being commanded by a fool. In the golden sacred dragon form, Flandre and Lu Erlong had to channel all their soul power, unable to engage in combat themselves. Thus, the burden of directing the battle fell squarely upon Yu Xiaozhang. Yu Xiaozhang gritted his teeth, his voice low and furious. Luo Sanpao, tear him apart. The golden sacred dragon roared, its sharp claws slashing through the air. As it flapped its wings, it flew towards Shen Tianyu. The enormous dragon claw descended with tremendous force, producing a series of thunderous sounds in the space around them. Tear him apart. Yu Xiaozhang's eyes glimmered with anticipation. His spirit electrified at the prospect of vengeance. With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu stretched and grasped the dragon claw. Flandre and Lu Erlong were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. What kind of power was this? The strength of the golden sacred dragon was terrifying. A single swipe could cleave a small mountain. Yet, Shen Tianyu seized it barehanded, without a hint of strain. With his left hand gripping the dragon claw, he swung his right fist. Bang! A single punch caved in the dragon scales beneath the golden sacred dragon's belly. The incredible force rebounded onto the 3, causing a sweet taste to well up in their throats. The weakest among them, Yu Xiaozhang, could not withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a thunderous roar, the golden sacred dragon was enraged. The dragon's might descended like a storm upon Shen Tianyu. The massive dragon tail swept across, striking him at his waist. Bang! Shen Tianyu stood suspended in the air, as steadfast as a towering mountain. Raising an eyebrow, he reached out to seize the dragon tail. Just because you possess a trace of the golden sacred dragon's bloodline, you truly believe yourself to be a dragon. With a powerful heave, he disrupted the balance of the golden sacred dragon. Bang! 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 The dragon's head repeatedly collided with the ground, leaving Luo Sanpao dazed. Each impact reverberated painfully through the three of them, their faces contorted in suffering, particularly Yu Xiaojing, who was on the brink of collapse. Get lost. Spinning in place. Shen Tianyu sent the golden sacred dragon flying. He stepped into the void and swung his fist. With a thunderous crack, the dragon's tail released a golden mist, forming a golden shield that positioned itself before the golden sacred dragon. The punch followed closely, and upon contact with the shield, it shattered into a myriad of fragments. This blow unavoidably struck the head of the golden sacred dragon. Xiaojing, if this continues, we will lose. Flandre spoke darkly, his expression grim. Use that technique. As the one who provided the dragon's skeletal structure, Lu Erlong bore the brunt of the damage and appeared pale. All right. Yu Xiaojing no longer hesitated. Forming seals with his hands, the three of them simultaneously spat blood, which fell at the center of the golden triangular array. The essence of the golden sacred dragon. The true form of the sacred dragon. Their blood fused into a single golden streak, soaring skyward into Luo Sanpao's body. Luo Sanpao unfurled his dragon wings. Golden radiance surging forth, burning fiercely like flames. The dragon's roars crescendoed as the blazing golden fire coalesced before him. In an instant, a completely transparent golden sacred dragon materialized. Meanwhile, the original golden sacred dragon rapidly diminished in size, transforming back into Luo Sanpao, who descended into the golden triangular array. The transparent golden sacred dragon flapped its wings, charging at Shen Tianyu. The overwhelming dragon might spread, causing the entire sunset forest to tremble violently. The air resonated with ominous rumbles, as if on the verge of rupture. Is this the strongest strike of the golden sacred dragon? A mere glance was enough for Shen Tianyu to sense the power of this attack. He took a step back, preparing to throw a punch, his eyes fixed on the transparent golden sacred dragon. The distance between them closed steadily. Below, Yu Xiaojing and the others appeared deathly pale. This move had depleted all their soul power. The three of them anxiously watched the sky, knowing that failure meant imminent disaster. With cold and merciless eyes, Yu Xiaojing glared at Shen Tianyu. Die. Chapter 7. How do you wish to perish? Facing the oncoming transparent golden sacred dragon. Shen Tianyu remained unperturbed. He raised his right hand, slowly curling his fingers into a fist. The crackling sound of his joints echoed like thunder. He erupted with immense power, resembling a ferocious beast. With a misstep, he charged forward recklessly. How dare you? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, inwardly deeming him arrogant. As the mightiest strike of the golden sacred dragon. Even the true form of the sacred dragon could contend with the title Douluo. Such a head-on clash could only be the act of a fool or someone with absolute confidence in their own strength. Could it be that he truly possesses the fortitude to withstand it? As if to confirm this speculation, the answer arrived in the next moment. In midair, Shen Tianyu surged forth like a shooting star. The magnificent dragon's might was unleashed with the resonant roar of a dragon. The golden radiance blazed as if it were flames, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The true form of the sacred dragon, a fusion of the three's power, represented their ultimate strike and their last glimmer of hope. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianyu had reached the transparent golden sacred dragon. His fist slammed down, piercing through the very body of the transparent golden sacred dragon. Boom! The dragon's might erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of power that tore apart all within the explosion's radius. The energy fluctuations surged over 1,000 meters. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, cast aside by the residual force. The towering mountains that shielded the eye of ice and fire teetered on the brink of collapse, with countless rocks tumbling down, as if the entire mountain would crumble in the next instant. Such terrifying energy fluctuations compelled even a soul sage to refrain from entering the fray. The wild surge of energy rampaged, with Shen Tianyu standing at its center, the shockwaves relentlessly battering his form. After 3 arduous years of cultivation, his body was remarkably resilient. Shen Tianyu stood as firm as a slab of iron. The waves of residual energy crashed against him in layers, yet not a bruise marred his skin. He raised his hand, emitting a low, thunderous roar. Stabilize. With a firm downward strike, spiritual energy dispersed in all directions. The fluctuations of energy were swiftly suppressed. This scene left Yu Xiaojing and his companions utterly astonished. You are a super Douluo. In their understanding, such terrifying combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo. Having reached the rare and formidable level of 95, a super Douluo of the continent. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing realized he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Upon reflection, he should have discerned this long ago. After all, if even the title Dugu Bo had been vanquished by this foe, how could he be merely an ordinary Douluo? Shen Tianyu was unaware of Yu Xiaojing's thoughts. effortlessly manipulating the spiritual energy to dissipate the remnants of the explosion. At this moment, the surrounding poison array had been severely damaged. Trees lay withered, and not a blade of grass thrived. With a slight movement of his wrist, Shen Tianyu's gaze swept over the three individuals. A formidable pressure descended from the void, causing the three individuals to tremble. Unable to withstand it any longer, their legs buckled, and they knelt before the source. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Fear surged within them, as they harbored no illusions about Shen Tianyu's propensity for mercy. Knowing that Tang San's father was the Hao Tiandou, they understood that the ruthless figure before them was not one to show leniency. It appeared that death was inescapable today. However, the thought of facing it alongside Erlong and Xiao Gang brought a sense of companionship even on the road to the afterlife. Flanders, surprisingly composed, displayed a demeanor of noble resignation to death, lamenting only the loss of his little monsters, wishing he could see them one last time. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaojiang's emotions ebbed and flowed tumultuously. His breath grew heavy, his chest heaving with anxiety. At last, steeling himself against Shen Tianyu's oppressive aura, Yu Xiaojiang raised his head with great effort and spoke. Senior, the matter at hand revolves around my disciple, Tang San, who came along with me. Ultimately, the blame rests solely on my shoulders. I apologize for the offense caused by my junior. I implore you to spare them. Take my life instead. At this juncture, every life spared was a precious boon. As the saying goes, while there are still green mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. If even one of them could survive, the news of Tang San's death could be conveyed, prompting Tang Hao to seek vengeance. Moreover, the Tiandou royal family would harbor profound animosity towards Shen Tianyu. With the title Douluo being a rare sight on the continent, the potential for the Tiandou royal family to retaliate against Shen Tianyu hinged on the existence of the Poison Douluo. With the demise of Dugu Bo, their situation was far from favorable, and they would undoubtedly loathe Shen Tianyu. No. Upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's resolve to shoulder the burden alone, Lu Erlong sprang forth. Having cherished Yu Xiaojiang for a lifetime, she could not bear to watch him face death alone in this dire moment. Senior, you may be unaware, but both Xiao Gang and I hail from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You have already slain Tang San and offended the Hao Tiandou. Should you proceed to eliminate us, you would also incur the wrath of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. We too possess a super Douluo to safeguard our interests. It would not be an easy feat for one person to contend with the retribution of two super Douluos, would it? If you allow us to depart today, we shall not utter another word. In Lu Erlong's eyes, Shen Tianyu was akin to a super Douluo, and invoking the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was a strategic maneuver to exert pressure upon him. If he had confidence in opposing the Hao Tiandou, how would he fare against an additional super Douluo? In a one-on-two confrontation, do you believe you can prevail? Lu Erlong, do you take me for a fool? As a bastard child, have you ever gained recognition from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect over the years? And what of Yu Xiaojiang, who among the continent is unaware that he is the disgrace of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect? The sect must have lost its senses to oppose me for the sake of a worthless individual, even if I were to slay both of you. What could your father do to retaliate? Could he possibly stand a chance against me? As for that old dragon, he will likely feign ignorance to protect the reputation of his sect. Upon hearing these words, the three were momentarily taken aback. Very few were aware of Lu Erlong's status as a bastard child. Even within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, such knowledge was rare. Nonsense. How could an outsider know about my family's matters? Lu Erlong immediately retorted, her face flushed with indignation. How I know is of little consequence. What truly matters is that all three of you must perish today. Even if the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect seeks revenge, I fear it not in the slightest. Should that old dragon dare to intervene, I, Shen Tianyu, shall ensure that the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect ceases to exist. With a thunderous roar, spiritual energy erupted from within him, enveloping the three in an aura of impending death. They exchanged bitter smiles, realizing that this man was utterly unhinged, devoid of any concern. Erlong, Xiaojiang, do not plead with him. Flinder spoke up, attempting to provide comfort, believing that should he eliminate the three of them today, no one would uncover his actions against the third party. Enough. You silence yourself. Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically, and Flinder quickly realized he had misspoken. Shrek Academy. Is it? That puny bunch? Am I to fear them? Once I have dealt with you, I shall eradicate Shrek. You scoundrel. Flinder roared, struggling to rise to his feet. Down. A powerful wave of sound descended from above, pressing forcefully against Flinder's back. With his right hand raised in a clenched fist, an intense murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. A punch was thrown, and a surge of power descended from the heavens. Enough. This ends here. The thunderous roar reverberated through the sunset forest. Dare you lay a hand on my son's teacher? Chapter 8. The emergence of the Qian Douluo above the sunset forest. A massive black hammer descended from the sky. Shen Tianyu furrowed his brows and retaliated with a punch. Bang! The fist collided with the hammer, sending it flying. A wave of energy rippled outward, rolling like the ocean. A formidable figure approached, akin to a hurricane. The tattered robe billowed as soul power surged. Yu Xiaojiang and the others felt the world spin, their feet leaving the ground. When they regained their footing, they found themselves 300 meters away. The hammer returned to the man's hand, revealing his true form. Clad in a ragged long robe, his skin bore a bronze hue. His robust physique seemed ready to burst through the tattered garment. His complexion was sallow, hair disheveled, as if a bird could easily mistake it for a nest. In his right hand, he wielded the dark hammer, while his left arm cradled a young boy. The newcomer was none other than the Qian Douluo, Tang Hao. The boy in his embrace was Tang San. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow. This fellow, whom he had severely injured and who had been flung away by Dugu Bo, was still alive. Truly, a child of destiny, blessed with extraordinary fortune. He never anticipated that Tang Hao would accompany Tang San. It was understandable, though. Even after Tang San awakened his martial soul, Tang Hao had left a letter and departed. Although he had not shown himself, he had been observing from the shadows. This time, the group from Shrek Academy had set out to join the Tiandou Royal Academy. How could Tang Hao rest easy, following them discreetly? Even after Tang San was abducted by Dugu Bo, he had come along. The reason for his delayed appearance was to heal Tang San's injuries. As he faced Shen Tianyu, Tang Hao's murderous intent was unmistakable. Touch my son, and this man has sealed his own fate. Hao Tian, my lord. Little San. Yu Xiaojiang's emotions surged. To be on the brink of death yet receive a second chance. How could one not be exhilarated? Moreover, in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, Tang Hao had always been an irreplaceable idol. Striking a blow against the former pope of the Spirit Hall was a cathartic experience for him. Were it not for Qian Renxue, he would have long since been living a life of bliss with Dong Er. To see him now was a delightful surprise. And to witness Tang San unharmed was a joy upon joy. Master, thank you for mentoring little San. It is no trouble, it is my duty. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand excitedly. Tang Hao turned and entrusted the unconscious Tang San to Yu Xiaojiang. Take little San and leave. I am not yet ready to confront him. Do not inform him of my presence. Understood. Yu Xiaojiang nodded firmly, and, along with Lu Erlong and Flinder, quickly turned to depart. As they left, Yu Xiaojiang shot a fierce glare at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu, you should never have touched Tang San. You never expected the Qian Douluo to be nearby, did you? With the Qian Douluo now present, prepare to meet your end. Shen Tianyu did not hinder Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Such insignificant beings could be easily dispatched with a mere gesture. The true interest lay in Tang Hao, who stood before him. What strength could the Qian Douluo, a pure power-type soul master, truly possess? Would Tang Hao withstand the might of his 3-year cultivated punch? You are Shen Tianyu, am I correct? Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. I have heard that if I dared to come, I would be slain? Huh, indeed. It is I who speaks. Even the former pope of the Spirit Hall fell beneath my hammer. Even if Qian Douluo were here, I would not fear him. What are you, to threaten my life? Since when did nameless rabble dare to claim dominion over the Douluo continent? Boom. Tang Hao slowly spoke. And 9 soul rings emerged around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A 95th level Super Douluo with the optimal soul ring configuration. In the entirety of the Douluo continent, Tang Hao truly possessed unrivaled prowess. The Qian Douluo is indeed formidable. Yet I have heard that Qian Renxue was slain by Bi Dong. Shen Tianyu smirked, his gaze fixated on the 9th red soul ring. Such an extraordinary individual requires his wife as a sacrificial offering to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. That hammer of yours did not merely strike down Qian Renxue. It has plunged the Qian sect into seclusion. The affiliated single attribute sects have suffered immensely due to your actions. You could not protect your wife. And you have brought calamity upon your kin, indirectly forsaking the loyal single attribute sections. A person like you is unworthy of inheriting the Qian title. With you in the Qian sect, it is a profound disgrace. Each word strikes at the heart. Tang Hao, already burdened with guilt, was humiliated by Shen Tianyu's taunts. His face turning a deep shade of anger, dark lines forming on his forehead. What a sharp-tongued fellow. Gripping the Qian hammer, Tang Hao raised his head and stood tall, speaking with a calm yet indifferent demeanor. If you can endure for the duration of a fragrant incense stick without my soul ring or soul skills, I shall only beat you today. Should you dare to harm my son again, I shall take your life. Tang Hao possessed his own pride. Although he claimed he would not use his soul ring or soul skills, he was confident that within that time frame, he could take Shen Tianyu's life. Moreover, he had provided himself with a contingency plan. While he refrained from using his soul ring or soul skills, he had not ruled out the use of the Haotian hammer's inherited techniques. If the situation escalated and Shen Tianyu truly managed to endure for that period, Tang Hao would strike a lethal blow at the last moment, thus preserving his reputation. A fragrant incense stick, you say? Shen Tianyu smirked, scrutinizing Tang Hao. You think that's too little? No, you misunderstand. Shaking his head lightly, Shen Tianyu uttered a startling proclamation. I believe it will not take even that long to kill you. At those words, Tang Hao's murderous intent surged forth. Arrogance. Since entering the rank of Tiandou Imperial, Tang Hao had become a renowned figure across the continent. Even after years of seclusion, tales of his prowess still circulated. Today, however, he found himself provoked and disdained. The flames of his anger ignited completely. If he were to let this person escape without retribution, what would become of the Tiandou Imperial's reputation? The Tang Hao who struck down the Pope would only be further belittled. It seemed that during his years of seclusion, the people of the continent had forgotten the might of Tang Hao, and even less did they comprehend the power of the Haotian hammer. Very well. Today I shall use your life as a tribute to my imminent return to the continent, honoring the Haotian hammer. As the words fell, a palpable aura of death enveloped Shen Tianyu, the domain of the god of killing. Initially, Tang Hao had intended to toy with Shen Tianyu, but after the provocations, he had lost all patience. With the activation of the domain of the god of killing, he sought a swift resolution. Within this domain, Tang Hao's aura surged upwards, reaching the limits of a super Douluo. His power multiplied exponentially. Such was the ability of the domain of the god of killing. It elevated the user's momentum while diminishing the opponent's strength by 10%. What a formidable domain of the god of killing. What a lofty Haotian Douluo. Today, I shall shatter your myth, stepping over your body to gain fame across the Douluo realm. Chapter 9. The chaotic wind hammer technique. The CPU has been repaired. I have returned. Just as Tang Hao was about to strike, a system panel appeared. Damn it. Seeing the panel, Shen Tianyu felt a surge of anger. However, he quickly quelled his fury. Compared to the bloody and dark cultivation world, this Douluo realm was indeed refreshing. He could do as he pleased. Long-term task initiated. Please establish the supreme immortal court in the Douluo continent. Task rewards. Too mysterious to disclose at present. Damn. Is this how we play? Short-term task 1 initiated. Please teach one person a cultivation method. Task rewards. 9th grade spirit vein, Emperor's technique, indestructible heavenly skill. Shen Tianyu nodded to himself. This task was rather appealing. Teaching one person to cultivate was quite simple, and the rewards were exceptional. A 9-tiered spiritual vein is undoubtedly a coveted haven sought after by countless formidable beings in the realm of cultivation, even attracting the envy of venerable great masters. As for the indestructible heavenly art, it is a unique technique conceived by an emperor, harmonizing seamlessly with the contemporary cultivation method known as the devouring demon technique. However, a realization dawned upon Shen Tianyu. Are you jesting with me? The spiritual energy in Douluo is scarce, situated within a sewer-like dimension, rendering it utterly impossible to convert spiritual energy for cultivation. How can I teach anyone under such circumstances? In the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, countless dimensions abound, with spiritual energy permeating the entire universe. Yet, some realms are so primitive that they cannot convert spiritual energy into their bodies or even perceive its existence, relegating it to a weaker form of energy, thus establishing an inferior cultivation system. The Douluo dimension lacks even the fundamental basis for cultivating spiritual energy. As the soul questioned, the system was left in a stupor. The CPU overheated and is currently undergoing repairs. What a calamity! How did I end up with such an unreliable system? Young man, do you dare to disrespect me? With the system panel dismissed, Shen Tianyu turned his gaze towards Tang Hao. The latter's face darkened. A stick of incense pinched between his fingers. What if I do? I stand here unyielding. What can you do to me? He continued. Since I am in a good mood today, I shall remain stationary and grant you one hand. Furious, Tang Hao ignited the incense, plunging it into the muddy ground. The mighty warriors of the continent tremble at the mention of my name. Tang Hao, you, a mere child, dare to scorn me. Today, I shall obliterate you with my Haotian hammer. With a thunderous roar, he lifted the Haotian hammer high. A surge of soul power surged forth, and with a single strike, it descended from above. Shen Tianyu, unhurried, raised his left hand while swinging a punch with his right. In his line of sight, the Haotian hammer grew ever larger. Swiftly approaching. An uppercut. Bang. The fist collided with the hammer's face, unleashing a violent explosion of energy. Tang Hao felt a tremor in his arms. Nearly losing grip of the hammer. Regaining his hold, he was internally astonished. Although this strike was ordinary, it was executed with his full might. Even the likes of Dugu Bo would not dare to confront it head-on. This clearly indicated that this young man indeed possessed the strength of a super Douluo. Humph. He snorted disdainfully. And what of it? The name of Haotian is not one that just anyone can inherit. In the legacy of the Haotian sect, the highest level of soul power does not necessarily belong to the Haotian Douluo. However, the strongest is certainly the one bearing the Haotian title. Today, having endured such humiliation, Shen Tianyu was already marked for death in Tang Hao's mind. With renewed fervor, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer once more, charging forward for another strike. Shen Tianyu, calm and composed, lifted his hand again for another punch. This time, the Haotian hammer did not bounce away. Tang Hao firmly grasped the hammer's handle, and the second strike descended immediately. Chaotic wind hammer technique. Shen Tianyu felt intrigued, slightly reducing his strength in anticipation of the second hammer. Let us see the might of this chaotic wind hammer technique after 81 strikes. The third hammer, the 10th hammer, the 24th hammer. With each strike, power accumulated. As the Haotian hammer continued to swing, the unleashed force grew increasingly ferocious. Each collision between the fist and the hammer sent forth waves of energy, sweeping outward. 36 strikes. Bang. Shen Tianyu remained unscathed, standing there with a smile. Continue. The humiliation was palpable. Seeing Shen Tianyu's nonchalance, Tang Hao felt a surge of indignation. He continued to wield the Haotian hammer, the force escalating wildly. 48 strikes. Shen Tianyu stood firm as a mountain, his smile unwavering. The 60th strike. His chest was held high, the fist catching it steadily. 72 strikes. Boom. The earth trembled, yet Shen Tianyu stood resolute, his feet unyielding in the mud. 80. Bang. After this strike, the power of the Haotian hammer had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Witnessing Shen Tianyu unharmed, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer for one final blow. Chaotic wind, the 81st strike. The Haotian hammer descended slowly, the space reverberating with deep sounds. This strike was his most formidable, after the accumulation of the previous 80 strikes. Tang Hao felt confident that he could contend with even the likes of the ancient thousand string. Should Bibi Dong stand before him, she would not dare to confront it directly. If it were Dugu Bo, that fellow would have fled long ago. Boom. The mighty hammer struck down. Dust billowed. The entirety of the sunset forest trembled violently. Tang Hao grinned with satisfaction. Arrogant child, let us see if you can still smile. How could he not smile? Boom. The spiritual energy surged forth, scattering the rising dust. The smile on Shen Tianyu's face remained undiminished, clad in pristine robes, untouched by a speck of dust. Tang Hao found himself momentarily bewildered, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Could it be that the individual before him was an ultimate Douluo? He quickly dismissed the thought. It was implausible. There were only a handful of ultimate Douluos of level 99 across the continent. The person standing before him could not possibly be one. They must possess some extraordinary soul skill that enabled them to withstand this blow. Perhaps they were merely putting on a facade, already at their wits' end. Yes, that must be the case. Tang Hao thought, if this is all you are capable of, I shall be sorely disappointed. With a swift retraction of his fist, he unleashed another powerful strike. Bang. Tang Hao's arms trembled as the immense force surged through the face of the Haotian hammer. His bones quaked, teetering on the brink of dislocation. The punch was executed with such rapidity that Tang Hao had no time to brace himself, before his mind could fully process the situation. His numbed hand, overwhelmed by the colossal force, relinquished its grip on the Haotian hammer. The hammer soared into the sky, and Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately sidestepped to create distance. Simultaneously, he summoned his soul power to regain control of the Haotian hammer. The moment his soul power grasped the hammer, the terrifying force remained unyielding. Come back to me. He growled through clenched teeth, forcibly retracting the Haotian hammer. Unleash your ultimate skill, the explosion ring. Shen Tianyu felt a twinge of disappointment. The once lauded chaotic wind hammering method seemed rather underwhelming. Perhaps the explosion ring would possess some semblance of strength. How could you possibly know about the explosion ring? Tang Hao exclaimed, taken aback. The explosion ring was a closely guarded secret of the Haotian clan, accessible only to the generations of Haotian Douluos, who alone could comprehend the great Samurai hammer and its profound implications. While this knowledge was not a secret within the Haotian clan, it was scarcely known to the outside world. Why should I care? Stop dawdling and use the explosion ring directly. Humph. You are not worthy of my employing the explosion ring, despite having withstood the chaotic wind hammering method. The profound techniques of the Haotian clan encompassed far more than just that. Bang! The Haotian hammer expanded, 9 soul rings swirling around it. Empowered by the domain of the god of death, Tang Hao's aura surged once more. The Haotian 9 absolutes, is it? Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, advising. I suggest you do not waste your time. The Haotian 9 absolutes will still not inflict a scratch upon me. Chapter 10. The Haotian 9 absolutes. The great Sumera hammer, you fool. The Haotian 9 absolutes is not merely the chaotic wind hammering method. You shall regret this. Tang Hao bellowed, as murderous intent coalesced around the Haotian hammer. Indeed, the Haotian 9 absolutes surpassed the chaotic wind hammering method in strength, while the latter exhibited considerable might. Its advantages were more pronounced in the realm of forging. The Haotian 9 absolutes, however, was entirely tailored for combat. With the Haotian hammer raised, Tang Hao took a decisive step forward. Haotian 9 absolutes. As the hammer descends, a resonant echo reverberates through the empty valley, stretching into the distance. At the moment of impact, waves of force collide in succession, producing a resounding sound. This is the essence of the Kong technique. Shen Tianyu continues to defend with his fists, and the layers of resonating power inflict no harm whatsoever. Entangle. One strike proved insufficient, prompting Tang Hao to swiftly adapt. He swung the Haotian hammer horizontally, the handle colliding with Shen Tianyu's waist, while the hammerhead bent and struck fiercely against his back. When a frontal assault failed, a rear attack became the alternative. Shen Tianyu scoffed, lamenting that he was impervious to blades and bullets, his entire being as resilient as adamantine. Curse be this. Withdrawing the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao took a deep breath. In the next moment, as his eyes widened with fury, he seemed to transform into an entirely different entity. What was to follow would be the true prowess of the Haotian 9 absolutes. A hammer descended from above, and Shen Tianyu met it with his fist. At the moment of contact, an immense force surged forth, attempting to confine Shen Tianyu's power. Confinement. Humph. With a cold snort, Shen Tianyu shattered the binding force. The strength in his arm erupted instantly, striking against the face of the hammer. Tang Hao sneered, precisely within my grasp. The Haotian hammer, having just been raised, descended once more. The force of this blow was evidently more terrifying, harnessing the momentum. In an instant, the soul power erupted, accelerating his speed dramatically. Tang Hao moved like a specter, his form flickering swiftly. The Haotian hammer in his hand relentlessly fell, pounding upon every inch of Shen Tianyu's body. While the force was indeed formidable, Shen Tianyu's physique had long been tempered to an indestructible state. No matter how Tang Hao pounded, he was utterly powerless. Converge. After a relentless series of blows, Tang Hao's assault suddenly converged entirely upon Shen Tianyu's occiput. In truth, when Tang Hao employed the technique known as Sha, his focus had already been directed towards Shen Tianyu's nape. At this moment, he unleashed Guanxi with no further pretense, channeling all his strength into a single, formidable strike. The vigorous Haotian hammer abruptly came to a halt. With every ounce of power mobilized and soul force infused into the apex of the Haotian hammer, he brought it crashing down directly upon the repeatedly assaulted back of Shen Tianyu's head. The Tuo character principle emphasizes penetrating a surface through a singular point, striking at one location for a decisive kill. However, as the hammer descended, Shen Tianyu remained utterly unperturbed. Tang Hao was taken aback. He had meticulously prepared for this moment. He never anticipated that he would still fail to breach Shen Tianyu's defenses. This deadlock filled Tang Hao's heart with growing trepidation. With a fierce determination, he raised the Haotian hammer once more, channeling all the lethal energy from the realm of the god of death into this single blow. Like a vengeful Azura emerging from the depths of hell, his eyes glowed a blood-red hue. With a mighty shout, the hammer struck, causing the ground of the sunset forest to sink by an inch. What on earth are you doing? Just tickling me? A frown marked Shen Tianyu's brow, his displeasure palpable. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer was lifted again, this time. Tang Hao summoned every bit of his strength. The Haotian 9 Extremes was unleashed, the most potent of strikes. The Bong character principle, renowned for causing mountains to crumble, was embodied in this single blow. A colossal wave of energy coalesced, and the unparalleled Haotian hammer descended upon the most vulnerable part of the human anatomy, the back of the head. Enough. With a darkened expression, Shen Tianyu turned and unleashed a punch. The gathered spirit energy surged forth, manifesting as a forceful wave that propelled Tang Hao backward, crashing him into a small mountain. This very mountain served as the barrier of the ice and fire duality. Cough, cough. Tang Hao found himself embedded within the mountain structure. A relentless bout of coughing ensued, accompanied by a surge of blood. I have long warned you, the 9 absolutes of Haotian are utterly futile. You must have taken my words as mere whispers in the wind, haven't you? With one hand covering his mouth and the other gripping the sky hammer, Tang Hao emerged from the mountainside, his face etched with disbelief. Why? For the first time in decades, he began to question his own strength. The Tempest Hammer technique had failed to defeat his opponent, fine. But even the invincible Sky 9 ultimate had proven ineffective. I told you before, came the mocking voice. You're unworthy of the title Sky. And I warned you not to waste time with the Sky 9 ultimate. Tang Hao's neck flushed crimson with rage. You dare insult me again? Do you truly believe I can't deal with you? By this point, the so-called one stick of incense duel had lost all meaning. Tang Hao's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to kill Shen Tianyu. Discarding any pretense of honor, he ignited his 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill, Sky True Form. A surge of soul power condensed, and a towering figure erupted from Tang Hao's body. The sky hammer in his grasp expanded rapidly, stretching to a staggering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The Sky True Form loomed over the sunset forest like a colossus. 9 soul rings orbiting the massive hammer. Boom. The first soul ring shattered, its energy flooding into the hammer. Boom. 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 3 more rings exploded in quick succession. With 4 rings detonated, Tang Hao's aura reached its zenith. The colossal sky hammer descended upon Shen Tianyu with crushing force. But 4 rings weren't enough. Within Shen Tianyu, the particles of a titanic beast awakened. He stomped the ground, sending tremors rippling through the entire sunset forest. His clenched fist brimmed with the savage, overwhelming power of a celestial elephant. He met the sky hammer head-on. Boom. A shockwave erupted, spreading like ripples on water. The sheer force sent the sky hammer hurtling backward. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, his heart gripped by terror. Only now did he realize, throughout this entire battle, he had been nothing but a clown. From the very beginning, Shen Tianyu had never fought seriously. Even now, he was still holding back. Gritting his teeth, Tang Hao detonated his remaining 5 soul rings, 4 black, 1 crimson, channeling all their energy into the sky hammer. Slowly, he raised the gargantuan hammer. The heavens and earth trembled, the very fabric of space groaning under the pressure, as if on the verge of shattering. Now we're talking. Shen Tianyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was the battle he had wanted. The Sky Hammer's true ultimate technique. Compared to this, the Tempest Hammer and Sky 9 ultimate were mere child's play. 9 rings shattered. Great Summer Hammer. The Sky True Form stood between heaven and earth, its hammer swinging with world-shaking force. Across the sunset forest, soul beasts cowered in fear. Decade-level beasts collapsed unconscious. Century-level creatures stood frozen, their eyes vacant. Millennium-level beasts fled in panic, while 10,000-year beasts prostrated themselves in submission. When the strongest clashed, the weak always suffered. Very well, Shen Tianyu murmured. It's time I got serious too. His fingers tightened into a fist, spiritual energy coalescing around it. Across the Douluo continent, an imperceptible tremor ran through the world. The mightiest beings of the realm shuddered, sensing an inexplicable dread creeping into their hearts. A thread of primordial power, drawn from the void, was captured by Shen Tianyu and infused into his fist. The Origin Divine Fist. Chapter 11. A miserable defeat for Tang Hao. With the fist raised, a tempest of wind and clouds was unleashed, a single thought commanding the heavens and the earth. The domineering Origin Divine Fist was slowly thrust forward. The overwhelming force that surged towards Tang Hao left him momentarily breathless. How formidable! This was Tang Hao's initial thought, quickly followed by the violent descent of the great Summer Hammer. The fist aura expanded relentlessly, soon rivaling the Haotian Hammer. The chaotic primordial power rampaged forward, colliding with the Haotian Hammer. His soul power plummeted, akin to being ensnared in a black hole, voraciously devouring everything in its path. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, clutching the Haotian hammer tightly, he forcefully pressed downward. Overestimating oneself, the fist launched an aggressive assault, the fist aura erupting forth. Bang! The great Summer Hammer shattered, and the Haotian hammer was sent flying. Before the fist aura even arrived, the murderous energy surged forth, akin to a multitude of sharp blades, tearing at Tang Hao's very being. Bang! His tattered robes exploded, revealing a bronze-hued physique. This is bad. Gripping the Haotian hammer firmly, Tang Hao's face darkened as he growled softly, Haotian shield. Boom. After the 9 rings detonated, the soul rings and soul skills could not be executed. Fortunately, there remained a legacy soul skill, the Haotian shield, at his disposal. It proved futile. The origin divine fist was already upon him, striking against the Haotian shield. Crack. In that fleeting moment of contact, a fissure erupted in the Haotian shield. An infinite force bore down upon him, and Tang Hao could no longer withstand it. Crashing straight through the mountainside, the fist aura surged forward, propelling Tang Hao onward. Soul power surged wildly, attempting to repair the Haotian shield. Shen Tianyu soared into the air, gazing at Tang Hao, who was sent flying by the fist aura. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Boom. The Haotian shield was utterly shattered, and Tang Hao spat blood. The Haotian hammer lay horizontally before him, straining to resist. Could this possibly lead to his demise? A furrow formed on his brow. Despite this punch being remarkably restrained, Tang Hao was left in such a wretched state. The mystical underworld lived up to its reputation. In a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao was propelled out of the setting sun forest by the fist aura. Damn it. His face turned a deep shade of blue, his teeth grinding audibly. Explosion. With a furious roar, the Haotian hammer erupted violently. Blood gushed forth from his mouth incessantly. In a desperate bid for survival, Tang Hao shattered his own martial soul. The destruction of his martial soul necessitated an extensive period of recuperation. Yet it was a small price to pay compared to the loss of his life. The explosion unleashed ripples of energy, momentarily halting the force of the origin divine fist before it broke through the chaos and struck Tang Hao's chest with tremendous force. Gushing forth, a mouthful of clotted blood, mingled with bile, splattered onto the ground. As the fist's power dissipated, Tang Hao crashed heavily to the earth. His left arm and one leg were fractured from the impact. Upon hitting the ground, Tang Hao dared not linger for even a moment. He forced himself to rise, hopping on one leg to escape. This spectacle was utterly comical, drawing a derisive laugh from Shen Tianyu. What a mere Haotian Douluo, nothing more than a useless old fool. Were it not for my grand design, I would have crushed you with a single punch. When the system issued its task, Shen Tianyu already had a strategy in mind. To implement the cultivation of immortality on the Douluo continent, it was imperative to eradicate certain obstinate factions. At the forefront of this endeavor were the 3 upper sects and the 2 great empires. Given Tang San's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly take action to unite these forces. A mere child, naturally, would not attract the attention of the major powers. However, should the esteemed Tang Hao, a renowned figure in the realm of Douluo, be invoked, the alliance of several great factions would not be a formidable challenge. With a leap into the eye of ice and fire, after several fierce battles, this place remained relatively unscathed. Channeling spiritual energy, a claw emerged from the void. The fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal profound ice grass were seized by Shen Tianyu. As the swallowing heaven devil technique activated, the essence of these 2 treasures surged fervently into his being. Following a transformation, they integrated into the golden core within his dantian. Yet, it was still insufficient. Shaking his head, he reached out again, claiming the Qilua tulip, the weeping autumn dew, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum, the narcissus jade bone, the phoenix coxcomb sunflower, and the 9-tiered purple mushroom. All the fortuitous treasures originally belonging to the Shrek 7 monsters were seized by Shen Tianyu, absorbing and refining in one go to enhance his own cultivation. After devouring these spiritual treasures, Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. Let us consume them all. Not a single one shall remain. No one shall benefit from this place. With a decisive wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped the entire eye of ice and fire. Various spiritual treasures and celestial artifacts were uprooted, regardless of their maturity. After all, Shen Tianyu had no intention of returning to the Sunset Forest. Today, he would thoroughly scour this treasure trove. Utilizing the heavenly devouring demon technique, each spiritual treasure was absorbed. After nearly half a day, the eye of ice and fire lay barren. Opening the system panel, his realm ascended to the mid-gold core stage. Name: Shen Tianyu Realm. Mid-gold core technique. Heavenly devouring demon technique spells. 3,000 avenues. Divine elephant confinement technique. Indestructible body. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Origin divine fist. Ancestral sacred fist. 33 heavens creation divine fist. Treasures: 9 divine weapons. Heavenly emperor's sword. For swords of extermination. Primordial bell. Void mirror. Long-term task: establish a supreme celestial court in the Douluo continent. Short-term task 1. Teach one person the art of cultivation. At last, he has entered the mid-stage. Gazing inward at his dantian, the golden core within the swirling spiritual energy appeared increasingly round, radiating a brilliant glow. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as his gaze fell upon the eye of ice and fire. This eye of ice and fire, renowned as one of the 3 great treasures, undoubtedly harbors extraordinary energy. With a leap, Shen Tianyu plunged into the eye of ice and fire, landing precisely in the center of the spring. To his left, searing heat scorched his skin. To his right, bone-chilling cold enveloped him as if he were ensconced in an icy cavern. Harnessing the devouring heaven demon technique, a resounding boom echoed as the eye of ice and fire quivered, its pure elemental essence coalescing in tiny particles. In a mere span of moments, Shen Tianyu absorbed the entirety of this essence. Yet, the primal source continued to surge forth from the depths below, relentless in its flow. Undeterred, Shen Tianyu resolved to drain this reservoir entirely, channeling the devouring heaven demon technique directly towards the depths beneath the eye. The vibrant and potent essence was drawn into his being with fervor. Buried thousands of meters below were two colossal dragon bones, the source of this pure elemental energy. As the devouring heaven demon technique voraciously siphoned the essence, the dragon bones trembled, and wisps of soul began to coalesce. After countless years of slumber, the two great dragon souls were inadvertently awakened by Shen Tianyu's actions. As the ice dragon soul coalesced, it lifted its gaze to the surface. "A human," rumbled the ice dragon king. "What audacity to dare absorb my power." With wings unfurled, the fire dragon king dove downwards. Startled, Shen Tianyu opened his eyes wide, feeling an overwhelming heat emanating from the depths. At that moment, it was as if he were seated atop a volcano, with seething magma poised to erupt beneath him. What is happening? His absorption was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events, leaving Shen Tianyu discontented. He stepped onto the water's surface, standing poised as he gazed downward. With a rush, the spring within the eye of ice and fire surged upwards, revealing the fire dragon king's soul. A torrent of flames rushed towards him, fierce and unyielding. "Fire dragon king," he murmured, narrowing his eyes as he pressed a palm downward. Spiritual energy radiated outward, subduing the billowing flames on the spot. Chapter 12. Fusion with the Ice Fire Dragon King. To be precise, you are nothing more than a wisp of dragon soul. Clenching his fist tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike. The force of his punch shot forth, striking the Fire Dragon King's head directly. Roar! The Fire Dragon King bellowed defiantly. "Human, you dare to insult me. What of it? Invite the Ice Dragon King to emerge as well." In the next instant, an icy chill permeated the air. A frigid wind surged from below, heralding the arrival of the Ice Dragon King's soul. One red, one blue, ice and fire in duality. The reason the sunset forest can give rise to the eyes of ice and fire lies in the dragon bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King buried within. Long ago, the dragon god birthed 9 progeny, the elemental dragons of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, along with the mountain dragon and the mightiest, the golden dragon, collectively known as the 9 offspring of the dragon. During the divine war, the dragon god was cleaved in twain by the god of Azura, resulting in the separation of the golden dragon king and the silver dragon king. The 9 progeny of the dragon god also fell, one after another. Among them, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King met their demise simultaneously. The bones of these 2 great dragon kings plummeted to the Douluo continent, where, after countless ages, they became interred within the sunset forest. The pure energies of ice and fire birthed the eyes of ice and fire. Humans, upon meeting this king, why do you not kneel? Kneel before me. Shen Tianyu arrived in a flash, raising his hand for a grand gesture. The Ice Dragon King was taken aback, its vertical pupils widening. Even if the Silver Dragon King stood before me, I would still deliver a slap to her face first. What are you two? Do you think you are still the first-level gods of old? You are not but lingering souls. Had it not been for me, you would still be in slumber. The remnants of the 2 dragon kings indeed lay dormant for countless ages. Shen Tianyu fervently absorbed the energy of the eyes of ice and fire, even delving underground to draw forth the purest essence of both, which ultimately awakened the lingering souls of the 2 dragon kings. By this reckoning, it was indeed Shen Tianyu who roused them. "You audacious fool," the Fire Dragon King bellowed. "Even as a lingering soul, I still possess divine power. Who do you think you are to bark in my presence? Seeking death." With a flap of its wings, dragon flames surged forth. The fire spring within the eyes of ice and fire was instantly summoned. The roar of the dragon was deafening, and the wrathful flames of the holy dragon erupted forth from its maw. "Come and fight." With a powerful swing, Shen Tianyu plunged into the sacred dragon's fiery wrath. His indomitable body proved impervious to the searing flames. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, unleashing a colossal fist that struck the dragon's head without hesitation. Bang! A swift counterpunch landed on the Ice Dragon King's forehead. Ice Dragon King? What the hell? That insolent dragon is not me. Why must I endure a slap as well? You two remnants of souls are naught but squanderers. Let me see if, even with your divine powers, you can withstand my strike. Boom. With a thrust into the void, Shen Tianyu ascended skyward. The two Dragon Kings exchanged a furious glance, flames of rage igniting within them. Humans have truly crossed the line. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings roared in unison, their wings beating against one another as they spiraled upwards. In an instant, a realm of ice and fire surged towards the heavens. At this moment, Shen Tianyu stood aloft, casting a haughty gaze downward at the two Dragon Kings. His overwhelming presence loomed like Mount Tai, commanding fear and respect. With fists clenched, resonant sounds echoed through the space, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The ancestral sacred fist. With both fists raised, he descended from the sky. The air trembled with a thunderous roar, an intense pressure enveloping the surroundings. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were taken aback, feeling the very fabric of space tearing at their forms, as if the laws of existence were decaying in an instant, threatening to entomb them. The ancestral sacred fist held world-shattering power, consisting of three distinct techniques: decay of the great Tao, diminishment of heaven and earth, and eternal rebirth. Shen Tianyu, in this instance, harnessed the decay of the great Tao. Once unleashed, even the Douluo great Tao would wither in its presence. However, Shen Tianyu was merely at the golden core stage, unable to fully unleash its utmost potential. Yet, it was more than sufficient to deal with two remnants of souls. Moreover, he harbored further intentions regarding the two Dragon Kings. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings sensed their energy being confined, as the descending fist appeared like a prison, freezing them in place. The fiery breath and icy blast they unleashed suddenly coalesced into a singularity. Can your 3 years of cultivated power withstand this punch? Boom. As the fist struck, ice and fire erupted. The remnants of the two Dragon Kings plummeted rapidly. This blow nearly shattered their lingering souls. Thankfully, Shen Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared obliterating their remnants entirely and thus moderated his strength. Though these Dragon Kings were but remnants, the essence of ice and fire they contained was a supreme treasure, not to be squandered. With hands forming seals, he descended rapidly. The 3,000 Great Tao devouring technique. Oh no. The Ice Dragon King felt an impending doom as a massive vortex suddenly materialized. Their bodies became uncontrollable, dissipating into the faint essence of the Ice Dragon, consumed by the swirling maelstrom. Beside him, the Fire Dragon King struggled to escape. Shen Tianyu cast a cold glance, extending a hand. The great capture technique of the 3,000 paths. A tremendous force constricted the Fire Dragon King's throat, drawing it directly into the great devouring technique. As the devouring demon art circulated, the pure essence of the two Dragon Kings surged into Shen Tianyu's body. The spiritual energy in his dantian ascended, and the golden elixir, already smooth and lustrous, began to coalesce vibrant patterns. Absorbing the pure essence was a pleasurable experience for Shen Tianyu. The two dragon bones were not to be wasted. With this thought, Shen Tianyu descended into the eye of ice and fire. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the residual essence of ice and fire within the eye, leaving it as mere ordinary spring water. With a grasp in the void, he summoned a sword. This sword resembled exquisite jade, displaying a deep purple hue. The 9 divine weapons, the purple jade sword. Grasping the hilt, he swung it casually. The sword energy cleaved through the eye of ice and fire, penetrating deeper and deeper. Boom. The earth trembled, casting shadows over the entire sunset forest. This strike split the eye of ice and fire in two, creating a chasm that plunged 10,000 fathoms deep, bisecting the spring water of ice and fire. At the bottom of the chasm, the two dragon bones came into view. Remnants of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings left after their demise. The essence of ice and fire emanated from the bones like fine dust, floating upwards. Smiling broadly, he leaped into the abyss. The devouring demon art activated once more, and the massive dragon bones spiraled above Shen Tianyu's head. The bones melted segment by segment, transforming into energy that flowed into his body. The patterns on the golden elixir grew increasingly vivid. Simultaneously, the particles within his body rapidly transmuted into colossal particles during this absorption process. After completely refining the dragon bones, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged, silently digesting the vast essence within him. 3 days and nights passed before he concluded his cultivation. He had reached the later stage of the golden elixir. Marvelous. Such swift breakthroughs, facilitated by the countless heavenly materials he had refined upon exiting the sanctuary, were further augmented by the eye of ice and fire, and the two Dragon Kings. Though merely remnants of souls, the essence they provided was indeed potent, fully polishing the patterns of the golden elixir into form. Indeed, cultivation requires conflict and the seizing of opportunities. Only thus can one swiftly enhance their strength. Chapter 13. The supreme Yin-Yang Canon looking inward at his dantian, the smooth golden elixir shimmered with faint light. In the later stage of the golden elixir, patterns had formed. To advance further, one needed to condense more patterns. Once the golden elixir achieved 9 patterns, it would reach completion, allowing for the breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Although this seemed a minor elevation in realm, it demanded a time investment of 300 to 400 years. Some may even find themselves eternally trapped at the golden elixir stage. However, this posed no difficulty for Shen Tianyu, as he could effortlessly resolve it by continually devouring heavenly materials and drawing upon essence energy, transforming it into his own cultivation. To forge a 9-pattern golden elixir, the resources required were indeed formidable. The Douluo continent lacks a second eye of ice and fire. A change must be made. His mind raced as he surveyed the chaotic scene of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Shen Tianyu's lips curled into a smile as he declared aloud, "Cultivation is all about seizing opportunities. Why should I fret?" Looking across the entire Douluo, who could contend with Shen Tianyu? In an instant, his resolve crystallized. He was invincible. He would simply take action and seize what he desired. The Douluo continent is not small. Various forces converge here. Especially among the great powers, treasures abound. He could simply pay them a visit and give them a good thrashing. Would they not obediently present their treasures? Excellent. That settles it. First, a modest goal: become the notorious bandit of Douluo. Tremble, unfortunate souls of Douluo, for I am coming. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated which factions to approach first. Perhaps the Tiandou royal family, given their proximity. They deserve their fate. And perhaps he would pay a visit to that little beggar, Tang San. Shen Tianyu leaped, stepping upon the purple jade sword. Next stop, Tiandou City. Soaring on his sword, the gentle breeze caressed his face. Suddenly, a system interface popped up. CPU has been repaired. Given the current weakness of the Douluo continent, it is unsuitable for cultivation. Thus, a special gift has been prepared for the host to assist in completing a short-term task. The annoying system has reappeared. Every time Shen Tianyu saw the system pop up, he couldn't help but curse. What unreliable thing. Was there no quality check when you were manufactured? Come on, let me see what it is. Gift distribution. Whoosh, a stream of light descended from the heavens, landing in Shen Tianyu's hands. A thick ancient tome revealed 8 large characters, the Supreme Yin-Yang Canon. The name is quite intriguing. Let's see what it entails. The path of the Supreme, the harmony of Yin and Yang, complementing each other. His voice gradually diminished, turning into silent reading. As he flipped through the pages of the canon, Shen Tianyu's flight speed drastically decreased. Finding a secluded spot, he simply halted. Unbeknownst to him, his ears turned red. As he delved deeper into the reading, his fair face flushed crimson. Gasping, he closed the Supreme Yin-Yang Canon, utterly astounded. This canon primarily discusses the path of cultivation for men and women. It categorizes practices into 2 major types: joint cultivation, where both genders practice together, and solitary cultivation, where each gender practices separately. For women, there are 20 distinct methods based on different physical constitutions, while men also have 20 corresponding methods. The emphasis lies on cooperation. Incredible. This canon not only provides comprehensive explanations of cultivation methods, but also includes illustrative guides. Each step of the practice is meticulously annotated, making it an unparalleled treasure. The Supreme Yin-Yang Canon truly lives up to its name. Shen Tianyu never anticipated that the system could produce such a remarkable item. Most importantly, this canon resolved a significant issue for Shen Tianyu. In the low-tier Douluo dimension, individuals are unable to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus hindering their cultivation. The Supreme Yin-Yang Canon includes a foundational technique named the water play of Mandarin ducks, which allows practitioners to inject spiritual energy into those unable to sense it. This opens the pathway to spiritual awareness, enabling them to draw upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and embark on their cultivation journey. Coupled with the corresponding cultivation methods for different constitutions, the results would be exponentially enhanced. Remarkable. The dog system has truly devised such a brilliant remedy. Impressive. Hey, why are you not responding? I'm praising you. You ought to show some acknowledgement. The system replied, the process of organizing is indescribable, accidentally. The CPU burned out and is under repair. Shen Tianyu remarked, indeed, there was certainly no quality check when you were manufactured. he decided to postpone the plan to go to Tiandou City. As cultivators, we should diligently study the methods of cultivation, striving for excellence and ascending to greater heights. How could we neglect our arduous training for the sake of pursuing trivial treasures? Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Shen Tianyu reopened the revered Yin-Yang canon, entering a state of profound introspection. In the city of Tiandou, at Shrek Academy, a series of coughs broke the silence. Third brother. In the bedroom, Tang San awoke from his unconsciousness. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, whose scorpion tail braid framed her anxious face, dark circles under her eyes. How long have I been unconscious? Tang San asked. You've been out for a day and a night. You nearly scared me to death, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Don't worry, I'm back now. Tang San reached out to touch Xiao Wu's hair, but a sharp pain coursed through his body, twisting his face in agony as he coughed weakly. Don't move. I'll go get the teachers. Overjoyed at Tang San's awakening, Xiao Wu immediately turned to summon the others. On the soft bed, Tang San gingerly shifted his body, a wave of pain enveloping him. All his bones had been realigned. He exhaled deeply, his fatigued eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve. Shen Tianyu, I vow to ensure you meet a most dreadful fate. You have thwarted my destiny, harmed my body, and dishonored my dignity. Each of these grievances demands retribution. When Dugu Bo brought Tang San to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San leaped with joy, for he had meticulously planned every detail before Shen Tianyu's arrival. First, he intended to concoct an impervious golden body using the fire apricot blossom and the 8-patterned ice grass. Next, he would gather the poisonous herbs within to forge the King of Hell's talisman and the soul-seeking Mother's deadly talisman. Both were treasures of the Tang sect, and with either, Tang San felt confident he could defeat Shen Tianyu. Yet, all his plans had crumbled. The golden body was lost, the extraordinary hidden weapons vanished, and he was left gravely injured. The stark contrast of his expectations was almost unbearable. I, Tang San, swear to dismember you. He clenched his fists and pounded the bed. Ouch! Little San, you're awake? We come to see you. Yu Xiaojing burst through the door just as Tang San grimaced in pain, suppressing his discomfort. Tang San managed a smile. Teacher, I'm fine. Little San, what on earth happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Dai Mubai inquired, his voice grave and his expression dark. The entire Shrek's 7 monsters had gathered, their gazes fixed intently on Tang San. Since Yu Xiaojing had returned with Tang San, they had pressed for an explanation, but he had deftly evaded their questions, choosing silence regarding their ordeal. Third brother, was it that scoundrel Dugu Bo? Ning Rongrong asked with concern, edging closer to the bedside. If it was him, just say the word, and I'll find a way to deal with him. As the favored little witch of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she was accustomed to having her wishes fulfilled, and a word from her would prompt the 2 Douluo to act. Everyone, I appreciate your concern, but this matter is quite delicate, and I will handle it myself. Tang San insisted. Little San, that sounds a bit distant. As your older brother, I must know. Indeed, third brother, we are the Shrek 7 monsters, united in life and death. If you are in trouble, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. Your troubles are my troubles. If you need me, just call. It must be Dugu Bo. No one else could be responsible. I will return home immediately and summon Grandfather Jian to avenge you. The group rallied in support, vowing to restore Tang San's honor. Ning Rongrong even insisted on returning to her sect to fetch Jian Douluo Chenxin. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing interjected, Dugu Bo is dead. This matter ends here. You need not worry further. What? The room fell silent in astonishment, with only Flinder and Lu Erlong maintaining their composure. Everyone, please disperse. Little San's injuries have yet to heal, and having so many of us here is not beneficial for him. Why are you still standing around? Return to your classes. Off you go. Flinder waved his hand dismissively, ushering them out. Xiao Wu, you should rest. I will look after little San. He will be fine. Though Xiao Wu wished to stay, Lu Erlong reassured her as they departed. In the room, only Yu Xiaojing and Flinder remained. Dugu Bo is truly dead? It seems so. Yu Xiaojing confirmed. Had Dugu Bo been alive, he would have surely appeared, for that is his domain. Learning of Dugu Bo's demise, Tang San felt a surge of joy. The ancient monster was gone, leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire unguarded. Once he recovered, he would return to strengthen the poison formation for his own use. As thoughts of Shen Tianyu crossed his mind, Tang San's resentment simmered. He is dead too. But who killed him? Tang San was taken aback. If Shen Tianyu could overpower Dugu Bo, he must also be a title Douluo. To have slain a title Douluo, it had to be a stronger title Douluo. A vision of Tang Hao descending from the heavens that day flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. The Haoyan hammer had saved the three of them, its imposing figure inspiring reverence. In that moment, Tang Hao was the light in Yu Xiaojiang's heart. What title Douluo was it? Tang San inquired. His curiosity piqued about the identity of this formidable figure. You need not concern yourself with that, Yu Xiaojiang replied, recalling Tang Hao's instructions. Flinder interjected. This title Douluo prefers to remain out of the spotlight. If not for an old favor he owed me, he likely would not have intervened. He spoke with a calm demeanor, as if recounting mere facts. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, suspecting Flinder was embellishing the truth. When did the Haoyan Douluo owe you a favor? It seems necessary to have a chat with this old merchant. Your idol never owes anyone anything. Cease your fabrications. Very well, in the coming days, focus on your recovery. The Soul Master Continental competition is still over a year away. You must not neglect your training. Yes, teachers, rest assured. In no more than 2 days, I will be able to walk. Within 5 days, I will be capable of operating my soul power freely. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder exchanged glances, both astonished by the rapidity of Tang San's recovery. After returning from the Sunset Forest, they had immediately sought the best doctor. To their surprise, Tang San's internal injuries had nearly healed, leading them to suspect that Tang Hao had treated him prior to their arrival, though they had not anticipated such swift recovery. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. After offering a few more words of encouragement, they departed from Tang San's quarters. On the bed, a flicker of coldness passed through Tang San's eyes. Consider yourself fortunate, for you did not perish at my hands. It is a blessing from your past life. Little did I expect that even a title Douluo would owe a favor to the dean. Upon entering the Shrek Academy, he felt assured that it was indeed the right choice. The gloom that had weighed upon his heart dissipated, allowing Tang San to lie down and recuperate in peace. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, clad in a flowing robe, Shen Tianyu made his way into the city of Tiandou. The sacred Yin-Yang scripture encompassed an abundance of techniques, and it took him a full week to master them. Through synthesizing this knowledge with the experiences he had acquired prior to his transmigration, he even devised several original cultivation techniques, which filled him with a profound sense of pride. After a brief period of rest, he hastened directly to Tiandou City. Upon entering the city, Shen Tianyu did not rush to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. During his 3 years of arduous training in the sanctuary, he had devoted every day and night to his cultivation, subsisting on a variety of rare and precious resources. Although his cultivation had significantly advanced, the yearning for exquisite cuisine had accumulated over time. Cultivators are known for their ability to endure solitude and resist the temptations of earthly pleasures. However, having only practiced for 3 years, Shen Tianyu had not yet reached the level of transcending worldly desires. His foremost intention upon entering the city was to indulge in the delights of food, drink, and merriment. The energy derived from his meals would be swiftly absorbed by his body, thus he felt no discomfort from overindulgence. From the outskirts to the heart of the city, I savored every morsel along the bustling snack streets. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself before the gates of an esteemed academy. With a mouthful of the freshly acquired roasted chicken, I chuckled at the serendipity of arriving at Shrek Academy. Taking a hearty bite, I strode confidently toward the entrance, only to be halted by 2 students. Halt. This is Shrek Academy. Commoners without spirit power are forbidden to enter. Their disdainful gazes were met with my indifference. The 2 youths, merely 16 or 17, bristled at my audacity. Move along, or we shall not be courteous. They threatened. We are great spirit masters. Those who know their place should leave. Whoever heard of great spirit masters daring to issue commands to me? With a roar, my spirit energy surged forth, sending them hurtling 100 meters away. Even if your dean were to arrive, he would tremble before me, insolent fools. The 2 boys crashed to the ground, their ribs shattered, unable to rise. What is happening here? A gruff voice demanded as a stout man approached swiftly. Teacher Zhao, someone is attempting to breach the academy. We tried to persuade him to leave, but he not only refused but also resorted to violence. The newcomer was Zhao Wujia, a formidable spirit master known as the Unyielding King, boasting a rank of level 76 in the assault category. What a cowardly tale. When did you 2 ever kindly urge me to depart? The murderous intent was palpable as his spiritual pressure descended upon them. You dare disturb me? I shall send you to the underworld. With a thunderous crash, blood mist erupted in 2 bursts. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened, quickly shifting to glare fiercely at me. Impudent. To harm a student of Shrek Academy before my very eyes is an affront I cannot allow. Chapter 15. I shall leave you with one hand, Tang San. Are you prepared? In the spirit fighting arena of Shrek Academy, a brawny youth, muscles rippling, stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing his opponent, Tang San. Tyrone. I respect you as a senior, so I shall offer you one last chance. Do you truly wish to engage in combat? After a week of recuperation, Tang San had fully regained his strength. On the very first day of classes, a confrontation with Tyrone arose due to Xiaowu. The recent encounter at the ice and fire yin-yang had left Tang San simmering with frustration. An opportunity to unleash that pent-up energy would not be missed. The two had already exchanged blows in the classroom, where Tang San had dazzled the onlookers, earning the admiration of many. Yet, Tyrone remained undeterred, proposing a contest devoid of spirit powers, relying solely on physical prowess. Thus, the scene unfolded in the fighting arena after class. Enough chatter, if you are a man. Let us fight without hesitation. Very well, as you wish. With a slight bow, the duel commenced, and Tang San surged forward like an arrow. Tyrone, unyielding, swung his fist with fervor. Possessing the spirit of the mighty gorilla, Tyrone was inherently robust, and facing off against the seemingly frail Tang San, he brimmed with confidence. With a swift punch, he aimed directly at Tang San's face. Shadowy figures danced around. Whoosh leaning aside, he evaded the strike, while Tang San's palm transformed into a gleaming icy white. Shen Tianyu hand. Clap. A hand struck Talon's waist with remarkable effect. Again, having suffered a setback in their initial encounter, Talon was certainly unwilling to concede defeat. Bang. With a powerful stomp, strength erupted. Both fists surged forth, striking again. Tang San did not confront directly. Instead, he relied on the elusive ghost shadow, swiftly dodging Talon's assault. Following this, with a sweeping kick, Talon lost his balance and fell ungracefully. Quickly, he seized Talon and bound his arms behind his back. Do you concede? No. Talon gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, daring him to come again. Very well. As you wish. Releasing Talon, Tang San stepped back. The two resumed their positions, ready to clash once more. As expected, Tang San utilized his ghost shadow, targeting Talon's vulnerable points with ease, victory within his grasp. Again! Again! Talon held his breath, fighting on, only to face defeat repeatedly. Is Talon akin to a turtle? Truly resilient. Wow, Tang San is so handsome. I adore him. Talon is utterly shameless. A loss is a loss. Yet he clings to my dove. Go, Tang San. If I could be his girlfriend, I would be the happiest woman in the world. The cheers of infatuated fans bolstered Tang San's resolve. However, Xiaowu in the audience furrowed her brow, taking note of the fervent admirers. Bang. Talon crashed onto the arena floor, battered and bruised. Do you yield? No. Humph. So stubborn. Just as he was about to release Talon, they prepared for another round. Suddenly, a familiar energy ripple emanated from a distance. Tang San shuddered, the buried fear surfacing in his mind. How could this be? Didn't the teacher say he was dead? No, I must see. Releasing Talon, Tang San made to leave. Tang San, don't run. Take this punch. Talon sprang up suddenly, his massive hand swinging toward him. Get lost. Using Ghost Shadow to evade, he activated the Control Crane Seizing Dragon technique, once again suppressing Talon. Concerned about Talon's mischief, he dislocated his limbs, leaving him sprawled on the ground without further care. Third brother, what's wrong with him? Tang San's sudden departure left the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7 bewildered. Let us follow him. The 6 immediately set off, keeping pace with Tang San. In the director's office, Flender was busy calculating. His eyes narrowed into slits, the chilling numbers transformed in his gaze into resplendent soul coins. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy coursed through the air, causing Flander's expression to shift dramatically. The pin he held slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor as he dashed out of the dean's office. Flander, did you sense it too? He collided with Lu Erlong just outside. Indeed, Erlong. You felt it as well? What of Xiao Gang? He has already rushed out. I thought I might have misinterpreted the sensation. Lu Erlong's face paled, and without hesitation, they both set off. How could this be? Did he escape from the hands of the Poison Douluo that day? The truth remained elusive. They must first ascertain his intentions. The sudden emergence of this spiritual energy had not only unsettled Shrek Academy but also caught the attention of several formidable figures within the city of Tiandou. Among them, the 3 esteemed soul Douluos of the Tiandou Royal Academy, who were engaged in their duties, exchanged perplexed glances. What an unusual energy fluctuation. How could it manifest in Tiandou City? The first to speak was the chief of the Education Committee, Dream Machine. Could it be the Spirit Hall's mischief? Bai Bashan's expression turned grave. In recent years, the Spirit Hall's actions had grown increasingly audacious, frequently stirring trouble within Tiandou City. It was highly plausible that their wolfish ambitions were well known, and the source of this energy fluctuation seemed to originate from Shrek Academy. Jilin, you must immediately go to the palace and inform His Majesty of this matter. Bashan, you remain at the academy while I investigate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dream Machine vanished from sight. Within the tranquil chambers of the Tiandou Imperial Palace, a young girl with waist-length golden hair was deep in meditation. A magnificent aura of holiness enveloped her, rendering her as enchanting as an angel. Young mistress. An unusual surge of energy has suddenly arisen in Tiandou City. At the sound, the girl opened her eyes, her brilliance retracting as she quietly summoned a soul skill. Once the light dissipated, she transformed into a finely attired young man. Go investigate, but do not reveal your identity. Understood. At the Spirit Hall of Tiandou City. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. An elderly man, clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown, is none other than the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, the head of the Spirit Hall in Heavendou City. What an enigmatic wave of energy. In all my years of cultivation, I have never encountered anything like it. Curious, Salus immediately took action, summoning several soul saint powerhouses to accompany him as they departed the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, covertly observing Ning Rongrong, swiftly transmitted information to Shrek Academy regarding the unfolding events. At Shrek Academy, the sight of 2 students gruesomely perishing, reduced to a mist of blood, ignited an unparalleled fury within Zhao Wujie. His crimson eyes blazed with rage, directing his wrath towards Shen Tianyu. You shall pay with your life, he bellowed. As 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The 7th soul ring ignited, causing Zhao Wujie to swell in size. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. A thick layer of brown fur enveloped his entire being, and in an instant, his height soared to 2.5 meters. His hands transforming into massive bear paws. His aura surged, and with a mere stomp, the ground trembled beneath him. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, grasping a roasted chicken leg in his left hand, biting into it with fervor as he savored the taste. The formidable Zhao Wujie, a renowned 76th level assault-type soul saint, truly piqued his interest. Extending his right hand, he beckoned Zhao Wujie with a flick of his finger, taunting, I challenge you to use just one hand. If you can withstand a single punch, I shall leave without hesitation. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. Taken aback, Zhao Wujie felt an odd sense of familiarity in those words. Quickly recalling the night Tang San was mercilessly beaten by Tang Hao, his expression shifted to one of seething anger, and he roared, Do you think you were Tang Hao? Chapter 16. Stop pretending to sleep. Wake up. Furious, Zhao Wujie lunged forward, his massive form barreling towards Shen Tianyu. The 2nd, 3rd, and 5th soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Mighty King Kong Palm. His bare paw surged forward with unstoppable force. The air resonated with thunderous roars, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. 3rd soul skill, Gravity Amplification. Boom. An invisible force intensified, pressing down upon Shen Tianyu's shoulders. Amidst a mocking smirk, he took another bite of the roasted chicken. The gravity constricted, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Yet Shen Tianyu remained steadfast, unfazed by this trivial pressure. In that moment, Zhao Wujie closed the distance, unleashing his mighty King Kong palm directly at Shen Tianyu's forehead. Crack. The ferocious assault abruptly extinguished. Zhao Wujie's countenance shifted dramatically. What? You can still move freely? The combined effect of gravity enhancement and pressure constituted a formidable control-type soul skill. Under such immense gravitational force, an ordinary soul master would find it nearly impossible to react, effectively making them a target for Zhao Wujie. 2 fingers. Upon witnessing Shen Tianyu's response, Zhao Wujie's composure shattered. The once feared mighty King Kong palm was effortlessly blocked by Shen Tianyu with merely 2 fingers. Is that all you've got? You're lacking. With a flick of his fingers, the immense force surged through Zhao Wujie's bare paw, sending him crashing into a nearby teaching building. The wall bore the grim outline of Zhao Wujie, who lay incapacitated beneath the rubble, utterly drained of strength. His arm, which had delivered the blow, was shattered beyond repair. Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly, his figure flickering closer. Cough, cough, he sputtered violently, blood spilling forth. Zhao Wujie, incredulous, beheld Shen Tianyu, who resembled a smiling harbinger of death. In response to your earlier query, I am not Tang Hao, but I am far superior. What brings you to Shrek Academy? Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, suppressing the blood threatening to surge from his throat. That's a fine question. Shrek has undergone a transformation, and I am here to seize some treasures, Shen Tianyu replied nonchalantly. finishing the last morsel of roasted chicken before discarding the bone. Zhao Wujia, momentarily dazed, pondered whether this individual, despite his overwhelming strength, was somewhat unhinged. This was Heavendou City, the capital of the Heavendou Empire, and he dared to rob under the royal family's nose? Before Zhao Wujia could ruminate further, Shen Tianyu effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick and hurled him into a square, proclaiming, "Flander, you Xiaojiang, listen up. Come out immediately, or I shall annihilate your entire Shrek Academy." His voice reverberated throughout Shrek Academy, causing the hidden disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to realize the gravity of the situation. They promptly dispatched another messenger to urgently inform their sect. At that moment, Shen Tianyu's words ignited the ire of the entire Shrek Academy. Countless students surged forth, eager to punish the audacious Shen Tianyu. However, upon arriving at the scene, they were met with the sight of Vice-Dean Zhao Wujia, battered and unable to rise, silencing the crowd. "You're still alive." A voice cut through the stunned silence, Tang San, gritting his teeth. Immediately, Shen Tianyu's gaze locked onto Tang San's position, amidst the previously quiet throng. Tang San's words drew attention, making him the focal point of disdain. Well, little beggar, you've healed quite quickly. It seems I underestimated my previous blow. You injured my brother." Xiaowu erupted in fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath as she glared at Shen Tianyu. "So, you're the one who harmed San? You dare to trespass into Shrek and injure Teacher Yao? Do you wish to meet your end? Scoundrel, you're the one who hurt Brother San. Do you believe I want to have someone kill you?" Daimu Bai and Ning Rongrong chimed in angrily, stepping forward to berate him. "Silence. Allow me to teach you two naive children a lesson," Shen Tianyu declared, his hands poised, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, both of them felt an invisible grip around their necks, their bodies propelled towards Shen Tianyu against their will. "Stop." Boom. Dragon flames descended from above as Lu Erlong, transformed into a blazing dragon, intercepted the mid-flight. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang arrived in quick succession, forming the golden iron triangle once more. "You managed to escape from Tang Hao?" Upon confirming Shen Tianyu's identity, Yu Xiaojiang expressed disbelief. In his mind, Tang Hao represented an indomitable force, a single strike capable of vanquishing the Pope. This scoundrel managed to escape? What an affront to Tang Hao. "Fool, you know nothing. Your beloved Tang Hao couldn't withstand a single punch from me. That little mouse is likely hiding somewhere, nursing his wounds. You're talking nonsense." Yu Xiaojiang roared in fury, unleashing his martial soul. Sun and moonshine, golden transformation. Flander and Lu Erlong immediately positioned themselves, and the three of them executed their martial soul fusion skill. The array beneath their feet began to churn, the 16 soul rings aligning perfectly as they merged with Luo Sanpao. Roar the Dragon's roar resonated, heralding the arrival of the golden sacred dragon. "Dare you insult His Excellency Hao Yin? I shall end your life." As a devoted fan of Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang cannot tolerate any affront to his idol. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his ultimate move, the true form of the Holy Dragon. A splatter of blood erupted from the mouths of the three, collapsing upon the magic circle. The blood merged into a golden stream, integrating into Luo Sanpao's being. A transparent golden holy dragon emerged from within Luo Sanpao. With its sharp claws brandished, it struck with colossal wings. Learning from experience, it commenced with a formidable attack. Shen Tianyu tightened his fingers, pointing toward the heavens. The 3,000 Great Thunder Technique. Thunder rolled ominously as dark clouds enveloped the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder crashed down from above. It resembled a purgatory of thunder. As Shen Tianyu's fingers descended, directly striking the transparent golden holy dragon, explosive sounds erupted, as scales were violently torn from the dragon. Its body blackened to a charred husk. Annihilation. Boom. The golden holy dragon was instantly incapacitated, and with a singular move, Shen Tianyu dismantled the spirit fusion technique of the trio. Previously, he had toyed with them, releasing a vast ocean of restraint. This time, however, he held no interest. Blood surged to their throats, and the three crumpled to the ground. Reaching out with his right hand, Yu Xiaojiang was drawn towards Shen Tianyu, finding himself in the latter's grasp in an instant. Bang! Gripping Yu Xiaojiang by the neck, he slammed him onto the floor. The impact rendered Yu Xiaojiang unconscious immediately. "Teacher, Xiaojiang!" Both Tang San and Lu Erlong cried out in unison. Lu Erlong, disregarding her severe injuries, struggled to rush forward to rescue him. Tang San, on the other hand, unleashed his ghost shadow misty steps, deploying a myriad of concealed weapons. A mere trick. With a downward motion of his hand, the projectiles shot forth, scattering across the ground. An invisible pressure descended upon everyone present. "Stand down. Anyone who dares to move shall face death." At this declaration, Tang San and Lu Erlong halted in their tracks, their fiery gazes dimmed. In the presence of Shen Tianyu, they found themselves utterly powerless. Lifting you, Xiaojang. Shen Tianyu delivered a crushing blow. Garbage. Do not feign slumber. Awaken. Chapter 17. Tang San. Kneel and bark like a dog. Do not overstep your bounds, Shen Tianyu. Tang San's expression darkened completely. To witness his revered teacher treated in such a manner was intolerable. The man lay unconscious. Yet he was to be humiliated and slapped awake. Was this the conduct of a human being? Or shall you take his place? This question left Tang San momentarily speechless. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. With so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Very well, I shall take my teacher's place. How naive. Shen Tianyu, a gentleman stands by his word. Since you have proposed that I substitute for my teacher, I agree, yet you are reneging on your promise. Enough. Enough. If you keep prattling, I shall slap him to death. Tang San immediately fell silent. To clarify, I am not a gentleman but a ruthless bandit. What need is there for the principles of honor and integrity? I pursue only the desires of my heart. If you truly wish for me to cease this humiliation, I offer you a choice, now. Instantly. Kneel. Bark like a dog. What did you say? Tang San erupted in fury. To kneel and bark like a dog before the thousands at Shrek Academy was beyond humiliation. Following Shen Tianyu's command would stain his reputation for life. Oh, what a fine display of respect for one's teacher. Did you not claim that Xiaojang was like a father to you? Yet, merely asking you to kneel and bark. And you resist so vehemently. It seems you, Tang San, are nothing but a hypocrite. With a heavy heart, Tang San knelt, humiliated, bowing down. Woof. Woof. Ah, such obedience. Shen Tianyu released his grip, allowing Xiaojang to fall to the ground. He then kicked him towards Tang San. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes icy and fierce. Silently vowing, Shen Tianyu, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Such trivial thoughts of Tang San were of no concern to Shen Tianyu. A seemingly innocuous little ant, one that could be extinguished with a mere flick of the finger. Despite its countless adventures, it shall never rise to power. Enough of this. I have had my fun. Flander, go fetch all the rare treasures collected by your Shrek Academy for me. Otherwise, I shall annihilate everyone present. Indeed, even though he was loath to comply, Flander had no choice but to acquiesce. As the head of Shrek Academy, he must ensure the safety of his students above all else. Failure to do so would render him unable to navigate the continent after today. While Flander went to procure the treasures, Shen Tianyu's gaze fixated on Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. With a swift motion, he seized both of them. You little rascals. You think you're quite clever, don't you? Do you have any idea who I am? Dare to lay a finger on me, and I assure you, you will find no refuge on the Douluo continent. Dai Mubai's neck flushed crimson as he spat the words through gritted teeth. How bold. With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu hurled Dai Mubai into the air and delivered a powerful kick, striking him in a most sensitive area. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he clasped his hands over his groin midair. Do you think I am unaware that you are the prince of the Star Luo Empire? You dare to threaten me with your lineage? You, Dai Mubai, are nothing more than a failure who could not surpass his brother. You fled from the Star Luo Empire to escape your inner demons, a mere coward. In a swift motion, Shen Tianyu seized Ning Rongrong and ascended above Dai Mubai. With his right leg bent, he unleashed the formidable Qingtian Ding, striking directly at Dai Mubai's waist. Bang! Dai Mubai crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing's icy countenance revealed a hint of panic. Come here. With a surge of spiritual power, Zhu Zhuqing was pulled closer. You foolish woman, why do you concern yourself with such a worthless man as Dai Mubai? He clearly has a fiancée, yet he flits about carelessly. Reflect on this. During all those years he squandered in the brothels. Did he ever spare a thought for you? Silly woman, wake up. There is no need to sacrifice yourself for a man devoid of responsibility. Slap. A palm struck the back of his head, causing Dai Mubai to lose consciousness. Another chop later, Zhu Zhuqing followed suit and fell into unconsciousness. As he turned his gaze, he locked eyes with Ning Rongrong, who was now utterly petrified. What do you intend to do? She stammered. What do you think I desire? He replied with a devilish smirk. Your skin is so tender, it must have been nurtured since childhood. Unable to bear it any longer, tears as large as peas streamed down Ning Rongrong's cheeks. Release Rongrong. Oscar, under the pressure of spiritual energy, bravely took a couple of steps forward. You come here too. He extended his hand, finding himself before Shen Tianyu. Oscar, are you out of your mind? Have you become addicted to being a sycophant? Can't you see that this woman is a schemer? Her innocent facade belies her cunning nature. Reflect on the stark contrast in her demeanor towards you and Tang San. As a food-type soul master, you should focus on how to survive in this brutal battle. Enhancing your strength is the true path. Pondering over trivial matters of love is not what you should be contemplating. Bang! With a dismissive gesture, Shen Tianyu cast Oscar aside, indifferent to the foolish sycophant. He hoped this outburst of scorn would awaken some semblance of clarity within him. Please, do not harm me. I implore you, Ning Rongrong cried, her tear-streaked face evoking deep sympathy. Yet, did she think to feign vulnerability before him? Did she believe him to be Oscar? He was not so easily swayed. Damn it. He harbored a profound disdain for pretentiousness and would deliver 2 resounding slaps as a consequence. Smack. Smack. The blows left Ning Rongrong's cheeks swollen and crimson. The pitiful facade she had donned just moments earlier instantly transformed, revealing a different countenance. A pair of eyes glared with fierce intensity, revealing the true nature of the sorceress. Do you know who I am? I am the little princess of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. How dare you strike me? You are doomed. I will surely inform Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu. Both of them are formidable super Douluos and will undoubtedly shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Foolish wretches, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Just as I raised my hand, a surge of murderous intent suddenly assailed me from behind. 2 soul saints of the 7th ring launched a lethal assault, aimed squarely at Shen Tianyu. Insolence. Miss, we have come to rescue you. Humph. Dogs raised by the 7 treasures glazed tile school. How naive you are to ambush me. As their attacks approached, Shen Tianyu soared into the air. This is bad. Die. A colossal palm print descended from the heavens, causing the 2 soul saints to feel their very souls tremble. Bang. A mist of blood erupted, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. For this moment, the 2 soul saints had waited long, but clearly, they had underestimated Shen Tianyu's power, believing that a sneak attack would secure their victory. Do you truly dare to kill someone from the 7 treasures, glazed tile school? What is there to fear? Do you believe I 1T strike you down this very instant? The air thickened with killing intent, causing Ning Rongrong's delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. Let me tell you, do not use Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to threaten me. Even if they both attacked simultaneously, I would not be the least bit afraid. With a swift strike, Ning Rongrong was rendered unconscious and unceremoniously cast aside. Shutan. His gaze swept over the crowd, and Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could ponder further, his corpulent form was uncontrollably propelled towards Shen Tianyu. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he resorted to violence instead. Ma Hongjun. A wretched scream echoed, and soon enough, he was knocked unconscious. Tang San's eyelid twitched violently. It seemed that Shen Tianyu was deliberately targeting the Shrek's 7 devils, particularly relishing in delivering slaps. How infuriating. Where was he directing his gaze? His Xiao Wu. As Shen Tianyu's attention fell upon Xiao Wu, Tang San lost his composure. You shall not lay a finger on Xiao Wu. Chapter 18. You wouldn't want your spirit beast identity exposed now, would you? Are you truly concerned for her? Energy surged from his palm, an invisible hand extending forth. Come here. Boom. In a flash, Xiao Wu was swept into Shen Tianyu's grasp. Release Xiao Wu, if you dare. Come at me. You talk too much. You think anyone would come to your aid, right? Bang. With a forceful downward motion, the aura of spiritual pressure descended. Under this immense power, Tang San was forced to the ground. Do not harm Xiao Wu, he cried. In a flurry, the 8 spider lances erupted from his back. As he strained to rise, Shen Tianyu's cold reprimand echoed, and the overwhelming force intensified. The 8 spider lances, which had supported him, shattered explosively, scattering debris across the area. Without formidable strength, bow your head and submit. Do you truly believe yourself to be the protagonist? Is it your intention to steal the limelight in every situation? You shall pay dearly for this. With a roar of fury, Tang San stood defiantly. He grasped a handful of the shattered 8 spider lances and hurled them at Shen Tianyu. Foolish insect, you dare to resist. Shen Tianyu sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the shards. You have fallen into my trap. A sinister smile crept across Tang San's face as the evaded shards pivoted midair and surged back toward Shen Tianyu. Bat-wing reincarnation. This technique from the Tang sect's arsenal ranked 10th among their hidden weapons. Its attack patterns were devious, catching opponents off guard with unpredictable trajectories. Do you think I am unaware? With a resounding impact, the shards exploded, reducing to a cloud of powder. Blood spurted from Tang San's mouth as he nearly lost consciousness. Do not harm my brother. Xiao Wu struggled with all her might, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pink. Charm. Little rabbit, you are learning the wrong things, imitating a fox's abilities. In Shen Tianyu's eyes, this spirit soul technique was mere childish play and would have no effect whatsoever. As punishment, let us give you a little slap. Stop it. At these words, darkness enveloped Tang San's vision, and he coughed up more blood. Scoundrel, let me go? Xiao Wu, equally unwilling, kicked furiously with her long legs. Shen Tianyu casually seized one of her legs and leaned closer to her ear. Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want Tang San to discover the truth about your transformation from a 100,000-year spirit beast, would you? A tremor coursed through her body, and fear filled her eyes. What if he learns that you are a spirit beast? Would he not kill you to obtain your spirit ring and seize your spirit bone? I know you believe he would never do such a thing. But what if your secret as a 100,000-year spirit beast became known to the world? The tremors intensified, as Shen Tianyu's calm words felt like a death sentence. The threat of demise loomed ominously over her heart. Obey me. Let us impose some punishment. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she ceased her resistance. If her identity as a 100,000-year spirit beast were to be exposed, it would spell endless calamity. Not just for her, but for everyone present. After enduring 2 humiliating slaps, Xiao Wu lowered her head in shame. Tang San, consumed by rage, felt an indignant roar rise within him. The one he cherished most, Xiao Wu, was being disrespected before his eyes. This was unbearable. Yet, the oppressive force of Shen Tianyu left him powerless. What exactly did you say to Xiao Wu? Despite her struggles, she had relinquished her fight entirely after just a few of Shen Tianyu's words. To Tang San, it was clear that Shen Tianyu had threatened her. Shen Tianyu, you have crossed my bottom line. Your path to death is now set. Be quiet. With a thunderous clap, Tang San fell unconscious. Brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed. He is fine. He merely fainted. Shen Tianyu replied coolly. But you should contemplate whether remaining by that little fool's side is truly wise. At his words, Xiao Wu fell silent. Her gaze filled with turmoil, as if she were deep in thought. With Xiao Wu momentarily set aside, Shen Tianyu chose not to linger. Just then, Flander arrived, bearing treasures in hand, ready to confront the Shrek 7 monsters. Before him lay a multitude of herbs, and a frown inevitably creased Shen Tianyu's brow. Flandra, do you take me for a fool? What use is this meager assortment? The ground is strewn with worthless plants. Only 3 possess a century's worth of quality. Is this truly all there is? Flandra, on the verge of tears, lamented the paltry treasures stored within the Shrek Academy. After all, it was merely a commoner's institution. What wealth could it possibly amass? Are you not concerned about the royal family's retribution for your disturbances in Heaven-Do City? A stern voice echoed from above. Shen Tianyu glanced upward to see an elderly man, resplendently clad, with a restrained aura of soul power. Elder Dream Machine, save me, Flandra cried out, as if he had glimpsed a savior. Silence, Shen Tianyu scolded, his gaze fierce, as he gathered the scattered herbs into his treasure pouch. Even the smallest of flies are still meat. One cannot return empty-handed. He turned his attention to the sky and called out, Dream Machine, you old rascal. Are you going to intervene? This is Heaven-Do City, and your ruckus tarnishes the Empire's reputation. I, Dream Machine, am beholden to my lord's bounty, and thus cannot remain indifferent. Very well. You possess courage. With a resounding boom, he leaped into the sky. Since you wish to intervene, then I shall deal with you in the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do together. Arrogant. 8 soul rings emerged, and his martial spirit, the Black Demon, manifested. Shen Tianyu's fingers danced lightly, and ripples of spiritual energy spread forth. The very air trembled, an invisible pressure bearing down upon Dream Machine's mind. This man must not be underestimated. He might possess the strength of a tidal Douluo. With this realization, the 7th soul ring ignited, unleashing the 7th soul skill boom. A sudden uppercut struck without warning, interrupting the spellcasting. Damn it, young man, you have no martial virtue. Mengshenji was furious. His martial soul's true form just beginning to manifest when Shen Tianyu abruptly disrupted it. He narrowly avoided a backlash of soul power that could have severely injured him on the spot. Recklessly revealing one's ultimate move in a fight, what difference does that make from delivering oneself to the enemy? Mengshenji, you've truly grown senile. With explosive steps through the air, each footfall resounded like thunder across the sky. His figure moved like a phantom, swiftly darting through the heavens. With a succession of powerful strikes, the Dream God Machine was left dazed and disoriented. After all, age had rendered him vulnerable to such blows. In less than 10 hits, the Dream God Machine was clearly weakened. With a resounding thud, the final punch landed with immense force beneath his chin. Blood erupted from his mouth, mingled with 2 shattered front teeth. This is the consequence of your meddling. Today, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy shall also bear the brunt of your actions. Grasping the Dream God Machine, Shen Tianyu made his way directly towards the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Outside Shrek, The platinum Bishop Sarath stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "My lord, shall we intervene?" A soul sage approached to inquire, but Salus swiftly retaliated with a slap. "Fool! What concern is it of mine regarding the spirit hall? The actions of the dream machine will surely invite calamity upon the Tiandou royal family. For our spirit hall. However, this presents a tremendous opportunity. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Your wisdom is unparalleled, concealed in the shadows." The porcupine Douluo witnessed Shen Tianyu's intervention and was struck with astonishment. The dream machine ranks among the elite within the soul Douluo, yet was effortlessly subdued. This individual is likely a super Douluo. I must hasten to report this to the young master. Meanwhile, disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rushed in. Having just relayed the situation concerning Shrek, Fengji, Rong is in danger. I must rescue her. Why should you go? I shall go. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. This is Tiandou City. There should be no unforeseen incidents. You are being overly cautious. No sooner had he spoken than a disciple hurriedly burst in. Master, it's terrible. The two soul sages tasked with protecting the young lady have been confirmed dead. What? Ning Fengji's complexion paled significantly. Uncle Jian, come with me to Tiandou City. We must act swiftly. Chapter 19. Are you threatening me? At the Tiandou Royal Academy, in the office of the Education Committee, Bai Bashan suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. His right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, as if forewarning of impending misfortune. Boom. A gust of air swept through the sky, causing Bai Bashan's expression to drastically change within the office. He swiftly appeared outside the teaching building and looked up, only to see a youth approaching, wielding the dream god machine with audacity. 8 soul rings were unleashed as Bai Bashan ascended into the air. His martial spirit, the celestial star furnace, was activated, and his soul power flowed through his chubby hands. Halt. With a powerful wave of his hand, the celestial star furnace was hurled forward. Shen Tianyu coldly smirked, tossing the dream god machine away. Bang! The dream god machine collided with the celestial star furnace and plummeted straight down. Damn it! Bai Bashan gritted his teeth, leaping into the air to catch the dream god machine. Once secured, he hoisted the celestial star furnace on his shoulder and surged once more into the sky, seeking death. With fingers aligned, he unleashed a rapid dash through the air, resembling a thunderstorm as he approached Bai Bashan in an instant. Break. His fingers descended, striking the celestial star furnace. An immense force surged forth, causing Bai Bashan's arms to tremble as if they might shatter. Boom. The celestial star furnace exploded, and Bai Bashan coughed up blood. My martial spirit. A pained expression crossed his face. The shattering of his martial spirit was a devastating blow to any soul master. Without an extended period of recuperation, his martial spirit could never be restored. Do you dare to resist? The thunderous roar reverberated, and Bai Bashan felt an overwhelming force descend upon his corpulent frame. At that moment, tendrils surged through the air, converging from below like a spear. Shen Tianyu glanced over and reached out to grasp a handful of the tendrils. With a slight exertion of his arm, he pulled forth the hidden member of the Education Committee, Jilin, who was also a soul master with the martial spirit known as the Celestial Green Vine. After reporting to the Tiandou Imperial Palace, he had rushed back to the academy. Just upon arrival, he witnessed Shen Tianyu soaring through the air. In a mere exchange, Bai Bashan's martial spirit had been shattered. Jilin had thought to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, yet he had clearly underestimated Shen Tianyu. I won't let you ambush me. Grasping the celestial green vine, he directly pulled Jilin closer. A swift kick struck Jilin's abdomen, rendering the frail old man rigid, blood spilling profusely from his mouth. Get out. With a resounding thud, spiritual energy erupted, pinning Jilin to the ground. At that moment, students from the Tiandou Royal Academy rushed out of the classroom. Shen Tianyu cast a cold glance over the crowd, the pressure of his spiritual energy enveloping them, compelling all to prostrate themselves on the ground. You possess an audacious spirit, stirring trouble at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Do you wish to wage war against the royal family? Outside the academy, a well-equipped royal army marched forward in an orderly formation. At the forefront, an elderly man donned in resplendent attire rode a magnificent steed, exuding an air of authority. This was none other than Prince Xuexing, the brother of the Snow Knight Emperor, and the current ruler of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Upon Jilin's arrival at the palace to report, the Snow Knight Emperor had dispatched Prince Xuexing to personally assess the situation, originally en route to Shrek Academy. Prince Xuexing redirected his forces upon learning of Shen Tianyu's presence at the Tiandou Royal Academy. What? Do you dare to defy? Shen Tianyu retorted, his gaze challenging. Prince Xuexing's face darkened with restrained anger. Humph. Do you believe that Tiandou is without defenders? The royal family possesses title Douluo as well. Should you dare to lay a finger on the Tiandou Royal Academy today, I will summon that esteemed individual to intervene, rendering you incapable of survival or death. The might to overpower 3 Soul Douluo undoubtedly signified a title Douluo's strength. Nevertheless, Prince Xuexing remained undaunted. He was acquainted with Dugu Bo, the toxic Douluo, renowned for his lethal skills. You speak of Dugu Bo, do you not? So you are aware of him. Prince Xuexing's expression softened slightly, realizing that invoking Dugu Bo was indeed a wise choice. Simultaneously, he calculated the potential of further aligning himself with another title Douluo, thereby fortifying his position in the impending struggle for the throne. The Tiandou royal family has always valued the virtuous. If you are willing to become a friend of the royal family, let us consider today's events a misunderstanding, shall we? A worthless royal family I have no regard for. With a furrowed brow, Prince Xuexing's countenance turned icy, and he lowered his head with a stern reprimand. So, you insist on opposing the royal family? Are you not afraid of the toxic Douluo's wrath, which would bring you immense suffering? Xuexing, do not attempt to intimidate me with Dugu Bo. What you may not know is that I have already slain that old poison master. The declaration left the crowd in stunned silence, particularly Prince Xuexing, for Dugu Bo was his strongest ally. Should he lose such support, his influence within the empire would undoubtedly wane. You lie. My grandfather could never have been killed by you. Amidst the gathered students, a girl with short violet hair stepped forward, her eyes shimmering a vibrant green. With just a fleeting glance, Shen Tianyu recognized her as the granddaughter of the illustrious Dugu Bo. My grandfather is the unparalleled Poison Douluo. Even if your combat prowess surpasses his, you could never slay him. Indeed, upon hearing Dugu Yin, Prince Xuexing realized the weight of her words. At the level of title Douluo, strength varies greatly. Yet to annihilate a title Douluo is no trivial feat. Each title Douluo is a seasoned master, having cultivated for 60 or 70 years. Who among them lacks the means to safeguard their own life? Do you not believe it? Very well. Shen Tianyu raised his hand, revealing the Rui 100 treasure bag. Dugu Yin, do you see this? What is it? Under the radiance of flowing light, the Rui 100 treasure bag floated in Shen Tianyu's palm. Dugu Yin recognized it at once. The Rui 100 treasure bag, my grandfather's possession, how could it be in your hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is impossible? Allow me to enlighten you on how I dispatched him. It was quite simple. I tore him apart. No. Dugu Yin cried out in despair. I shall avenge my grandfather. Her martial spirit was unleashed, and the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent spread forth. With a mere snap of his fingers, Shen Tianyu released a strand of spirit energy, and the serpent's poison dissipated instantly. Boom. Dugu Yin fell back, rolling her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. Yin, you, Yan's boyfriend, Yu Tianheng, immediately rose to intervene. All you little grasshoppers, behave yourselves. With a thunderous surge of spirit energy, Shen Tianyu overwhelmed all present, forcing them to the ground. Prince Xuexing's steed collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while the well-equipped royal army behind him succumbed to the spirit pressure, rendered powerless to resist. Do you dare to strike against me? Such audacity. Prince Xuexing's eyes widened in fury. Within the palace, there are still over 2,000 soul masters. Even if it comes to attrition, we can ensure your demise within the capital of Tiandou. Are you threatening me? Indeed, you may consider it a threat. Furthermore, the royal family has the backing of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. If you wish to avoid immense trouble, leave at once. Otherwise, the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to bear. Fool. With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu unleashed his spirit energy, sending Prince Xuexing crashing to the ground. In the face of absolute power, numbers hold no significance. Oh, Xuexing, do you realize that your threats will bring calamity upon you from the Tiandou royal family? Today, I shall pay a visit to the Tiandou Palace. Chapter 20, The Snow Knight Emperor's Trepidation by Bashan, Jilin. You too stand up. With outstretched hands, 2 Soul Douluo soared into the air, landing before Shen Tianyu. If you do not wish for all here to meet their end, tell me the location where the Tiandou Royal Academy stores its treasures. As Ming Shenji remained unconscious, Shen Tianyu had no choice but to seize these two. They exchanged reluctant glances. Unwilling, are we? He narrowed his eyes, focusing on one student. Very well, if you refuse to speak, I shall slay one of you every second until none remain from the Tiandou Royal Academy. As his words fell, a blade of spirit energy materialized. I will lead the way. Bai Bashan quickly volunteered, and Jilin nodded in agreement. The 3 members of the Tiandou Royal Academy, known for their benevolent natures, readily complied upon sensing Shen Tianyu's seriousness. Led on, the 2 guided Shen Tianyu swiftly. In the basement of a tall building, the trio halted. This is the place. But we need to obtain the key from Prince Xuexing. I shall retrieve it. I will return shortly. Stop. With a fierce shout, the two dared not move an inch. Why did they not speak earlier, attempting to play tricks on the young master? Anger simmered within them, yet they remained silent. Now bringing it up only to wish for one to stay behind and keep watch over Shen Tianyu, while the other swiftly exited to disperse the students. Such petty schemes could hardly escape Shen Tianyu's notice. With a single punch, he could easily break through. There was no need for extra effort. He swung his fist down with force, and the door, crafted from exquisite metal, was blown open. Before him lay a variety of rare materials, neatly arranged. A glance revealed that most were of 10 or 100-year tiers, while there were only a handful of 1,000-year treasures, and merely one that was 10,000 years old. In comparison to the Eye of Ice and Fire, this collection was woefully inadequate. Yet, it was still far superior to that impoverished Shrek. With a grand gesture, his robe billowed, and all the treasures were gathered into his magical pouch. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. And as he passed the gates of the Tiandou Royal Academy, he captured Prince Xuexing, heading directly for the Tiandou Imperial Palace. This individual was indeed formidable, even more so than the Holy Pope. From a distance, the Platinum Bishop Salas observed Shen Tianyu's retreating figure, feeling a sense of awe. He swiftly resolved to report this matter to the Holy Pope for a decision. As commanded, his subordinate, a soul sage, immediately left Tiandou City, heading towards Wuhuan City. Such a talent, if utilized by our spirit hall, would undoubtedly become a formidable sword. The vast expanse of wilderness stretched endlessly, with light flowing like a darting arrow. Wherever it passed, the air was suffused with a palpable aura of sword intent. Dusty Heart treaded upon the 7 kills sword, with Ning Fengji standing resolutely behind him. Sword uncle, how much longer? He inquired, as they had traversed halfway, the pace quickening. Could we not hasten further? Ning Fengji was consumed with anxiety. She was his only daughter. In the face of such calamity, he regretted allowing Ning Rongrong to venture out alone. Let us hasten. With a gesture, he sealed his palm. And the speed of the 7 kills sword surged dramatically. Within the Imperial Palace of Tiandou, the Snow Knight Emperor awaited news in silence. With the Crown Prince Xuexing at his side. In the heavily guarded palace, the Soul Douluo, Shi, infiltrated silently. Young master, I witnessed with my own eyes. That individual severely injured Dream God Machine, yet there were no fluctuations of soul power within him, extremely peculiar. Disguised as Xuexing, Qian Renxue's expression shifted subtly upon hearing this. A single, devastating blow struck the Dream Machine, transcending the realm of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Yet, the absence of any soul power fluctuations rendered the situation even more perplexing. Could it be that this individual possessed the same extraordinary capabilities as the extreme Douluo, able to conceal their soul power entirely from detection? Contemplating this, Qian Renxue's mood grew increasingly grave. This is bad. Young master. He has departed from the Tiandou Royal Academy and is heading towards the Imperial Palace. Just as they transmitted this urgent message, a furious voice erupted from the palace. Xueye, come out here at once. The sound reverberated, echoing deep within the hearts of those present. The Xueye Emperor, initially startled, was soon consumed by rage. How dare you, a mere individual, invade the Imperial Palace and insult me as if Tiandou is devoid of defenders? Enraged, the Xueye Emperor rose and strode towards the palace exit, with Qian Renxue closely trailing behind. As they emerged from the Grand Hall, a shadow descended rapidly from the heavens. Upon landing, the figure coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. It was only then that the Xueye Emperor recognized the shadow as Prince Xuexing. Having fallen heavily, the prince lay on the ground, bones shattered, destined to spend the remainder of his life bedridden. Witnessing this scene, the Xueye Emperor's fury reached its zenith. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Tianyu, hovering above, bellowed down with disdain. Xueye, do not claim that I have not granted you an opportunity. Agree to 3 conditions, and I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I shall ravage your Tiandou royal family, ensuring the obliteration of your nation. Madman. The Xueye Emperor's aged arm trembled slightly as he pointed accusingly at Shen Tianyu. Issue the command. Kill this lunatic. With the imperial decree given, the palace guards stood at attention. Bows and crossbows were readied, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu, who pressed his palm downward, releasing a surge of energy. The arrows disintegrated into mere fragments before they could reach him. The Xueye Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Where are the soul masters? Strike now. In response, over a dozen soul saints soared into the air, invoking their 7th soul skill, manifesting their martial spirits. Undaunted by the onslaught of soul saints, Shen Tianyu raised his fist, transforming it into a palm and struck fiercely. Under the abundant energy, the palm print rapidly expanded. The Soul Saints felt the air around them being violently siphoned away, causing the entire space to tremble. In the next instant, the palm print descended. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth as immense force crashed down upon the Imperial Palace. The colossal palm print was unstoppable, and the Soul Saints were instantly subdued. In the royal square before the Shueye Emperor, a towering blood mist began to rise. The Shueye Emperor stood in shock. The over a dozen Soul Saints had perished, leaving behind a massive palm print embedded in the ground, their bodies fused with the earth. Qian Renxue was utterly astonished. Such might could only rival that of her grandfather. Could it be Tang San from the Haotian sect? Impossible. The Haotian sect had no grievances with the Tiandou royal family. Why would they strike directly? Moreover, the Haotian sect had long since withdrawn from the world. Unless they intended to re-emerge on the continent. Thoughts raced through her mind as Shen Tianyu made his move once more. Energy surged forth, spreading to every corner of the Tiandou royal family. Rise. The 2,000 loyal soul masters found their bodies moving against their will, soaring into the sky. Converge. Their hands slowly came together, forcing the 2,000 soul masters into a chaotic mass. Shen Tianyu then unleashed another powerful strike. Their fate, whether life or death, rested upon their luck. As the palm print descended, panic ensued among the 2,000 soul masters. Their soul power surged in a desperate attempt to resist the impending blow. Humph. Shen Tianyu disdainfully averted his gaze as his palm struck down decisively. With a thunderous crash, the 2,000 soul masters plummeted from the sky. The air rippled violently, and carnage ensued. The once resplendent Tiandou Palace was soon engulfed by a thick stench of blood. The Shueye Emperor stood frozen, trembling in terror. A pungent odor wafted through the air, causing Qian Renxue to furrow her brow slightly. This old man has frightened himself to the point of losing control. Chapter 21. The disappearance of Xiao Wu, the arrival of Qian Renxue. With a sudden tremor, the Emperor of the Snowy Night collapsed to the ground. Qian Renxue, her brow knitted in concern, reluctantly bent down to assist the Emperor. 2,000 soul masters. His voice trembled as he spoke, and the Emperor's entire body quaked. The already aged man appeared to have aged another decade in an instant. All the accumulated soul masters of the Empire have vanished. In a continent dominated by the martial Soul Hall, the majority of soul masters choose to align themselves with it. Those loyal to the Tiandou and Star Luo empires are exceedingly rare. Since ascending to power, the Emperor of the Snowy Night has spent decades amassing these 2,000 soul masters. Once returned to the days of liberation, all savings were lost. This heralded the inevitable decline of the Tiandou Empire. Such a spectacle was precisely what Qian Renxue was eager to witness. Old man Shueye, fulfill my 3 conditions, or the Tiandou royal family shall vanish from this world. Raising his gaze to the youth in the sky, the great Emperor Shueye could no longer muster the air of superiority. What remained was merely fear and trepidation. I implore you, spare the Tiandou. Well spoken. Well spoken. With a smile, Shen Tianyu collected his spiritual energy. In this world, one must still rely on the strength of one's fist. A glance at the mountain of corpses revealed not a hint of life. This strike had been too severe, and the Tiandou royal family was likely doomed. What does the esteemed one desire? Shueye, expending every effort, vowed to comply wholeheartedly. Once the pride of an emperor is stripped away, one becomes a lamb for slaughter. At this moment, the great Emperor Shueye sought only to protect the royal lineage, having lost all will to resist. Shen Tianyu's punch would be forever etched in the memory of Shueye, never to be forgotten. First, surrender all the heavenly materials and treasures stored by the royal family. What? The great Emperor Shueye shuddered. Having already suffered the loss of over 2,000 soul masters, this demand felt akin to being stripped to the bone. Do you refuse? With a furrowed brow and spiritual energy emanating, Shen Tianyu pressed on. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. The great Emperor Shueye nodded vigorously, fearful that Shen Tianyu might strike again. Qinghe, go swiftly and retrieve all the heavenly materials and treasures of the royal family. There must be no delay. As you command. Father. After receiving the order, Qian Renxue hurriedly departed. Shen Tianyu squinted slightly. Within the Tiandou Palace, for title Douluos still lingered. And the second condition? The great Emperor Shueye, eager to fulfill Shen Tianyu's demands and see this harbinger of death depart, took the initiative to speak. With his spiritual energy dissipated, Shen Tianyu quietly descended to the ground. As he passed by the great Emperor Shueye, he walked directly towards the main hall. The hospitality of Tiandou leaves much to be desired. Bring forth the tea. Quickly. The great Emperor Shueye immediately followed, bellowing for the maidens to serve tea. Taking his seat upon the dragon throne, Shen Tianyu crossed his legs. After a slight sip of tea, he finally spoke. The second condition, I have heard that the Tiandou royal family possesses a national treasure known as the Ha Qian Kuan shield. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, the great Emperor Shueye was rendered speechless. The Ha Qian Kuan shield was a treasured heirloom of the Tiandou royal family, known only to the emperors of successive generations. In a fleeting moment, the Snow Knight Emperor gazed upon the youth before him, his apprehension deepening. The existence of such a clandestine secret was known to him. Could this individual possibly be a deity? Do you not wish to surrender it? Noticing the Snow Knight Emperor's silence, Shen Tianyu immediately adopted a disgruntled demeanor. As long as my master desires it, I shall present it to you forthwith. Fear-gripped Snow Knight, for this god of slaughter was undeniably formidable. Any semblance of discontent could result in a deluge of blood. The Han Haiqian Kuan Zhao was indeed a rare treasure, yet when weighed against life itself, it paled in comparison. Throughout history, who has yearned for a few more years of existence, especially those sovereigns perched atop the pinnacle of power? I shall retrieve it immediately. Please wait, my lord. The Snow Knight Emperor bowed and withdrew, while Shen Tianyu felt no trepidation regarding any deceitful tactics. His strength had already been demonstrated, unless Snow Knight were to act foolishly. At the Shrek Plaza, one by one, the individuals regained consciousness from their stupor. Tang San looked around in bewilderment, a chill settling in his heart. Where is Xiaowu? The others, upon awakening and witnessing Tang San's frantic search for Xiaowu, joined in his quest. They scoured every corner of Shrek, yet Xiaowu remained elusive. It must be him. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. He has taken Xiaowu. Don't be anxious, third brother. We will devise a way to rescue Xiaowu. Yes, third brother. I shall return to the sect at once and implore Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to intervene. They will surely defeat that vile scoundrel. In their subconscious, the group had already attributed Xiaowu's disappearance to Shen Tianyu. No. If Xiaowu has fallen into his hands, she will undoubtedly suffer indignities and torment. I must find him and rescue her. Tang San was on the verge of madness, his reason slipping away. Just then, outside the Heaven-Do city, a palpable sword intent surged forth. Shen Xian, wielding the 7 kills sword, charged directly into the city. Hurry to Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji's anxiety was palpable as he yearned to know his daughter's fate. Shen Xian accelerated, appearing above Shrek. Rong Rong, Ning Fengji called out, drawing the gaze of the crowd below skyward. Daddy, Grandfather Jian. As the two descended, Ning Rong Rong dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Daddy. Grandfather Jian, Rong Rong has been hurt. Look at my face. Now, dear, don't cry. Witnessing Ning Rong Rong's swollen visage, Ning Fengji's heart ached. Who dared to lay a hand on my daughter? I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Daddy, Grandfather Jian, you must avenge Rong Rong. My companion, Xiaowu, has also been taken by that Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu? When did such a figure emerge in the continent? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, having never heard this name before, and turned to Shen Xian. At that moment, Shen Xian gazed into the distance towards the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Fengji, can you not sense it? The heavy scent of blood. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. The direction of the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. How dare he? He directly confronts the royal family. This is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Heaven-Do Empire. This individual was indeed audacious, and even now, he had not fled. Senior, are you saying he is yet to depart? Tang San's heart soared with joy. If Shen Tianyu still lingered in Heaven-Do City, there remained a chance to rescue Xiaowu. The renowned title of Sword Douluo was one Tang San had heard from his teacher. The martial soul, 7 kills sword, belonged to Shen Xian, a super Douluo of the 96th rank, hailed as the continent's foremost offensive Douluo. With such a formidable ally, defeating Shen Tianyu and rescuing Xiaowu would be a certainty. I can sense his aura. He is indeed within the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Shen Xian nodded resolutely, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. Grandfather Jian, you must teach him a lesson on behalf of Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong clung to Shen Xian's arm, playfully shaking it. The stern elder managed a smile. Worry not, Rong Rong. Grandfather Jian will make him regret his actions. Fengji, let us proceed. Indeed, I shall see what manner of person dares to harm my daughter. Chapter 22. Your sword is too effeminate within the grand hall of the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Qian Renxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe, had gathered all the rare treasures of the royal family. Shen Tianyu cast a cursory glance, noting 7 immortal-grade herbs among a multitude of century-old and thousand-year-old treasures, filling several large chests. The royal family indeed amassed a wealth of treasures, far surpassing those of the academies. With a grand gesture, he collected everything into his magical treasure pouch. The Snow Knight Emperor, having changed into ceremonial robes, presented the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. Shen Tianyu accepted it, examining it closely. The Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, with its triangular form, emanated a brilliant blue hue. Appearing as if sculpted from sapphire, an ethereal blue glow radiated from within, pulsating with mysterious energy waves. At first glance, Shen Tianyu discerned the lingering remnants of the sea god within. This Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao was indeed the heart of the sea god, infused with exceptionally pure energy. One wondered if its refinement could elevate his cultivation to perfection in the golden core stage. My lord, what is the third condition? The Snow Knight Emperor bowed respectfully. A look of flattery plastered across his face. The third condition? I desire her. He pointed decisively at Qian Renxue. Both parties froze momentarily, questioning their own hearing. My lord, you wish for Qinghe? Indeed. The expression of the Snow Knight Emperor shifted to one of incredulity. Could it be that this individual harbored peculiar tastes? Qian Renxue met Shen Tianyu's gaze, her profound eyes seemingly piercing through all facades. Fear gripped her heart. Had her disguise been unveiled? Whoever has harmed my Rongrong. Step forward. A resounding voice boomed from outside, followed by a powerful surge of sword energy. Shen Tianyu flicked his fingers, releasing a wisp of spirit energy to collide with the sword intent. Boom. The energy wave reverberated, sending the Snow Knight Emperor crashing to the end of the hall. Despite her soul power shield, Qian Renxue was unable to withstand the force. It is the sword Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor scrambled to his feet. As though he had found salvation, Ning Zhongzhu must have arrived. Madman, your demise is at hand. Without a care for his royal dignity, the Snow Knight Emperor dashed towards the exit. Ning Zhongzhu, save me. In a flash, Shen Tianyu and Snow Knight moved in unison. The timing of one's demise remained uncertain for the young master, yet for the old Snow Knight, his end had indeed arrived. With one hand resting upon the head of the Snow Knight sovereign, a casual swing of the arm sent him hurtling away. The frail body soared out of the palace, erupting in a mist of blood upon impact. In midair, both Chen Xian and Ning Fengxi were struck with astonishment. The emperor of the Heavenly Empire had perished just like that. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu burst forth from the grand hall. He raised his fist and charged forward, delivering a blow aimed directly at Chen Xian. The second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. A torrent of sword energy erupted from the Seven Kills sword, enveloping both itself and Ning Fengxi in an instant. The protective shield of sword energy took shape, suffused with an aura of lethal intent. Bang! A fist descended fiercely, shattering the sword energy shield on the spot. Chen Xian raised his left eyebrow, and a blade of sword energy sent Ning Fengxi flying 100 meters away. Gripping the Seven Kills sword firmly, he met Shen Tianyu's fist head-on. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, an immense force surged through his arms. What formidable strength! Chen Xian marveled inwardly, yet fear did not take root in his heart. With a vigorous swing of the Seven Kills sword, a burst of sword energy erupted, striking Shen Tianyu at close range. He stepped into the void and leaped into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Shen Tianyu followed closely, positioning himself opposite Chen Xian. Your actions are excessively arrogant. You have harmed the cherished treasure of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, and now you have slain the Snow Knight Emperor. You have also massacred over 2,000 soul masters, creating such a bloodbath. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Nonsense divine retribution. If we speak of divine will, I am the very arbiter of Douluo continent. Shen Tianyu scoffed, launching himself forward with a powerful stride. Chen Xian, do you dare to ask the divine will if it would challenge me? A madman. After a brief exchange, Chen Xian had no desire for further words and initiated the attack directly. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches, named 7 Kills. 9 soul rings emerged from behind, with the first century-old soul ring igniting. The first soul skill, Sword Launch. The sword energy surged forth, enveloping the 7 Kills sword. Chen Xian's attack was immediately augmented by 30%. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, the most potent auxiliary martial soul of Douluo continent, activated with a resplendent glow, attack. The brilliance swiftly merged into Chen Xian's being. The already formidable sword energy surged to new heights in an instant. With each additional soul ring, the amplification effects of the soul skills would increase by 10%. Ning Fengxi, a soul sage, enhanced this 5th soul skill to increase Chen Xian's strength by 70%. When combined with the 30% boost from sword launch, Chen Xian's combat prowess had effectively doubled. With a mighty swing of the 7 Kills sword, a tempestuous wave of sword energy cleaved the air. Shen Tianyu's fist collided directly with the sword energy. Boom! The explosion resounded above the Heaven Do Palace, unleashing colossal waves that engulfed Shen Tianyu. The dispersing sword energy ruthlessly sliced through Shen Tianyu's flesh. As Tang San and his companions rushed forward, they caught sight of the unfolding scene, and a wave of pent-up frustration was instantly released from their chests. Eliminate him. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Witnessing Shen Tianyu's plight was a spectacle he relished. The vast torrent of sword energy ignited Tang San's anticipation, as he yearned to see Shen Tianyu torn to shreds beneath its might. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all hopes were dashed. Emerging unscathed from the tumultuous waves of sword energy, Shen Tianyu shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to Qian Renxue. His fist struck squarely against Qian Renxue's chest, forcing a mouthful of blood up his throat, which he resolutely swallowed back down, gliding through the air for 100 meters. Qian Renxue regained his footing, his heart brimming with surprise, prompting him to regard Shen Tianyu with newfound respect. Behind them, Ning Fengji was taken aback. Qian Renxue, the swordmaster, was the most formidable assault Douluo on the entire continent. In their initial clash, not only had he failed to gain the upper hand, but he had also been thoroughly overwhelmed. Such a predicament was far from what Ning Fengji wished to witness. Resolutely, he decided to hold nothing back. Every soul ring ignited. Streams of light flowed into Qian Renxue's being, augmenting his strength, speed, attack, defense, soul power, and attributes by 70%. The already formidable sword energy began to hint at a power capable of piercing the heavens. With his third soul skill activated, sword wings like the wind, Qian Renxue stood atop the 7-kill sword and in an instant arrived above Shen Tianyu. The raging sword energy cascaded downward, directly threatening Shen Tianyu's crown. With his head held high, Qian Renxue unleashed a powerful punch. The sword energy erupted, the force of his fist soaring skyward. Swiftly, Qian Renxue maneuvered the 7-kill sword, adeptly adjusting his position to evade the oncoming strike of the fist's energy. With his fourth soul ring ignited, the 7-kill sword fell firmly into his grasp. A surge of murderous intent erupted from between the brows. With a single hand gripping the sword, it was directed at Shen Tianyu. The fourth soul skill. The murderous aura was unmistakable. The soul power coalesced into a blade, gleaming with a chilling light, exceedingly sharp. A cold snort escaped from the nostrils as he burst forward, stepping through the air. The entire space trembled, on the verge of collapse. With a clenched fist raised upwards, it collided with the sword blade. The razor-sharp edge seemed to strike against adamantine. Crack, the blade shattered, creating a breach that instantly transformed into countless fragments. Qian Renxue was taken aback, his expression darkening immediately. Since ascending to the rank of Tiandou Imperial, it had been a long time since anyone had commanded his attention in such a manner. Raising his fist, Shen Tianyu sneered. Qian Renxue, your sword is too effeminate. Chapter 23. If you're going to fight, why recite poetry? Qian Renxue's temper flared, the 7-kill sword radiating brilliance. Are you seeking death? The black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated as Qian Renxue held the sword, forming a seal. Above the Tiandou Imperial Palace, countless sword energies were released into the void. The oppressive aura of slaughter converged upon Shen Tianyu in an instant. The fifth soul skill, dominating the four corners. With a thought, the sword arose, and the world bowed in submission. The 7-kill sword thrust forth, unleashing an endless barrage of sword energies that encircled Shen Tianyu in the blink of an eye. Waves of sword energy descended, piercing into the flesh. The resounding clang echoed continuously, the sound of sword energies exploding. Qian Renxue glared fiercely, his soul power surging wildly, controlling the sword energies in relentless assault. You still doubt that your sword is too effeminate? Can this meager sword energy even scratch me? The colossal force erupted, the fist sweeping through the air. 8 waves of fist energy shot forth, engulfing the sword energies that erupted from 8 directions. As the fist energy emerged, the sword energies dimmed and lost their luster. The tide of battle shifted, as if withering wood was easily uprooted. All the sword energies were crushed. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu had already stepped through the air, appearing in a flicker behind Qian Renxue. With a single punch, Qian Renxue's fury manifested in widened eyes. The blood that had been confined within his chest could no longer be restrained and was expelled violently. The overwhelming force descended, causing his body to plummet uncontrollably. He hurled the 7-killing sword behind him, anchoring it against his back to stabilize his form mid-air. The two combatants adjusted their stances, with Shen Tianyu towering above, resembling an invincible war deity. For decades, you were the first to compel me to this juncture. Qian Renxue's brows furrowed, a murderous intent radiating from him. The 9 soul rings behind him spun wildly under the impetus of his soul power. If I do not vanquish you today, how can I maintain my reputation as the foremost assault Douluo of the continent? The 7th soul ring ignited, and his soul power erupted like a fountain. True body of the 7 killings. The colossal sword soared through the air. His soul power surged upward, coalescing into the phantom of Qian Renxue. A mighty hand grasped the great sword, the sharp sword aura slicing through the atmosphere, causing the entire Tiandou Imperial Palace to tremble violently. The sword aura fused with the soul power, transforming into numerous razor-sharp longswords. Sixth soul skill. All swords return to the origin. The giant sword pointed skyward. A symphony of swords resonating in unison. Go. With a thunderous roar, a myriad of swords surged forth. Excellent. Taking a step back, I clenched my fist tightly. Exploding forward. My fist was unleashed with ferocity. A colossal wave of energy surged towards the oncoming swords, resulting in a fierce collision. Crack, crack, crack. A myriad of long swords erupted, dissolving into ethereal soul energy. The force of the fist surged forth relentlessly, and in an instant, a multitude of swords detonated simultaneously. A shock coursed through Qian Renxue's heart as the fist's energy descended. The true form of 7 kills swiftly shifted before him, soul power surging wildly. Bang! The force landed, causing the 7 kills' true form to tremble and a fissure to erupt. This is not good. The 7 kills' sword danced, unfurling its domain. The 7 kills domain. Boom. The domain rapidly expanded, enveloping the entirety of the fist's force within its grasp. Shen Tianyu's combat prowess surged, the 7 kills sword in his hand shimmering with brilliance. Pure sword intent, fused with an aura of slaughter, exploded forth in a breathtaking strike, matching the fist's energy blow for blow. Outside the heavenly Tiandou Imperial Palace, Tang San and his companions arrived. The sword Douluo was unexpectedly being suppressed. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, his emotions complex. This being, renowned as the most formidable attacking Douluo, was now under duress? Upon hearing this, Tang San's countenance darkened. No, the battle has only just commenced. Clutching the 7 treasures glazed tower, Ning Fengji descended before the group. The 7 kills domain unfurled, and only then did sword uncle truly engage. Within this domain, enemy attacks were diminished by 90%, defenses by 80%, and speed by 70%. Since becoming acquainted with Sword Uncle, he had never witnessed such a technique. Yet it was certain, once the 7 kills domain emerged, Sword Uncle was genuinely enraged. The group felt their spirits lift at these words. Above the palace, Qian Renxue's chest burned with suppressed fury. Having fought to this point, he had remained in a state of duress. His anger had reached its zenith, demanding an outlet. 8th soul skill. A profound black soul ring ignited. And in the state of the 7 kills true form, Qian Renxue brandished the 7 kills sword. 12 sword shadows whirled and arranged in the air. The 7 kills thunder surged forth, a single sword cleaving the vast expanse. The 7 kills sword pierced forth, and all 12 sword shadows erupted simultaneously, moving mountains and filling seas. This 8th soul skill, named Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, unleashed a sword capable of cleaving mountains and severing seas. Each of the 12 sword shadows possessed 80% of the original's attack power. Even a typical title Douluo would hesitate to confront such an onslaught head-on. As the colossal particles within him erupted, Shen Tianyu clenched his fist, causing the air around him to explode violently. Cracks began to appear in the very fabric of space. Receive my punch. With a mighty swing, the heavens and earth roared. The 12 sword shadows trembled, unable to advance another inch. Annihilation. With a thunderous boom, the sword shadows detonated, their explosion resonating throughout the air. Energy waves surged uncontrollably, causing much of the Tiandou Palace to collapse into ruins. Outside the palace, Tang San and his companions were thrown 1,000 meters away by the residual energy. Ning Fengji managed to shield himself with soul power, thus avoiding a dire predicament. His brow furrowed, sensing an ominous foreboding. Dean Flander, please escort my beloved daughter to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Zongju. Do you doubt that the sword Douluo cannot defeat the villain Shen Tianyu? Yu Xiaojiang inquired immediately, to which Ning Fengji replied gravely, it's hard to say. But I cannot rest easy with Rong remaining here. Everyone, let us proceed to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Once this matter is resolved, we shall return to Tiandou City. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. The group promptly decided to head for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Zongju, if you can vanquish that villain, please save Xiao Wu. In the future, Tang San will be at your service. Rest assured, leave it to me. With Ning Fengji's promise, Tang San followed the others as they swiftly departed. Turning back, the battle above the palace raged on. Qian Renxue glanced at the vast expanse of ruins below and immediately stepped onto the 7 kills sword, ascending further. Shen Tianyu pursued closely, and the two reached an altitude of 7,000 meters. To withstand my 8th soul skill truly astonishes me, but with the next strike, you shall surely meet your demise. The final black soul ring lit up, its profound darkness faintly interspersed with a few red glimmers. Qian Renxue's last soul ring was derived from the hunt of a soul beast over 90,000 years old. The sheer terror of its power needs no elaboration. The moment the soul ring illuminated, the 7 kills sword encircled Qian Renxue, leaving behind trails of sword symbols. Countless sword energies danced in the air. Above the true form of the 7 kills, a vast space of sword energy was created. Qian Renxue resided within, the enormous 7 kills sword pointing toward the horizon. The towering phantom of Qian Renxue loomed behind the colossal 7 kills sword. An arm composed of pure white sword energy, and another forged from blood-red murderous intent. Both hands firmly grasped the colossal 7 killing sword, as a powerful incantation escaped his lips. The osmanthus tree flourishes for 100 miles. The partridge cries echo through the midday chill. The wind at Yinping Ferry is as sharp as a blade. As the sword departs, the river's waters stretch infinitely. Opposite him, Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, bemused. If we are to fight, why recite poetry? He thought. We are all reckless individuals, yet you indulge in the affairs of cultured folk. With a thunderous cry, the 9th soul skill, demon and god duel slash, resonated through the air. The sound wave shook the heavens and earth as he drew the 7 killing sword, ferociously aiming it at Shen Tianyu. At that moment, Shen Tianyu clenched his fist tightly, an intangible force causing the very essence of the Tao to tremble in fear. Bowing to the might of his fierce punch. From a distance, Ning Fengji, observing the battle, felt as though the entire cosmos had momentarily vanished. Ancestral sacred fist. The 3 world-shaking strikes. The Tao decays. In this chapter of calamity, why had fate dealt me such a hand? The demon and god duel slash descended from the heavens, clashing with Shen Tianyu's punch. Instantly, countless sword energies were extinguished, and the pure sword intent that Qian Renxue had once prided himself upon now threatened to collapse. With a single strike, the great path decays. All assaults, at this moment, are not but illusions. An unprecedented aura of lethal intent envelopes the heart of dust. The sword Douluo of a bygone era now finds himself engulfed in a sense of dread. The dual strikes of divinity and demonic force. Merely this. With a resounding roar akin to thunder, his fist, invincible as a diamond, unleashed its might. In that ultimate strike, the dual strikes of divinity and demonic force were obliterated by the ancestral holy fist. With a soft gasp, Qian Renxue, like a feather, was struck by the force of the punch, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. His forlorn figure was sent reeling through the air. I have been defeated. Qian Renxue could hardly believe it. The sword intent within him was on the verge of collapse. No. The belief in the might of the supreme sword ignited within him, compelling Qian Renxue to forcibly stabilize his retreating body. Bang! He steadied himself upon the void, regaining his balance. Gripping tightly the 7 killing sword, he seemed to transcend into a realm of nothingness. Man and sword, united. Boom. His soul power surged forth, causing Qian Renxue's presence to vanish without a trace. In the vastness of the world, only the essence of the 7 killing sword remained. I am one with the sword. At that moment, Qian Renxue was no longer just Qian Renxue. He had transformed into the razor-sharp 7 killing sword. How intriguing, a counterattack from the brink of despair. The man moved with the sword intent, and aura merging into one. Qian Renxue's eyes turned entirely white, leaving only the purest essence of the sword path. In a cup, a melody of 13 strings played. Through the storms of life, all converged into a singular sword. Brandishing the 7 killing sword, Qian Renxue surged forth like a shooting star across the sky. The path of the sword, Qian Renxue. At this moment, he stepped into a wondrous realm. As if he had finally touched the long elusive pinnacle. In this light, behold the true path of the sword. With 2 fingers together, he pointed skyward. The sword intent erupted instantaneously, transforming Shen Tianyu into a blade. The grand sword arts of 3,000 paths. Thunderous roars echoed as the space shattered. Shen Tianyu, like a colossal sword, wielded his fingers to strike. The grand sword arts descended, the mightiest sword aura sweeping through like a whirlwind. The sword tip met the 7 killing sword, swiftly suppressing its essence. Crack! The blade shattered, immediately becoming riddled with fissures. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the 7 killing sword was reduced to fragments. Qian Renxue's martial soul shattered, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, his silver hair swirling amidst the sword aura. The sword tip advanced relentlessly, reaching Qian Renxue in the blink of an eye. In this moment, Qian Renxue's soul power was nearly depleted, leaving him devoid of any strength to continue the fight. A streak of radiant light accurately descended, merging within the essence of Qian Renxue. It was none other than Ning Fengji from afar, urgently extending a helping hand. With the replenishment of soul power, Qian Renxue immediately mobilized his body, sidestepping the oncoming threat. His sword lunged forward, striking Qian Renxue's right arm. With a swift sound, the formidable sword energy rapidly spread, severing Qian Renxue's right arm, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. At that very moment, after years of stagnation, a breakthrough was achieved. Soul power surged rapidly, and Shen Tianyu ascended to level 97. 7 kills. A blade of energy coalesced beneath his feet, causing Qian Renxue's speed to surge dramatically. In less than half a breath, he appeared outside the Imperial Palace. Fengji. Follow my lead. Ning Fengji leaped onto the blade of energy, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda fervently propelling them forward. As the flow of light descended, Shen Tianyu's velocity intensified. The two resembled arrows in flight, swiftly reaching the gates of Tiandou City. Escape? The spiritual energy unfurled rapidly, enveloping the entire Tiandou City in an instant. Within the city, all beings and objects could not elude the perception of Shen Tianyu. Upon reaching the city gates, the two felt an icy chill creeping up their spines, as if the Grim Reaper had ensnared their souls. Above the palace, Shen Tianyu had just taken a step when his brow furrowed involuntarily. Under the influence of his spiritual perception, he detected Qian Renxue sprinting in the opposite direction. Little girl, are you also trying to flee? He pivoted, channeling his spiritual energy to swiftly lock onto Qian Renxue's figure. The golden soul energy coursed through him, hinting at a certain noble aura. As the frantically fleeing Qian Renxue sensed Shen Tianyu's gaze upon her, an ominous premonition surged within her heart. Imperial guards, intercept him. At that moment, she was still disguised as Shui Qinghe, and given her status, the palace's imperial guards dared not defy her command. They promptly drew their bows, spears in hand, ready for battle. A swarm of ants. With a single hand, he pressed down, spiritual energy cascading from above. A crimson mist rose as several imperial guards fell lifelessly. Return to me. Bang. With a single step, I emerged above the towering snow peaks. Extending my hand downward, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, descending from the heavens with an imposing presence. Observing the surroundings, it became evident that the elite guards had all perished, leaving an eerie emptiness. With a resolute bite of my teeth, I unleashed my martial spirit, the 6-winged angel. Beneath the radiant glow of the sacred angel, 5 soul rings shimmered and pulsed with energy. The soul 10,000-year soul ring ignited, manifesting a golden sword. 5th soul skill, sacred sword. With a swift upward thrust, the sword pierced through the ethereal hand. Do not resist. Boom. The sacred sword erupted, and the ethereal hand descended from above. Shen Tianyu made a fist, and the ethereal hand captured Qian Renxue. Come back. The ethereal hand, carrying Qian Renxue, floated toward him, and 2 fingers swiftly pressed against her chest, sealing her soul power. What on earth do you intend to do? Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and shouted in fury. Your Highness, I have stated that the 3rd condition requires you. No, I should refer to you as Qian Renxue. You are aware of my identity and should also know my background. The spirit hall is not to be trifled with. Threatening me? With a raised brow, he grasped Qian Renxue's chin. Because of you, those 2 little mudfish escaped, and you must pay the price. As for the spirit hall, I shall first pay a visit to the Heavendo Spirit Hall for a little raid. He placed a hand over Qian Renxue's mouth, sealing it with ethereal energy. He hoisted Qian Renxue and soared directly toward the Heavendo City Spirit Hall. At this moment, within the Spirit Hall, the Platinum Bishop Salus was clapping in approval. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Not only did he annihilate over 2,000 soul masters of the Heavendo royal family, but he also severed Shen Tianyu's arm. Such talent must be utilized by our Spirit Hall. I must personally visit the headquarters. While Salus was lost in thought, a sudden pressure descended upon him. Immediately after, piercing screams echoed through the hall. His gaunt face contorted with rage as he hurried out of the room to the grand hall. Who dares to intrude upon my Spirit Hall? Mid-sentence, Salus fell silent. Shen Tianyu stood in the hall, carrying Qian Renxue, their gazes locking. Salus was momentarily bewildered. How did this person arrive at the Spirit Hall, and why is he carrying the Heavendo Prince, Shui Qinghe? You are Salus, correct? Hand over all the rare treasures of the Spirit Hall, or I shall leave no one unscathed. Do you take my Spirit Hall for the foolish Heavendo royal family? To offend the Spirit Hall means you shall face dire consequences. What of offending your Spirit Hall? I have even abducted the Pope's daughter. A fate of utter destruction. Is it? One shall fall for each that comes. I shall eliminate anyone who dares approach your Spirit Hall. With a single, powerful blow, Salus was instantly obliterated. Until his last breath, he could not fathom why such a catastrophic misfortune had befallen him. Within the spirit hall, a palpable sense of dread enveloped all. Where is the vice hall master? Step forward. A portly middle-aged man emerged, bowing and nodding deferentially to Shen Tianyu. Please wait a moment. I shall gather all the rare treasures immediately. It appears you possess more self-awareness than he does. The rotund man swiftly issued orders, and in no time. He had collected all the precious materials, storing them in his magical satchel. Shen Tianyu ascended into the air and departed, shortly after flying out of Tiandou City. He paused at the edge of a small grove. He laid Qian Renxue down on the ground and coldly commanded, "Come out, all of you. There is no need to skulk in the shadows." No sooner had he spoken than 4 figures revealed themselves. Shen Tianyu turned to see that each of them had already unleashed their martial souls, each radiating with 9 rings. For Tiandou Douluo. How do you fare against Qian Xian when united? Chapter 25, Qian Renxue. I shall teach you the path of immortality. Release the young master. The spirit hall is not one you can afford to offend. Shilong shouted coldly, gripping his spirit spear tightly as 9 soul rings revolved around him. The other 3 Tiandou Douluo also emanated their soul power. Together, they formed a wave of oppressive force, surging towards Shen Tianyu. You seek death. With a swift and resolute strike, the fist hurtled toward the serpent spear Douluo. The blow arrived with astonishing speed, and by the time the serpent spear Douluo reacted, the force of the punch was already upon him. He raised his serpent spear horizontally, channeling all his soul power to defend against the impending impact. Bang! An overwhelming force surged forth, causing his arms to tremble. The serpent spear he held collided violently against his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the snake spear Douluo was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Let us strike together. The stabbing porcupine Douluo was taken aback, but soon his 7th soul ring illuminated, transforming him into a colossal porcupine. A female Tiandou Douluo, engulfed in flames, emits a clear and melodious cry that transforms into a spiritual kite. The ferocious tiger roars, instilling terror throughout the mountains and forests. The final Tiandou Douluo metamorphoses into a magnificent golden tiger, measuring an impressive 18 meters in length, with an imposing physique. Radiating with a brilliant golden light, its sharp fangs glimmer ominously. If you seek death, do not blame me. With feet firmly planted upon the ground, spiritual energy surges wildly from within. One hand reached upwards, making a grasping motion towards a thread of origin power, clasped within the palm. The origin divine fist. With a mighty thrust, the fist surged forward, aimed directly at the trio. I shall block. Transforming into a golden tiger, the Douluo, relying on the true form of his martial soul, stood colossal and indomitable, positioning himself before the 2 individuals. The fierce punch descended with ferocity, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. The dense aura, akin to white mist, bore down with immense force, striking the golden tiger beneath its neck. A sense of foreboding overwhelmed. The awareness of impending death surged forth. The energy surged wildly, penetrating the golden tiger's body in an instant. The thick aura erupted from Shen Tianyu's fist, its sharp annihilation essence causing a simultaneous tremor in the hearts of the 3 Tiandou Douluo. My life is forfeit. The golden tiger emitted a mournful cry. As the energy fully invaded its form, the massive body collided with the Douluo and the Douluo, propelling them backward, rolling for 1,000 meters without respite. Just as the snake spear Douluo regained his composure, intending to join the fray, he witnessed the 3 being thrust toward him by the energy. By the heavens! The snake spear Douluo's expression shifted drastically. The 3, now rolling sphere, hurtled toward him. The raging energy reached him first, colliding with his physical form. His energy completely sealed, an overwhelming force assailed him from all directions, rendering him immobile. With no avenue for evasion, he braced himself to withstand it. Immediately, he concentrated all his soul power into the snake spear, exerting every ounce of strength to brace against the onslaught. Bang! The impact reverberated as they collided. The snake spear Douluo turned pale, blood spurting from his mouth. The trembling snake spear martial soul seemed on the verge of collapse. A crisp crack echoed as the martial soul rebelled against him. The immense tiger form barreled forward, causing the snake spear Douluo to lose consciousness on the spot, propelled backward alongside the 3. As surrounding trees fell and shattered, beneath the ancient tree, Qian Renxue was left in stunned silence. The 4 Tiandou Douluo who had come to assist, all elders of the spirit hall, were renowned figures across the continent. Astonishingly, these 4 had been effortlessly vanquished by Shen Tianyu, interfering with my endeavors. You brought this upon yourselves. Withdrawing his fist, he hoisted Qian Renxue anew. Were it not for you, I would have shown them no mercy. Leaping into the air, he chose to disregard the 4. The energy propelled the 4 backward for 3,000 meters before it finally ceased. The grand golden tiger had vanished, leaving only a cold corpse upon the ground. The Douluo clutched his chest, wiping away blood from the corner of his mouth as he assessed the other's conditions. The snake spear Douluo had succumbed to unconsciousness. Having endured 2 strikes, his martial soul lay shattered, rendering him devoid of combat power for the foreseeable future. Xilong has fainted. What of Laojiao? The Douluo struggled to crawl to Xilong's side, confirming his well-being before turning to the Douluo. Among the 4, the Douluo bore the lightest injuries and could still stand and move. Laojiao is dead. What? The 9th elder of the Spirit Hall, a once great titled Douluo, has perished just like that? The Douluo was taken aback, reluctant to accept this reality as he laboriously crawled towards the 9th elder's body. After probing, he was shocked yet felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, Laojiao had shielded him, allowing him to preserve his life. What do we do about the injuries? You may have to exert yourself. Guide us back to the Spirit Hall. The portly Douluo displayed a resigned expression. His legs were fractured. Yet he managed to sustain them with soul power, not entirely incapacitated. What about the young master? Upon uttering these words, the 2 fell silent, momentarily unsure of how to respond. The situation had arisen suddenly. It was not due to our inadequate protection. Surely, the Grand Offering would understand. For now, it is best to retreat. Should that individual return with a vengeance, we would all perish. Hence, there is no alternative. We shall endure the punishment. Life is precious, and once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. The setting sun forest, while not comparable to the forest of Tiandou, nonetheless harbored a significant number of soul beasts. Within the expansive forest, several mountain ranges stood tall. Outside one such range, a toxic formation had been laid. Not long ago, a fierce battle had rendered half of this formation in ruins. A multitude of soul beasts lingered around the mountain ranges, poised and restless. Suddenly, a colossal wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Panic ensued among the creatures, and the shadows of their recent terror once again enveloped their hearts. Birds and beasts scattered, vanishing in an instant. Outside a humble abode nestled in the mountain ravine, Shen Tianyu descended gracefully, gently placing the enchanting Qian Renxue upon the ground. Before me, there is no need for pretense any longer. With a sweeping motion of his hand, his robe billowed in the wake of the spiritual energy. The disguise of Qian Renxue was shattered in an instant. The originally handsome and striking visage faded away, replaced by an ethereal beauty. Her skin resembling pristine snow and her eyes shimmering with a golden hue. Upon her forehead rested a delicate mark of a 6-winged angel. A gown woven with golden threads accentuated her perfectly sculpted figure. A cascade of golden locks drapes gracefully over her shoulders, with a few strands resting delicately upon her chest. Paired with a gown woven from golden threads, she exudes an air of noble elegance. As our gazes intertwine, her golden eyes reflect a tranquil depth, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet possessing an enchanting allure that captivates the soul. A breathtaking beauty. Her cherry-red lips part, revealing a voice that, unmasked, resonates like celestial music. You dare to offend the Spirit Hall merely to abduct me. What wisdom do you impart? Wisdom, you say? I shall merely share with you some methods of cultivation. Her golden eyes remain inscrutable, though her delicate brows knit slightly. Methods of cultivation? Do you possess knowledge of the secret arts of my angelic lineage? Such trifles are beneath my notice. The teachings I offer you are of the path of immortality, far surpassing your martial spirit training. The path of immortality? Qian Renxue, perplexed, felt herself lifted as Shen Tianyu embraced her. This technique, known as the Mandarin duck playing in water, is ideally suited for a novice such as yourself, who is unacquainted with spiritual energy. Today, I shall impart all its secrets to you. Allow me to demonstrate the first form, Mandarin duck dipping fingers. Concentrating spiritual energy upon his fingertips, Shen Tianyu gently tapped, unleashing a surge of energy. Qian Renxue shuddered, utterly astonished. This single gesture tore through the very fabric of space. A spectacle both terrifying and magnificent. Impressive, is it not? Now, we shall proceed to the second form. Chapter 26, Refining the Sea Goddess Soul as Autumn Descends. The dew begins to gather. In the early morning light, droplets cling to the verdant foliage and blossoms, remnants of the coolness that enveloped the night before. A pink butterfly frolics amidst the flowers and grasses. With a creak, the wooden door swings open, and Shen Tianyu steps outside. Inside the room, Qian Renxue, with her brows furrowed, has just succumbed to slumber. In the realm of Douluo continent, the cultivation of martial souls is deeply rooted. Shen Tianyu cannot help but express his sentiments. Yesterday, while instructing Qian Renxue in her training, the young girl exhibited considerable resistance. After all, the concept of martial souls has been ingrained in Douluo continent for millennia, firmly ingraining itself in the hearts of its people. It was only by nightfall that she reluctantly accepted the cultivation methods, barely grasping the fundamentals of the Mandarin duck's playing in water technique. Upholding the philosophy that a strict teacher cultivates exceptional students, Shen Tianyu sets high standards. Every step in the training process must be executed flawlessly. After all, cultivating immortality is a perilous path, fraught with the risk of falling into madness with the slightest misstep. Such stringent requirements are ultimately for Qian Renxue's benefit. Continuous practice persisted until dawn, at which point Qian Renxue, utterly exhausted, finally drifted into sleep, marking the end of their training session. Being but a young woman in her 20s, she is yet to comprehend the arduous nature of cultivation, and Shen Tianyu refrains from placing blame. After tucking Qian Renxue comfortably under the covers, he exited the room, despite the knight's instruction yielding only modest results. The promotion of the cultivation techniques will necessitate a gradual approach. However, it was not without significant gains. Peering inwardly at his dantian, he noticed an additional golden vein adorning the lustrous golden elixir. The initial joint cultivation experience proved quite effective for Shen Tianyu. This was merely the Mandarin duck's playing in water technique. Should he delve into more profound methods, the enhancements would surely accelerate. Contemplating this, he glanced back at the peacefully slumbering Qian Renxue. Perhaps it is best to solidify the foundation before tackling the intricate aspects. Cultivation must progress step by step. With a quick motion, he closed the door behind him and traversed the air, arriving at the ice and fire duality ruins. Spiritual energy surged into the Rui treasure bag, releasing all the rare materials and treasures garnered from their expedition to Tiandou City onto the ground. As the swallowing heaven demonic art activated, each precious item was absorbed into his being, transforming into pure primordial energy that fused into the golden elixir. The elusive spiritual energy of the world unconsciously gathered at the ice and fire duality, forming a swirling vortex. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was noon. The once towering pile of rare materials had been completely absorbed. The third golden vein had only just begun to coalesce. Frowning, he noted that the pace was rather sluggish. It was time to test the Qian shield. He reached into the Rui treasure bag and retrieved the shield, which radiated a brilliant azure light. Sitting cross-legged beside him, he enveloped it in spiritual energy. As the swallowing heaven demonic art resumed its operation, the Qian shield pulsed with energy. The moment the spiritual energy penetrated, the shield responded immediately. A surge of divine consciousness was unleashed, vehemently repelling the spiritual energy of Shen Tianyu. A mere wisp of the sea god's lingering soul dares to be audacious before me. Let us see how I shall refine you. With discontent swelling within, I unleashed my spiritual energy fully. The swallowing heaven demon art was activated to its utmost limit, directly suppressing that fragment of the soul. Pure energy flowed forth, absorbed into Shen Tianyu's being. The suppressed remnants of the sea god's soul clearly refused to relinquish their resistance. Within the vast expanse of the cosmic sea shield, the immense power that remained was instantaneously mobilized, surging towards the spiritual energy. How audacious of you! With a forceful strike, he pressed down upon the vast Sea Qian shield. The shield roared, and faint fissures appeared on its four triangular faces. The so-called divine artifact was, in the presence of Shen Tianyu, still too fragile. This strike provoked the remnants of divine souls sealed within. Boom! The divine consciousness erupted, emitting a brilliant blue light. A tall, indistinct figure materialized above. Clad in armor and wielding a trident, the figure exuded an energy that transcended soul power, swirling through the space. At the moment the remnants of the sea god descended, all the soul beasts in the sunset forest prostrated themselves on the ground. A tremendous divine pressure enveloped Shen Tianyu. Human, dare you show disrespect to this deity? A voice of authority resonated, carrying a wave of mental force that surged into Shen Tianyu's mind. With a cold sneer, his mental force rebounded fiercely. The sea god's remnants were momentarily taken aback, then spoke again. Human, considering your arduous cultivation, simply deliver the heart of the sea god to Sea God Island, and I shall forgive your grave insolence. Suddenly rising, he unleashed his spiritual energy, boldly confronting the lingering divine power of the sea god. Do not think that merely being a remnant of the sea god will deter me. Even if the god of Shura were to descend, I could effortlessly vanquish him. Boom. Pointing skyward, a power more terrifying than divine might erupted instantaneously, enveloping the sea god's remnants. Do not assume a lofty demeanor before me. Today, I shall refine you. If the sea god has courage, let him descend to seek me out. 3,000 avenues. Great devouring technique. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, resembling an unfathomable black hole, drawing the remnants of the sea god into the abyss. The sea god's remnants lost their composure, attempting to resist with divine power. Behave yourself. With a downward motion of his palm, an unprecedented sense of oppression descended. The sea god's remnants grew frantic, trembling at the sight of Shen Tianyu's hand seal. The power within that seal was terrifying. From the moment the seal was formed, the sea god's remnants realized their connection to the surrounding energy was severed, leaving them with no retreat. 3,000 avenues. Great immobilization technique. As the seal descended, the sea god's remnants found themselves unable to move an inch. Heavenly devouring magic. Combined with the great devouring technique, the sea god's remnants swiftly dissipated, transforming into pure primordial energy that surged into Shen Tianyu's dantian. Inside the wooden cabin, a warm ray of sunlight fell upon the bedside. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, slowly awakening, propping herself up with her delicate arms. Her golden silk gown hung at the bedside. Cradling her long, slender legs, her fair skin appeared almost translucent. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed, her voice brimming with fury. As resentment surged within her, a fist struck the bedpost with formidable force, causing the pristine white bedding to ripple with the impact. A peculiar sensation coursed through my fingertips and into my mind. Glancing sideways, I beheld an ancient tome, the Imperial level, butterfly blossom technique. Last night, while instructing Qian Renxue in her cultivation, Shen Tianyu had discerned her unique constitution. He had meticulously selected this particular technique from the sacred Yin-Yang canon, tailored for her advancement. Driven by curiosity, Qian Renxue eagerly opened the butterfly blossom technique. The cultivation method unfolded before her, each movement and stance meticulously detailed and accompanied by illustrative depictions for comprehension. What a lecture! Recalling the previous night's training, resentment bubbled within Qian Renxue. Shen Tianyu was undeniably brusque. His rigorous training methods demanded absolute precision in every form and posture, rendering her learning process painfully arduous. Closing the butterfly blossom technique, Qian Renxue summoned her inner soul power, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. My soul power has ascended to level 59. Before encountering Shen Tianyu, she had merely just entered level 58. Astonishingly, a single night of practicing the couple's water play technique had propelled her to a new level of soul power. However, something was amiss. There was an unfamiliar energy coursing through her meridians, distinct from her soul power. It was his doing. Gritting her teeth, she was suddenly swept by a colossal wave of energy. Through the window, she glimpsed the direction of the ice and fire duality eye, where an energy entirely different from her own soul power surged, mirroring the peculiar force within her. It must be there. Enraged, she leapt from the bed and adorned herself in a golden silk gown. "Shen Tianyu, I shall have your head." She stormed out, the warm sunlight casting a vivid crimson hue upon the bed, starkly reminiscent of blood upon the snow. Chapter 27, Little Snow. Do you feel the power of the celestial arts? In the divine realm, within a palace abundant with seawater, Poseidon glared with furious eyes. A fragment of my divine essence has been refined by another. How can this be possible? The vast sea universe shield, the heart of the sea god, was left on Douluo continent when Poseidon ascended to divinity. Only those recognized by the vast sea universe shield are granted the qualifications to inherit the sea god's divine position. For countless years, the shield has changed hands, yet it has never acknowledged anyone. Today, however, the vast sea universe shield was activated, as a lingering fragment of my divine essence was refined by another. I have become a deity and cannot meddle in earthly affairs at will, but this matter concerns the legacy of my divine status. Action must be taken. With a subtle shift of thought, I raised my hand to channel divine power. An oracle swiftly materialized, vanishing with a mere snap of the fingers within the temple. In the realm of Douluo beneath, on Sea God Island, a stunning woman wielded a golden scepter, adorned in a flowing crimson robe. Her azure hair cascaded down her back, trailing elegantly to the ground. A pair of crystalline blue eyes, deeper than the hues of the ocean, stood there as if she embodied the entirety of the sea. With a resounding boom, the 7 sacred pillars radiated brilliance into the heavens, causing the entire Sea God Island to tremble in that moment. Poseidon's face lit up with surprise as the 7 sacred pillars Douluo arrived simultaneously. Amidst the golden blue radiance, a towering figure emerged before the assembly. "We pay our respects to the sea god." Poseidon bowed reverently, followed closely by the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. At that moment, all the inhabitants of Sea God Island knelt in homage to the golden blue light, offering their devout tribute to the deity they revered, beseeching the protection of their sea god. Poseidon. An unforeseen event has arisen concerning the heart of the sea god. the opportunity for the inheritor of the divine position may be severed. You must send someone to the mainland for investigation. Once the divine oracle was recited, the golden blue light dissipated, restoring all to its prior state. Sea dragon, sea spear, sea maiden, present. 3 members of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo stepped forth. You 3 shall depart immediately for the mainland. It is imperative that you locate the heart of the sea god and bring it back. Understood. The trio immediately set off for the Douluo continent. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of desolation flashed in Poseidon's eyes. The emergence of an inheritor of the divine position signified, for her, the impending approach of death. Above the ruins of the ice and fire 2-element eyes in the sunset forest, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged in the air, while the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged. Within a vortex of spiritual energy, akin to a black hole, the translucent blue halo grew increasingly dim. The remnants of the sea god's spirit had been entirely disintegrated, transforming into wisps of energy that surged into Shen Tianyu's being. Before long, the remnants of the sea god's spirit, in conjunction with the great devouring technique and the heavenly devouring demon art, had been completely absorbed. The energy within the sea and sky shield was also thoroughly digested, losing its original luster. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, resembling a child's toy, albeit crafted from unique materials. As he manipulated the sea and sky shield, a wisp of spiritual energy inadvertently infused into it. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed the presence enveloping the sea and sky shield. The original 4 soul skills still remain? Shen Tianyu was slightly astonished. He had presumed that absorbing the remnants of the sea god's spirit would render the artifact useless. To his surprise, the sea protection shield, the cosmic stabilization shield, the sea raging tide, and the cosmic demon breaking technique had all been preserved and were still available for use. Let us keep it for now. Just as he stored the sea and sky shield, a wave of heat surged from behind. You shall perish. A fierce cry rang out as Qian Renxue lunged forward. Sword in hand, the murderous intent rushed forth first, carrying with it an intense heat, as though seeking to melt the very fabric of space. Do not be foolish. Turning swiftly, he raised his hand and effortlessly caught the sacred sword. Qian Renxue's 5th soul skill was indeed formidable, however, in comparison to Shen Tianyu, the disparity rendered it seemingly feeble. With a single strike falling short, Qian Renxue immediately activated her 1st soul ring. Her 1st soul skill, Angel Assault. As her 6 angelic wings unfurled, a divine aura enveloped her, causing her overall speed to surge dramatically. With a powerful flap of her wings, she swiftly appeared beside Shen Tianyu, raising her pristine fist to strike at his neck. Stop fooling around, you rascal. Shen Tianyu effortlessly blocked her attack, countering by capturing Qian Renxue. The spiritual energy was instantly released, forcing her martial soul to retreat, leaving her devoid of any fighting spirit. Just kill me. Her crimson lips clenched, her golden eyes aflame with fury, exuding an undeniable murderous intent. How could I bring myself to harm you, my dear little Shui? Shen Tianyu chuckled, only inciting further wrath from Qian Renxue. The term little Shui was reserved for those she held dear, and being addressed in such a familiar manner by Shen Tianyu, whom she deemed frivolous, irked her greatly. You scoundrel! Do not call me little Shui. She stamped her foot in indignation, though it revealed an undeniable charm. I will never forgive you for treating me this way. The profound lessons of cultivation were etched deeply in her memory, impossible to forget. Raising her other hand, she prepared to unleash a fierce blow upon the man before her. Shen Tianyu, wearing a gentle smile, embraced Qian Renxue and soared back to his residence. Having imparted the methods of cultivation to you, I shall take responsibility for your safety. From this day forth, should anyone dare to harm you in the slightest, I shall take their life. Go ahead and take your own life. You are the one who has harmed me. Shen Tianyu was left speechless. You little imp. I teach you the ways of cultivation, and you still refuse to be pleased. Since you are awake, let me assess your retention of yesterday's teachings. With a direct manipulation of spiritual energy, he executed the technique Mandarin ducks exploring water. The explosive force remained formidable, instantly tearing through the space around them. As before, each time the twin swans plunging into water technique was unleashed, Qian Renxue would tremble all over, her heart echoing with terror. The formidable power of this technique and the violent force that tore through space filled her with an overwhelming dread towards the path of cultivation. Yet there lingered a certain yearning within her heart. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Qian Renxue averted her gaze from Shen Tianyu, insisting, not impressive. Her defiance was palpable. Following yesterday's instruction, Shen Tianyu discerned that Qian Renxue was indeed quite stubborn, despite the undeniable superiority of cultivation techniques over soul skills. She remained adamantly opposed, firmly believing that soul skills were far superior and refusing to cooperate in her studies. Since she could not yet perceive the might of the immortal arts, he resolved to demonstrate it once more, until she acknowledged its prowess. Spiritual energy coalesced anew as the twin swans plunging into water technique was unleashed again. A series of ethereal energies gathered into a formidable strike, repeatedly shattering the fabric of space. The space was breached multiple times, and the heat generated by the minor explosions caused the surrounding air to rise sharply in temperature. The air became stifling, and Qian Renxue began to perspire profusely. Her sweat soaked her gossamer golden silk gown, clinging closely to her skin. The fair complexion of Qian Renxue flushed slightly due to the rising heat. After consecutively executing the Mandarin duck water exploration, Shen Tianyu restrained some of his outwardly released spiritual energy. Little Snow, do you sense the power of the celestial arts now? No, Qian Renxue stubbornly replied. The soul technique is far superior. The roots of her martial spirit training were indeed deep-seated. At this moment, she remained resolute in her beliefs. Very well. Since you still do not acknowledge the superiority of the celestial method, I shall have to employ an even more formidable technique. Chapter 28. Qian Renxue's Compromise, the Return of the Mandarin Duck. Boom. This move was more potent than the Mandarin duck water exploration. The void that had been torn apart was completely filled with spiritual energy. The ferocious onslaught caused the space to tremble. Qian Renxue felt the ferocity of this technique and nearly fainted. There's an even stronger move. Little Snow watched closely. With both hands stretched forward, the spiritual energy surged forth. Mandarin duck water pointing, 81 strikes. The gathered spiritual energy, under Shen Tianyu's command, was unleashed with swiftness. This technique comprised 81 consecutive strikes, with the intensity compounding until the final blow landed. The shattered space erupted with a thunderous sound as the void rapidly contracted, enveloping the spiritual energy tightly. Boom. So powerful. Qian Renxue could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the truth was evident. The celestial arts were indeed superior to soul techniques. Finally acknowledged, Shen Tianyu chuckled, then waved his hand, retracting the spiritual energy from the space. With a deep breath, the oppressive heat gradually subsided. Just as Qian Renxue thought it was over, Shen Tianyu once again summoned the spiritual energy. Since you recognize it, let us embark on the journey of learning my celestial arts. No, I refuse. Qian Renxue's face paled. I will not learn. Her tenacity regarding martial spirit cultivation made her resistant to the celestial arts. This is not up to you. You must learn. The spiritual energy enveloped her as Shen Tianyu's expression grew serious. Regardless of Qian Renxue's protests, he commenced teaching the celestial arts directly. From midday until the sun began to set, an entire day was consumed in the process of instruction. As twilight descended, Shen Tianyu temporarily departed. After a full day of practice, Qian Renxue lay exhausted on her bed. Her golden silk gown, soaked with sweat, was taken by Shen Tianyu for washing. Wrapped in a snow-white quilt, Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, and a solitary tear fell. How could he be so rude? I have made it clear that I do not wish to learn the celestial arts, yet he insists on forcing me. The resentment in her heart deepened as she wrapped herself in the quilt and stepped out of the wooden cabin. A barrier of spiritual energy encased her within a 10-meter radius of the wooden cabin. Damn it! I must break through this barrier. As she summoned her soul power, Qian Renxue was taken aback. I am now level 60. At the age of 23, I am a soul emperor, a feat unparalleled in the annals of this continent's history. Undoubtedly, Qian Renxue is the first to achieve this. In just 2 days, she ascended 2 levels. All of this is attributable to Shen Tianyu's teachings on the path of cultivation. The spiritual energy within her has increased significantly through her interactions with Shen Tianyu. Qian Renxue has come to comprehend the essence of spiritual energy. However, she remains indifferent to the methods of cultivation. With her 6-winged angel martial spirit unleashed, her 5th soul ring illuminated, the sacred sword gripped firmly in her hand, the energies of light, fire, and holiness converged into a singular force. She thrust the sword fiercely, causing the spiritual barrier to ripple. Again, she lunged forward with her blade. Qian Renxue's heart raced with urgency. At this moment, Shen Tianyu was absent, making it the perfect opportunity to escape. Even though she was trapped here, Qian Renxue remained focused on the larger scheme at hand. With the death of the Snow Knight Emperor, the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, would undoubtedly ascend to the throne. Qian Renxue must return to Heavendo City immediately to oversee the situation and ensure the plan's success. The longer she remained confined, the greater the potential for unforeseen complications. What are you doing? Shen Tianyu suddenly reappeared, startling Qian Renxue and causing the white blanket enveloping her to fall to the ground. His gaze took in her graceful form. "You bastard!" Qian Renxue scolded, snatching the golden silk gown that Shen Tianyu had just washed and dried, swiftly donning it. "Do you wish to leave? Let me go. I can pretend none of this has happened. I will handle things with the spirit hall. They won't trouble you." For the sake of the grand plan, Qian Renxue had to make concessions. Even as she was coerced into practicing the cultivation methods day in and day out, she could endure this immense humiliation. "I trust your promise." Shen Tianyu had read the original text and knew that Qian Renxue always kept her word. Any promise she uttered would surely be fulfilled. "However, I do not require your assistance. I could easily penetrate the entirety of the spirit hall. What do you want from me?" Qian Renxue was exasperated. "What must I do to be released?" "Learn the colorful butterfly flower core technique, and I will let you go." The mention of this technique conjured illustrations in Qian Renxue's mind, and her resistance reached its limit. "Fine." She grit her teeth and nodded fiercely. "I will learn it now. If, after mastering it, you still do not let me leave, I will ensure we both perish together. Rest assured, I am like you. I keep my word. We are not the same." With a huff of indignation, she turned and strode back to the cabin, retrieving the colorful butterfly flower core technique, immersing herself in her studies. "That's the spirit." Seeing Qian Renxue finally willing to practice, Shen Tianyu beamed with delight. In the days that followed, he meticulously planned their time. During the day, he instructed Qian Renxue in the colorful butterfly flower core technique, while at night, they practiced the couple's water play technique together. Days passed, and soon 5 days had flown by. One evening, Shen Tianyu focused inward on his dantian. 6 golden patterns had emerged, and the 7th was beginning to take shape. The joint cultivation over the past days had yielded remarkable results. He was ever closer to achieving the perfect 9-pattern golden core. Boom! A wave of ethereal energy swept through, and Shen Tianyu focused his mind. He swiftly moved outside the small cabin, just as Qian Renxue emerged. Over the past few days, Qian Renxue had diligently practiced her cultivation, which Shen Tianyu noted with appreciation, providing her with numerous nourishing resources. Compared to when she first arrived, Qian Renxue now radiated even more beauty. Her skin was fairer than ever, smooth and glistening with a luminous sheen. Her figure remained impeccable, yet it appeared even more curvaceous. The golden silk gown she wore seemed significantly smaller, stretched to its limits by her delicate form. "I have completely mastered the colorful butterfly flower core technique. Can you let me go now?" "Certainly, but I must first assess whether you have truly comprehended this method." "All right." With a stern expression, he nodded and summoned the energy within him. It must be said that Qian Renxue's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Having officially stepped into the realm of cultivation for only 5 days, she had already reached the late stage of qi refinement. Of course, this achievement was not solely due to her talent. Shen Tianyu's guidance played a significant role. Each time they practiced together, he infused her with pure energy to aid her advancement. Now, witnessing her progress, Shen Tianyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Xiaoxiwei, this is our first exchange of celestial techniques. I will also suppress my cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement for a fair duel. Let's talk. Let us begin. I wish to finish quickly and depart." As energy surged from her body, Qian Renxue's demeanor transformed dramatically. The resentment in her golden eyes flared like a raging fire. With her delicate hands weaving the energy, she launched an attack towards Shen Tianyu. Colorful butterfly devouring breath. Her crimson lips parted, and a vast torrent of energy erupted forth, creating a scorching wave that filled the space around them. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly as the warm and humid sensation coursed through his entire being. What a clever girl. She has already mastered this technique with such finesse. Before the attack ceased, Qian Renxue immediately executed her second move. Colorful butterfly stirring wind melody. With a graceful motion of her hand, she summoned a small whirlwind, enveloping Shen Tianyu within its embrace. The whirling wind blades sliced through the air, incessantly assaulting Shen Tianyu's indomitable form. Not bad. Even a soul saint would have to tread carefully. Shen Tianyu offered a fair assessment, while Qian Renxue frowned in concentration. Colorful butterfly emitting waves. With a gentle parting of her lips, the gathered energy coalesced into a powerful wave. A series of energy waves unleashed a frenzied assault on Shen Tianyu. His corporeal form was relentlessly battered, yet he sensed the intensity of the spiritual energy and nodded inwardly. "Xiaoxiwei, you indeed possess the aptitude for cultivation." After 3 successive strikes, none had inflicted significant harm upon Shen Tianyu. which left Qian Renxue somewhat dissatisfied. Immediately, she summoned even greater spiritual energy. With arms wide open, a dazzling brilliance erupted. The delicate, butterfly-like wings unfurled, radiating a captivating luminosity that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Enchanting butterfly melody. The exquisite sound resonated in the ears, imbued with irresistible allure. In that moment, Shen Tianyu nearly succumbed to its charm. The enchanting butterfly melody, a technique aimed at bewitching the mind, was particularly formidable when wielded by such a breathtaking beauty. Very well, Xiaoxue, you have ignited my desire to fight, he declared, resolving to strike back without hesitation. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy, fingers poised together, channeling a technique that harmonized with the essence of the butterfly's flower. This technique, known as the butterfly blossom plucking method, was exceptionally suited to counter Qian Renxue's unique constitution. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the delicate butterfly wings trembled. Catching butterfly wings technique. This move was specifically designed to release a pair of butterfly wings in conjunction with the technique. As his fingertips grazed the wings, their energies resonated in harmony. Boom. In the next instant, their energies intertwined, drawing upon the pure essence of each other's spiritual sources. Although their exchange was subtle, both exerted their utmost strength. After several precise touches upon the butterfly wings, Shen Tianyu swiftly transitioned to another technique. He bent down, drawing nearer to the wings, and, seizing the moment while Qian Renxue was unguarded, unleashed spiraling waves of spiritual energy. Second technique, ensnaring butterfly wave. Qian Renxue shuddered as an unusual force coursed through her body, gradually diminishing her strength. Closed the butterfly wings. The petite wings immediately folded inwards, blocking the emitted ensnaring butterfly wave. Have you begun to defend? A smile flickered in the corner of his eye as he shifted his approach. Xiaoxue, passive defense often proves counterproductive. Remember, the best defense is a good offense. Prepare to receive my strike, shattering butterfly light wave. The spiritual energy coalesced into a radiant beam, fiercely launching forth. The closed butterfly wings felt an overwhelming force surging towards them. Bang! The wings were thrust apart, striking Qian Renxue directly. Ah! She cried out. Yet her golden eyes revealed no emotional fluctuation. After enduring a powerful blow, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy to effectuate a new transformation. Butterfly core vortex. The flower-like core, reminiscent of a butterfly, blossomed forth, suddenly unleashing a tremendous gravitational pull. The shattering butterfly light wave was drawn into the vortex, instantly ensnared. This immense suction even affected Shen Tianyu. Channeling his energy to resist the pull, admiration flickered in Shen Tianyu's eyes. If that is the case, I shall unleash my full power. With arms raised skyward, his aura surged ever higher. The spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a colossal beam of light, its immense power shaking the very heavens. Qian Renxue felt the impact most acutely. This strike caused the butterfly core vortex to show signs of fracturing. Heavenly butterfly ascension. He retreated swiftly, wielding the light beam. Go. The beam shot forth, penetrating the butterfly core vortex. The tremendous suction began to constrict, attempting to crush the beam. Yet the power contained within seemed boundless. Despite the compressive force, it remained as unyielding as steel. The energies of their techniques clashed in a fierce struggle, neither party showing any signs of retreat. The intensity of the battle escalated, causing their temperatures to rise rapidly. Beads of sweat adorned their garments, and Qian Renxue's cheeks glistened with dewy perspiration. However, at this moment, she remained undistracted by the sweat. In such a decisive confrontation, victory or defeat often hinged upon a fleeting instant, and thus, focus was paramount. In a moment, the two stood locked in a stalemate, unable to discern victory from defeat. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. The frenzied release of spiritual energy, coupled with the immense heat generated from their fierce clash, left them both feeling unbearably hot, their cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. This deadlock exacted a significant toll on their spiritual reserves. Realizing that he could not immediately subdue Qian Renxue, Shen Tianyu resolved to unleash his most formidable move to decisively determine the outcome. Xiaoxue, be wary of my next strike. As his words echoed, the heavens trembled. An inexhaustible surge of spiritual energy converged, and Shen Tianyu's gaze hardened. Breathing heavily, he enunciated each word with precision. 1,000 strikes breaking the colorful butterfly. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space seemed to rupture. Panic flickered across Qian Renxue's delicate features, for she was acutely aware of the might of this assault. The technique she had studied, the colorful butterfly flower heart method, contained explicit descriptions of Shen Tianyu's move, which could be said to be the bane of Qian Renxue. Without hesitation, she gathered her spiritual energy and swiftly pivoted. Colorful butterfly flies to the sky. Xiaoxiwei. You cannot escape. The 1,000 strikes breaking the colorful butterfly surged in from behind. With just the initial strike, Qian Renxue was struck hard. A pair of colorful butterfly wings trembled violently from the impact. Behind it lay 999 more strikes. Determined, Qian Renxue bit her lip. Channeling all her spiritual energy into a singular force, the petals of the butterfly flower blossomed, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that surged forth to meet the barrage of strikes. With her jade-like hand raised high, she brandished the butterfly flower petals before her. The butterfly confronted the onslaught of 1,000 strikes. This was yet another formidable blow, colliding with Shen Tianyu's power. The butterfly flower petals continuously opened and closed, retaliating with wild spiritual energy. Both combatants stood resolute, unleashing their full might without holding back in their mutual assault. The space around them quivered, fracturing and reconstituting. The series of 1,000 strikes lasted merely 10 minutes. As the final blow landed, both warriors found themselves utterly spent. In that moment of convergence, their spiritual energies intertwined. Suddenly, both felt an inexhaustible surge of energy rising fervently within their dantian. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed within as Qian Renxue achieved the pinnacle of qi training. Shen Tianyu, on the other hand, forged a 7-patterned golden elixir. However, this surge of energy was fleeting, as a rift emerged between their spiritual forces, leading to an immediate explosion. The aftermath of the explosion surged forth like a tidal wave. Outside the small cottage, the two lay exhausted upon the grass, both utterly drained. In their inaugural exchange of celestial techniques, neither emerged as the clear victor. Of course, Qian Renxue was acutely aware that Shen Tianyu had deliberately restrained his cultivation. In a genuine battle, her defeat would have been inevitable. After concluding their exchange of celestial techniques, Shen Tianyu was the first to recuperate. Given that the battle had been fought under constrained cultivation, the toll taken was not particularly severe. Step by step, she approached, gently gathering Qian Renxue in her embrace upon the verdant grass. Can you let me go now? She inquired, her flushed cheeks betraying her exhaustion as she panted heavily. Do you still possess the strength to exit? The battle had drained Qian Renxue significantly at this moment. She felt utterly fatigued, and it was impossible for her to leave the sunset forest alone. Let us wait until tomorrow morning to depart. This conflict has taken a considerable toll on your physique, yet it may also have imparted some insights upon you. Before you take your leave, allow me to assist you in revisiting your reflections. Qian Renxue, weary, found herself at a loss to retort against Shen Tianyu, the incorrigible rogue. Let us proceed. While the iron is hot. Chapter 30. Arrival at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. As the sun reached its zenith, Shen Tianyu awoke from his slumber. Qian Renxue lay beside him, curled up like a small cat. A cascade of golden hair draped across Shen Tianyu's chest, while a pair of long, snowy legs rested elegantly upon his own. Between them lay merely the breadth of a single strand of hair. In this intimate proximity, one could behold the breathtaking beauty of her visage, stunning enough to captivate the soul. The slumbering Qian Renxue furrowed her delicate brows in her dreams. Startled from her reverie, she awoke to find their gazes locked. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew palpably still. A flicker of panic danced within her golden eyes, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In an instant, Qian Renxue leapt from the bed, hastily donning her golden silk gown before making her exit from the small room. Was she shy? With a casual smile, Shen Tianyu rose from his bed and donned his robe. Outside the modest dwelling, Qian Renxue had already composed herself. Hearing the sounds of departure, she turned to face him, her expression stern and unyielding. Am I free to go now? She inquired. Take this with you, he said, producing the Hanhai Qiankuan cover and offering it to Qian Renxue. Although it had lost its original luster, she recognized it immediately and accepted it without hesitation. With his fingers poised together, Shen Tianyu waved gracefully in the air. A series of sword symbols was completed with a delicate touch of the finger, gracefully drifting down to the forehead of Qian Renxue. What have you done to me? She demanded. Within your body, I have left a trace of sword intent. Should danger arise, it can be summoned directly to safeguard your life. I will also know your whereabouts and will rush to your aid. Unnecessary. Qian Renxue retorted through clenched teeth. No matter how you attempt to atone for your actions, the hatred in my heart will never dissipate. You may have acquired my exterior, but you will never possess my heart. I must personally end your life. Release me. The resolution in her golden eyes spoke of unwavering determination, with the hatred within them radiating a chilling intent to kill. Without further words, Shen Tianyu dismantled the barrier of spiritual energy. Qian Renxue, with a flick of her toes, departed without looking back. Watching her increasingly distant silhouette, Shen Tianyu felt an unexpected pang of loss. Her disposition is too obstinate. A gradual change is required. Turning inward to inspect his dantian, the brilliance of his seven-patterned golden core intensified. The supreme yin-yang scripture was truly remarkable. The method of co-cultivation had remarkably accelerated his cultivation progress. Regrettably, Qian Renxue, this girl, would not remain by his side forever. Lost in thought, Shen Tianyu opened the system panel. Short-term task 1, completed. Yesterday, when Qian Renxue fully mastered the colorful butterfly flower petal technique, he could claim the task reward. However, he had been too preoccupied with exchanging celestial techniques to attend to it. Claim. Congratulations, host. You have received a 9th grade spiritual vein and the indomitable celestial technique. With the rewards in hand, Shen Tianyu first implanted the 9th grade spiritual vein amidst the rolling mountains. Upon completion, a vast stream of spiritual energy began to surge forth from it. Ascending into the sky, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, establishing a protective formation for the mountain. Henceforth, no one would be able to tread upon this place without Shen Tianyu's permission. A name is in order. Let it be the Yutian Celestial Manor. Upon landing, he retrieved a large quantity of heavenly materials and earth treasure seeds. When he departed from the sanctuary, Shen Tianyu had consumed all celestial products while retaining a significant amount of seeds. Now that the spiritual vein had been planted, the environment was ripe for the growth of celestial products. With a flourish of his hand, he scattered all the celestial seeds and summoned spiritual rain to nourish them. After completing this, he sat cross-legged to cultivate the indomitable celestial technique. The indomitable celestial technique bore similarities to the devouring celestial technique, yet it was a notch above. With the foundation of the devouring celestial technique, Shen Tianyu progressed swiftly. After an hour, he had completely mastered it. The system panel updated with short-term task 2. Short-term task 2. Teach without discrimination, imparting the path to the beast clan. Task reward. 10 9th grade spiritual veins and an emperor-level gathering formation. Imparting the path to the beast clan, was he to lead them towards cultivation? It seemed he would need to employ a similar method. Let me ponder where to begin. Retrieving the map he purchased in Tiandou City, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged, deep in thought. Scanning the territory of the Tiandou Empire, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Aha! The far north. And conveniently passing by the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, I've long coveted the true Dragon 9 crown. Having determined his next objective, Shen Tianyu stowed the map and summoned spiritual energy to head towards the far north. Meanwhile, within the martial soul hall, Qian Renxue stood tall. Gazing intently at the woman seated in the main position, the pope of the martial soul hall, known as the Douluo powerhouse, Bibi Dong. Beside her stood Bibi Dong's disciple, the holy maiden of the martial soul hall, Hulaina. Laina, you may step outside. Yes, teacher. As Hulaina passed by Qian Renxue, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who is this woman? She pondered, noting that Qian Renxue did not perform the customary kneeling tribute before her teacher. Once Hulaina exited, the atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to a freezing point. By what right do you prevent me from mobilizing the Elder Hall? By what right? Because of you, the 9th Elder has perished. The undercover plan within the Tiandou Empire has collapsed, and you still dare to question me? Bibi Dong's voice thundered with fury. Yet Qian Renxue stood her ground, unyielding against the oppressive aura. The undercover plan has not failed. No one knows that Shui Qinghe was my disguise. However, the emperor of the Tiandou Empire has been confirmed. In the week of her disappearance, the 4th prince, Shui Bong, had ascended to power, and the chaotic Tiandou Empire had temporarily stabilized. Shui Qinghe had been confirmed dead. My arrangements within the Tiandou Empire remain intact, and I have the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Once I return to Tiandou City, Shui Bing must yield the throne. Shui Qinghe is the rightful prince, the heir to the Tiandou Empire. Humph. Bibi Dong sneered. Do you truly believe you still have a chance to turn the tables? Indeed. Very well. You may only mobilize 2 from the Elder Hall. I am keen to see how you intend to reclaim the Tiandou Empire's throne. We shall see, Elder Sister. The term Elder Sister ignited Bibi Dong's fury. A tremendous wave of soul power surged forth in an instant, and Qian Renxue's soul power erupted to meet it head-on. Good. Very good. Get out. Leave at once. Without further ado, Qian Renxue turned and departed, heading towards the Elder Hall to summon Shi Long and Ci Shui. Making her way directly to Tiandou City. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east. Shen Tianyu quietly arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, standing before the 9 towering mountains where the sect resided. After a leisurely journey of a day and night, he had finally arrived. Having stopped frequently along the way to savor the culinary delights of the towns he passed, Shen Tianyu felt somewhat weary. Now that he had reached the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. His gaze swept over the 9 mountains, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, today marks the day of your annihilation. With a chilling gaze, he quickly locked onto a specific mountain. The mountain was dotted with structures, and he could still see disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect moving about. You shall be the first. With a surge of spiritual energy, he struck overhead with a powerful palm. On the purple lightning mountain, an overwhelming force descended. A tremor coursed through the assembly of disciples, prompting them to gaze upward in alarm. A colossal handprint descended rapidly from the heavens. An ambush. Chapter 31. A single strike to slay 100 soul saints upon the summit of Zidian Mountain. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan mobilized their soul power, manifesting their martial souls. The enormous handprint fell with astonishing speed. Before half of them could react, the hand had already struck down. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very foundation of Zidian Mountain. Dust and debris were stirred to heights of 30 zhang as the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. This single strike resulted in the immediate death of half the individuals present on Zidian Mountain. In midair, Shen Tianyu stood poised with his hands clasped behind his back. And another hand descended. From the swirling dust, a formidable soul saint emerged. The manifestation of his martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The roar of the dragon echoed, resonating across the 9 mountains, as the wrathful thunder raged uncontrollably. Foolish! Shen Tianyu rebuked sharply, amplifying the might of his strike. Several ascending soul saints were instantly suppressed by the descending handprint, crashing into Zidian Mountain. Boom! After enduring 2 successive strikes, the peak of Zidian Mountain was obliterated. Over 200 members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan perished without exception. The cataclysmic upheaval on Zidian Mountain drew the attention of the remaining 8 mountains: Hashan, Gushan, Tinshan, Beishan, Doshan, Lanfeng Mountain, and Nanwang Mountain. From the 7 mountains, over 70 soul saints soared into the air. At the forefront was Jinlong Mountain, where a powerful figure also took flight. The leading man possessed a robust physique, reminiscent of a tiger, with 8 soul rings swirling above him, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Flanking him were 4 formidable Poison Douluo and dozens of soul saints. Shen Tianyu's cold gaze swept across the assembly, his heart growing heavy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 3 sections. Among them were well over 100 individuals of soul saint rank and above. Coupled with the ferocious offensive nature of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, this battalion of 100 soul saints could indeed stir a tempest across the continent. Could the soul-hunting operation inflict severe losses on the Spirit Hall? You are from the Spirit Hall. The leading man spoke, revealing himself as Yu Lomian, the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and a powerful Poison Douluo. I am not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Summon Yu Yuanjin forth, for I demand to meet him. Upon realizing that the visitors were not from the Spirit Hall, Yu Lomian felt a profound sense of relief, strengthening his resolve. He stood tall with an air of arrogance, his voice cold as he proclaimed, "You are not worthy to meet our sect leader." Suddenly, thunder erupted, and the air was filled with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Having slaughtered over 200 of my kin, not even the King of Hell can save you today. Attack! At the command given, all the soul saints present sprang into action. The 7th soul ring of each individual illuminated instantly. Thunder roamed the heavens and the earth, as the resounding roars of dragons echoed through the vast sky. From the vantage point below, one could behold hundreds of true dragons spiraling above the 9 mountains. Surrounding each blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex were arcs of lightning, crackling, and dancing in the air. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan ascended to become one of the top 3 sects, earning the esteemed title of the continent's foremost beast martial soul. This was attributed to their inherited martial soul, which not only commanded the ferocious elemental forces of thunder and lightning, but also possessed a formidable dragonic physique. Their strength, offensive capabilities, and explosive power were unparalleled in that era. As the dragon roared in fury, the previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded in dense clouds. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down from the darkened heavens. In an instant, the 9 mountains resembled a thunderous purgatory. Within this inferno, Shen Tianyu stood as a center poised to face the judgment of the Dragon Clan. Strike! Roared Yu Luomian, and simultaneously, all soul saints unleashed their attacks. Their soul rings illuminated, seizing the very essence of thunder from the heavens. Thunderous might. The formidable power of hundreds was augmented by the natural lightning. This technique could intimidate even a titled Douluo who would not dare to confront it head-on. Mastering thunder? I too possess that ability. With a finger pointed skyward, the thunder roared. The grand technique of 3,000 thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, the dominion of thunder shifted. What? Yu Lumian's expression changed drastically as the lightning he wielded suddenly slipped from his grasp. The others experienced the same fate. With a downward sweep of his finger, boundless lightning erupted violently, striking the 100 soul saints with ferocious force. Arcs of electricity danced and collided, producing a series of violent explosions. The dragon scales of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus were instantaneously blasted apart, revealing charred flesh beneath. With a powerful leap, it soared above the heads of the crowd. Wielding the might of thunder, its fists, charged with electric fury, descended with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous punches struck with the swiftness of lightning. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the rampant thunder erupted in succession, merging with the immense force of its strikes. Splatter. Each soul sage fell to the ground, blood spewing forth as their internal organs were shattered, instantly losing the breath of life. Alternatively, under the force of a single punch, they were reduced to mere pulp. Yu Lumian trembled all over, his face ashen and devoid of color. The entire assembly of soul sages from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was obliterated in this single confrontation. A profound terror enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, Yu Lumian turned and hastened towards the direction of True Dragon Mountain. Accompanying him were 4 soul Douluo, all sensing the dire circumstances, retreating alongside Yu Lumian. The bravado you exhibited was merely a facade, and now you are the first to flee, Yu Lumian. How truly revealing of your character. With a single stride, he caught up to 2 soul Douluos. Grasping their necks, he effortlessly twisted, causing them to perish instantly. Raising his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped, drawing 2 more soul Douluos before him. With a simultaneous strike of his fists, he pierced through their chests. Their hearts detonated, and they ceased to breathe. Yu Lumian, in a state of panic, glanced back to see 4 soul Douluos lying lifeless, his heart racing as he felt the specter of death closing in. Since you are not a member of the Spirit Hall, why do you oppose my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Could there be some misunderstanding? Why not sit down and discuss this amicably? There is no misunderstanding. I have come to purge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If a reason must be given, it is simply that I despise your kind. Yu Lumian was momentarily at a loss for words. What sort of reasoning was this? Disliking someone to the point of lethal intent seemed excessively tyrannical. Prepare to meet your end. A palm struck the air, the imprint swiftly traversing the void. Enormous force surged from all directions, sealing off the aura of the jade crown. The thunderous energy upon the palm moved ahead, weaving into a colossal net of lightning that ensnared the jade crown. This is dire. Having lost control over the thunder, the combat prowess of the jade crown has been significantly diminished. With a single thought, the true form of the martial spirit materialized, transforming into a colossal dragon that forcefully surged against the thunderous net. The struggle of the trapped beast was a certain death. A voice, reminiscent of a death knell, echoed ominously from behind. The palm strike had already reached its target, piercing through the thunderous net to deliver a crushing blow to the back of Yu Luojing. In a mere instant, the true form of the martial spirit was rendered ineffective, revealing Yu Luojing in human form. The bones of his back shattered entirely. Desperately channeling his soul power to withstand the impact of the palm strike, he cried out, "Elder brother, save me," raising his hand towards the direction of True Dragon Mountain. No one can save you. Destruction. A hand stretched out, fingers converging. The immense palm print tightened its grip on Yu Luojing. No. After a final, heart-wrenching wail, Yu Luojing was consumed by the spiritual palm print. His body erupted in midair, flesh and blood raining down, excluding the obliterated purple lightning mountain. The remaining disciples of the 8 mountains were engulfed in fury. The fire of rage in their eyes pointed directly at Shen Tianyu, their murderous intent coalescing into a palpable essence that chilled the soul. How many years has it been? You are the first to dare unleash such slaughter against my blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Deep within True Dragon Mountain, a furious roar reverberated. Chapter 32. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus is nothing more than this. A powerful blue-purple radiance erupted from True Dragon Mountain. A tall and formidable figure soared forth from the depths of the mountain. A pair of immense dragon wings, when unfurled, carried with them arcs of thunder. On the forehead, a pair of formidable dragon horns emerged abruptly. The arms, too, bore the fierce form of dragon claws. adorned in naught but layers of dragon scales, devoid of any robe. Could this be the dragon transformation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? As the foremost beast martial spirit of the continent, it naturally possesses its singular attributes. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit commences its dragon transformation from the 30th level. With each soul ring acquired thereafter, a new feature of dragon transformation manifests upon the body, accompanied by a corresponding dragon transformation soul skill. At this moment, the ability of dragon transformation was being wielded by Yu Engine. Invade my sect, slay my kin. Yet, for many years, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect has remained dormant upon this continent, allowing mere rabble to dare to act recklessly here? While I seclude myself in meditation, you dare to rampage within my sect. You shall pay with your life for such audacity. Today, let it be known, a dragon is forever a dragon. Touch the dragon's reverse scale, and death is inevitable. His resonant roar reverberated across the 9 mountains, igniting a surge of fervor among the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. With the sect leader's emergence, who could rival him? Each of Yu Engine's furious shouts was accompanied by the rumble of thunder. A terrifying wrath radiated from his brow, the thunder surrounding him swelling in intensity. The glint of cold light reflecting off his sharp dragon claws. Dragon transformation soul skill, Dragon's Fury. This soul skill could augment Yu Engine's attack power and thunderous might by 100%. Yet, this was not the end. As the dragon wings spread wide, the power of thunder continued to escalate. The air crackled ominously, as if it could scarcely bear the weight of the thunder. Dragon transformation soul skill, Dragon's Might. The thunderous power surged to a 200% increase. Coupled with the enhancement from Dragon's Fury, the thunderous force within Yu Engine's command reached a magnitude capable of obliterating an entire city. Die! His furious bellow resounded as the dragon wings unfurled. A torrent of thunder surged skyward as Yu Engine charged forth. When the distance between the two narrowed to 100 meters, the dragon claw swung fiercely. Countless bolts of thunder descended upon Shen Tianyu, crashing against his corporeal form. His robe shattered beneath the onslaught of thunder, revealing a resilient physique. Thunder's dragon claw. The soul power was unleashed, transforming into blue and purple dragon claws. In the fleeting moment, a sudden surge erupted, striking directly at Shen Tianyu's chest. The electric arc swiftly spread, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Thunderous might. The lightning transformed into countless serpentine forms, rapidly expanding and blanketing the entire sky. As the dragon's claws swept through the air, the electric serpents erupted simultaneously, surging from all directions. Surrounding Shen Tianyu was a sea of electric serpents, leaving him with no possibility of evasion. The sect master exuded an aura of majesty. A disciple from the sect cried out, inciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. This man is undoubtedly doomed. Foolish, to stand there and endure. It would be miraculous if he survived. Such is the fate of those who offend the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Unlike the jubilant cheers of the other disciples, Yu Engine's expression was grave and solemn. Having annihilated 100 soul saints from his family, this individual's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Perhaps, like himself, he too was a super Douluo. The consecutive execution of the first and second skills serves as a form of probing. Excellent. Truly, Yu Engine is remarkable. Amidst the explosion of electric serpents, Shen Tianyu's voice resonated with authority. In the next moment, he surged forth like a cannonball, soaring through the boundless electric serpents with astonishing speed, even swifter than lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Yu Engine, raising his fist for a powerful strike. Boom. The residual spiritual energy rippled, and an overwhelming pressure swept across the 9 mountains. The feeble disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were left prostrated on the ground. Yu Engine absorbed the impact of this punch, rapidly retreating. His thick brows furrowed as he channeled his soul power. His dragon wings unfurled to their fullest extent, halting his backward movement in midair. The dragon scales on his chest shattered completely from the blow. While astonishment gripped his heart, his dragon claws pressed against his chest. Soon, new dragon scales began to form anew. Yu Engine, receive another punch from me. Bang. With explosive speed, he dashed forward, his fist aimed directly at Shen Tianyu's chest. Yu Engine crossed his arms, positioning his dragon limbs defensively in front of him. Boom. Bring it on. Again. Again. With a single punch followed by another. Each strike lands with force, fierce and fluid. The fists, merely infused with spiritual energy, rely entirely on the strength of the body in a fierce contest against Yu Engine. At this moment, Yu Engine is forced to retreat step by step. His arms, encased in rigid dragon scales, have been shattered countless times. The surrounding violent thunder crashes against Shen Tianyu's corporeal form, yet it bears no effect whatsoever. The third soul ring ignites, amplifying the power of thunder by 100%, while his own soul power surges by 50%. Thunderous wrath, crackling, and popping. The space erupts as Yu Engine halts his advance. The fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm. Dark purple clouds coalesce overhead, and an endless torrent of thunder cascades down like a waterfall. Arcs of electricity dance through the air, erupting violently upon contacting Shen Tianyu. Quick! Take cover! The disciples atop Jioshan turned pale, scrambling to find shelter from the impending chaos. The explosive arcs of lightning radiated outward, posing a threat not only to Shen Tianyu, but also risking harm to their own. Such a ferocious assault was rarely employed by Yu Engine within the sect. Yet, the very act of unleashing it signified that the master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was indeed enraged. Fifth soul skill. With a thunderous shout, the black soul rings ignited. Lightning surged from his dragon claws, scattering wildly around Shen Tianyu. Invisible arcs of electricity coalesced to form a wall of thunder, ensnaring Shen Tianyu within. Thunder roared forth. The ferocious storm erupted, the wall of lightning pressing in from all sides, crashing mercilessly against Shen Tianyu's form. The explosion resounded, the clashing bolts of lightning dispersing in chaotic splendor, laying waste to all in their path. Where they traversed, not a blade of grass remained. The very fabric of space shattered, infused with an aura of annihilation. As this attack concluded, Yu Engine fixated intently on the epicenter of the explosion, Shen Tianyu. Was this blow unbearable? His gaze retained its haughty confidence, claws rubbing together in keen anticipation. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is nothing but this. You dare provoke me? Yu Engine's countenance turned ashen. He had always taken pride in possessing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, believing it to be the supreme force in the world. He regarded any formidable soul master with disdain. In Yu Engine's heart, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex stood above all. To insult it was an unforgivable transgression. This was not mere provocation, it was an undeniable truth. Amidst the tempest of thunder, Shen Tianyu spoke. There he stood, ensconced within the prison of lightning, his fingers gradually converging into a tight fist. A thread of primordial power descends from the void, landing gracefully in my grasp. The Origin Divine Fist. With a formidable thrust, the fist unleashes a surge of energy akin to a fountain's eruption. The surrounding thunder is instantaneously extinguished by this forceful punch. The condensed fist aura hurtles forward with astonishing speed. Very well. I shall see if you possess the merit to utter the words. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus is nothing but this. Bang, bang. With a powerful stomp of both feet, the dragon wings unfurl horizontally. A pair of dragon claws formed into fists, striking towards the Origin Divine Fist. At the moment of impact, Yu Engine's face paled. This is dire. I have been careless. In the blink of an eye, the seventh spirit ring was ignited. The seventh spirit ability, True Body of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Chapter 33. Bring forth the true dragon with 9 crowns. Upon his form, a dazzling blue-purple radiance flickered. The towering and formidable Yu Engine became distorted under the blue-purple glow. A mighty roar resounded as a 30-meter-tall blue lightning tyrant dragon materialized. The Origin Divine Fist ruthlessly crashed down upon the chest of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Boom. An explosion reverberated, energy waves rolling tumultuously. The chest of the blue lightning tyrant dragon was shattered, countless dragon scales instantly reduced to dust. Vivid dragon blood surged forth from the wound. Yu Engine felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, fiercely channeling the power of thunder that enveloped every inch of his being. The fierce aura of his punch continued to unleash violently. Damn it! Among the swirling spirit rings, a black spirit ring illuminated. The blue lightning tyrant dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a roar from within. Waves of sound rolled outward, clashing against the force of the fist. The sixth soul skill, Dragon's Roar, shattered the air, unleashing an explosion of sound imbued with the might of dragons. Yu Engine, brace yourself. The thunderous command echoed from above, as Shen Tianyu, unbeknownst to anyone, had already positioned himself beneath Yu Engine. He plummeted swiftly, mounting the blue lightning tyrant dragon. With both hands gripping the dragon's horns, he summoned an eruption of colossal energy. Crack, crack, roar. The anguished cries of the dragon reverberated through the heavens. While the blue lightning tyrant dragon writhed in a frenzy, bolts of lightning crackled ominously above, violently striking Shen Tianyu's form. Clutching the dragon's horns, he soared into the void. With a subtle exertion of force, the horns shattered instantly. You shall pay with your life for today's misdeeds. The eighth soul ring illuminated brilliantly, as the bluish-purple soul power surged upwards like a tempest. Above them, a massive blue thundercloud began to form. The crackling arcs of lightning danced within the cloud. Enraged, the dragon's colossal body leaped skyward, merging into the thundercloud. Its sole skill, Dragon's Thunderous Fury. Whoosh! Bolts of lightning arced down from the thunderclouds, each one transforming into a magnificent dragon of thunder as it plummeted earthward. In an instant, it resembled a scene where myriad dragons rode the thunder, descending from the heavens to unleash their wrath upon the mortal realm. Confronted with the strike of Yu Yuanjin, Shen Tianyu cast a cold gaze. His fingers clenched tightly as he thrust forward. Upon the 9 mountains, the grand Tao crumbled. With the ancestral Holy Fist, he unleashed 3 world-shaking strikes. The first fist, the decay of the Tao. As this fist was unleashed, the power of the Tao in the vicinity of the 9 mountains directly withered and dissolved, transforming into energy that fused into Shen Tianyu's strike. With his fist raised high, the sharp aura of the punch erupted with the force of decay. One by one, the thunderous dragons dissipated into nothingness. The endless purgatory forged by thunder was rendered insignificant beneath the weight of this singular blow. A decaying power surged forth, enveloping Yu Yuanjin, who trembled at its approach. The aura of death loomed closer with every passing moment. This is dire. Instantly, his soul energy surged, and his right arm, resembling a dragon-esque claw, reached out into the void. The fabric of space was torn asunder, allowing Yu Yuanjin, in the form of the blue electric tyrant dragon, to plunge into the rift. Just as his tail vanished from sight, Shen Tianyu's fist arrived. His punch struck the thunderclouds, which erupted violently, as the immense decaying power completely dissolved the storm. A spatial soul technique? Could it be a soul bone? Above the true dragon mountain, a rift in space opened, and Yu Yuanjin emerged from it. The soul energy on his dragon claw dissipated, its radiance dimmed. It seems I was correct. It is indeed a soul bone skill. Having narrowly escaped death, Yu Yuanjin felt a lingering dread. When that punch was unleashed, he distinctly sensed his heart momentarily halt. This was the death perception possessed by a Tiandou Imperial. In a critical moment, he decisively wielded this life-preserving spatial soul technique. You are fortunate indeed. But can you withstand a second punch? Your life, I shall claim today. In midair, the colossal blue electric tyrant dragon locked gazes with Shen Tianyu. In a pair of vertically slit pupils, a distinct expression of fear emanated. However, it was not long before Yu Yuanjin composed himself. If you seek my life, then let yours accompany me to the grave. Such audacious words. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Shen Tianyu spoke with indifference. At this juncture of battle, the outcome of life and death was already clear. Yu Yuanjin, who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such reckless claims that I should accompany you in death. Ha! Yu Yuanjin burst into laughter, releasing himself from the state of his martial soul. You do not comprehend. This is the pride of a dragon. Across the vast expanse of the world, the dragon reigns as the king of beasts. Indeed, you are stronger than I. Yet my blue electric tyrant dragon clan stands resilient upon this continent. As one of the 3 foremost martial souls, how could we lack any profound heritage? As he spoke, the murderous intent in his gaze intensified. A surge of soul energy infused into a ring upon his finger. The dragon begets 9 offspring, each residing upon 9 mountains. Each mountain boasts its own crown, and the 9 converge into one. Boom, boom, boom. 9 resounding explosions erupted in succession. Above the 9 mountains, fissures tore open. 9 pieces of soul bones swiftly converged towards Yu Yuanjin. Among these 9 fragments, 8 were mere incomplete shards. Only the head bone, soaring forth from the true dragon mountain, remained intact. The 9 crowns of the true dragon. The snow jade crown. Shen Tianyu spoke, revealing that his arrival at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was precisely for the 9 crowns of the true dragon. It is said that these 9 crowns are remnants left behind by the ancient Dragon King after his demise. The energy contained within them is exceedingly formidable. Should Yu Yuanjin absorb them, he could elevate the last 3 soul rings directly to 99,999 years. The color of the soul rings would transition from black to a faint red. If he could successfully absorb the most complete snow jade crown, there would be no doubt that the last 3 soul rings would reach 100,000 years. However, the conditions for absorbing the snow jade crown are exceedingly stringent, particularly the absence of the head bone, which poses a significant limitation for Yu Yuanjin, since you are aware of the 9 crowns of the true dragon. Upon hearing Shen Tianyu's words, Yu Yuanjin was taken aback in astonishment. The 9 crowns of the true dragon are a closely guarded secret of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage, known only to the successive clan leaders, who possess the key to unlock it. Yu Yuanjin pondered. Since the other party was aware of this secret, They undoubtedly sought the 9 crowns of the true dragon. Thank you for summoning the 9 crowns. This battle can come to a close. Having toyed with Yu Engine for long enough, it was time to withdraw. You wish to seize the 9 crowns? A delusion. Yu Engine quickly reacted, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to absorb the 8 fragments directly. Too late. Great teleportation technique. With a single step, he arrived in an instant. A grand wave of his hand enveloped the true Dragon 9 crown in a rush of spiritual energy. Bring forth the true Dragon 9 crown. In a flash, Yu Engine's soul power was swiftly dispelled by the spiritual force. The true Dragon 9 crown fell into Shen Tianyu's grasp, promptly stored within his auspicious treasure pouch. Yu Engine, consumed by rage, found himself at a loss for words. Very well, let us descend into hell together. The 7th soul skill ignited, manifesting the true form of his martial spirit. Soul power converged, his figure contorted, transforming once more into the visage of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. All soul rings shimmered in succession as thunder erupted from within, sweeping across the 9 mountains, completely enveloping Shen Tianyu. Ultimately, all soul power surged into the 9th soul ring. In an instant, Yu Engine soared into the heavens. 8 colossal bolts of lightning cascaded from above, sealing off the 8 directions surrounding Shen Tianyu. The final bolt of lightning spiraled above his head. The true dragon's fury resonated throughout the heavens. Chapter 34. The Annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. 9 bolts of thunder surged with an overwhelming presence. A vast and pure blue-purple soul power emanating from the foremost bolt, infusing the other 8. At this moment, soul power and lightning force became one. The roar of the dragon erupted from the 9 bolts of thunder. The heavenly thunder exploded, transforming into massive blue lightning tyrant dragons. The enraged dragon's roar echoed throughout the 9 mountains. In an instant, all the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family unleashed their martial spirits uncontrollably. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from the mouths of all present, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Was it the lament of the dragon clan? Indeed. It befits the occasion, a funeral for your sovereign. To Shen Tianyu, this cacophony of dragon roars was undeniably awe-inspiring. However, it signified a final lament. Heralding the demise of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Descend into the abyss. The furious roar of Yu Engine echoed from the sky. The thunderclouds above erupted in a cataclysm. 8 colossal dragons simultaneously surged towards Shen Tianyu. With clenched fists, he stepped forward, his presence rippling through the air like waves. The ancient sacred fist. A trilogy of world-shattering strikes. The second blow, the decline of heaven and earth. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of spiritual energy swept across the universe. The vitality of all living things seemed to be stripped away in that instant. Even the cosmos could not escape the rapid decay under this punch. The 8 heavenly dragons had closed in, their massive forms sweeping past like a tempest. Boom. The dragons exploded, unleashing a tempest of thunder. The very fabric of space trembled and threatened to collapse, with the dragon responsible for the final strike being none other than Yu Engine himself. Die. The immense blue electric Tyrannosaurus felt like a towering edifice. Its soul power intertwined with the thunder, clashing against Shen Tianyu's punch. In that moment, the dragon's claws disintegrated. Soon after, its gargantuan body faded away under the force of the punch, leaving only Yu Engine standing alone. Clenching his fist in a similar manner, he met the decline of heaven and earth. At the moment of contact, vitality within him rapidly ebbed away. A surge of stagnant blood accumulated in his chest was violently expelled. A pair of hard, proud, and confident eyes gradually lost their luster. Bang! The force of the punch erupted, propelling Yu Engine's body backward through the air. His arms hung limply, resembling a goose struck by an arrow, as he plummeted directly onto the Dragon Mountain. Shen Tianyu walked through the void and approached Yu Engine's lifeless form. The vitality had been stripped away, leaving Yu Engine's body cold, now nothing more than a corpse. His eyes wide open in fury, he gazed at the heavens. An endless resentment that could no longer be expressed. The legendary Super Douluo, the esteemed leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, has fallen. Upon the majestic true Dragon Mountain, disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect have gathered, each harboring a fierce wrath, their murderous intent palpable in the air. They are resolute in their determination to exact vengeance for their leader, willing to shed blood to uphold the honor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. They charge forth. Over 200 individuals strike simultaneously, directing their fury towards Shen Tianyu. The raging thunder erupts once more. Truly commendable courage. Turning around, he unleashes a formidable aura of spiritual pressure. Those below the 40th rank are instantly suppressed to the ground. The explosive sound waves reverberate, piercing the heart. Boom, boom, boom. Splatter. A torrent of blood erupted, and one by one, the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family fell lifeless. Threads of spiritual energy flickered from his fingertips, transforming into delicate blades that danced among the remaining members. Slicing marks marred their necks, blood gushing forth. In mere moments, every disciple on True Dragon Mountain lay dead. Rising from True Dragon Mountain, the remaining 7 peaks descended into chaos. Yu Yuanjin had perished, and all formidable beings above the Soul Sage rank within the clan had also met their demise. The remaining individuals, bereft of their leader, had already descended into utter disarray. They scattered in panic. If even one managed to escape, the family's former glory could be restored, avenging this sea of blood. On Crane Mountain, an elder bellowed. Instantly, all disciples dispersed in flight. Shen Tianyu observed intently, locking on to the elder who had spoken, unleashing a thread of spiritual energy. A gaping wound appeared between the elder's brows, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The spiritual energy rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire expanse of the 9 mountains. Under its perceptive grasp, all were under Shen Tianyu's control. It was time to draw a conclusion. With a powerful swing of his fists, shockwaves of force erupted. Like meteors descending from the heavens, they struck the 7 great mountains. The weaker ones fell instantly, while the Soul Emperor rank warriors banded together in a futile attempt to buy time for their kin. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all efforts proved to be in vain. After 5 minutes of relentless bombardment, the 7 mountains were reduced to rubble. The air was thick with the stench of blood throughout the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Fragments of stone and earth mingled with flesh. Among the 1,800 members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, none survived. After descending once more upon True Dragon Mountain and seeking a clean spot, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged. At this moment, the ominous clouds above had dissipated, and the sun's rays bathed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. From the moment Shen Tianyu made his move until the complete annihilation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, no more than half an hour had passed. Retrieving the True Dragon 9 crowns, Shen Tianyu directly channeled the Devouring Sky Demon technique. Fragments of dragon bones were refined, and pure primordial energy was infused into the Dantian. The 8th golden line upon the Dantian began to gradually take shape. Once all 8 fragments were absorbed, the golden line started to manifest. Ultimately, these were merely fragments of dragon bones. Their power was not particularly strong. One could only wonder how much energy this snow jade crown could provide. As spiritual energy surged, the Devouring Heaven Demon technique was executed. The snow jade crown circled before Shen Tianyu, a faint dragon's roar resonating, bursting forth from within. Oomph. A mere cold snort silenced the furious dragon's roar. Pure primordial energy flowed out from the snow jade crown. Upon inhalation, a warm and intense sensation enveloped him. Elemental light. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing the implications. It seemed the snow jade crown could indeed have fallen from the body of the golden holy dragon. Coupled with the mutated Luo San Pao of Yu Shaojiang and the golden holy dragon martial soul that would persist a millennium hence, it was plausible that the blue electric tyrant dragon family possessed a fragment of the golden holy dragon's legacy. Without further contemplation, he focused on absorbing the snow jade crown. A vast and pure energy continuously poured in, causing the glow of the golden core to become increasingly radiant. The 8th golden line was steadily forming. Meanwhile, the snow jade crown gradually dissipated during the absorption process. However, with only one snow jade crown, the energy it could provide was limited. Ultimately, the 8th golden line took on a hazy form, only a final step away from complete success. That would suffice. Once he ventured to the extreme north and fully solidified the 8th golden line, it would undoubtedly be achieved. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden roar echoed in his mind. Xiaoshui is in danger. When Qian Renxue departed, Shen Tianyu had left a trace of sword intent within her. He did not expect it to be triggered so swiftly. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly sensed the location from which the sword intent was released. Heaven Do City. Could it be that this girl disguised herself as Xue Qinghe and returned to Heaven Do City? Appearing in the guise of Xue Qinghe should not lead to any mishap in Heaven Do City. In the shadows, there should still be titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall offering protection, unless a more formidable Super Douluo intervened. Shen Tianyu's mind raced with possibilities. If his suspicions were correct, then it would be time to eradicate another member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 35. Identity Exposed. The 5th soul skill shook the world. Within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, a powerful 7 killing sword chi erupted, wildly unleashed. The tranquil Heaven Do city was once again engulfed in turmoil. Outside the main hall of the palace, four figures soared into the air simultaneously. Countless sword energies ravaged the surroundings, blood floating in the air. Bang! The four landed, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. These four were the three committee members from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do and the returning Qian Renxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe. Within the hall, Qincher stepped out, sword in hand. Behind him stood Xuebing, Tang San, Ning Fingxi, Flender, Lu Erlong, and Prince Xuexing, who sat in a wheelchair. All emerging side by side from the hall. Once I eliminate the traitor Shui Qinghe, I shall fulfill the conditions promised to you all. Xuebing, brimming with confidence and clad in imperial robes, stood tall. Following the sudden demise of the Emperor Shuiyi and the disappearance of Shui Qinghe, Xuebing successfully ascended to power as the fourth son of the late emperor. With Shen Tianyu wreaking havoc in the Tang Imperial Palace, the royal family's reputation plummeted, leading to instability within the entire Tang Empire. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang proposed to Ning Fingxi to assist Xuebing in his rise. As a condition, the financial authority of the Tang Empire would be entirely entrusted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Shrek Academy would elevate to the foremost academy of the Tang Empire, gaining robust support from the royal family. To solidify his position, Xuebing had no choice but to acquiesce. Just as the group was deliberating, the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe suddenly appeared. The already entangled group found themselves momentarily bewildered. Taking advantage of the situation, Tang San accused Shui Qinghe of colluding with external enemies to harm the late emperor. Under this pretext, a fierce conflict erupted. The strike that initiated the chaos was indeed from Qincher. The three committee members, being part of the Crown Prince's faction, did not hesitate to block the attack but were severely injured as a result. Qian Renxue fared no better, although three stood in front to defend. She too sustained considerable injuries. Tang San, I shall remember this. A pair of eyes fixated intensely on Tang San, as the flames of fury burned within Qian Renxue's heart. Since ancient times, the victors have always been the kings, while the vanquished are but the spoils. This is your fate, Shui Qinghe. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, perceiving the palpable intent to kill emanating from Qian Renxue's furious gaze. This individual has chosen the path to death. He must not be spared. Uncle Ning, take action. Ning Fingxi nodded, letting out a sigh before speaking. Qinghe, I have taught you for many years, and we share the bonds of master and disciple. Arriving at this juncture is indeed a lamentable necessity. For the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I must sacrifice you. And I shall do my utmost to assist His Majesty Xuebing in restoring the glory of the Tang Empire. Sword Master, proceed. After a moment of feigned camaraderie, the helplessness in Ning Fingxi's eyes transformed into a murderous intent. He had once been a staunch supporter of the imperial family, but now, for the sake of the financial power of the Tiandou Empire, he did not hesitate to switch sides. By seizing control over the finances of the Tiandou Empire, he could amass its wealth, thereby empowering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and elevating it to unprecedented heights. Driven by his insatiable thirst for profit, Ning Fingxi showed no mercy. Chen Xian, wielding the Seven Killing Sword, thrust it menacingly towards Qian Renxue. The overwhelming sword energy unleashed a formidable pressure, suppressing the soul power within Qian Renxue. Faced with this strike, there was no room for evasion. She had no choice but to resort to her ultimate move. Channeling the spiritual energy within her, she pressed a hand to her forehead. The hidden sword mark on her brow ignited with pure sword intent, erupting forth with tremendous force. What? Chen Xian was taken aback as the sword power surged towards him. The Seven Killing Sword quivered, repelled by the sheer might of the sword intent. The Seven Killing Domain. Boom. The domain was unleashed, and her soul power rapidly surged. An even more potent pressure descended upon Qian Renxue. Blood spilled from Qian Renxue's lips, her internal soul power in disarray. The disguised soul skills attached to her soul bone were shattered by this pressure. However, Chen Xian's intention was not to harm her. He merely sought to defend against the incoming sword power. As the Seven Killing Domain was activated, the sword intent reached its zenith, forming a protective barrier of sword energy before him. When the sword power collided with the barrier, it erupted into countless shards of sword energy, swiftly dispersing outward. Chen Xian retreated step by step, yet he still sustained injuries from the sword energy. His robe marred with numerous slashes, stained with droplets of blood. Shui Qinghe, you and that person are indeed in cahoots. As the sword intent emanated from Qian Renxue, everyone present shuddered in shock. This power felt all too familiar. They had once been overshadowed by the presence of Shen Tianyu. Damn it! Chen Xian seethed with rage, raising his hand to summon back the Seven Killing Sword. His previous defeat at the hands of Shen Tianyu had already left him humiliated. Today, He had nearly suffered another significant loss. Unable to find Shen Tianyu, he could only vent his frustrations on Shui Qinghe. Who exactly are you? Shuebing exclaimed, staring incredulously at Qian Renxue. At this moment, everyone was taken aback. The formerly male Shui Qinghe had transformed into a woman. The crowd wore expressions of bewilderment. Could it be that Shui Qinghe had always been a woman? Yet that notion was quickly dismissed. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes, the first to notice the unusual mark upon Qian Renxue's forehead. The small angelic seal unmistakably revealed her identity. The six-winged angel seal, you are from the Spirit Hall. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. A member of the Spirit Hall had disguised themselves as Shui Qinghe, attempting to claim the Tiandou throne. If she succeeded, it would spell disaster. It appeared that the true prince had already fallen victim to treachery. Who would have thought that the Spirit Hall would exploit this moment to seek profit? Ning Fengji expressed his conjectures with a smile. Shuebong, it seems that your imperial seat is now unassailable. As for this woman, she should be executed without mercy. Ning Zhongzhu, will this not provoke the Spirit Hall? Shuebang expressed concern, recognizing the Spirit Hall's current dominance on the continent. To slay a six-winged angel soulmaster would undoubtedly be tantamount to declaring war against them. There will be no repercussions. The Spirit Hall has sent someone to impersonate Shui Qinghe in a bid to usurp the Tiandou throne. If this matter were to spread, it would severely tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. To protect their own image, they would never dare to strike against the royal family. The Spirit Hall will swallow this bitter pill. Before Ning Fengji could speak, Tang San elaborated, analyzing the potential ramifications of such actions. Little San is correct, Your Majesty. Rest assured. Sword uncle, strike her down. Very well. Shen Xian once again gripped his sword, unleashing the fury of the seven-killing sword towards Qian Renxue. Just then, two powerful forces erupted forth. Shen Xian, how dare you? The serpent spear surged from the side, intercepting the seven-killing sword. The newcomer was none other than the serpent spear Douluo. Shilong, young master, I have arrived late. The stout spike porcupine Douluo landed beside Qian Renxue, assisting her to her feet. Uncle, thank you for your timely rescue. Boom. The sword energy exploded, sending the serpent spear Douluo reeling. Shen Xian stood firm with his sword, casting a cold glance at the two. Fengji, what say you? Little San, what is your perspective? Ning Fengji inquired, turning to the disciple of the esteemed master, who had been frequently seeking counsel from Tang San. With two titled Douluos coming to her aid, this woman's identity was clearly significant. She must be eliminated to prevent future calamities. Chapter 36. Qian Renxue's crisis. Tang San understood the gravity of the situation. He and Qian Renxue had become sworn enemies. If they did not eliminate her today, they might fall victim to her in the future. Her identity was not ordinary, and if she were to perish, the Spirit Hall might indeed go to extremes in their desperation. Uncle Ning, you worry too much. The Spirit Hall has no moral high ground in this matter. They can only swallow their grievances. Moreover, today, if we were to eliminate all three, we would simply assert that we have never encountered them. The Spirit Hall possesses no evidence, and what can they do? Ning Fengji hesitated. Tearing the veil with the Spirit Hall so soon was a confrontation he wished to avoid. If we do not take decisive action, we will only face chaos. Uncle Ning, what are you still hesitating for? The opportunity for the seven treasure, glazed tile school, to soar is right before us. Sword uncle, strike. At the command, Shen Xian surged forth. The seven-kill sword's aura enveloped the three individuals within its grasp. Send a message to the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. We must ensure the young master's safe departure. Understood. The porcupine Douluo swiftly produced a signal flare and released it into the sky. Shilong led the charge, brandishing his serpent spear as he lunged at Shen Xian. With a single stroke, I shall sever your head. Shen Xian retorted, do not underestimate my serpent spear. It is no less formidable. The clash of their weapons resonated, unleashing a torrent of soul power into the ether. Above, the signal flare released by the porcupine Douluo exploded in the sky. Dean Flender, we must intercept the reinforcements from the Spirit Hall. Agreed. Swordmaster. We leave this to you. Fear not. Faced with two titled Douluo, Shen Xian radiated unwavering confidence. As a 97th level Super Douluo, dealing with two ordinary titled Douluo was a matter of ease. Ning Fengji, Flender, Lu Erlong, and Tang San, for figures, stood outside the palace. Their martial spirits unleashed in anticipation of the imminent arrival of Spirit Hall reinforcements. Concurrently, Shui Bing dispatched the Imperial Guards, along with over 300 recently recruited soul masters, all stationed outside the palace. Uncle Wang, can we prevail? On his wheelchair, Prince Shuisheng nodded. Your Majesty need not worry. Once Sword Douluo deals with these two title Douluo, all will be resolved. Above the palace, the battle was on the verge of eruption. The Serpent Spear Douluo fully channeled his soul power, clashing fiercely with Qian Renxue. The Porcupine Douluo soared into the air, his martial spirit manifesting as a colossal porcupine. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a torrent of toxins. Rodents. Qian Renxue bellowed, igniting his third soul ring. Sword wings, take flight. With a swift step upon the 7-kill sword, he instantly positioned himself behind the Porcupine Douluo. Fourth soul skill. The aura of death is palpable. A blade of light coalesced in midair, thrusting directly towards the back of the Porcupine Douluo. The sharp edge penetrated the porcupine's body, and the sword energy erupted instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. As the porcupine exploded, toxins were released with wild abandon. Qian Renxue shouted coldly, sweeping his sword horizontally. His soul power enveloped the area, suppressing all the toxins. You shall perish. Shilong suddenly charged in, his sharp snake spear brandishing two massive serpents, their gaping maws aimed straight at Qian Renxue. Overreaching. The 7-kill sword swept forth, unleashing the 7-kill domain. The potency of Shilong's attack diminished sharply. Taking advantage of the moment, the 7-kill sword struck, severing the heads of the two serpents. The black soul rings ignited, a torrent of soul power surging from Qian Renxue. The resonating soul power coalesced into thousands of sword blades. Sixth soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The swords danced, shaking the very heavens and earth, splitting into two paths like a galaxy descending upon the two adversaries. Hold your ground. Shilong roared, swiftly swinging his snake spear to counter the barrage of blades. Meanwhile, the Porcupine Douluo opened its maw wide, swallowing the swords one by one. As more blades were consumed, the Porcupine Douluo's body swelled uncontrollably. Outside the Tiandou Palace, reinforcements from the Spirit Hall arrived. Ningfengji rotated the 7 treasure glaze tile, beams of light cascading down. With the enhancements bestowed upon them, Flinder and Lu Erlong, though still Soul Sage rank, unleashed the combat strength of a Soul Douluo. Flinder transformed into a cat eagle, launching an aerial assault. Thunderous Wrath. Lu Erlong, engulfed in flames, resembled a raging dragon, her soul skills activating wildly. The woman awakened, her battle prowess soaring. As the ferocious angle of the golden iron triangle, Lu Erlong's method of combat could be summarized in 2 words: madness. Relentless, unbridled attacks inflicted the heaviest blows upon her foes. Tang San, relying on ghost shadow perplexing track, weaved through the crowd, launching surprise attacks with hidden weapons. With Ningfengji's support, it was difficult for the Tiandou Spirit Hall reinforcements to breach this line of defense. A resounding boom echoed as the Tiandou Palace erupted, sword energy flying chaotically. The Porcupine Douluo was forced out of its martial spirit form. After ingesting the massive sword blades, it struggled to digest them, unable to withstand the pressure. The Snake Spear Douluo fared even worse, drenched in blood, appearing as though he were a wretched specter. Damn it! Both men landed, their eyes ablaze with fury. Sitting cross-legged, Qian Renxue opened her golden eyes. Young master, what shall we do? Shilong inquired, the situation evolving rapidly. At this moment, they urgently needed Qian Renxue to make a decisive choice, lest all 3 perish here. Retreat. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to withdraw for the time being. Escape? Can you evade my sword? In the skies, Qian Renxue's 8th soul ring illuminated. A colossal formation coalesced above him, and the 7-kill sword split into 12 sword shadows. Each shadow possessed 80% of the original's attack power. Shilong and the bloody duo, now fully aware, turned ashen. Qian Renxue, if you press us, we shall bring you down with us. How audacious, Shilong. Boom. The rampant sword energy converged, encircling the 3 of them. We fight to the death. Qian Renxue bit her lip, releasing her 6-winged angel martial spirit. The 6 soul rings spun, with the last 2 10,000-year rings igniting. 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword, Roar. Waves of holy light surged forth, clashing with the sword energy. Armed with the holy sword, she charged directly at Qian Renxue. Kill. Shilong and the bloodied figure exchanged glances, rising in unison to assault the heavens. 8th soul skill, Move mountains and fill seas. The 12 sword shadows erupted in midair. Young master! Shilong and the bloodied figure exclaimed, their speed surging as they flew before Qian Renxue. The 2 fueled their soul power to the utmost, bracing against the assault of the 12 sword shadows. Explosions reverberated, their chests charred black. Blood sprayed forth as they fell to the ground, while Qian Renxue descended with the 7-kill sword in hand. As the holy sword pierced forward, The clash of blades sent Qian Renxue into a disadvantageous position. Given your age, barely in your 20s, to have already reached Soul Emperor rank, such talent could lead the Spirit Hall to become lawless. Today you must die? The holy sword detonated, unleashing a tempest of sword energy. The golden silk gown was etched with scars, her fair skin marred by the slicing winds, blood oozing forth. At the brink of death, Qian Renxue's inner spirit erupted. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, sensing an energy fluctuation akin to that of Shen Tianyu. Yet, the force emanating from Qian Renxue lacked the same might, resembling more the strength of a Soul Douluo. Even with this trump card, you cannot stop me. Before absolute power, all techniques and skills are but ephemeral illusions. Boom. The Super Douluo unleashed his full might. The razor-sharp sword energy transforming into a sword aura that tore through Qian Renxue's spirit defenses. Am I to perish? A vision of Shen Tianyu flashed in Qian Renxue's mind. A man who claims that invoking this strand of sword path will summon him immediately. What deceitful words. Shen Tianyu dare to lay a finger on her. And you shall suffer my wrath. Chapter 37. Flender, Lu Erlong, Ning Fingji, must die. Before he arrived, his voice echoed first. 1,000 miles away. Shen Tianyu's eyes glimmered with intensity. Witnessing Chen Tianyu wielding his sword against Qian Renxue, an enraged roar surged forth, transcending space. In the Tiandou Palace, Shen Tianyu was taken aback. The sound wave pierced his mind, causing him to shudder. Since their last battle, Shen Tianyu had comprehended the terror of Shen Tianyu, not only his indomitable physique but also his swordsmanship. In that moment, a single strike had shattered Shen Tianyu's most formidable attack and severed an arm. Since then, Shen Tianyu had become Shen Tianyu's nightmare, awakening him from sleep in the dead of night. Hearing Shen Tianyu's voice again filled him with dread. The 7-kill sword in his grasp felt unsteady. He had not yet arrived. Striving to steady his mind, he concentrated the essence of the 7-kill sword. I will kill you and depart immediately. I must still have time. Resolute, he thrust his sword forward. In midair, a black orb flew swiftly. Just as the 7-kill sword was about to pierce Qian Renxue's chest, the orb arrived, crashing violently into the sword. Bang! Clang! The 7-kill sword trembled, its blade veering off course. Shen Tianyu's gaze sharpened as his expression changed dramatically. Yu engine! The cry resonated outside the palace, momentarily stunning the frenzied Lu Erlong. Xiao Gang's father? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he swiftly dashed into the palace. Just as he landed, he witnessed Yu engine's head plummeting from the sky, landing at Lu Erlong's feet. What happened, Erlong? Flender, flapping his wings, hurried over. It's Xiao Gang's father. In an instant, Lu Erlong trembled all over, unable to believe that the severed head before him truly belonged to Yu engine. Shen was equally stunned. Yu engine was a level 96 Super Douluo, an unparalleled existence throughout the continent. The realization that he had been slain by Shen Tianyu sent an ominous chill coursing through Shen's heart. Great teleportation technique. As the incantation resonated, Shen Tianyu materialized above the Tiandou Imperial Palace. He descended gracefully, landing before Qian Renxue. A moment of astonishment flickered across her delicate face, her golden eyes shimmering with surprise. This man had truly arrived. However, that bewilderment swiftly morphed into a cold fury, her gaze now filled with loathing. Did you do this? Shen Tianyu did not turn around. He gazed at the bloody Qian Renxue, his expression darkening to its utmost. Raising his hand, he summoned his spiritual energy, a gentle radiance enveloping her. Grand healing technique. Under the nurturing light, Qian Renxue's wounds rapidly mended, the blood washed away. The injured meridians and organs began to restore themselves swiftly. Turning, he met Shen's cold stare. With just one glance, Shen found himself struggling to breathe. Before him stood Shen Tianyu, akin to an ancient behemoth, a demon risen from the depths of hell. His power was overwhelming, causing heaven and earth to bow in submission. Did you kill Xiao Gang's father? Lu Erlong roared, his entire being ablaze with dragon fire. You share the blame for harming Xiao Xue, don't you? With a fleeting glance at Lu Erlong, Shen Tianyu raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. An immense force erupted, pulling Lu Erlong directly before him. Grasping Lu Erlong by the throat, Shen Tianyu spoke in a deep, resonant voice, descend into hell and meet your father, Yu Luomin. Along with the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Lu Erlong's complexion changed dramatically. Could it be that their entire family had been annihilated? Shen and the others, of course, overheard this exchange. With Yu engine's head still present, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was likely facing extinction. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the veins on Shen Tianyu's arm to bulge with intensity, while Lu Erlong suddenly felt deprived of air. The tumultuous spiritual energy surged from all directions, constricting around Lu Erlong's form. Erlong, Shen Tianyu, if you dare, come at me. Flander, filled with fury, flapped his wings and charged forward. Die. Bang. With a swift turn and a firm foot planted on the ground, a powerful fist was launched towards Flander. The punch connected with Flander's chest, the immense force penetrating through the skin and directly impacting the internal organs. Flander's insides erupted violently in an instant. A pair of large eyes widened in fury, extinguished beneath the force of Shen Tianyu's fist. With his other hand, he seized Lu Erlong and unhesitatingly slammed him into the ground. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust 3 feet high, and Lu Erlong breathed his last. This scene left Shen and Ning Fingxi trembling in fear. Shen Tianyu appeared even more ferocious than before. Outside the palace, Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing impending doom. He swiftly employed the ghost shadow mist to navigate through the chaotic crowd, making his way towards the outskirts of Tiandou City. Unable to fight, he resolved to make a hasty escape. And you, come here at once. With a sweeping motion of his hand, spiritual energy coalesced. A colossal hand erupted forth, seizing Ning Fingxi, who stood atop the palace battlements, in an instant. With a powerful tug of its arm, it yanked Ning Fingxi down from the ramparts. Fingxi. As Chen Xian came to his senses, he realized that Ning Fingxi had already been captured by Shen Tianyu. Without your command, Chen Xian would not take action. The instigator of the harm inflicted upon Xiao Xue is you, is it not? Bound by spiritual energy, Ning Fingxi struggled in vain, his soul power firmly suppressed, unable to unleash even the slightest fraction. This matter has nothing to do with me. I act under the orders of the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire. It was his decree. The mention of the Tiandou Emperor narrowed Shen Tianyu's eyes as he directed his gaze towards Shi Weibing. At that moment, Shi Weibing trembled in fear. Cowering behind Prince Xuexing, the wheelchair-bound Prince Xuexing, upon feeling Shen Tianyu's gaze upon him, collapsed in sheer terror. Ning Zongzhu, dare you claim this is unrelated to you? The orders may have originated from me, but the decision was your own. You have the sword Douluo at your side. If you refuse to act, what can I do? Moreover, your attack on her was merely to serve your own interests, to seize control of the Tiandou treasury for personal gain. Was it not? Shi Weibing, cease your slander. You are the sovereign, and I am but a minister. When the sovereign commands the minister to die, the minister must comply. I, Ning Fingxi, have always been loyal to my sovereign. All of this is your doing, driven by your lust for the throne. Ning Fingxi retorted, casting all blame upon Shi Weibing. Naturally, Shi Weibing was displeased, leaping forth to hurl insults. You speak nonsense. Ning Fingxi, you hypocrite, you desired to kill her as well. What pretense is this? Shi Weibing, you are nothing but a rabid dog, spewing filth. Silence. Shen Tianyu barked angrily, exasperated by their bickering. With a free hand, he gestured towards Shi Weibing, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy that erupted in a violent explosion, leaving Shi Weibing's remains scattered. Now it is your turn. No, no, no. Ning Fingxi shook his head frantically. This is truly not my fault. I am innocent. Yes, I am innocent. It was all you Xiaojiang and Tang San. They were the ones who incited me. You were the one who urged Chen Xian to act, were you not? A bitter smile crept across Ning Fingxi's face as he faced this embodiment of wrath, realizing that begging for mercy would yield no result. I warn you. Those who harm Xiao Xue shall face death. With a swift strike upon Ning Fingxi's forehead, spiritual energy surged forth. Boom. The leader of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, Ning Fingxi, met an untimely demise. Having dealt with Ning Fingxi, Shen Tianyu turned his gaze towards Chen Xian. This time, I shall personally rend the Super Douluo to shreds. Chapter 38. The Slaying of the Sword Path. Chen Xian, what a formidable aura. Outside the city of Tiandou, a man clad in tattered coarse robes furrowed his brow. So familiar. The battle in the sunset forest flashed through his mind. It was that man. Instantly, fear gripped his heart. Tang Hao's legs trembled slightly. That previous battle had brought him closer to death than ever before. Recklessness is not an option. Retreat is the best course. Casting one last glance at Tiandou City, Tang Hao prepared to leave when suddenly, he spotted a youth fleeing at great speed from within the city. Tang San, channeling his soul power to conceal his presence. He swiftly approached. At that moment, Tang San had just escaped from Tiandou City, casting a resentful glance back towards the direction of the royal palace. Shen Tianyu, one day, I shall take your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than a tattered robe swept across his face. Tang San felt the world spin around him as he was lifted off the ground. A large hand descended, lifting him up and propelling him forward. Soul Master. Tang San was taken aback, preparing for a sneak attack. Little San, what brings you here? The familiar voice reached his ears, causing Tang San's entire body to shudder. Father. In an instant, Tang San was filled with both astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from the return of his father, who had been absent for many years, while the astonishment arose from the revelation that his father was, in fact, the titled Douluo. Father, let us hasten to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. My teacher and companions await us there. Very well. With his soul power summoned to its fullest, Tang Hao swiftly made his way to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Within the Tiandou Palace, Shen Tianyu's gaze was icy. The spiritual energy within him enveloped the entire palace. The aura surrounding Shen Xian was entirely sealed off. A dense atmosphere of murderous intent lingered in the air. Shen Xian swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain his composure. To think you would dare to lay hands on an old man, you are rather presumptuous. It is not arrogance on my part, but rather, your ruthless methods have compelled me to this point. Bang! With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, swiftly closing the distance. Before Shen Xian could even react, Shen Tianyu was already upon him. His enormous fist targeted Shen Xian's abdomen. Bang! 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 In less than a second, 3 consecutive punches were unleashed. The soul energy that Shen Xian had meticulously gathered was instantly shattered by Shen Tianyu. A sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed out mouthfuls of fresh blood, staining the front of his white robe a deep crimson. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he struck Shen Xian's chest. While the surface of his skin remained unscathed, the internal organs were violently displaced. Except for the heart, all other organs suffered severe trauma. Sealed. A hand descended upon Shen Xian's crown, causing the soul power within him to instantly solidify, no longer responding to his commands. After executing this maneuver, Shen Tianyu fixated on Shen Xian's left arm, which held the sword. Seizing Shen Xian's left arm, his strength surged dramatically. With a brutal force, his left arm was violently wrenched away. Shen Xian let out a heart-wrenching roar, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Rendered utterly helpless, he realized he would never wield a sword again in this lifetime. And this was merely the beginning. Bang! With one hand gripping Dust Heart's neck, I forcefully slam it onto the ground. My foot presses against Dust Heart's back, facing the direction of Qian Renxue. A wisp of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, and with a gentle motion, Shen Tianyu unleashed it. The ethereal energy transformed into a blade of sword aura, severing Shen Xian's left foot. The wounds upon Xiaoxue are all you're doing, aren't they? I demand 1,000-fold retribution. Boom. The spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, morphing entirely into a torrent of sword aura that rained down furiously. Shen Xian's pristine white robe was instantly stained crimson with blood. Every inch of his flesh was marred with deep lacerations. Qian Renxue, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a chill of terror. It was her first encounter with Shen Tianyu's unparalleled cruelty. His face, contorted with rage, resembled that of a vengeful deity from the depths of hell. Sword energies descended like rain, slicing through the flesh of Shen Xian. The soul power within him had long been sealed by Shen Tianyu. In this moment, Shen Xian appeared no different from an ordinary person. This is the consequence of your actions against Xiaoxue. Shen Xian begged for mercy from Xiaoxue. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves, leaving Shen Xian in a state worse than death. You, a lackey of the spirit hall. I, Shen Xian, shall never yield. Blast it. A kick landed squarely on Shen Xian's groin, causing excruciating pain that made him convulse. I am not a lackey of the spirit hall. Whatever you do to anyone from the spirit hall is of no concern to me. However, if you lay a finger on Xiaoxue, you shall have me to contend with. Before calling me a lackey, take a good look at your own predicament. A generation of super Douluo, obeying the commands of a treacherous merchant. You have truly brought disgrace upon the title of Douluo, and further tarnished the reputation of the 7 Kills Qin clan. As one rages, the sword energy, born of spiritual essence, continues to rampage unchecked. With a delicate tap of the fingertip, the sword energy surges into Shen Xian's body through the wound. The energy weaves and wreaks havoc within him. His meridians are shattered one by one, causing him excruciating pain that renders him unconscious, only to awaken again from the torment. This cycle repeats, leaving him utterly devoid of hope for survival. You have slain me. Under Shen Tianyu's deliberate control, each strike refrains from inflicting fatal harm on Shen Xian. Shen Xian, you must have heard the old adage, man is the butcher's knife, I am the fish meat. As the flesh upon the cutting board, one must comply. Shen Xian, in his profound suffering as he nears the end of his life, is further subjected to humiliation. However, In pursuit of liberation through death, he can only bow his head. Miss Xiaoxue, I beseech you to spare me. Grant me a swift end. On the opposite side, Qian Renxue furrows her golden eyebrows slightly at his plea. Grant him a swift end? Such a cruel method unsettles her. Listen to Xiaoxue. As the sword descends, the roaming sword energy simultaneously erupts. His internal organs explode in a cataclysm, and Chen Xian perishes within the Tiandou Imperial Palace. With Chen Xian's demise, the farce at the Tiandou Imperial Palace draws to a complete close. Yet for Shen Tianyu, this matter is far from over. His gaze shifts back to Qian Renxue, his fierce, murderous intent softening to a gentle demeanor. Let us go. Without allowing Qian Renxue a moment to speak, he gestures grandly, enveloping her in spiritual energy as they soar into the royal harem. Disgusting. Upon entering the Tiandou harem, Shen Tianyu weaves through the chambers of the concubines, seemingly searching for something. Qian Renxue's delicate brows knit in distaste. What is so disgusting? Is someone pregnant? Shen Tianyu inhales sharply. No way. Who is pregnant? I mean you. You lecher. What are you doing barging into the harem? Do I need to elaborate? A realization dawns upon him, faced with Qian Renxue's angry yet charming visage. One cannot help but feel a stirring desire. However, now is not the time. I have come to the harem to find you a suitable gown. Can you still wear this dress? The originally elegant golden threaded gown is now in tatters, its fabric shredded and exposing her fair skin in several areas. Qian Renxue glances down, her face flushing slightly. Follow me. With Qian Renxue leading the way, they quickly locate a spacious wardrobe. She steps inside and retrieves a similar golden threaded gown. You go out. I shall remain here to avoid any treacherous plots against you. A devious plan hatches in her mind. What a shameless scoundrel. Releasing her soul power. A golden radiance envelopes her as she swiftly changes into the new gown. Shen Tianyu inspects her from head to toe, muttering to himself, Those legs would look splendid with black stockings. Qian Renxue, already accustomed to his lewd remarks, ignores him. Aren't you leaving? What are you staying here for? I will take you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Today I shall annihilate another sect for you. Chapter 39. Retreat from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You have already destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And now you wish to eradicate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qian Renxue is astonished. This man is truly insane, acting without regard for the consequences. They brought this upon themselves. Causing trouble for my Xiaoxue is tantamount to declaring war on me. Do not speak foolishness. Who is your Xiaoxue? Having done all that is necessary, she is naturally mine. He leans closer to Qian Renxue, whispering. Her cheeks flush crimson. What a shameless rogue. Release the young master. Shilong's furious shout interrupts as he and the Bloodstalker duo rush in. Both are gravely injured. After a brief recovery, they hurried over. However, their soul power is dispersed and difficult to control. You two have arrived at the most inopportune time. Shen Tianyu grits his teeth, speaking with malice. Were it not for Xiaoxue, I would have slapped you both dead. Their expressions change. The tragic fate of Elder Ju lingers vividly in their minds. Young master. Shilong is at a loss, awaiting Qian Renxue's command. I am fine. You both remain in Tiandou City and eliminate all dissenters. Not a single person is to leave Tiandou City. Understood. The two comply, their minds racing with speculation about the relationship between the young master and Shen Tianyu. Xiaoxue. Let us depart. He firmly wraps his arm around Qian Renxue's slender waist, soaring into the sky, disappearing from view. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the grand plaza of the sect, Yu Xiaojiang stands on the high platform, surveying the multitude of soul masters below. Since his arrival at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji has entrusted all matters concerning the training of soul masters to Yu Xiaojiang. Now, Yu Xiaojiang's status has risen remarkably, placing him on par with the Bone Douluo. Beside him stands Bone Douluo Gu Rong, both sensing a powerful wave of soul energy approaching the sect. Gu Rong's emaciated figure suddenly tenses. He gazes forward, his expression turning grave. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang grows anxious. Could something have happened in Tiandou City? Teacher, Elder Gu, it is I. Tang San's voice calls out as 2 figures swiftly approach from the distance. The path lay open and unimpeded as they arrived at the square. Ning Rong and the others rushed over immediately. Your Highness, the Haodian, exclaimed Yu Xiaojiang, astonished to see Tang Hao here, alongside Tang San. The last time they parted, it was explicitly agreed that Tang San would remain unaware of his lineage for the time being. Your Highness? The Haodian Douluo, all of Shrek's 7 monsters, including Tang San, were taken aback. Just moments ago, during his encounter with Tang Hao, Tang San had learned that his father was a titled Douluo. Yet, He had not imagined that he was the renowned Hao Tiandou. Let us discuss these matters later. Little San, share your experiences and thoughts with everyone. All right, father. Tang San inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you must brace yourself. Third brother, don't frighten me. What has happened? Uncle Ning, Dean Flander, and teacher Lu Erlong. They are all dead. What? Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Yu Xiaojiang felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, the others reacted swiftly, supporting the two. Moreover, one of the three great sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, has been annihilated. Elder Chen Shin. I fear the situation is dire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan destroyed? This cannot be true. Yu Xiaojiang was in utter despair. The death of Lu Erlong had already shaken him, and now the news of the clan's annihilation was nearly too much for him to bear. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan may indeed be true. I witnessed the head of Yu Yuanjin with my own eyes. No. Yu Xiaojiang cried out in anguish, spitting blood and collapsing. Teacher. Tang Hao swiftly moved, channeling his soul power into Yu Xiaojiang. Who is responsible for this? Ning Rongrong's eyes glowed red, filled with murderous intent. Shen Tianyu. I will kill him. In a frenzy, Ning Rongrong yearned to teleport to Tiandou City and tear Shen Tianyu apart. Tang San frowned, delivering a precise strike to the back of Ning Rongrong's head. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Little San, what are you doing? Oscar exclaimed, bewildered, as he caught Ning Rongrong. Given the current perilous situation, it was highly probable that Shen Tianyu would attack the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rongrong's state was precarious. She could only be rendered temporarily unconscious. Elder Gu Rong, you are the only one left who can command the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, we must retreat immediately. Everyone scatter and escape the sect. Is Shen Tianyu truly that fearsome? Gu Rong's eyes burned with the desire for battle, eager to confront Shen Tianyu. He is too powerful. We stand no chance against him. What about the Hao Tiandou? I am no match for him. Tang Hao's words astonished Gu Rong. This Hao Tiandou had recently defeated the current pope of the Spirit Hall shortly after becoming a title Douluo. To hear him express such trepidation was shocking. On that day in the Sunset Forest, I barely escaped with my life. Otherwise, you would not have seen me here. With this statement, Gu Rong quickly dismissed any thoughts of confronting Shen Tianyu. If even Tang Hao believed he could not prevail, what hope was there for anyone else? Elder Gu Rong, we must order an immediate evacuation of the sect. I will notify everyone to pack their belongings and leave swiftly. No. Tang Hao interjected, his brow furrowed. Shen cannot hold out much longer. Shen Tianyu is likely already on his way. Packing is a waste of precious time. We must leave at once. As long as we preserve our lives, we need not worry about resources. The wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not solely confined to the sect. The wisdom of having multiple escape routes was well understood by all, especially by the cunning Ning Fingji. The wealth gathered by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed dispersed across various locations. Even if they left without taking anything, they could ensure the disciples' livelihoods. Then let us take nothing and retreat immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Rong commanded. Initially, some disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resisted, reluctant to depart at once. However, the sight of Tang Hao wielding a massive hammer silenced all dissent. During their exodus, Yu Xiaojiang regained consciousness. They swiftly devised a plan to split into 8 groups, executing their retreat in an orderly manner. An hour later, Shen Tianyu sped toward the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, accompanied by Qian Renxue. Below, voices called out. Upon looking down, he indeed spotted a group of individuals in frantic motion. These were all soul masters, each unleashing their soul power as they raced at full speed. In the midst of the throng, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower shimmered with light, enhancing the abilities of the soul masters. What is happening? Has the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School foreseen this? This situation unmistakably indicated a major retreat. It must be Tang San. That fellow has undoubtedly alerted the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and exclaimed fiercely, realizing that the plans of the Tiandou Empire had nearly been thwarted by Tang San. That little rascal has also gone to Tiandou City? Damn, I was careless. In that moment, I was so focused on Ning Fingji, Chen Xian, and the others that I completely overlooked the need to extend my spiritual aura and conduct a thorough reconnaissance. As fury blazed within her, she immediately halted midair. With a powerful punch directed downward, the force descended from the heavens. Chapter 40. Tang San, hiding in the sewage pit. A tremendous force fell from above, instantly causing the soul masters below to break into a cold sweat. The most unfortunate among them were the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As auxiliary soul masters, their overall prowess was exceedingly poor. When the punch's energy struck down, the immense pressure bore down upon their shoulders, rendering them utterly incapacitated on the ground. The sudden onslaught threw the entire group into chaos. Many unfortunate disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were trampled to death. Boom. The punch landed, causing the earth to tremble. More than 400 individuals in the team suffered heavy casualties. Some obstinate soul saints, driven by desperation, manifested their martial spirits and charged upward, only to court their own demise. With a flick of his fingers, spiritual energy erupted, piercing through the skulls of the assailants like sharp blades. In mere moments, over a dozen soul saints perished violently. As the strong fell, the weak lost their composure and fled in all directions. Not a single one would escape. With both fists directed downward, a relentless barrage ensued. The energy punches fell like a meteor shower, enveloping the entire team. In an instant, dirt and flesh mingled together, leaving no survivors. Are we still heading to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Qian Renxue inquired, tilting her head. No, we shall transform our mission into a haunt. Heading to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School now would yield nothing but emptiness. If that is the case, let us engage in a game of cat and mouse. Let us go. Grasping Qian Renxue's hand, they stepped into the air and headed eastward. Estimating a rough range in his mind, he initiated the search for prey. To the west of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang San and his companions, escorted by Tang Hao, were swiftly retreating. This group comprised the most talented direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with several powerful outer disciples, all under the personal protection of Tang Hao, ensuring their utmost safety. Amid their rapid flight, a rift suddenly tore open in space. Gu Rong soared into the air, his expression grim. Grandpa Bone, what has transpired? Ning Rong Rong, awakening from unconsciousness, now displayed considerable calm. Half of the 8 dispersed teams had lost communication. A profound silence enveloped the group, as the implications were unmistakable. The loss of communication surely indicated total annihilation. Shen Tianyu arrived faster than anyone had anticipated. Accelerate our pace. We must not delay in the slightest. Tang San spoke solemnly, and the team's speed immediately increased. Rong Rong, you must remain strong. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School still needs you to revitalize it. Rest assured, third brother, I will avenge my father and personally slay Shen Tianyu. The hatred for Shen Tianyu had seeped deep into her bones. Ning Rong Rong silently vowed that she would spare no effort to ensure his demise. Yu Xiaojiang followed the group, contemplating their next course of action. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him. It felt as though a murderous intent was closing in. Glancing sideways at the 2 Title Douluo, he observed Tang Hao's furrowed brow. This is bad. That man is coming. Upon hearing this, the entire team stirred with agitation. Gu Rong, we shall hold him off. Everyone, evacuate swiftly. Tang Hao decisively leaped into action. 9 soul rings emerged, with a black soul ring illuminating. Before Gu Rong, a rift in space opened, enveloping the entire team. Spatial teleportation. Silver light flickered as they were transported 1,000 meters away. Split up and run. Yu Xiaojiang commanded, and everyone immediately scattered in flight. In the sky, Shen Tianyu raced forward with Qian Renxue. Within his perception, there was a team from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School located 50 miles away. They've distanced themselves by another 1,000 meters? What is happening? The sudden increase in distance raised Shen Tianyu's suspicions, causing him to exercise caution. Just then, a flash of silver light appeared. The space before him suddenly widened, and a skeletal dragon emerged, swinging its claws toward him. Come at me. He thrust his fist forward, shattering the skeletal dragon with a single blow. The torn space sealed perfectly behind him. Poison Douluo Gu Rong. Beside him, Qian Renxue gazed at the closed space's opening. A level 95 Super Douluo, renowned as the foremost in defense and the most enigmatic. His bone dragon martial soul not only boasts formidable defense but also possesses spatial abilities. Relying on these spatial powers, Gu Rong's combat style remains unpredictable, earning him the title of the most enigmatic. Humph. With a dismissive snort, Shen Tianyu stepped forward. An immense surge of spiritual energy swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Gu Rong, you have come to your demise. As the words fell, the space behind Qian Renxue tore open. Gu Rong suddenly appeared, his arms clad in bone dragon armor. Such petty ambush tactics hardly deserve the title of the most enigmatic. His figure flickered, instantly arriving behind Qian Renxue. Just as Gu Rong thought he would succeed in his sneak attack and was relishing the moment, Shen Tianyu unexpectedly emerged, leaving him momentarily stunned. The chilling glint of the bone dragon claw collided with Shen Tianyu's fist. Boom! A massive wave surged forth, and Gu Rong's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu passed through the tidal wave and stood before Gu Rong. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a punch. Boom. The fist struck the bone dragon armor, causing it to explode on impact. What a joke. The so-called first defense is inferior to Dugu Bo. Enraged, Gu Rong suppressed his fury and once again vanished into the space. The brief encounter made him realize that Shen Tianyu's strength was beyond his capacity to contend with. Do you think hiding will save you? Slowly raising his hands, rolling spiritual energy formed a colossal wave. Come out, you coward. Centered around Shen Tianyu. The wave rapidly expanded outward. Spiritual fluctuations continuously surged, causing the space to tremble violently. Found you. He hurled a punch towards a spot 1,000 meters away. The punch's force arriving in an instant. The space tore apart as Gu Rong emerged, his face pale as he faced this punch. At that moment, the immense air wave continued to surge. The distant fleeing group, including Tang San, sensed this powerful force. Their expressions changed instantly, realizing Shen Tianyu was about to catch up. Tang San, filled with urgency, spotted a dung pit outside the nearby village and immediately devised a plan. Let us hide in the dung pit. Ning Rongrong and the others were taken aback. Little San is right. Let us hide in the dung pit. Yu Xiaojing stepped forward to support. The stench of the dung pit is unbearable. Surely Shen Tianyu would not give it a second thought, allowing us to escape this calamity. No hesitation, let us go. Tang San shouted urgently, sprinting toward the dung pit outside the village. Without a moment's pause, he leaped in. Don't just stand there, hurry. Yu Xiaojing was the second to jump down, while the others, still hesitating, pinched their noses and followed suit. Over 50 miles away, Gu Rong barely withstood a punch. Nearly choking to death, the seventh spirit ring illuminated, transforming him into a massive bone dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed, and the space trembled. Enormous spatial black holes materialized around Shen Tianyu. Be careful, Qian Renxue urgently warned, as a massive hammer suddenly descended from above. Tang Hao, you are here as well. Shen Tianyu bellowed, propelling himself through the air to render assistance. He had not noticed that this scoundrel, Tang Hao, was also present. It seemed that the little rascal was able to relay information back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, likely due to Tang Hao's involvement. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp dragon bones were unleashed from the abyss of a black hole. Very well. Today, I shall snap each of your dragon bones, one by one. Chapter 41, Ancient Banyan. Descend into the underworld and meet with Dusty Heart. With arms outstretched, muscles bulged. With a misstep, the air trembled. A resounding roar erupted, and the dragon bone spikes surging from the spatial black hole shattered explosively. The violent waves of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer high, suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids. In the next moment, Shen Tianyu appeared at his side. You two, Tang Hao, are engaging in ambushes. A hand blade struck downward, landing directly on Tang Hao's right arm. A crisp crack echoed, and the Haotian hammer in his grasp was instantly deflected. Angel's roar. Qian Renxue immediately struck, her vast golden soul power transforming entirely into a mental assault that invaded Tang Hao's mind. Ignorant of your own peril. Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury, his killing intent surging forth, merging with his spiritual power. With a splatter, the backlash struck, causing Qian Renxue to spit blood. Who, after all, is truly ignorant of their own peril? Grasping his fractured right arm, Shen Tianyu's pupils turned blood red. With a hiss, Tang Hao's anguished scream echoed as an arm flew through the air. He swung his fist again, a silver light enveloping Tang Hao, tearing open a rift in space. Just in time, he rescued Tang Hao before Shen Tianyu's fist could land. 100 meters away, Gu Rong and Tang Hao appeared simultaneously. How about it? Can you still fight? Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down Tang Hao's forehead as he forcibly sealed the acupoint in his right arm, staunching the blood flow. Gathering his soul power, he manifested an illusory right arm, lifting the Haotian hammer and declaring, I can still fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Arrogantly proclaiming, no one on the entire Douluo continent can battle me for 3 days and 3 nights. With explosive speed, Gu Rong instantly summoned his martial soul, the colossal bone dragon, which loomed before Tang Hao. Humph. The charging body suddenly halted, planting its feet firmly in the void. Gu Rong looked up. There, a shadow plummeted rapidly. An immense pressure of spiritual energy descended. This does not bode well. Boom. The force of the punch struck heavily against the dragon's head. Shen Tianyu leaped down, landing upon the back of the bone dragon. I promise to break every bone in your body. Grasping 2 thick dragon bones, he swung upward with all his might. Crack. Crack. The 2 dragon bones shattered, their anguished roars ringing in the air. Great Sumera hammer. Tang Hao bellowed, his Haotian hammer now extending to 100 meters. Smashing down towards Shen Tianyu. Origin Divine Fist. Grasping at the void, he extracted a thread of origin power. His fist overflowed with spiritual energy, erupting in a fusion of origin power. The punch met the Haotian hammer, and at the moment of contact, the Haotian sect was directly repelled. Yet the punch continued its relentless advance, locking onto Tang Hao's energy signature. Damn it! Explode. 9 soul rings flickered in succession. Bang, 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 as one ring detonated after another. The momentum of the Haotian hammer surged relentlessly. With all 9 rings having exploded, a formidable strike descended upon the fist of energy. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the explosion erupted, unleashing a tempest of violent energy waves that swiftly radiated outward. Nearby, a small hill succumbed to the shockwave, erupting in a cascade of debris as the earth trembled beneath the force. Amidst a cataclysmic explosion, Tang Hao gasped for breath, inhaling deeply. Just as he believed he had withstood the blow, he witnessed the fist energy surging forth once more from the detonation. What? A wave of panic surged within him, compelling him to unleash the ancestral soul technique of the Haotian sect. Haotian bodyguard. Boom. The ripples of soul power surged forth, dramatically enhancing his defenses. The fist energy descended, striking fiercely against the Haotian bodyguard. Crack, crack, crack. The protective barrier shattered, leaving Tang Hao pale as death, having taken the full force of the blow. His internal organs convulsed violently, his complexion drained of color. Quickly flee. Once more, a silvery light flickered as Gu Rong rescued Tang Hao, teleporting him 1,000 meters away. Under the Haotian crown, I entrust my lady to you. Gu Rong's voice resonated in Tang Hao's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He then nodded resolutely, bowing deeply to Gu Rong before turning to flee at full speed. After saving Tang Hao, Gu Rong flapped his dragon wings. With a resounding roar, the dragon's call echoed fiercely, its sharp claws slicing through the fabric of space, intent on entombing Shen Tianyu in this very place. The 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. The surge of soul power enveloped an area within 100 meters. Within this expanse, daylight was transformed into night. Thick and robust dragon bones soared through the air, intertwining to form a colossal prison. At the center of this confinement stood Shen Tianyu. Do they truly believe they can ensnare me with such a trivial 4th soul skill? It is rather laughable. Raising my fists, I delivered 4 consecutive strikes aimed at the bone prison. 4 waves of force surged forth, each colliding with the prison from all directions, accompanied by a deafening roar. In an instant, the immense prison crumbled. Fragments of dragon bones exploded in the air, transforming into dust. The 4th soul skill cannot confine you. However, it merely buys time, which is sufficient. After escaping the bone prison, Shen Tianyu gazed at the ancient banyan tree in the distance. There, the 9th soul ring shone brilliantly. The bone dragon ascended from the sea, soaring through the skies, unfettered and free, riding the winds of the 3 extremes. The 9th soul skill, the bone transformed divine dragon. Sharp bone spikes erupted into the air, encircling the ancient banyan tree. Gray soul power surged madly upon its body, morphing into a colossal bone dragon. The sound of dragon roars echoed as dragon wings unfurled, carrying an endless array of bone spikes, hurtling directly towards Shen Tianyu. Excellent. He stepped into the void, unleashing an explosive surge of power. With a fist that could command the heavens, he struck down, shattering mountains and rivers. Vital energy surged from his dantian as Shen Tianyu charged towards the bone-transformed divine dragon, his body shooting forth like lightning. The divine dragon opened its maw, unleashing waves of ethereal energy in a frenzied torrent. Shen Tianyu neither dodged nor flinched, withstanding each attack thanks to the resilience of his physique. Such a level of assault held little significance for Shen Tianyu. In just 2 breaths, he arrived. With a swift motion, a hand extended forth, a formidable aura descending from above, seizing the skull of the petrified divine dragon. The other hand, a fist tightly clenched, aimed directly at the dragon's chest. The path of decay, the resplendent avenue, now succumbing to decay, met its end. In an instant, the space collapsed into fragments, obliterating any possibility for the ancient banyan to evade through spatial means. The fist pierced through the chest of the petrified dragon, the entire figure seamlessly passing through the colossal beast's torso, emerging at its rear, eyes gleaming with cold intensity. The figure rolled up his robe and lunged at the petrified dragon. Crack, crack. The dragon bones were forcefully snapped by Shen Tianyu. With his feet planted upon the back of the petrified divine dragon, he moved with remarkable swiftness. In just 2 minutes, every single dragon bone on the back of the petrified divine dragon was shattered and obliterated. Grasping the dragon wings with both arms, he unleashed a piercing howl. A mournful cry resonated through the heavens and earth as the dragon wings were ruthlessly stripped away. The petrified divine dragon vanished in an instant, leaving the frail and withered figure of Gu Rong suspended in midair. Blood continuously poured from the pale corners of his mouth. Defeated before Shen Tianyu, he possessed no strength to resist. Gu Rong offered a desolate smile. If Qian had been slain, what hope did he have? Gu Rong, may you descend to the depths of hell to reunite with your dear brother Qian. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, piercing through Gu Rong's brow. The expelled energy then reversed, penetrating through his chest from behind. Annihilation. With a cold shout, the spiritual energy surged forth like a sword, viciously slicing and cleaving. As the energy rampaged, blood blossomed like flowers. Gu Rong's body plummeted straight downwards. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, marking the conclusion of the legendary Super Douluo Gu Rong. Chapter 42. How could the Haotian Douluo hide in a cesspool? The moonlight, clear and bright, illuminated the deserted seven-treasure, glazed tile school. A man and a woman traversed the air, descending gracefully onto the vast, open square. To his dismay, the little rogue was nowhere to be found, and the elusive Tang Hao had vanished without a trace. Frowning deeply, Shen Tianyu felt a wave of perplexity. After vanquishing Gu Rong, he had devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of Tang Hao and Tang San's whereabouts. He had searched repeatedly, yet not a single clue had emerged. It was as if these two had evaporated into thin air. The vast expanse of the Tiandou Empire posed a significant challenge if they chose to conceal themselves. Locating them would not be a task to be accomplished swiftly. Qian Renxue spoke, her golden eyes calm and tranquil, revealing no hint of emotion. Deep within, she harbored a profound satisfaction with this outcome. Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo had both met their demise. Nearly 70% of the disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had been slain. The current state of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School no longer posed a considerable threat. Upon my return to Tiandou City to ascend the throne, I shall immediately issue an imperial decree calling for the entire Tiandou Empire to hunt down the remnants of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, gradually unveiling these little rodents. It must be done this way. Shen Tianyu nodded in agreement. The Tiandou Empire was indeed vast, gradually seeking out the remaining individuals, yet unaware of when that may be. With such time at hand, it would be more prudent to venture towards the farthest north. I shall take my leave. Qian Renxue turned her back to Shen Tianyu, her pearly teeth lightly biting her crimson lip. Her brows were knitted with evident struggle. This time, thank you. At long last, Qian Renxue uttered her words of gratitude. Are you heading to Tiandou City? Indeed. At such a late hour, why return to Tiandou City? Young ladies should avoid wandering alone at night. It could be perilous. Do you take me for a mere 3-year-old child? With a tone laced with indignation, the unnamed fury surged within, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. How can you not express gratitude when I have saved your life? With unabashed audacity, Qian Renxue suddenly turned. The sacred sword gripped firmly in her hand. It pointed menacingly at Shen Tianyu's throat. You saved me this time, hence I shall spare your life. However, should we meet again, I vow to rend you to pieces. Each recollection of the ordeal in the Sunset Forest ignited a seething hatred within Qian Renxue, who had mentally condemned Shen Tianyu to death countless times. Very well. Should you desire to kill me, it is imperative to ascertain whether your prowess surpasses mine and how well you have mastered your celestial techniques. Allow me to evaluate. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's delicate figure trembled. Do you wish to engage in combat here? Indeed. Right in this very place, let us exchange insights on celestial techniques. And allow me to witness whether you, little Snow, have made any progress during this time. With 2 fingers pinching the sacred sword, her spiritual energy effortlessly disarmed the blade. With a swift motion, she found herself before Qian Renxue. The beauty of her delicate face turned pale as she immediately channeled her spiritual energy. Confronted by Shen Tianyu, she understood that her soul power was utterly ineffective, leaving her with no choice but to rely on her spiritual energy. With the capturing wings butterfly finger, her fingers converged as she launched an assault. Instantly, Qian Renxue pivoted, unfurling a pair of butterfly wings. Her fingertips touched the vibrant wings, causing them to tremble with color. In an explosive roar, the space shattered and spiritual energy surged violently, the tumultuous aftermath crashing against Qian Renxue's delicate form. Ah! She exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. Manipulating the butterfly wings, she attempted to flee. Xiaoxue, allow me to demonstrate the celestial technique I have newly comprehended. It will surely astonish you. The surging spiritual energy ignited a glimmer in Shen Tianyu's eyes as he lunged forward from behind. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Qian Renxue swiftly launched a counterattack. Wings of the butterfly converge. 9 into the nether, a spear to pierce the soul. The gathered spiritual energy transformed into a golden spear. This technique, 9 into the nether. Opening the ghostly gate, aimed not only to assault the physical body but also to strike at the very essence of the soul. Its formidable power was beyond estimation. A shot rang out, and the gathered butterfly wings unfurled magnificently. The golden spear surged forth, shattering the ethereal space. The surrounding realm erupted, and the resonating waves of energy swept over Qian Renxue's delicate form, nearly inflicting grave harm upon her soul. With her golden eyes glaring fiercely at Shen Tianyu. The impact of that strike left her utterly astonished. Qian Renxue exclaimed fiercely, and thus commenced the exchange of their celestial arts. Under the moonlit expanse, at the periphery of a solitary village, a figure emerged from a stench-ridden cesspool. With flickering violet light in his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings before leaping out. Everyone, come out. It's safe now. No sooner had he spoken than a group of people scrambled out in haste. Xiao San, your intuition was indeed correct. We successfully evaded Shen Tianyu. Yu Xiaojiang beamed with satisfaction, relieved to have escaped death's grasp. Hey, who are you people? What are you doing by our village's cesspool? Are you here to steal waste? A thin, shrill voice echoed from the darkness. The expression of Tang San and his companions shifted as the middle-aged man approached. Before they could explain, his piercing laughter rang out. Ha ha. Oh, you lot must have fallen into the cesspool. You all reek. The mocking laughter pierced the serene night, causing Tang San's countenance to darken instantly. With his martial spirit unleashed and the first soul ring ignited, he silently roared within. You have sealed your doom, blue-silver bind. Swish, swish, swish. The blue-silver grass surged forth, silencing the laughter as the middle-aged man fell lifeless to the ground. His loud outburst would surely attract attention and expose their whereabouts. He had to be eliminated. The group wholeheartedly agreed with Tang San's reasoning. Let us depart swiftly. This place is still unsafe. Where should we go next? All eyes turned to Yu Xiaojiang, who thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed at the acrid smell. Let us return to the Ballot Kingdom. I am quite familiar with that area and can easily find a place to settle. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, they found themselves back at their original destination. Tang San shook his head with a bitter smile. The Ballot Kingdom was indeed where Shrek had once resided. There is no time to waste. We must set off immediately. The group hastily began their journey, disregarding the foul stench as they raced toward the Ballot Kingdom through the night. Under the cloak of darkness, Tang San clenched his fists. Bowing silently, Shen Tianyu, I, Tang San, shall return. Not long after their departure, from another nearby cesspool emerged a burly man, missing his right arm. He was clad in tattered robes, his bronze skin glinting faintly. This man was none other than Tang Hao. After being forced into hiding by the ancient banyan tree's soul skill, Tang Hao initially intended to flee outright. However, he was well aware of Shen Tianyu's speed. Mere relentless escape would surely lead to capture. The best course of action was to find a concealed refuge. Spotting the cesspool outside the village, he dove in without a second thought. Fearing detection by Shen Tianyu, he remained motionless until Tang San and his group appeared, confirming his safety. Yet, he refrained from revealing himself immediately. How could the Douluo of the Haotian lineage be so frightened as to hide in a cesspool? Fortunately, he had not been discovered by Xiao San. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. The reputation of the Haotian Douluo must not be tarnished. Today's disgraceful encounter would be etched in his memory. One day, he would demand 1,000-fold retribution from you, Shen Tianyu. His imposing figure melted into the night, stealthily following Tang San and his companions toward the Ballot Kingdom. Chapter 43. I am invincible in this world. What need have I for your teachings? As dawn broke, the sun ascended to its zenith. At the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the colorful petals of the butterfly flower unfurled, golden spiritual energy flowing forth, refusing to close. The air crystallized into translucent droplets, adorning Qian Renxue's vibrant butterfly wings. After a night of diligent cultivation, both individuals reaped their rewards. Shen Tianyu successfully condensed the 8th golden pattern of his golden core, while Qian Renxue completed her foundation establishment. Congratulations on your foundation establishment, Xiaoxue. From now on, you possess the strength to contend with ordinary title Douluo. Shen Tianyu exclaimed with a smile as Qian Renxue composed herself. She exerted her efforts to suppress the colorful butterfly stamen, halting the continued leakage of golden spiritual energy. Before long, she successfully sealed the colorful butterfly stamen, drawing the spiritual energy back into her body. Let me not see you again. The 6-winged angel martial soul was unleashed, and with the resplendent wings of the angel flapping. She soared away. Shen Tianyu did not intervene. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals. Go. A silver mark swiftly pursued and penetrated the body of Qian Renxue from behind. With a slight tremor, Qian Renxue turned around. Next time trouble arises, simply invoke it. I do not require it. Her voice resonated with anger as she flapped her wings and departed. After a brief respite, Shen Tianyu adjusted his robes. He bent down and wandered through the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, gathering all the rare treasures that had not been taken away, and immediately entered a state of cultivation. An hour later, the 7 treasures glazed tile school was engulfed in an explosion. The once illustrious and wealthiest sect in the world was reduced to mere ruins. Shen Tianyu transformed into a streak of light, hastening toward the northernmost reaches. Along the way, he paused intermittently, absorbing numerous sensational tidings. Upon her return to Heavendo City, Qian Renxue immediately ascended to the throne under the guise of Shui Qinghe. She declared that the 4th prince, Shui Bang, had colluded with the 7 treasures glazed tile school to usurp power, igniting a fierce conflict within the royal family. Fortuitously, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, the internal strife was quelled, leading to generous rewards bestowed upon the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, a warrant was issued throughout the entire Heavendo Empire for the remnants of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. In a fleeting moment, the once esteemed 7 treasures glazed tile school and the Heavenly Fight Empire became akin to a despised rat, scorned by all. Regarding the shifting tides of circumstance, Shen Tianyu merely acknowledged them with indifference. 3 days later, he successfully arrived at the extreme north. The cold winds caressed his face as heavy snowflakes danced around him. In such frigid temperatures, ordinary individuals would find survival nearly impossible. Yet for Shen Tianyu, it posed no challenge at all. Upon entering the extreme north, he delved recklessly into its depths, swiftly traversing the peripheral regions. The soul beasts of the extreme north were indeed a rarity. As his gaze swept across the ground below, Shen Tianyu murmured to himself. Throughout his journey, he had vanquished fewer than 20 soul beasts. In the Stardow Forest, he would have encountered no less than 100, if not 1,000. He had now entered the core area. Narrowing his eyes, he concentrated his spiritual energy, releasing it downward, piercing through the blanket of snow. It reached the depths of the extreme north. The most renowned treasure of this land was undoubtedly the millennia-old profound ice essence. Shen Tianyu vividly recalled that the dream ice silkworm had transformed into a million-year soul beast solely by consuming the millennia-old profound ice essence. Such a precious treasure of heaven and earth warranted thorough exploration. With his spiritual awareness, the subterranean landscape beneath the snowy expanse unfolded in his mind, prompting Shen Tianyu to initiate a comprehensive search. The vastness of the extreme north had remained unexplored for countless years. Merely the core area was sufficient for Shen Tianyu's quest. Alas, how elusive it proved to be. After a day and night of searching 1,000 miles into the core region, he had yet to unearth the millennia-old profound ice essence. Could it be that the great silkworm had consumed it all? Shen Tianyu quickly dismissed this notion. The dream ice silkworm, for the most part, indulged in slumber, often sleeping for millennia at a time. If the millennia-old profound ice essence had truly been exhausted, the Snow Emperor would have long since detected the anomaly and dealt with the silkworm accordingly. After all, the extreme north was predominantly inhabited by ice attribute soul beasts. The millennia-old profound ice essence was an unparalleled treasure to them. Powerful ice attribute soul beasts would undoubtedly control territories rich in this essence for their own cultivation. With this thought, Shen Tianyu reinvigorated his resolve and continued his search. As anticipated, half a day later, he successfully discovered the millennia-old profound ice essence. Touching down upon the snowy ground, Shen Tianyu raised his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy in a frenzied gathering. With a swift motion, he struck the snow-covered ground, sending plumes of snow swirling into the air. The violent surge of spiritual energy cleaved through the thick frozen earth. Shen Tianyu leaped down, and after a descent of 1,000 meters, he found himself immersed in a crystalline world. The ice crystals, resplendent and varied in form, emanated a bone-chilling aura that penetrated to the marrow. A mass of ancient ice, glistening with an ethereal radiance, suddenly comes into view. It is indeed you. With a leap, he ascended to the ancient ice marrow of 10,000 years, channeling the celestial demon technique. Pure essence of primal energy flowed continuously into his dantian. The 9th golden pattern began to blur and take form. A substantial chunk of millennia-old ice marrow was swiftly absorbed by Shen Tianyu. Without hesitation, he immediately released his spiritual energy to continue his search for the next fragment. The subterranean world of ice crystals was a labyrinth of intersecting tunnels, resembling a vast maze. Shen Tianyu left behind traces of his spiritual energy, to prevent retracing his steps erroneously. 2 full days were dedicated to the absorption of the ancient ice marrow. The 9th golden line had already taken shape, yet perfection still eluded him. Seated cross-legged upon the 3-meter-long ancient ice marrow, Shen Tianyu fervently drew upon its primal energy. Meanwhile, a frost-blue scorpion quietly emerged from the cavernous passage behind him. Its body, a striking blend of icy white and jade green, featured a long scorpion tail shimmering with a chilling glow. Measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, its pair of pincers extended to a full meter. As it moved, an icy aura emanated from the ground, leaving a thick layer of solid ice in its wake. A shiver ran down Shen Tianyu's spine, as an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped him. Gathering his spiritual energy, he turned to confront the frost-blue scorpion. "Human, you possess remarkable audacity to intrude upon my domain." It hissed. Shen Tianyu inhaled sharply. This was no ordinary frost-blue scorpion. It was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, one of the 3 kings of the far north, ranked 7th among the 10 fiercest beasts. "Oh, Ice Emperor, since you have come to me, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. Let us speak plainly. I can teach you the ways of cultivation." "Silence!" roared the Ice Emperor, its sharp pincers glinting ominously. "I am invincible in this world. What need have I for your teachings?" Shen Tianyu retorted. "Oh, such a fiery temper. Little scorpion, despite your 380,000 years of training, do you not realize that there are greater beings beyond your comprehension? Do not regurgitate the human rhetoric. You have trespassed into my territory, feasting upon my ancient ice marrow, and now you shall pay with your life. It has been ages since I tasted human flesh." An icy blast erupted, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. The ice rapidly spread from beneath the Ice Emperor, swiftly encasing Shen Tianyu's legs in frost. The Ice Emperor sauntered forward, brandishing its pincers. "Shall it be your heart or your brain?" As its right pincers hovered over Shen Tianyu's chest, a surge of spiritual energy erupted upward. "Little scorpion, today I shall impart a lesson upon you." Chapter 44, Confronting the Ice Emperor Scorpion Boom. The spiritual energy exploded outward, creating a shockwave that sent the Ice Emperor reeling. Thud! Its body crashed heavily against the cave wall, the scorpion howling in pain and rage. "Dare to throw me? Do you consider me a mere insect?" Boom! The Ice Emperor swung its pincers, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. The pinnacle of ice manifested, and in an instant, the entire underground cavern was under the Ice Emperor's dominion. The chilling force surged forth, rendering even a titled Douluo powerless to resist. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Ice Emperor's pincers. He noticed they were encased in a layer of ice crystals resembling diamonds. The terrifying cold emanated from those pincers. The pincers of the Ice Emperor. "Ah, human, you possess some knowledge. You even recognize my soul skill." A figure of merely 1 meter and 50 centimeters leaped forward, its 2 formidable pincers crashing down towards Shen Tianyu. With arms crossed, he met the oncoming pincers with a resounding clash. Crack! Ice crystals rapidly enveloped him, aiming to encase Shen Tianyu in a frozen grip. Shatter! The extreme frost, hastily solidifying, erupted violently. Withdrawing his crossed arms, he swung a fist down upon the pincers. The encasing ice crystals shattered with a loud bang. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Her pincers, not only possessing immense offensive power, were further fortified by the encompassing ice crystals, rendering them incredibly resilient. Yet, the human before her had effortlessly broken through the formidable ice. Following this encounter, the Ice Emperor began to regard him with newfound respect. The fury of the Ice Monarch. Hissed the scorpion's tail emitted a piercing shriek. As the ultimate frost was unleashed to its zenith, the finest ice elements, under the Ice Emperor's command, spread throughout the cavern. The entire underground chamber was sealed in ice. With energy coalescing from the ultimate frost upon her form, it came crashing down upon Shen Tianyu. After testing the waters with her pincers, the Ice Emperor no longer held back, unleashing her most potent technique, the fury of the Ice Monarch. This move was her strongest soul skill, the cornerstone of her position among the 3 kings of the far north. With a cataclysmic impact, the ultimate ice enveloped Shen Tianyu, encasing him in a layer of frost. A chilling cold penetrated to his very marrow. Is this the ultimate frost? A smirk grazed Shen Tianyu's lips as he stomped the ground. The ultimate ice upon him shattered completely. Enveloped in a glacial radiance, he struck out with a punch. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened, her heart gripped by an indescribable terror. Even the Snow Emperor would have to endure hardship against such a strike. "Little scorpion, do not dawdle. Receive my blow." In the next instant, Shen Tianyu closed the distance. The Ice Emperor hastily channeled her soul power, ice crystals swiftly enveloping her body, a pale azure light radiating forth. Ice Monarch shield. Boom. As his fist descended, the ice crystal shattered, her strongest defensive soul skill failing to withstand the force. This is dire. The Ice Emperor's pincers struck out once more, enveloped in the ultimate frost, channeling her entire soul power into the attack. Bang! Bang! The dual pincers hammered against her chest, causing ice crystals to explode. Could the indestructible body be broken by mere ultimate frost? Reaching out, he seized the Ice Emperor's pincers. Flipping over, he mounted her back, prying her pincers apart. You! Get off my back, human! The scorpion's tail gleamed ominously, striking against Shen Tianyu's back with a sharp clang. With one hand freed, he grasped the elongated tail. Not allowing the Ice Emperor any chance to resist, he entwined the tail with her pincers. Ah, this infuriates me. How dare you ride upon me? As one of the three kings of the far north, the notorious Ice Emperor Scorpion harbored its own pride. Today, being ridden by a mere human filled her with fury. Immediately, she channeled her soul power, covering herself once more in ice crystals. With 6 long legs pushing against the ground, she leapt, colliding with the thick ice wall of the cavern. Bang! Upon impact, Shen Tianyu remained as steadfast as a mountain, and in the very next moment, he released his hold on the bound tail and pincers, leaping off the Ice Emperor's back. Ha! With a resounding roar, a hand descended upon the back of the Ice Emperor. Gravity suddenly bore down, causing its 6 elongated legs to weaken, collapsing its abdomen against the icy surface. Moving with ghostly swiftness, it seized the Ice Emperor's legs, swiftly bending them against its back. Utilizing its slender scorpion tail, it quickly bound the scorpion legs. In no time, the 6 scorpion legs were tightly secured to its back. At that moment, the Ice Emperor resembled a tightly wrapped dumpling, relying solely on its abdomen to support its form. A flawless conclusion. With a clap of hands, the Ice Emperor was lifted and placed upon the eternal ice marrow. A strand of spiritual energy sealed the Ice Emperor, suppressing its soul power, rendering it incapable of even the slightest movement. You human scoundrel, I shall surely take your life. Seethed the Ice Emperor, fury and shame igniting within. It writhed and struggled, yearning to regain control of its body. Yet, with its limbs bound and its soul power sealed by Shen Tianyu's spiritual energy, it was now akin to fish on a cutting board, utterly at the mercy of its captor. Ignoring the Ice Emperor's futile struggles, Shen Tianyu sat cross-legged to absorb the eternal ice marrow. As moments slipped by, half an hour later, the absorption was complete, leaving the exhausted Ice Emperor quietly lying nearby. With resentful little eyes, it glared fiercely at Shen Tianyu. No longer struggling? Then let us discuss my intentions. Shen Tianyu began. Ice Emperor, you are but 10,100 years away from your ultimate deadline. The injury to your fundamental essence from surpassing 300,000 years will ensure you cannot endure the next deadline. You must be quite anxious now. The Ice Emperor, having ceased its struggles, trembled slightly at the mention of its 300,000-year limit. This was a matter known only to itself. Even its countless kin among the Ice Scorpion clan remained ignorant of its specific circumstances. How could this human be aware? I possess a method of cultivation that not only enhances strength but also prolongs life, even granting immortality. The words hung in the air, and the Ice Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. The prospect of enhancing power and extending life was undeniably enticing. But what captivated the Ice Emperor most was the final word, immortality. The longer one lives, the more one desires to avoid death. That is the essence of life. Is it truly so? Indeed, it is true. Sensing the Ice Emperor's intrigue, Shen Tianyu pressed on. The cultivation I practice is an immortal technique, a method that defies the heavens, enabling one to transcend tribulations and ascend to immortality. Once one attains the realm of immortals, they may share the lifespan of heaven and earth. A breath of icy air escaped, and the Ice Emperor steadied his mind. How can I trust you? It is simple. Accompany me in cultivation for a while, and you shall discern its profundities. I have mentioned before that celestial arts can enhance one's strength and prolong life. With just a brief period of practice, you will perceive the extension of your lifespan. For you, the risk is negligible. Why not give it a try? In the silent depths of the cavern, all that needed to be said had been spoken, and now the choice lay with the Ice Emperor. At this moment, he was torn within. A millennium was a long time for a human, yet it felt fleeting for a fierce beast. In his quest to survive the impending 400,000 years, he had explored various methods over the past century to replenish his depleting essence, all to no avail. Very well, I shall pursue the path of immortality with you. After all, I have a millennium to spare. It is worth the attempt. Who knows, it might actually work. Moreover, the Ice Emperor sensed, in an inexplicable way, that this man was extraordinary. His swift agreement was also due to the absence of any hostility from Shen Tianyu. Having made up his mind, he declared, "Let me see your human form. I cannot very well teach you cultivation while faced with a mere scorpion." Chapter 45. The Ice Emperor. I am quite proactive. A shimmering azure light emanated from the silver hook at the scorpion's tail. The radiant orb descended gracefully, extending a pair of delicate, snow-white arms, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her enchanting visage was strikingly beautiful, with four verdant magical patterns adorning her pale cheeks. Her long, emerald hair was styled in twin ponytails, adorned with ornaments resembling scorpion pincers. A golden crown rested atop her head, and her eyes glimmered with an orange-golden hue. Clad in a verdant gown, her long legs were smooth and fair. Her skin radiated a translucent brightness, shimmering with an ethereal glow beneath the surface. An alluring beauty. With her hands on her hips, the Ice Emperor spoke. "Are you satisfied? Is my sincerity sufficient?" "Sufficient. Absolutely. This is the foundational stage of celestial arts. Take a look first, and once you comprehend it, we shall commence immediately." She tossed the waterplay of Mandarin's text to him, and the Ice Emperor, puzzled, accepted it. As he flipped through the ancient tome and beheld the illustrations, his expression faltered. "Are you certain this is a legitimate method of cultivation?" "I am absolutely certain." Shen Tianyu nodded earnestly. "If you fear to practice, feel free to voice your concerns. I do not intend to coerce you." I never leave a path for retreat. Once I have decided, I shall not falter." Rapidly perusing the techniques, the Ice Emperor took a deep breath, her mind alight with the key principles of the cultivation methods. "We can begin." "Excellent." Shen Tianyu rose, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. Mandarin's water exploration. Without hesitation, he executed the celestial technique. This technique, primarily, serves to assess your constitution, identify the most suitable path for your cultivation, and simultaneously leave a thread of spiritual energy within you, allowing you to sense the existence of the world's essence. No need for explanations, I understand. The Ice Emperor closed her eyes as the Mandarin's water exploration descended. Enveloped in a vast surge of spiritual energy, her delicate form trembled. She offered no resistance, allowing the energy to flow into her body. The soul force within her meridians was instantly subdued by the influx of spiritual energy. Her corporeal form underwent a profound transformation, adapting to the nurturing of the energy. A wondrous sensation flooded her mind, and the Ice Emperor's eyes grew dreamy. Boom! The spiritual energy surged, and her crown shimmered with brilliance. Hiss! Shen Tianyu inhaled sharply, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ice Emperor, you are undoubtedly a prodigy of cultivation. You possess an exceptional constitution, the Phoenix Crown 9 nether body. This physique can only be described as unfathomable. You are akin to an abyss that absorbs spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, a natural-born cultivator. Truly, I have come to the right place in the extreme north." The Ice Emperor's extraordinary constitution aligned perfectly with Shen Tianyu's needs. Instantly, he intensified the spiritual energy, nourishing her meridians to facilitate the complete awakening of her Phoenix Crown 9 nether body. As torrents of spiritual energy continued to pour in, the Ice Emperor distinctly sensed the change. I can feel it." Her enchanting gaze opened wide, her constitution fully awakened. "I feel it too." In that moment of awakening, Shen Tianyu realized that the spiritual energy within him was being fervently absorbed by the Ice Emperor. Truly, the Phoenix Crown 9 nether body absorbed spiritual energy at an astonishingly rapid pace. Her meridians were being reborn, and the Ice Emperor could now store spiritual energy within her body. "Quick, I need more." The soft plea echoed, her voice a continuous melody. In mere moments, the Ice Emperor had progressed directly to the initial stage of qi cultivation. This revelation took Shen Tianyu by surprise. He marveled at her incredible potential. Indeed, an exceptional constitution accelerates one's progress in cultivation. However, it was also the Ice Emperor's own disposition, her eagerness to learn and complete lack of resistance, that allowed her comprehension to deepen at such an extraordinary pace. An hour later, the spiritual energy converged. The Ice Empress, with her enchanting beauty, was filled with immense joy and developed a certain fondness for the man before her. The path of cultivation indeed promises longevity. Upon her initial practice, the Ice Empress distinctly sensed a year added to her lifespan. It appeared that immortality was not merely a fanciful notion. "Quickly provide me with a more potent cultivation technique. I yearn to ascend swiftly." Regarding the Ice Empress's proactive demeanor, Shen Tianyu was not taken aback. Her character was such that she left no room for retreat. Once she made a decision, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly, ensuring that no opportunity slipped away. This Phoenix Crown Abyss Sutra perfectly aligns with your Phoenix Crown 9 nether body. Practicing this technique will undoubtedly enhance your cultivation significantly. Shen Tianyu generously presented the method to the Ice Empress. Upon reviewing the technique, the Ice Empress frowned. This is peculiar. This method requires simultaneous practice with the Phoenix Crown manipulation technique to unleash its full potential. You must know it as well. Her orange-gold eyes sparkled with anticipation as they fixed on Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu felt a twitch in his right eyelid, sensing an ominous event looming. I possess a modest understanding of it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to practice this cultivation method together. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyu was slightly startled. Ice Empress, are you perhaps being overly eager about the cultivation techniques? As a novice, you should first familiarize yourself with the key points and incantations of the sutra. To plunge directly into duel practice seems rather hasty. I am indeed quite proactive. The Ice Empress, her chest rising and falling, placed her hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance with her orange-gold eyes. While understanding theoretical principles is crucial, the practical application is equally indispensable. The true path of cultivation lies in the harmonious integration of both theory and practice. If I, a novice, am unafraid, why should you be? Do you doubt your capabilities? Goodness! Am I being underestimated? Can I tolerate such disrespect? Are you provoking me? Without further ado, the Ice Empress asserted, my physical form is indestructible, as resilient as steel. I have long mastered the Phoenix Crown manipulation technique. Since you wish to engage in practical application directly, then let us see how it goes. With a fierce surge of spiritual energy, she directed it towards the Ice Empress. Unyielding, she summoned her own spiritual energy, aiming it at the cave's ceiling. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, flooding around the Ice Empress. Possessing an extraordinary physique, she was acutely sensitive to spiritual energy. After a brief moment of adaptation, she harnessed the scattered energy of the world for her own use. Phoenix Crown blossoms. Merely having glanced at the technique once, the Ice Empress unleashed the move, targeting Shen Tianyu directly. Come at me. He brought his fingers together, releasing a soothing force. Phoenix Crown manipulation finger. His fingertip touched the flourishing Phoenix Crown, and a tremendous clash of spiritual energy ensued, shaking the cave and shattering the ice into streams. Water surged forth from the depths of the cave, submerging their legs. They summoned their spiritual energy, standing upon the water's surface. The exchange of cultivation techniques officially commenced. With the Ice Empress skillfully maneuvering the water-laden Phoenix Crown, her icy countenance flushed with excitement. Phoenix Crown is abyss. Her form became ethereal. The crown manifested like an unfathomable abyss, attempting to draw Shen Tianyu into its depths for obliteration. Ha! A booming shout echoed within the cave as he gestured grandly, gathering spiritual energy into waves of energy. Abyss-breaking Phoenix Crown. With a flick of his fingers, the energy waves shot forth, penetrating the depths of the Phoenix Crown. The illusory crown trembled as the abyssal space was breached. The energy waves surged forward, driving deep into the heart of the Phoenix Crown. Ah! The Ice Empress cried out, inwardly regretting her decision. Engaging in practical combat with an experienced practitioner so early in her cultivation journey was indeed a disadvantage. However, the clash of spiritual energies proved immensely beneficial. As the proud ruler of the extreme north, her competitive spirit flared, unwilling to be outdone by Shen Tianyu. She immediately summoned more spiritual energy. Phoenix Crown approaching the abyss, oceanic chant. The crown contracted sharply, ensnaring the energy waves. The spiritual energy from the abyss surged forth like the tides of a vast ocean, instantly overwhelming Shen Tianyu's energy waves. Chapter 46. Snow Empress, Binger, You, and the Man. In the depths of the core area of the extreme north, snow swirled violently, and the earth quaked. Terrifying waves of soul power erupted, rippling outward in concentric circles, sweeping across the snowy plains. Enormous soul beasts trembled at the sound, scattering in frantic disarray. Amidst the blizzard, a young woman emerged. With cascading locks of pristine white hair, adorned with a crown of ice and embellished with delicate snowflake ornaments, she embodies ethereal beauty. Beneath her flowing white gown, she envelopes a tall and voluptuous figure. Her haughty and breathtaking visage captivates onlookers, rendering them unable to divert their gaze. In the frigid expanse of the far north, it is evident that this maiden is no mere mortal, but rather the Snow Empress, the third ranked among the 10 fearsome beasts and the sovereign of the northern 3 kings. A superlative beast of 690,000 years. Upon her emergence, all creatures of the wild retreat, daunted by the wrath of this dominion's ruler. What an immense accumulation of spiritual energy. In the northwestern direction, a colossal force swirls like a vortex, astonishing the Snow Empress. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, she possesses an innate understanding of the spiritual energies that permeate existence. However, the uniqueness of this energy renders it impossible for complete refinement and cultivation, compelling her to utilize it merely as soul power. For many years, the spiritual energy has been transient and unanchored. This extraordinary gathering stirs her curiosity. Could it be that treasures of heaven and earth, nurtured by spiritual energy, have come into being? Should she seize and consume such a boon, perhaps she could transcend the celestial tribulation that looms after 700,000 years. With this thought igniting her resolve, the Snow Empress can no longer restrain herself and descends towards the northwestern horizon. Beneath the thick permafrost in that direction lies a cavern reminiscent of an ice kingdom. The intertwining spiritual energies gradually separate, and the passage is filled with melted ice water. Upon the eternal ice marrow, Shen Tianyu slowly rose, one hand rubbing his waist. The Ice Emperor reclined on the ancient frost, her snow-white fingers gesturing gracefully. The melted ice water swiftly returned to its position, solidifying into firm ice that clung to the cavern walls. Adorned in a verdant gown, her alabaster skin bore remnants of ethereal energy. For a full week and night, the two remained engrossed in their cultivation. Shen Tianyu felt a profound sense of admiration. The Ice Emperor's innate talent for cultivation was indeed formidable. In merely a week of mutual training, she had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This pace surpassed even that of Qian Renxue. Besides her exceptional talent, her physique played a crucial role. As a fierce beast, the Ice Emperor's constitution was inherently more resilient than that of a human. After 7 days of relentless practice, she showed no signs of fatigue, while Shen Tianyu felt a tinge of weariness, prompting the conclusion of their training session. With a deep breath, he surveyed his dantian. The 9 patterns of his golden core had formed, radiating a polished brilliance. He was but a step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage. Aren't you hungry? Go find something to eat, and upon your return, we shall continue our cultivation, he urged gently. But cultivation cannot be rushed. Take a few days to digest it, lest your body cannot bear the strain. The balance of work and rest is vital. Shen Tianyu expressed his concerns, worried that the Ice Emperor's relentless training would take a toll on her health. I can handle it, the Ice Emperor replied without hesitation, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Is it you who cannot handle it? What nonsense! Shen Tianyu exclaimed, leaping to stand before the ancient ice marrow. My body is as indestructible as adamantine, every fiber as hard as steel. Even if you hammered me countless times, I would not utter a single complaint. With my physique, I am destined for cultivation. There's no way I cannot endure. Since we are both capable, why rest? Let us continue our shared cultivation. With frustration etched upon his brow, Shen Tianyu silently lamented. Indeed, humans and soul beasts were not meant for comparison. Humph, the Ice Emperor taunted, curling her finger provocatively. Hypocrisy. If you cannot, just admit it. I will not force you to accompany me in my training. I cannot tolerate this. Who said I cannot? Come, let us continue our cultivation. Not hungry anymore. I am. A bit of phoenix-crowned snowflake will suffice to quell my hunger. With a surge of spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu bellowed, directly into the 9 heavens phoenix. Boom. The immense spiritual energy erupted, the phoenix crown unfurling above the 9 heavens, torrents of energy surging forth. The 2 streams of spiritual force collided, akin to the roaring tide of a river, violently crashing against the cavern walls. The Ice Emperor, unwilling to yield, leaped into the fray, evading Shen Tianyu's onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Their fierce battle transitioned from the ancient ice marrow to the narrow confines of the cavern walls. As the spiritual energy detonated, it compressed within the tight space, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Shen Tianyu spared no effort, determined to teach this novice cultivator what it meant to be aware of realms beyond her own. Manipulating the spiritual energy, he darted in and out of the cavern walls. Soon enough, the Ice Emperor sensed the disparity. Shen Tianyu was not suppressing his cultivation level, but was instead unleashing it in full. Foundation establishment against Golden Core was, without a doubt, a futile endeavor. I concede. The Ice Emperor called out, her previous arrogance dissipating. Her body, now weak and limp, trembled under the residual waves of spiritual energy. Her gown and hair, her skin and chest, were all marked by traces of their fierce battle. Ice Child, do you now understand? The old ginger is indeed the spicier. Humph. One day, I will ride atop you and pummel you. Shen Tianyu chuckled softly, channeling spiritual energy into the Ice Emperor to restore her strength. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted. The temperature within the underground cavern plummeted sharply. The air trembled, and the ancient ice quaked. Pure white snowflakes began to swirl in from the surrounding tunnels. The Ice Emperor, momentarily flustered, began to clear the remnants of spiritual energy. As she started to act, a blizzard erupted with sudden ferocity. Like a tornado, the snowflakes swept across, revealing a striking maiden in white, standing defiantly before them. Shen Tianyu's gaze fell upon her. The immense waves of soul energy emanated unabated, releasing their power into the atmosphere. With an air of cold majesty, her stunning countenance, paired with her flowing gown and ice crown, unmistakably marked her as the Snow Empress. Only the Snow Empress could manifest in this frigid domain and evoke such alarm in the Ice Emperor. After her arrival, the Snow Empress's haughty expression shifted to one of confusion, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she glanced between the Ice Emperor and Shen Tianyu. In a moment of hesitation, her lips parted as if to utter something, yet she swallowed her words. It seemed she had composed her thoughts before a voice, cold and proud, emerged. Binger, how could you possibly be involved with a man? The Ice Emperor interjected swiftly, cleansing the remnants of spiritual energy. We are merely cultivating. Do you harbor feelings for him? The Snow Empress retorted sharply, ignoring the Ice Emperor's explanation. The Ice Emperor, at a loss, clutched the hem of her green skirt. After 7 days of companionship, the Ice Emperor had indeed developed some unusual sentiments toward Shen Tianyu. Answer me. Yes, I like him. The Ice Emperor nodded in affirmation, leaving Shen Tianyu momentarily stunned. No way. Are you kidding? After just a week of cultivating together, you've fallen for him? Upon reflection, it did seem somewhat explicable. In the realm of soul beasts, emotions were not overly complicated. Most soul beasts, like pristine snow, were straightforward in their feelings. Much like the Ice Emperor, who was singularly focused on cultivating her strength, she rarely pondered matters of the heart. Perhaps she herself could not clearly articulate whether her feelings for Shen Tianyu were truly affection. Then I cannot allow him to remain. In an instant, a flurry of snow surged forth, crashing down upon Shen Tianyu's corporeal form. Schwer, what are you doing? Binger, you are far too naive. Humans are a self-serving lot. If he approaches you, it is undoubtedly with ulterior motives. You are being deceived by his sweet words, and soon calamity will befall you. Today, let me rid the world of this scourge. A potent surge of soul power erupted as the Ice Emperor attempted further explanation, only to be suppressed by the Snow Empress. Ice and snow coalesced into a prison, ensnaring the Ice Emperor within. After executing this, the Snow Empress turned to see Shen Tianyu and scathed. Standing calmly as he flexed his wrists, a gentle smile gracing his face. I believe this is a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding exists. Human, you should not have ventured into the extreme north, nor should you deceive the innocent Binger. Each of these offenses has crossed my threshold. Today, your life shall remain forever in the extreme north. With a thunderous crash, purest, ultimate ice and snow enveloped the Snow Empress's palm. Imperial palm, great cold, no snow. Chapter 47. A good best friend must be well prepared. The snow-white hand struck forth, propelling the Snow Empress rapidly toward him. Tianyu, you must not harm Schwer. The trapped Ice Emperor exclaimed, her expression frantic. You human, have bewitched Bingo to the point of losing her senses. I shall see how you can harm me. The Snow Empress, incensed, approached swiftly. Her palm advanced, exuding an oppressive chill. Shen Tianyu remained unhurried, raising his hand to meet hers with equal force. The moment their palms collided, the Snow Empress's expression shifted subtly. The clash of fists and palms sent icy winds spiraling, imperial sword, imperial palm, imperial cold heaven. With a resounding boom, the energies collided, and in the next instant, the imperial palm was overwhelmed. The Snow Empress felt a colossal wave crashing down upon her, striking her face with force. How dare you? The humiliation ignited her anger, and she pointed skyward as sharp icy winds coalesced into sword energy. Imperial sword, ice's utmost uniqueness. The pinnacle of sharpness, an unparalleled sword. One of the Snow Empress's 3 ultimate techniques, possessing not only supreme ice power but also embodying the essence of swordsmanship. All of Qinshin's sword techniques would falter before the Snow Empress's imperial sword, yielding a mere 3 to 7 advantage at best. Indeed, if the Snow Empress unleashed her full might, Qinshin would stand no chance of resistance. However, against Shen Tianyu, the situation was markedly different. The frozen sword energy descended, causing the entire subterranean cavern to tremble precariously. Shen Tianyu stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the sword energy directly. Crack! The sword energy exploded, shattering on the spot. The imperial sword, ice's utmost uniqueness, was utterly ineffective before Shen Tianyu. The Snow Empress's face flushed crimson, as the ruler of the extreme north. She had never found herself so powerless. Both of her top-tier techniques had been effortlessly neutralized. You, human, cannot be spared. Her chest expanded, arms wide open like a graceful lotus. A surge of icy power swiftly spread outward, and in an instant, the realm within a 10,000-meter diameter fell entirely under the control of the Snow Emperor. It was the realm of the Emperor of Cold Heaven. The Ice Emperor gasped in alarm, anxiously observing the two figures before her. She wished for nothing more than their safety, whether it be the Snow Emperor or Shen Tianyu. Snow dance, radiant sun. A cold, furious shout echoed as the frozen ground above erupted violently. Countless snowflakes soared into the sky, while the shattered ice rained down upon the snowy plains. The scorching sunlight illuminated the three figures, but its brilliance lasted only a fleeting moment before vanishing. Within the Emperor of Cold Heaven, a realm forbidden to mortals, the snow and ice raged like blades from hell, mercilessly assaulting Shen Tianyu's corporeal form. The thunderous explosions were relentless, causing the entire extreme northern region to tremble violently. All spirit beasts cowered in fear, shivering at the thought of the audacity of the one who dared provoke the Snow Emperor. Enveloped in the Emperor of Cold Heaven, Shen Tianyu's sensations were most acute. At this moment, he pointed skyward and declared, "Let there be light." With a resounding boom, the heavens roared, and the swirling snow paused for a brief moment. Dazzling sunlight streamed into the domain of the Emperor of Cold Heaven. The Snow Emperor was taken aback, incredulous at the impossibility of the event. You, born of the essence of heaven and earth, should understand better than any spirit beast that the true source of power is not spirit energy, but the vital essence of the universe. The overwhelming sound waves resonated in his ears, imbued with an imposing sense of pressure. The man before her had energy swirling around his fingertips, a sight that shattered the Snow Emperor's perception of reality. How could there be a being capable of harnessing the vital essence? Great ice and snow technique. As the words left his lips, the balance of the ice and snow shifted. The icy elements, once under the Snow Emperor's command, instantaneously fell into Shen Tianyu's grasp. Dissipate. With a flick of his finger, the snowflakes scattered and dissipated. The extreme northern land returned to tranquility in an instant. The Snow Emperor stood in shock, rendered speechless. Shen Tianyu strode past her, placing a hand upon the icy prison to free the Ice Emperor. "How on earth did you accomplish that?" The Snow Emperor turned, her blue eyes filled with bewilderment. "Ice, you explain it to her." "Yes." The Ice Emperor nodded, forming a seal with her hands as strands of vital essence flowed forth from her dantian. "Ice, you can also wield the vital essence." The Snow Emperor was flabbergasted, as if the world had become a mirage. "I have not been bewitched by Tianyu. He has treated me well. Have you heard of the method of cultivating immortality? It is a practice dedicated to the mastery of vital essence." The Ice Emperor then divulged everything, recounting her initial encounter with Shen Tianyu, her capture, her awakening, the impartation of immortal techniques, and their shared cultivation of vital essence, detailing every nuance. As she shared the intricacies of their training, a blush crept onto the Ice Emperor's fair face, while the attentive Snow Emperor's ears turned red. After concluding her tale, the Snow Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tianyu. "Your method of cultivating immortality is quite peculiar." Ahem, Shen Tianyu cleared his throat. "It is not peculiar. It is simply unavoidable. This world is so deficient that even if living beings are aware of the existence of vital essence, they cannot absorb it. Only by altering their meridians and nurturing their bodies with vital essence can they undergo transformation and embark on the path of immortality." The Snow Emperor did not refute him. As one born of the essence of heaven and earth, she was well aware of this. Having lived for 690,000 years, she understood that vital essence was the true source of energy. If she could master even a thread of vital essence, she could undoubtedly overcome the tribulation of the 700,000-year limit. Now that she learned of a method to control vital essence, she felt a stir of desire. Yet her prideful nature made it difficult for her to voice it. "Ice, this method of immortality is truly wondrous. I have practiced for merely 7 days, and my lifespan has already extended by over 200 years. If I were to cultivate further, I could certainly prolong my life even more. The ultimate goal of cultivating immortality is eternal life. Is it not the aspiration of our spirit beast clan to seek longevity? Ice, let us cultivate immortality together." The Ice Emperor urged sincerely, linking her arm with the Snow Emperor's. The cold, aloof Snow Emperor feigned indifference, appearing reluctant, yet she discreetly stole glances at Shen Tianyu. "The heavens are unkind, and the divine realm is unjust, relentlessly oppressing our spirit beast clan and imposing tribulations upon us, no matter how diligently we cultivate. It is a struggle to avoid obliteration. Snow Emperor, as the ruler of the extreme northern region, do you not wish to seek a path for your people?" Shen Tianyu implored. If you trust me and join me in the cultivation of immortality, I will ensure that the spirit beasts of the extreme north shall tread the path of immortality and seek eternal life. With the two of them persistently persuading her, the Snow Emperor sensed the moment was ripe. Clearing her throat, she donned a pained expression and said, "If that is the case, I shall join you in this cultivation." Her seemingly reluctant agreement belied a flicker of anticipation within her heart. To master the vital essence would undoubtedly make her stronger and perhaps even allow her to contend for the title of representative of the spirit beasts. Splendid! The Ice Emperor beamed with joy, linking her arm with the Snow Emperor and exclaiming, "I knew you would agree. A true friendship is one of harmony, from now on. We shall cultivate the path of immortality together and surely attain eternal life." Indeed. The aloof Snow Emperor nodded slightly, her blue eyes locking onto Shen Tianyu. "When shall I awaken my constitution?" "Right now." "Very well. Let us begin." The Ice Emperor selflessly stepped back, granting space for the two. Shen Tianyu raised his hand, bringing his fingers together with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Mandarin Duck's exploring water technique. He lightly tapped his fingers forward, and vital essence surged forth, enveloping the Snow Emperor's delicate form. She trembled at the initial contact with vital essence, a tingling pain coursing through her mind. She involuntarily let out a soft sound, feeling the vital essence flow into her body and traverse her meridians. As he manipulated the vital essence, Shen Tianyu drew closer to the Snow Emperor, their bodies separated only by their garments. The Mandarin Duck's exploring water technique meandered, nurturing the Snow Emperor's meridians while simultaneously stimulating her yet-to-be unsealed constitution. As the vital essence continued to pour in, the constitution that had been sealed for 99,000 years awakened successfully. The vital essence converged, flowing like the Milky Way above. Within the celestial waters, the Phoenix Fairy unfurled her wings. His another exceptional constitution, the Heavenly Water Phoenix Fairy Body. Chapter 48. The Battle of the Ice and Snow Emperors against Shen Tianyu. What distinguishes me from snow? The Ice Emperor inquired curiously, her amber golden eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Significantly different. Shen Tianyu eagerly elaborated on the matter of their constitutions. Your Phoenix Crown 9 nether body is unfathomable in cultivation, capable of accommodating an immense quantity of vital essence. Thus, each time you absorb vital essence, you can store a substantial amount, which you then digest slowly, albeit with some loss of essence during the process. Snow's Heavenly Water Phoenix Fairy Body, on the other hand, excels in the absorption of vital essence. The possessor of this constitution is akin to a whirlpool of celestial waters, tightly grasping vital essence and preventing any loss. I understand now. The Ice Emperor suddenly realized that although her physique could absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy, it lacked sufficient adhesion, often resulting in the loss of this energy. In contrast, Snow's physique, while not as adept at absorption, excelled in its ability to retain and completely transform any spiritual energy she absorbed. Indeed, both physiques possessed their unique merits and were considered among the finest. The blossoming celestial water phoenix, adorned in delicate pink, inherently belonged to the water element, often glistening with droplets. As Snow's physique awakened, she felt as though her body underwent a profound transformation, with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into her. Soon enough, she discovered her capacity to contain this energy far surpassed that of the Ice Emperor. Beyond the formidable adhesion traits of her celestial water phoenix form, Snow herself held intrinsic advantages. One of the very essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, she was naturally well-versed in its intricacies. Take a look at this technique. Upon the completion of her physique awakening, Shen Tianyu promptly presented a new skill to Snow. The Phoenix Flow Technique. Given your water affinity, this method aligns perfectly with your nature. Excellent. I shall begin my studies at once, Snow proclaimed, delving into the intricacies of the Phoenix Flow Technique. Tianyu, I have discovered a new realm of celestial arts. Shall we engage in another match to exchange insights? Ice, such just should not be taken lightly. How long has it been since your last breakthrough? Truly. The Ice Emperor nodded earnestly, channeling her spiritual energy as she leaned forward, her amber eyes shimmering with intensity. A hint of allure gracing her countenance. Phoenix Crown, bloom. Very well, if you insist on battling. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned her energy. Shen Tianyu raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike that descended from the heavens, an imposing pressure enveloping the surroundings. The Ice Emperor's expression turned serious as she rapidly maximized her energy output, executing a counterstrike of her own. The clash of their palms sent shockwaves reverberating throughout the frozen expanse, soon enveloping the cavern in icy water. As Snow closed the Phoenix Flow Technique, she exhaled deeply, having thoroughly comprehended the skill. Observing the two engage in their exchange of celestial arts, She felt an irresistible urge to join the fray and test the might of her newfound abilities. Have you mastered it? The Ice Emperor inquired while executing her technique. Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us engage in a celestial exchange. Being outnumbered 2-1 left Snow feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the foremost of the three kings of the far north, she was accustomed to facing multiple opponents alone. The thought of teaming up with the Ice Emperor was a mental hurdle she found challenging to overcome. Let us join forces. Shen Tianyu extended his hand, swiftly enveloping Snow in his spiritual energy, pulling her into the battle. Both you and Ice have just embarked on your path of cultivation. A 2-on-1 scenario hardly constitutes an unfair advantage. Agreed. Snow nodded, channeling her energy. The celestial water phoenix's power surged forth, commanding the icy waters that blanketed the cavern. Phoenix Flow Strike. Boom. The icy water erupted skyward, crashing down upon Shen Tianyu. In an instant, he found himself drenched. Snow, you are truly remarkable. Together, we sisters shall surely triumph against him. I am determined to dominate this match. With Snow's participation in the celestial exchange, the Ice Emperor's confidence soared. Taking a deep breath, she locked gazes with Snow, her phoenix crown blooming once more as she advanced from the left. Understanding the unspoken bond between them, Snow raised her hand, channeling her energy as the pink phoenix followed suit, launching from Shen Tianyu's right. The Ice and Snow Emperors, having lived in the far north for countless years, had developed an extraordinary synergy through their long companionship, almost to the point of telepathy. A mere glance was sufficient for them to comprehend each other's thoughts. In a one-on-one confrontation, it is utterly impossible to defeat Shen Tianyu. However, when the two join forces, they possess the strength to contend. With the simultaneous mobilization of spiritual energy, the dual emperors unite their efforts. Even in a 1-versus-2 scenario, I remain unperturbed. Shen Tianyu bellowed in fury, his hands transforming into fists as an immense surge of spiritual energy was drawn forth from his dantian. Boom, 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 with relentless fists striking one after another. An explosion of countless fist energies erupted, simultaneously confronting the Ice and Snow Emperors. Suddenly, the furious Shen Tianyu's combat prowess doubled. Even the Ice Emperor found it momentarily challenging to withstand such force. On the other side, the Snow Emperor also struggled to cope, although being overwhelmed by Shen Tianyu. Unbeknownst to herself, the Snow Emperor had become enamored with the process of cultivating the same celestial arts. Schwer, let us combine our powers. Under the pressure of passive defense, the Ice Emperor could no longer endure. Agreed. The Snow Emperor nodded, and in an instant, their spiritual energies intertwined. In that fleeting moment, the world transformed. The Phoenix Crown and Phoenix Immortal touched in unison. Ice and Snow Phoenix Dance. A vortex of spiritual energy surged skyward, with Ice and Snow swirling, engulfing the core region of the extreme north. The Ice and Snow Emperors leapt gracefully, their elegant forms fully displayed. A soft phoenix chant resonated from the lips of the two emperors. The twin phoenixes danced and soared, encircling Shen Tianyu on both sides. The mingling of spiritual energy struck against his corporeal form. A strange energy impact surged into his mind, leaving Shen Tianyu utterly astonished. What a delightful surprise. The cultivation methods of the two emperors were vastly different, their physiques remarkably dissimilar. Yet, they managed to blend their energies, creating an entirely new technique. Ice and Snow Phoenix Dance. Merging their spiritual essence and consciousness, the two resembled exquisite, dancing phoenixes, radiantly beautiful yet undeniably formidable. Within the vortex of Ice and Snow, Shen Tianyu felt as though one foot had stepped into the realm of immortality, experiencing a profound understanding of eternity and an ethereal lightness. I shall also merge a celestial technique. Combining the mightiest moves from both of their arts, Shen Tianyu instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Under the fierce onslaught of the Ice and Snow Emperors, his mind raced, and soon a glimmer of understanding emerged. With his hands forming seals before his chest, a beam of spiritual energy shot skyward. The faces of the Ice and Snow Emperors changed dramatically as they frantically urged the energies within them. Break. A furious shout erupted from Shen Tianyu's lips. The combined assault of the Ice and Snow Emperors shattered instantly, dissolving into nothingness, determining the outcome with a single strike. With a single strike, Shen Tianyu triumphed over the two emperors, albeit his robes were drenched by icy water. The Ice and Snow two emperors, having exhausted all their spiritual energy during the battle, lay prostrate on the ground, recuperating from their depletion. HM? Something seems amiss with my golden core. The transformation of the golden core immediately captured Shen Tianyu's attention. He quickly lowered his gaze to his dantian, where he observed the 9-patterned golden core shimmering with an even more resplendent radiance. Its exterior had become somewhat translucent, and within the flowing brilliance, a faint silhouette of a small figure could be discerned. The golden core was nearing perfection, and the semblance of a nascent infant was beginning to emerge. Chapter 49. My man is not subject to your interference. Marvelous. Shen Tianyu felt a surge of joy. He was one step closer to becoming a nascent soul cultivator. It was imperative that he accelerated his cultivation. While the two emperors were still in the process of regaining their spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu seized the opportunity to depart. In this frigid northern expanse, no one could harm the two emperors, thus Shen Tianyu had no cause for concern. He traversed the subterranean caverns in search of the 10,000-year-old ice essence. Following the perfection of his golden core, the speed of absorption had markedly increased. Each time he discovered a vein of the 10,000-year-old ice essence, Shen Tianyu would promptly sit cross-legged to absorb its energy. After half a day's time had elapsed, his golden core had grown even more transparent. Just as he was about to continue his search, the Ice and Snow Emperor arrived. Their gazes were filled with resentment, seemingly displeased with Shen Tianyu for abandoning them to seek the ice essence alone. Shrek and I have completed our cultivation. Come swiftly for a battle and to exchange celestial techniques. The Ice Emperor spoke without hesitation, her delicate face bearing a serious and earnest expression. Beside him, the Snow Emperor nodded. Such difficult words were best spoken by Binger. It had only been half a day, yet you wish to engage in battle again? Are you to teach us the ways of immortality? What a travesty! Shen Tianyu suddenly felt a great calamity approaching. He feared that the Ice and Snow Emperors would torment him to the brink of despair in the days to come. Less chatter. Let us begin. With that, the phoenix crown blossomed, radiant brilliance swirling around. Without allowing Shen Tianyu further words, the Ice Emperor lunged directly at him. The Snow Emperor did not hesitate either and struck fiercely. Driven by necessity, Shen Tianyu had no choice but to summon his spiritual energy in response. The exchange of immortal techniques ignited instantaneously, causing the very ground of the extreme north to tremble. Countless soul beasts, filled with curiosity, wondered what was transpiring in the core region. For the following month, such occurrences became frequent in the extreme north. Snow and ice swirled, spiritual energy surged forth. The soul beasts kept their distance, too fearful to approach. Throughout this month of exchanging immortal techniques, Shen Tianyu focused on guiding the Snow Emperor in her cultivation. Under his diligent efforts, the two emperors reached a harmonious level of cultivation. After the day's session concluded, their spiritual energies fused together. In that fleeting moment, their energies transcended. Within the dantian of the Ice and Snow Emperors, a petite golden core began to take shape. As the exchange came to an end, the two emperors embraced and laughed, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction as they beheld the newly formed golden core within. After a month of cultivation, the Ice and Snow Emperors had become enamored with this method of immortality cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts subtly acknowledged Shen Tianyu. In contrast to the contentment of the two emperors, Shen Tianyu found himself in a state of discontent. After a month of deepening his mastery of immortal techniques, he remained at the peak of the golden core stage, unable to step into the true nascent soul realm. The stagnant realm displayed on his system panel deeply pierced Shen Tianyu's heart. Fortunately, the short-term task 2 had been successfully completed. Due to the incessant entanglement with the Ice and Snow Emperors for a month, he had been unable to divert his attention to claim the task reward, leaving the task panel unupdated to this day. With a silent thought to claim, he received the materials for a 9th-grade spiritual vein and the Imperial level gathering spirit formation into his possession. The task panel updated with a new mission. Short-term task 3. Teach the immortal techniques and establish a cultivation academy. Prerequisite reward. Spirit Awakening Pill Formula, simplified version of the Qi induction technique, available for claim. Task reward. Access to the Zhanxian sword. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Short-term task 3 surprisingly included a prerequisite reward that he could claim immediately. Claiming it. With a silent incantation, he received the prerequisite reward. He quickly reviewed the formula in the Qi induction technique, smiling as he shook his head. The Spirit Awakening Pill merely enabled one to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When combined with the Qi induction technique in a place rich in spiritual energy, one could commence their cultivation. Once removed from the realms rich in spiritual energy, one finds oneself incapable of harnessing the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. In simpler terms, this world is woefully inadequate. To fully advance the path of immortality, a transformation of the entire Douluo realm is imperative, elevating its dimensional standing. However, the Spirit Awakening Elixir may be made accessible to ordinary people, offering them a choice towards cultivation. The ancient ice marrow has been entirely absorbed, and a new task has been issued. The journey to the extreme north must now come to an end. Rising and brushing off his sleeves, Shen Tianyu addressed the Frost and Snow Emperors. I must take my leave. You're leaving? The Snow Empress sprang to her feet, her rosy, snow-white visage drawing near. As she spoke, warmth enveloped the air. I will accompany you. The once aloof and taciturn Snow Empress had become notably more assertive during this month of training. I shall follow wherever you go. In human terms, this is akin to the idea of marrying a chicken and following it, or marrying a dog and doing the same. You are right, Schwerer. It is acceptable for you to accompany me, but after we depart from the extreme north, you both must heed my commands. Agreed. The two emperors nodded in unison, each taking hold of Shen Tianyu's arms, nestling against him like fledglings. Before we leave, I must return to my clan to take care of certain matters. Go ahead. As the leader of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion clan, the Ice Emperor understood the necessity of arranging affairs before departing the extreme north. Wait for me. With a kiss bestowed upon Shen Tianyu, the Ice Emperor soared into the sky. I too have matters to address after my departure. There must be a successor to the throne of the extreme northern ice plains to maintain order among the clans. Attend to your duties. I shall await your return. The Snow Empress remarked, pouting slightly, her immense soul power radiating outward, instantly enveloping the entire extreme north. On the snowy plains, the formidable soul beast sensed this aura and began gravitating towards the core region. As the ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Empress's command was one that no soul beast dared to defy. The soul beast surged forth from all directions, quickly assembling at the heart of the extreme north. Shen Tianyu beheld an array of soul beasts, each over 10,000 years old, their numbers staggering. Among them, the most striking were the Titan snow demons, each towering like a giant. The smallest stood at 30 meters, while the tallest reached a staggering height of 100 meters. Humans. Step aside from the side of the Snow Empress, bellowed the towering Titan Snow Demon King, his voice resonating with authority. A pair of fierce eyes fixated on Shen Tianyu, as if intent on tearing him apart. Outrageous. An icy tempest descended, the chill infused with seething fury. The Snow Empress's long gown swayed with the wind, and atop her head, a snow-white crown shimmered with a cold radiance. He is my sovereign's chosen one. What? The Titan Snow Demon King widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the Snow Empress. All the soul beasts of the far north were taken aback, their gazes converging upon Shen Tianyu. This cannot be. The Titan Snow Demon King exclaimed, Snow Empress, you are the sovereign of our snowy realm. How can you associate with a human? A mere human is utterly unworthy of you. In the entire frigid north, only I, the Titan Snow Demon King, am deserving of your presence. Indeed, the Titan Snow Demon clan echoed in unison. An invisible yet formidable aura of oppression descended upon the scene. The atmosphere grew suddenly grave, saturated with a chilling air of hostility. A mighty hand was raised, directly pointing at Shen Tianyu. Human, if you wish to continue living, you must immediately vacate the frigid north, otherwise, I shall slay you. Do you dare? The Snow Empress stepped forward, the weight of icy authority palpable. My man is not subject to your commands. The wrath of the Lord of the Ice Field caused the soul beasts present to tremble in fear, all prostrating themselves on the ground, unwilling to utter a word. The Titan Snow Demon King, fully aware of his inability to contend with the Snow Empress, shifted his focus toward Shen Tianyu. Are you, a mouse-hearted human, destined to cower behind the Snow Empress for eternity? Chapter 50, Annihilation of the Titan Snow Demon King. Silence. Boom. The icy pressure, a colossal force, descended. The Titan Snow Demon King knelt immediately, and within the Snow Empress's eyes, one could see the blazing fury ignited. For countless years, the soul beast of the frigid north had never witnessed the Snow Empress in such a state of wrath. How could a mere human command such attention from the Snow Emperor? Snow Emperor, even if you were to take my life, I shall remain steadfast in my convictions. This human does not merit your unwavering protection. To stand by your side, one must possess formidable strength. Yet he, a defenseless being, is unworthy. You are daring to provoke the majesty of this emperor. With resolute determination, the Snow Emperor raised a hand, poised to strike the Titan Snow Demon King. However, Shen Tianyu swiftly intervened, blocking the Snow Emperor's intended assault. Allow me to handle this. This is a matter between men. In an instant, the once frigid demeanor of the Snow Emperor transformed, resembling a compliant maiden. Gently tousling the Snow Emperor's hair, Shen Tianyu's gaze shifted to the Titan Snow Demon King. Stripped of the oppressive aura of ice and snow, the Titan Snow Demon King rose to its full height, resembling a small mountain. So, you are the Titan Snow Demon King. It is said that you excel in strength. Today, I shall witness the extent of your power. Presumptuous human. I could crush you with a mere finger. As the words escaped its lips, the Titan Snow Demon King pointed downwards with a finger. Before the magnitude of that finger, Shen Tianyu appeared diminutive. With a smirk, he stepped into the air and, with equal audacity, extended a finger of his own. Bang! The two fingers collided in midair, unleashing a wave of energy that rippled outward. The Titan Snow Demon King's expression shifted dramatically as a resounding crack echoed, its finger bone shattered. Impossible. In a wretched cry of anguish, the Titan Snow Demon King struggled to accept the reality before it. This insignificant human has destroyed one of my fingers. I shall crush you. Raising its massive hand, it lunged directly at Shen Tianyu. A multitude of soul beasts gazed upon the scene with eyes filled with pity. The Titan Snow Demon King, renowned as the most brutal among the three kings of the extreme north, wielded his formidable strength to dominate the entire region. Only the Ice and Snow Emperors could rein him in. Now, in a state of fury, the Titan Snow Demon King unleashed a powerful strike, capable of reducing the unfortunate human before him to mere pulp. With a resounding boom, ripples surged forth, stirring blizzards to heights of 100 feet. The soul beast squinted, fixated on the clash. There stood Shen Tianyu, one hand behind his back, the other engaged in a palm clash with the Titan Snow Demon King. His demeanor was relaxed, revealing no trace of pressure. Is this truly the extent of it? The Titan Snow Demon King was taken aback, thoughts racing through his mind. And he soon realized the truth. This human was not a mere weakling, but rather a top-tier human warrior. Each of their previous encounters had been effortlessly neutralized. A sense of insecurity began to gnaw at the Titan Snow Demon King. What had appeared to be a lack of power in his strike was, in fact, an overwhelming force drawn from 80% of his strength. To have his attack so easily thwarted indicated that the human's prowess must surpass his own. The Titan Snow Demon King wrestled with his growing trepidation but could not afford to show weakness. After all, soul beasts that had roamed the extreme north for millennia had gathered here today. To concede would be to forfeit his standing in this realm. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed with a booming voice, "What you just witnessed was merely a test of your strength. Now the real performance begins." With a series of thunderous strikes, he clenched his hand into a fist and pounded his chest. Titan's fist. As he swung his fists, the very skies above the extreme north trembled. The air erupted with a cacophony as the sheer force threatened to collapse the space itself. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes as the energy coalesced around his fist. The foundational powers embedded in the extreme north rapidly withered in an instant. With a forceful swing, Shen Tianyu shouted, "Decadence of the Tao." His fist ascended, colliding with that of the Titan Snow Demon King. At the moment of impact, the Titan's strength began to decay and was consumed. Annihilate. As he uttered the word, the energy in his fist swiftly coalesced into a formidable shockwave. With a resounding explosion, the Titan Snow Demon King's right arm was obliterated. The shockwave surged forward, landing squarely on his towering chest. Such a power, capable of decaying even the Tao, was far beyond what mere flesh could withstand. The shockwave pierced through his chest, leaving behind a gaping wound. With a sickening sound, the Titan Snow Demon King fell, his body crashing to the ground, and the vibrant 10,000-year soul ring slowly ascended. The king of the Titan Snow Demon clan had met his demise. Silence enveloped the core of the extreme north. After a brief pause, the Titan Snow Demon clan erupted in fury. The death of the Titan Snow Demon King was an undeniably fatal blow to their clan. Losing a superlative powerhouse could render them vulnerable to oppression from rival factions. In their wrath, hundreds of Titan Snow Demons surged forth, ready to retaliate. "Kneel before me, if you know what's good for you." The sonic wave, imbued with immense power, bore down upon the Titan Snow Demons. A formidable Titan Snow Demon knelt repeatedly before the overwhelming pressure, rendered immobile. Who else? Shen Tianyu's gaze, frigid as ice, swept across all the soul beasts present. I ask again, who else holds any dissent against the Snow Emperor and me? The venue fell into a profound silence as his eyes settled upon a colossal ice bear. This ice bear, similarly grand in stature, exuded an aura indicative of an existence spanning over 200,000 years. Do you have any objections? The ice bear king, momentarily taken aback, shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Father, how could I possibly object? I wholeheartedly agree. What? This unexpected turn of events left Shen Tianyu momentarily speechless. My life was saved by the Snow Emperor. I have always regarded her as a mother. Thus, if you are with the Snow Emperor, does that not make you my father? Therefore, I am in complete accord with this matter, and the entire Ice Bear clan concurs. Upon the Ice Bear King's declaration, the assembly of Ice Bears behind him roared in unison, nodding in agreement. What about you all? Do you concur? The Ice Bear King cast a scrutinizing gaze over the other soul beasts, his cold stare exuding an implicit threat. Terrified, the other soul beasts fervently nodded their heads, expressing their unwavering support. Well said, Great White Bear. Father, you may simply call me Little White. Very well, Little White. Descending before the Titan Snow Demons, the oppressive aura enveloping them dissipated. The Titan Snow Demon King, having sought his own demise, dared to provoke me. Such folly is not my responsibility. Should you wish for your clan's annihilation, feel free to test it. Once the pressure was lifted, the Titan Snow Demons remained too intimidated to rise. Confronted by the diminutive human before them, any semblance of resistance evaporated. This farce has reached its conclusion. Any further dissent will earn my wrath. My choices are not subject to your scrutiny. Now, in my capacity as the sovereign of the northernmost snowfields, I hereby decree that from this moment forth, Little White shall be the new ruler of the snowfield. Thank you, mother. Little White exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, father. Shen Tianyu's lips twitched. Such a massive ice-bear offspring was rather overwhelming. Little White, henceforth you must inherit my aspirations, uniting the various tribes of the extreme north. When I return, ensure that the tribes embark on a path of unprecedented prosperity. Rest assured, mother, Little White shall not disappoint you. As the handover was taking place, Shen Tianyu's brow furrowed. Has something happened to Little Snow again? Regarding updates, starting tomorrow, updates will occur daily at 12 p.m., with 3 or 4 chapters each time. Everyone must tune in precisely at 12 p.m. Delaying might result in the review process shutting it down. Remember, every day at 12 p.m. Chapter 51, The Siege of Qian Renxue. The Great Summer Hammer. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Tang Hao made a dazzling entrance, wielding the Haotian hammer, which instantly extended to 100 meters in length. The overwhelming force descended directly from the heavens. Within the elongated, serpent-like canyon, the advancing army was suddenly thrown into disarray. Disguised as Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue sat atop the dragon carriage, her countenance stiffening in response to the unforeseen upheaval. The Super Douluo had made his move, and the target of that devastating strike was none other than herself. Although she possessed commendable strength as a sole emperor, it paled in comparison to Tang Hao's might. What to do? The overwhelming force drew near, the colossal Haotian hammer poised to descend. In this moment of peril, Qian Renxue gritted her teeth. The energy within her dantian erupted with all its might, golden spiritual energy surging forth to envelop her being. The hammer crashed down with ferocity, colliding with the golden aura. A thunderous roar echoed, and dust engulfed the surroundings. The Tiandou Imperial army encircling the dragon carriage fell lifelessly. The magnificent dragon carriage crumbled to the ground. Raising the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao's gaze remained indifferent. As the dust settled, Qian Renxue still stood, albeit with blood trickling from her lips and her complexion pale and frail. Remarkably, she had survived. Tang Hao was taken aback. Even an ordinary title Douluo would struggle to withstand such a blow from a Super Douluo. How could a mere sole emperor endure it? Your Majesty, we have arrived too late to your rescue. 2 formidable presences emerged as Shilong and Ci Shui arrived just in time. Tang Hao, you shall perish. Shilong roared, unleashing 9 soul rings. The 7th soul skill, Serpent Spear Manifestation, was unleashed, aimed directly at Tang Hao. Come at me, both of you. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer sideways, vast soul power engulfing the two, drawing them into his battlefield. Kill. The cries of battle reverberated through the canyon as the 2 sides clashed in an instant. At that moment, on the heights of the canyon, a group stood observing the entire battlefield. Among them were Tang San, Yu Xiaojing, Zhao Wujing, and the 3 committee members from the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Since the revelation of Qian Renxue's identity in the palace during the last struggle for the throne, the 3 committee members, led by Mingxinji, were incensed. Seizing the opportunity while Qian Renxue was with Shen Tianyu to eliminate the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they had taken the still-living Prince Xuexing and fled from Tiandou City. After several twists and turns, they had joined forces with Yu Xiaojing. With the royal member Prince Xuexing and the considerable wealth amassed by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, along with the prestige of the Haotian Douluo, they had successfully persuaded the 4 kingdoms under the Tiandou Empire and the Eastern Duchies to declare war. This situation left Qian Renxue in a quandary. Upon learning that Yu Xiaojing's group remained in the Barak kingdom, she personally led troops to subdue them. However, she had not anticipated falling into an ambush upon entering Barak territory. Truly a master strategist, managing to predict this turn of events, Mingxinji praised, causing Yu Xiaojing to stand a bit taller. Capturing Qian Renxue alive was essential. Only by exposing her in front of the world could they convince the populace that the current Emperor Shui Qinghe was an impostor. Not good. Qian Renxue has vanished. Jilin spoke, causing the expressions of the group to change drastically, especially Yu Xiaojing. For the most crucial part of his plan hinged upon Tang Hao severely wounding Qian Renxue, while the title Douluo would be detained by others to capture her. With Qian Renxue now missing, what significance did the plan hold? She cannot have gone far. Tang San narrowed his eyes, purple light flickering within his pupils. The purple extreme magic eye activated, rapidly surveying the battlefield. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass silently spread out, searching for Qian Renshue's whereabouts. Found her. Tang San's narrowed eyes widened in fury, a sense of triumph swelling within him. Mingxinji, would you accompany me to capture Qian Renxue? For safety's sake. We three shall join you. The three committee members from the Royal Academy of Tiandou, along with Tang San, leaped into the canyon. At this moment, Qian Renxue, clutching the dimly glowing sea and sky shield, slowly infused her soul power into it. Since acquiring the shield, she had discovered its profound secrets, especially the protective soul skill, which allowed her to enter an invisible state merely by channeling soul power. Severely wounded, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering her incapable of revealing herself carelessly. Utilizing the invisibility technique of the sea and sky shield, she cautiously maneuvered away from the battlefield. Qian Renxue, surrender now. The commanding voice echoed, startling Qian Renxue. Rapidly locating the source of the voice, she saw the united three committee members fixated on her. How is this possible? The invisibility technique proves ineffective before Tang San? A cold smile curled Tang San's lips as his first soul ring shimmered. Blue-silver binding. Swish, swish, swish. The strands of blue-silver grass sprang up instantaneously, ensnaring Qian Renxue. The three elders stood right there. At the secluded edge of a canyon, a mass of blue-silver grass entwined itself, seemingly ensnaring an individual. Blue-silver grass. Tang San. Qian Renxue was filled with fury. Despite her meticulous calculations, she never anticipated that a mere strand of blue-silver grass could reveal her position. This was not solely the work of the blue-silver grass but also attributed to the purple extreme magic eye. A vast mental force pierced directly into the protective barrier of the Hanhai. The purple light enveloped Qian Renxue, causing the Hanhai Qian Kuan shield in her grasp to stir suddenly. In an instant, the previously dim shield radiated a resplendent azure glow. After many years, I have finally found one worthy of inheriting all that I possess. Whoosh! The Hanhai Qian Kuan shield abruptly detached from Qian Renxue and soared towards Tang San. What? Tang San was taken aback, initially thinking Qian Renxue had launched a sudden attack. Just as he prepared to defend himself, the swiftly approaching shield landed in his hands. This is a treasured artifact of the Tiandou royal family. Tang San, take it and withdraw first. Leave Qian Renxue to us three old men, Mingxinji declared loudly. And the three simultaneously released their soul rings, advancing toward Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a sense of relief, yet his brows began to twitch violently. A sinister premonition flickering in his mind. He sensed that lingering here was unwise, and decided to retreat from the battlefield. Leading the charge, Mengxinji, with Bai Baoshan and Jilin flanking him, swiftly completed their encirclement. The nefarious minions of the Spirit Hall killed the Crown Prince and usurped the imperial throne. Today, we shall capture you and expose your true identity before the world. The three sect leaders were consumed with rage, reflecting on how they had been deceived by a counterfeit Shui Qinghe, nearly leading to disaster. They vowed to personally apprehend Qian Renxue today. Jilin gestured, and the sky blue vine surged forth rapidly. Just as Qian Renxue had extricated herself from the blue-silver entanglement, heavily injured, she could only muster a counterattack. The six-winged angel martial spirit was unleashed, with the fifth and sixth soul rings flashing alternately. Holy sword, angelic roar, martial spirit true form. The three cried out in unison, entering their martial spirit true forms. Bai Baoshan wielded the celestial star furnace, positioning it directly before the trio. Qian Renxue unleashed her two powerful soul skills, striking the celestial star furnace, yet causing minimal damage. As the assault concluded, Jilin struck fiercely, the sky blue vine resembling a sharp spear. It suddenly surged forth, piercing Qian Renxue's shoulder and pinning her against the canyon wall. Excellent. From a distance, Yu Xiaojiang rejoiced heartily. Master, I suddenly feel a sense of unease. Will this plan yield no results? Beside him, Zhao Wuji sensed a menacing aura rapidly approaching. Impossible. Victory is assured. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with confidence, was suddenly caught off guard as a bone-chilling presence materialized on the battlefield. Chapter 52. Enraged Slaughter of the Three Councils of Tiandou. Jilin, you possess an audacity beyond measure. A flash of silver light heralded the sudden appearance of Shen Tianyu before Qian Renxue. He swiftly withdrew the celestial blue vine that had pierced her shoulder, his face contorted with rage. The two locked eyes in close proximity. Qian Renxue's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Once more, it was this man who emerged in her direst moment. His eyes blazed with fury. Fear not, Xiao Xue. I have returned. Gentle spiritual energy enveloped her wound. As Tang Hao delivered a hammering strike, Qian Renxue summoned all her spiritual essence to defend herself, inadvertently activating the energy Shen Tianyu had left behind, drawing upon past experiences. This time, the residual energy contained spatial power. Harnessing this spatial force, Shen Tianyu traversed from the far north, executing the great spatial technique repeatedly, arriving in less than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the ice and snow emperors remained in the extreme north, awaiting the resolution of their own matters before making their way over. A vast surge of spiritual energy swiftly permeated the battlefield. Tang Hao, engaged with 2 titled Douluos, could not help but change countenance. How could this be? He was clearly absent from Tiandou. In preparation for this plan, they had previously investigated within Tiandou, confirming Shen Tianyu's absence before launching their ambush on Qian Renxue. They had not anticipated his timely return. Damn it! Tang Hao cursed, detonating 2 soul rings in succession, delivering a powerful blow. Qilong and Cai Shui fought desperately against it but were grievously wounded, spitting blood. After unleashing that strike, Tang Hao immediately vanished into the fray, seizing Tang San in his flight. Father, hurry and save the teacher. There is no time. Tang Hao firmly refused. Both of us know Shen Tianyu's strength in dire straits. We must prioritize our own survival. Though his words were harsh, they bore a semblance of wisdom. Tang San fell silent, his gaze shifting towards Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, I shall avenge you. Within the canyon, spiritual energy flowed into Qian Renxue, soothing her wounds. The bleeding wounds rapidly scabbed and ceased bleeding. After a hasty treatment, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned, extending a hand towards Jilin. A colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized from thin air, capturing Jilin. Jilin, your audacity knows no bounds. Who granted you the courage to lay hands on me? Shen Tianyu, do not be so arrogant. Meng Shenji bellowed first. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall slay you here. Ha ha. Shen Tianyu laughed heartily. Even the sword doused Chen Xin fell beneath my hand. What do you 3 amount to? Prepare to die. With a tight grip, the spiritual energy roared. Jilin glared with fury, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Boom. Blood mist ascended, engulfed in spiritual energy. Jilin, a soul Douluo, was crushed into blood mist by Shen Tianyu. This horrifying scene was witnessed clearly by all on the battlefield. The forces organized by Yu Xiaojiang instantly fell into disarray, their fighting spirit extinguished as they scattered in panic. Conversely, Qian Renxue's followers, invigorated, launched a counterattack. Shen Tianyu, you shall pay for this. Meng Shenji raged, you have slain my dear friend, shattered the foundations of the Tiandou royal family, and aided tyranny. You shall not escape divine retribution. To hell with divine retribution. If such a concept exists, then I am its embodiment. With a powerful swing, the force of the punch erupted. Caution! Bai Bashan raised his hand, and the celestial star furnace expanded continuously, positioning itself before the body of Dream Divine Machine. Crack! The defensive strength of the celestial star furnace was indeed formidable, yet when compared to the might of Shen Tianyu, it was akin to a flickering firefly against the luminous moon. The martial soul shattered, and Bai Bashan spat blood. What a poignant and sincere friendship! In a swift motion, Dream Divine Machine appeared before Bai Bashan, effortlessly seizing him by the throat. The ferocity in his eyes flickered momentarily before erupting into overwhelming power. Crack! The head severed. And the legendary soul battle master Bai Bashan met his untimely demise. With the loss of 2 dear friends in quick succession, Dream Divine Machine descended into utter madness. I shall drag you to hell. Channeling all his soul power, Dream Divine Machine lunged forward. 8 resplendent soul rings transformed into a shade of gray in an instant. All of his soul power converged into his dantian. Caution, he's about to self-destruct. Get away quickly. The urgent voice of Qian Renxue echoed from behind, warming Shen Tianyu's heart. He turned with a gentle smile and said, Xiao Xue, you truly care for me. Fool, you're on the brink of death. Qian Renxue exclaimed anxiously in this life and death moment. Can you not take it seriously? Fear not. Even if a deity were to arrive, they could not kill me. With his back turned to Dream Divine Machine, the cold ferocity in Shen Tianyu's gaze flickered once more. A fingertip gently flicks behind a hand. A wisp of ethereal energy surged forth, swiftly encircling the Dream God Machine, ensnaring him completely. The rapidly expanding soul force was suppressed in an instant. The Dream God Machine roared in defiance. No. Why? Why does all power seem so feeble before you? Because you are too weak. With a flick of his fingertip, the ethereal energy shot through the Dream God Machine's brow, leaving a gaping crimson hole on his forehead. The gathered soul force dissipated in that fleeting moment. The Dream God Machine's body weakened, plummeting rapidly downward. Shen Tianyu casually snapped his fingers. Boom. The Dream God Machine's body exploded, its flesh vanishing into the ethereal energy, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Not far away, Shilong and Xiai Shui, who had rushed over, swallowed hard. So formidable. This terrifying and absolute dominance made them envision the Great Offering. No, he was even more powerful than the Great Offering. Xiaoxue, it is all over. Relate to me everything that has transpired during this time. He stepped forward, channeling ethereal energy to dispel Qian Renxue's disguise. Wait. Qian Renxue retreated a step, asserting, I am now the emperor of the Heavendou Empire, Shui Qinghe. Shen Tianyu furrowed his brow, abandoning the thought of close contact. Your Majesty. The rebel Yu Xiaojiang is escaping under the protection of his forces. Shilong hastily arrived, kneeling to report. Yu Xiaojiang is here too? Deep in thought. Shen Tianyu immediately realized, this is all the scheme of that useless Yu Xiaojiang. A surge of wrath swept through him as he swiftly approached Qian Renxue. Let us go. Accompany me to capture that fool, and impart to me everything that has occurred recently. With Qian Renxue in tow, he leapt into the air. The ethereal energy rapidly spread out, and in the dense forest to the south of the canyon, a group of people were sprinting frantically. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Discerning clearly from 1,000 meters away, Yu Xiaojiang was fleeing in panic, escorted by a throng of people. Humph, little mouse. The sound waves roared, echoing across the sky, soon reaching Yu Xiaojiang's ears. He trembled, a mix of fear and fury surging within him. Casting a resentful glance at Shen Tianyu in the sky, he inwardly vowed, if I escape today, I will ensure your suffering in the days to come. Everyone halt. As his inner fury subsided, another wave of immense pressure surged forth. This colossal wave, imbued with overwhelming force, descended upon the remnants of the army. Chapter 53. Yu Xiaojiang, rest easy as a eunuch. Bang, bang, bang. A group of battered soldiers, under immense pressure, fell to their knees. Those devoid of soul power perished instantly. Yu Xiaojiang, unable to support himself on his knees, coughed up blood in desperation. Before the remnants of the army, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue descended gracefully. Useless. Rise. Were you not so bold? Why do you kneel? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in fury as he summoned all his strength, striving to stand. Trash. In this world, weakness is a sin. If you lack ability, then be content to live as an ordinary person. Why stir up trouble? Yu Xiaojiang, are you not renowned for your theoretical prowess? A heap of nonsensical theories. And they dare to claim superiority? Allow me to inquire, the inheritance of martial spirits comes from one's parents, with the highest quality being passed down. Is this not mere platitude? Do you regard it as a treasure? Are you out of your mind? Yu Xiaojiang, momentarily taken aback, roared with crimson fury in his eyes. You understand nothing. These theories are the culmination of decades of my dedication. I care not for your dedication. Simply answer me, is this not nonsense? Is this logic something only you comprehend? Do you think the others in the Douluo continent are fools? Faced with such a spiritual interrogation, Yu Xiaojiang found himself momentarily speechless. Furthermore, regarding the mutation of martial spirits, when inheriting from parental martial spirits, there exists a certain probability of mutation. Mutated martial spirits are either powerful or weak. Must you still propagate such common knowledge? The initial understanding of soul power is determined by the quality of the martial spirit. Is this not yet another platitude? Soul masters have their own developmental paths, choosing from offensive, supportive, or control-oriented based on the characteristics of their martial spirits. Is this not common knowledge? Was everyone not training in this manner before your arrival? And then there rests the bottleneck of soul ranks. In front of a gathering of remnants, Shen Tianyu meticulously enumerated the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, unreservedly critiquing the nonsense, relentlessly questioning Yu Xiaojiang. A theory he cherished throughout his life was mercilessly trampled upon by others, nearly shattering Yu Xiaojiang's resolve. Enough. Silence. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing Shen Tianyu to raise an eyebrow. The voice belonged to none other than the indomitable king, Zhao Wuji. Shen Tianyu, do not go too far. Too far? What of it? Who on the Douluo continent can contend with me? Bang. With a swift strike, a powerful blow landed on Zhao Wuji's chest. Under the control of Shen Tianyu, a barrier of spiritual energy materialized behind Zhao Wuji. As the palm imprint descended, Zhao Wuji could only withstand it in place. You, Zhao Wuji, previously suffered a severe beating, yet I spared your life. Did you think I was invincible, that no one dared to take my life? Allow me to enlighten you. The sole reason I did not kill you is that you are but an ant, unworthy of even a fleeting glance from me. Today, as you dared to provoke me, I shall crush you, this insignificant insect. As he spoke, a finger was pointed upwards. A colossal force descended instantaneously, pinning Zhao Wuji to the ground. The pressure continued to mount, and Zhao Wuji felt his flesh and blood hardening as if he were being forged like iron. Under this terrifying power, his bones shattered first. His flesh and organs were tightly compressed together. Breathing became increasingly labored, his face reddened, and he gasped desperately for air. As the force intensified, his neck was fully pressed into the ground, sealing off his airway, leaving no trace of oxygen to inhale. In mere moments, Zhao Wujie met his demise. This brutal scene rendered the remaining soldiers trembling with fear. They wished to plead for mercy, but found themselves unable to utter a word as Shen Tianyu amplified his pressure. Only Yu Xiaojiang, flanked by his companions, remained unaffected. Still able to speak normally. Shen Tianyu, you must kill me today. Otherwise, I, Yu Xiaojiang, shall ensure that you pay 1,000-fold for this. The deep-seated enmity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will be avenged. Every grievance will be repaid in full. Are you threatening me, or do you seek death? Shen Tianyu scoffed, raising an eyebrow. With your pitiful capabilities, your threats are but vain words. Revenge is a mere fantasy for you. And I am utterly unperturbed by your attempts. If your intention is to seek death, I regret to inform you that I shall not grant you that mercy. Beside him, Qian Renxue spoke, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Such a jester, why not take him out for amusement instead of killing him? Moreover, as long as Yu Xiaojiang remains in our grasp, Tang San will eventually come to rescue him, at which point we can capture them all in one fell swoop. That makes sense. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement with Shen Tianyu's thoughts. Stepping into the midst of the defeated army, Shen Tianyu approached Yu Xiaojiang. Crouching down, he spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Useless fool, you still harbor feelings for Bai Bai Dong, don't you? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. His emotions clearly disturbed. No, you need not deny it. You know the truth in your heart. I shall not kill you. But I will keep you alive to witness your most cherished disciple perish at my hands. Your most beloved woman shall submit to me. Your proud theory of martial souls will be forgotten by the entire Douluo world. His cold voice sent chills down Yu Xiaojiang's spine, intensifying his fear of Shen Tianyu. Are you a devil? Indeed, I am the devil. With a nonchalant smile, he seized Yu Xiaojiang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Today, you plotted against Shui. And though I shall not kill you, you will pay a price. For someone like you, it would be best to live your life as a eunuch. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, causing Yu Xiaojiang to panic. No, please kill me. I beg you, just kill me. That is not for you to decide. He released a wisp of flame that landed in Yu Xiaojiang's groin. The fire blazed, and the screams echoed through the heavens. With Shen Tianyu's deliberate control. The flames only burned what was necessary before extinguishing. Tears streamed from Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, his once bright gaze now dimmed. The loss of a man's most precious possession was a devastating blow to him. With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu struck Yu Xiaojiang's abdomen, rendering his soul power useless. He then sealed all of his meridians and tossed him into the Rui Baobao bag. After completing these actions, Shen Tianyu coldly surveyed the scene of devastation. He leaped into the air, pressing down with his palm. A resounding crash echoed as the defeated army silently collapsed to the ground, lifeless. All done. Clapping his hands, Shen Tianyu expressed his satisfaction. What did you say to him? Having recovered somewhat, Qian Renxue approached Shen Tianyu. The last segment of Shen Tianyu's conversation with Yu Xiaojiang had been shielded from the outside. Qian Renxue could only see Yu Xiaojiang's agitation, unaware of the specifics. Nothing of importance. No need to dwell on it. Waving his hand to dismiss the topic, Shen Tianyu quickly shifted the conversation. By the way, Shui, why are you here instead of in Tiandou City? This place is within the territory of the Barak Kingdom. The four great kingdoms in the eastern duchies have rebelled. With Barak Kingdom being the most radical, I am here to suppress the rebellion. Barak Kingdom. Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he coldly declared, after today, there will be no more kingdoms or duchies in the Tiandou Empire. You wish to eradicate the four great kingdoms and duchies? Absolutely not. Qian Renxue immediately opposed. Her stance resolute. The territories ruled by the four great kingdoms and duchies accounted for half of Tiandou, and those royal families had deeply entrenched themselves in their respective kingdoms. If they were to be recklessly destroyed, it would undoubtedly incite massive resistance, plunging the entire Tiandou Empire into chaos. Shui, have you thought this through? The four great kingdoms and duchies dared to rebel under Yu Xiaojiang's instigation today. Tomorrow they may unite with others against you. Having traversed through time, Shen Tianyu understood these kingdoms well. They were fickle beings driven by self-interest. Regardless, we must not act against them directly at this moment. I will find a way to gradually dismantle them. All right, I trust you. But Barak Kingdom must be eradicated. Qian Renxue held steadfast to her convictions, as did Shen Tianyu. While it was acceptable not to destroy all the kingdoms, Barak Kingdom had to perish. A display of power to serve as a warning. Annihilating Barak Kingdom would also aid in undermining the other kingdoms, ensuring they would temporarily comply and refrain from unnecessary turmoil. With her golden brows furrowed, Qian Renxue pondered for a moment. I will heed your counsel. Both made concessions, resulting in a harmonious agreement. Let us depart directly to the royal palace of Barak Kingdom. Taking Qian Renxue with him, the two soared into the sky. In the royal palace of Barak Kingdom, Prince Xuexing sat at the head of the table. After the last struggle for the throne, following the avalanche incident, Prince Xuexing had been rescued by 3 members of the council and taken away from Tiandou City. They subsequently joined forces with Yu Shaojiang. Inciting the 4 great kingdoms in the eastern duchies to rebel, Prince Xuexing played a significant role. Being the last bloodline of the Tiandou royal family, his personal involvement would lend credibility to the claim that the current emperor of the Tiandou Empire was an impostor. Coupled with Tang Hao's formidable reputation, promises of greater fiefs upon success would entice the 4 great kingdoms to take the risk. Come, I toast to the prince. The king of Barak raised his cup, bowing respectfully to Prince Xuexing. Without a doubt, this prince would soon become the emperor of Tiandou. Building good relations now would ensure that Barak Kingdom would rise to be the foremost among the 4 great kingdoms in the future. A cup of wine consumed. Prince Xuexing wore a look of concern. Uncertain if the plan would succeed, he pondered. Yet, there was no need for the prince to fret. The warriors of the Barak Kingdom were valiant and skilled in battle, and at this very moment, they must have captured Qian Renxue. A great undertaking is at hand. Your Highness, soon, you shall return to Tiandou and ascend the throne. Do not forget about me when that day arrives. King Barak spoke with a smile. Brimming with confidence in his kingdom's army, the 30,000 elite soldiers dispatched this time were the finest of the Barak Kingdom. Even when facing the imperial guards of the Tiandou Empire, they could still hold their own. If I were to ascend the throne, the Barak Kingdom would become the foremost of all realms. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous support. Let me toast to you once more, or rather, I should raise my glass to Your Majesty. Prince Xuexing received this with pleasure, unconsciously straightening his back, as if he were a sovereign of a new era. As the cups were raised and lowered, a sudden surge of powerful energy rippled from above. King Barak's expression brightened. It must be His Majesty Haotian returning success is imminent. However, Prince Xuexing furrowed his brow slightly. This energy fluctuation did not seem to originate from Haotian Douluo. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to that of another man. No. Prince Xuexing's countenance changed drastically. It was Shen Tianyu. He was coming for them. The wine cup clattered to the ground as Prince Xuexing fell into a state of panic. In the next moment, a tempestuous aura surged into the grand hall, overwhelming all present with its force. The armored soldiers within the hall were rendered immobile, held captive by the oppressive energy. Xue, it has been a long time, Shen Tianyu declared. Why? We clearly investigated and found you were not within the Tiandou territory. The whereabouts of this young master are not something mere mice could ever uncover. A hand reached out, releasing an aura of ethereal energy. A tremendous force directly drew Prince Xuexing into Shen Tianyu's grasp. With a firm grip around the prince's neck, a cold smile curled upon Shen Tianyu's lips. Having colluded with the 7 treasures glazed sect, conspiring to usurp the throne, this treasonous wretch was indeed a disgrace to the royal lineage. With a resounding crack, the immense strength unleashed from his hand instantly severed Prince Xuexing's neck. Disposing of him like refuse, Shen Tianyu cast the prince aside. His gaze then fell upon King Barak, who felt an overwhelming chill, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You dare? My Barak Kingdom is backed by the mighty Douluo Haotian. Should you dare lay a finger upon me, you will surely meet a fate worse than death. Foolishness. With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu delivered a sharp slap to King Barak's face. If Tang Hao were truly formidable, he would not need to rely on a trifling kingdom like Barak. He would have already established dominance in the Tiandou city, deceived and exploited. Yet oblivious to his own folly, your reign as king is a misfortune for the Barak Kingdom. What do you intend to do? Kill you? The two were perilously close. And upon uttering the words, King Barak felt an unmistakable aura of death. This chilling presence was as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. The sheer oppressive force of this murderous intent left him unable to raise his head, his breath constricted. His heart, racing wildly, suddenly faltered. Foam escaped his lips, and he slumped over, lifeless. Shen Tianyu looked on, bewildered, at Qian Renxue. Am I truly that fearsome? A mere exchange of words has led to his demise. This left Shen Tianyu questioning the allure of his own handsome visage. A strikingly handsome youth, yet before King Barak, he appeared as a fearsome deity. Indeed terrifying, but not more than you. Shen Tianyu's gaze shifted from Qian Renxue's lips as he jested. Rolling her eyes, Qian Renxue spoke based on the information she had gathered. It is said that King Barak suffered from a weak heart. Your sudden appearance and the overwhelming pressure of your aura likely caused an emotional upheaval, leading to his fright-induced demise. Ah, A weak heart? Then that has nothing to do with me. Shrugging, he discarded the corpse. With narrowed eyes, he unleashed his full aura. Soon, the entire palace of the Balik royal family lay enveloped in Shen Tianyu's dominion. Annihilate. The released energy swiftly transformed into numerous small, sharp blades. Weaving through the royal palace. Blood flowed incessantly, and in the silence, none within the palace survived. Upon returning to Heaven-Do City, he immediately issued an edict, vehemently denouncing Tang Hao for the massacre of the Balik royal family. I know you have already slain them all. It is time to depart. Not so fast. Shen Tianyu shook his head. I have discovered a precious treasure, a significant boon for our cultivation. Chapter 55, Dragon's Essence, Phoenix's Nectar, Entering the Nascent Soul. Hand in hand with Qian Renxue, he stepped into the depths of the royal palace. Outside a dimly lit basement, Shen Tianyu raised his hand and forcefully smashed open the heavy stone door. A chilling gust of wind swept in, causing Qian Renxue to shiver involuntarily. Gentle spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Qian Renxue's form. Upon entering the basement, they found a translucent ice jade bed at the center, upon which lay two extraordinary treasures. What could this be? Curiosity piqued within Qian Renxue as she approached the ice jade bed. Goodness! What a find! Shen Tianyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he picked up a bone, measuring an impressive 30 centimeters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in thickness. Within the bone, a faint draconic aura emanated. This was a rare treasure, the bone of a young dragon. Thanks to the ice jade bed, the dragon marrow within the bone remained remarkably intact. He handed the young dragon bone to Qian Renxue and continued, dragon marrow is an invaluable tonic for female cultivators. Consuming it can refine the purity of spiritual energy, aiding in cultivation and enhancing one's realm. You are indeed fortunate, little Shui. What is that? It appears to be a piece of meat? His golden gaze fell upon the other item on the ice jade bed, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors from its feathers. Grasping the piece of meat, Shen Tianyu explained to Qian Renxue, this is the tail of a female phoenix, embodying the essence of the phoenix. Thanks to the ice jade bed, the phoenix essence is exceptionally well preserved within the tail meat. This is also suitable for male cultivators, and, like the young dragon bone, serves as a significant tonic, providing similar effects. I never expected that such treasures could be found in a mere small kingdom like Balik. This journey has indeed been unexpectedly fruitful, Shen Tianyu mused, astonished that a casual visit to Annihilating kingdom would yield such bountiful rewards. Quickly, let us absorb these treasures. He urged Qian Renxue as they seated themselves on the ice jade bed. To absorb the young dragon bone, one must draw upon spiritual energy, suck out the dragon marrow, and swallow it to refine it. In simpler terms, think of it as enjoying a rib hot pot. Treat the dragon bone like ribs and savor the marrow within. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue opened her mouth and took the young dragon bone, channeling her spiritual energy as she began to delicately suck on the bone. Why isn't it working? Shen Tianyu cautioned, patience is key. Consider how long this young dragon bone has been frozen in the ice jade bed. It will require some effort to extract the marrow. Trusting him, Qian Renxue nodded and continued her efforts. Gradually, the cold young dragon bone began to warm. Noticing Qian Renxue's growing proficiency, Shen Tianyu grasped the female phoenix tail. Although encased in the ice jade bed, the tail remained elastic and the meat in excellent condition. Bringing the tail to his lips, he realized that it could not be consumed directly. Like the young dragon bone, it required the use of spiritual energy to extract the phoenix essence, which he then swallowed. As he drew in a deep breath, the soft female phoenix tail quivered slightly, and the crystalline phoenix essence surged forth from the meat. He rapidly absorbed it, and within his dantian, the translucent golden core began to take on a more distinct humanoid shape. Ah, you managed to extract the phoenix essence so quickly? Qian Renxue exclaimed in surprise. Heh. The female phoenix tail is supple, and the essence is distributed throughout every inch of the meat, making absorption quite rapid. While the young dragon bone may take a bit longer, once the marrow is extracted, it will flow endlessly. Our progress will not differ significantly. Humph. I shall surpass you. Qian Renxue pouted defiantly, intensifying her efforts to extract the dragon marrow, determined to outpace Shen Tianyu. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle competition had begun between the two. Shen Tianyu, unwilling to concede defeat, increased his spiritual energy output, swiftly absorbing every morsel of the tail meat. The phoenix essence flowed steadily into his stomach, warming him from within. And the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage seemed tantalizingly close. However, this final step proved elusive. Today, I must break through, he resolved, releasing all control over his spiritual energy. The female phoenix tail was completely enveloped, and he drank deeply, ensuring not a single drop of the phoenix essence was wasted. Seeing Shen Tianyu unleash his full potential, Qian Renxue too accelerated her pace, pushing her spiritual energy to its limits. The young dragon bone gradually transformed from cold to warm, and she began to faintly taste the dragon marrow. This newfound sensation caused her spiritual energy to surge significantly, solidifying her belief that the complete extraction of the marrow was within reach. As both immersed themselves in the absorption of the treasures, their released spiritual energy intertwined, merging seamlessly. This fusion further enhanced their rate of absorption. Shrek Academy. Since departing from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Tang San and his companions returned to their original campus, once again establishing their roots at Shrek Academy, now intertwined with the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In a vacant area, Dugu Bo and his companions were diligently practicing. The 5 individuals divided themselves into 2 groups. Dugu Bo and Oscar formed one team, while Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing constituted the other. The 2 groups engaged in a spirited confrontation, honing their skills through combat. The immense fluctuations of soul power radiated throughout the area, with both sides evenly matched. Let us conclude for today. Take a break, and later we shall summarize our combat experiences. With Tang San absent, Dugu Bo, as the leader of the 7 monsters, took charge. He pondered whether their elder brother's plans had succeeded, as no news had yet arrived. Ning Rongrong wore a troubled expression, and the group's mood was somber. The recent upheaval had dealt a considerable blow to each of them. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul energy suddenly approached Shrek Academy at an alarming speed. The expressions of the 5 individuals changed drastically, and the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School residing at the academy became tense as well. "It is I," Tang Hao spoke in a deep voice, instantly easing the tension among the group. Shortly thereafter, Tang Hao and his son Tang San landed in the open space. "Elder brother, did the plan succeed?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for good news. "It failed." Tang San sighed. "Shen Tianyu's sudden appearance disrupted all our plans." "How is that possible? Was he supposed to be outside the borders of the Tiandou Empire?" The group found it difficult to believe this outcome. Who knows how he appeared so suddenly? Tang San shared their confusion. They had confirmed that Shen Tianyu was not present, yet he had materialized at a critical moment. "This is not the time for sentimentality. We must relocate immediately. It is perilous to remain here." Currently, the group was led by Tang San and Tang Hao. Although Ning Rongrong was the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, her loyalty was solely to Tang San, and upon hearing Tang Hao's command, she turned her gaze towards him. "Father is right. We must move at once. Shen Tianyu is likely to come here." "All right. I shall notify everyone." The group swiftly dispersed, and the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School hastily packed their belongings to retreat. Tang San's eyes glinted with determination as he silently vowed, "This predicament is all you're doing, Shen Tianyu. I, Tang San, swear to eliminate you." As night fell, within the royal palace of the Barak Kingdom in the basement, the dragon marrow from the dragon bones had been entirely absorbed by Qian Renxue. Satisfied, Qian Renxue reclined on the icy jade bed, delicately wiping her lips with her fingers, savoring every drop of dragon marrow. With all the essence absorbed, her cultivation surged dramatically, transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With her newfound strength, Qian Renxue would no longer be crushed by Tang Hao in combat. Beside her, Shen Tianyu had also completely absorbed the Phoenix Qiong spirit liquid. The transparent golden core in his dantian erupted with a crack, giving birth to its true form. The spiritual energy within him underwent a qualitative transformation, marking his official entry into the nascent soul stage. Chapter 56. Bibi Dong. "Man, you have captured my attention." After their realms elevated, both individuals felt invigorated. Lying on the icy jade bed, they exchanged satisfied glances. Qian Renxue had begun to embrace the path of immortality. Had it not been for her spiritual energy allowing her to react swiftly during Tang Hao's ambush, she might have perished beneath the massive hammer. Shall we discuss the methods of immortality? Qian Renxue's unexpected initiative took Shen Tianyu by surprise. Since she began learning from him, she had always resisted. It was unexpected for her to propose such an exchange today. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to understand the combat capabilities of the mid-stage of Foundation establishment." Qian Renxue's voice grew softer. Her noble lineage as a 6-winged angel made her unaccustomed to seeking assistance. "I understand, little Shui. I am genuinely pleased that you have taken the initiative to discuss these methods. I shall fulfill any request you have. Let us proceed." A surge of spiritual energy rapidly emanated from Shen Tianyu. Qian Renxue immediately rose to release her own energy. As the spiritual energy burst forth, her innate power activated. The colorful butterfly wings expanded, and the vibrant flower petals bloomed. A powerful suction of spiritual energy rushed toward Shen Tianyu. Come forth. Let me witness your progress in the methods of immortality over the past month. The concentrated spiritual energy formed a thick beam of light, striking directly towards the vibrant flower petals. The exchange of immortal techniques commenced. In the hall of the Pope within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat regally in her papal seat, her enchanting visage betraying no emotion. Beside her stood the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina, who followed Bibi Dong dutifully, exuding an alluring charm. Kneeling before them was a woman whose beauty could not be deemed breathtaking, yet she was undeniably a striking figure, appearing to be in her early 30s. However, to assume she was merely in her 30s would be a grave error. She was the Spirit Douluo and had long surpassed the age of 80. So, it was that Shen Tianyu who saved little Shui? Indeed, Your Holiness, the Spirit Douluo replied, her head bowed, not daring to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Has little Shui also learned the methods of immortality from him? According to Qi Shui and Qi Long, the young master indeed acquired the methods of immortality, mastering a power distinct from soul energy. The reason he survived beneath the Haotian hammer was likely due to these techniques. Bibi Dong nodded inwardly. The methods of immortality were indeed remarkable. She was well aware of Qian Renxue's capabilities. Facing Tang Hao's colossal hammer, she would have undoubtedly perished. Her survival was undoubtedly tied to the methods of immortality. Deep within Bibi Dong's heart, her curiosity about Shen Tianyu grew. Man, you have captured my attention, Your Holiness. Should we take action regarding Shen Tianyu? Perhaps we should send someone to keep him under surveillance? If you wish to die, then by all means, volunteer for the task. The Spirit Douluo shivered at the thought. The last encounter with Shen Tianyu had resulted in 3 severely injured and 1 dead among their group with just a casual strike. To monitor such a formidable opponent seemed akin to courting death. Based on the evidence at hand, Shen Tianyu does not appear to be our enemy. If it were not for his repeated interventions, the Tiandou Empire would not have fallen into our hands. As for the death of Elder Nine, it was merely unfortunate circumstances. There seems to have been some misunderstanding. We can clarify it with him later. Your Holiness speaks wisely. The Spirit Douluo dared not argue further and nodded in agreement. Your mission is complete. Your next task is to travel to the Star Luo Empire and investigate the movements of the royal family there. Understood. I shall take my leave. Ling Yuan took a deep breath as she stepped out of the papal hall, feeling a considerable sense of relief. The oppressive aura emitted by Pope Bibi Dong was overwhelmingly potent. As a titled Douluo, Ling Yuan was acutely aware that she was no match for Bibi Dong. Moreover, there was an indescribable essence surrounding Bibi Dong that always left her with a tightening sensation in her heart during close encounters. Having accepted the mission, Ling Yuan soared into the sky, heading directly towards the Star Luo Empire. Inside the papal hall, only the master and disciple remained. Nana, what is your opinion of Shen Tianyu? Hulaina, without the slightest hesitation, responded, Teacher, although I have not met this individual, from his actions, he appears to embody both righteousness and wickedness, acting according to his own whims. Anyone who opposes his desires is destined for annihilation. As evidenced by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Tiandou royal family. However, this person seems to hold a significant affection for the young master. The current plight of the Tiandou royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is entirely due to their offenses against him. Should he form a matrimonial alliance with the young master, you would undoubtedly be of great use to our spirit hall. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, expressing her deep affection for this disciple, whom she often kept by her side for guidance. When questioned, Hulaina had indeed answered without a moment's contemplation. Yet prior to this, she had engaged in extensive reflection. Regardless of what Bibi Dong inquired, she was able to respond smoothly. Nevertheless, this individual necessitated further observation. Impatience would not serve her well. Nana, I shall enter seclusion for a period. In the days to come, ensure that no one disturbs my retreat. Rest assured, teacher, no one shall interrupt your seclusion. After conveying her instructions, Bibi Dong entered a private chamber. Unbeknownst to anyone, she departed the spirit hall. Joyful moments are always fleeting. A simple exchange of celestial techniques passed in the blink of an eye, marking the end of a day and a night. At noon the following day, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue took their leave from the Bala Kingdom. Shen Tianyu found himself quite satisfied with the celestial technique exchange that had taken place the previous day. After a month apart, Qian Renxue has made considerable progress in her cultivation of celestial techniques, becoming increasingly proactive in her approach. Under the constraint of suppressing her own power, Shen Tianyu finds himself struggling to keep up, a sensation he has only experienced when confronted by both ice and snow emperors simultaneously. This aptly illustrates the old adage that a brief separation can enhance the sweetness of reunion. Upon returning to Tiandou City, I shall promptly issue a decree to notify the 3 great kingdoms in the Eastern Principality, confident that they will cease their meddling. As for the immortal cultivation academy you wish to establish, how about situating it at the original site of the Tiandou Royal Academy? That seems agreeable. But I would like you to arrange my accommodations. Where do you wish to reside? In the harem, perhaps? Qian Renxue retorts in anger, calling him a lecher with ulterior motives. How could that be the case? I merely wish to be closer to you so that I can offer guidance in your cultivation of celestial techniques. This is for your benefit. Humph. Qian Renxue turns her head away, feigning reluctance, yet secretly feeling a flicker of joy within her heart. As he hurried along, nearing the city of Tiandou, Shen Tianyu furrowed his brow and came to a halt. What's wrong? Xiaxue, you should return to Tiandou first. I have matters to attend to. Suit yourself, came her indifferent reply, as Qian Renxue turned away and departed. After hastening for 500 meters, a melodic voice reached his ears. Come back soon. You still need to teach me the ways of cultivation. Rest assured. He smiled as he watched Qian Renxue disappear from view. Having come this far, there was no need for subterfuge. Step forward, Bibi Dong. Chapter 57. Were it not for your status as Xiaxue's mother, would I truly condescend to you? Upon arriving, I was immediately detected. Shen Tianyu, I am most curious about your cultivation level. I too am intrigued by your journey to Tiandou, rather than remaining in your spirit hall. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Tianyu regarded the woman before him. The resplendent golden gown fit Bibi Dong exquisitely, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. She wore a crown of 9 curves in purple gold and wielded a 2-meter gemstone scepter. Her visage was nearly flawless, with skin as pale as alabaster. Noble, elegant, and beautiful, every laudatory term for womanly beauty could be applied to her. Particularly striking was the sacred aura that emanated from her, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. In nearly a decade, you are the first to challenge me, the Pope, exclaimed Bibi Dong. I am not like some who are accustomed to sycophancy. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. From Shen Tianyu, she discerned the untamed spirit of a formidable warrior. I have come from the spirit hall primarily to express my gratitude, were it not for your assistance. Our plan to seize the throne of the Tiandou Empire would have undoubtedly failed. Furthermore, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have long posed significant threats to my spirit hall. Their current incapacitation is a testament to your prowess. Bibi Dong hesitated momentarily, choosing not to voice her thoughts, instead shifting the conversation. Your contributions to the Spirit Hall have been considerable. We hope to foster a strong alliance with you and extend our most sincere gratitude. What significance do mere words of thanks hold? It would be far more practical to offer something tangible, Shen Tianyu huffed coldly, dismissing such insipid expressions of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's interest in Shen Tianyu waned slightly. Ultimately, he was merely a man driven by self-interest. Yet, this was also a relief. A person devoid of desires could be far more formidable. If you wish, you may join my spirit hall. A position in the Elder Hall awaits you. Moreover, I can confer upon you the title of Chief Elder, placing you above all others within the spirit hall. A sardonic smile graced Shen Tianyu's lips, his displeasure palpable. Are you attempting to recruit me as a subordinate? Do you truly believe you are worthy of that? Bibi Dong was taken aback, a flash of fury igniting in her eyes. Such audacity! Since ascending as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, no one had dared speak to her in such a manner. Suppressing her anger, Bibi Dong steadied her emotions. This individual possessed extraordinary strength. It would be wise to avoid enmity for now. What is it that you desire? My Spirit Hall can fulfill nearly any request across the continent. Is that so? Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Bibi Dong. Might I inquire if it is possible to have the honor of addressing your holiness? What did you say? A surge of wrath surged forth as Bibi Dong's gemstone scepter struck the air with a resounding crack. A formidable aura of soul power was unleashed with vigor. I wish to establish a cordial rapport with you, yet you utter such frivolous words. Do you comprehend the gravity of disrespecting the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Such an offense is punishable by death. Death? Can your Spirit Hall truly bring about my demise? Even if you, Bibi Dong, were to confront me personally, what could you possibly do? The only reason I am currently engaging in conversation with you is out of respect for Xiaxue. Were it not for your connection as her mother, would I even deign to acknowledge you? Bibi Dong's pupils widened, her mind exploding with disbelief. With an expression of disbelief, she fixed her gaze on Shen Tianyu, the murderous intent in her eyes no longer concealed. The relationship between her and Qian Renxue was known to very few. Even within the entire Spirit Hall, only a handful were aware of it. Shen Tianyu was merely a nascent powerhouse, having recently emerged into prominence. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies behind this matter? Did little Shui inform you? No, I'm fully aware of your trivial affairs. There was no need for her to divulge anything. So, it seems you possess a profound understanding of this Pope's past? Indeed, I am exceedingly well acquainted with it. And I know that you have come here with another inquiry. Shen Tianyu responded with confidence, having discerned the petty schemes of Bibi Dong. The notion of thanking me for helping Qian Renxue seize the throne of the Tiandou Empire, to annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and to destroy the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is mere nonsense. Oh, pray tell, what else does this Pope wish to inquire of you? Naturally, it pertains to that useless Yu Shaojing. Bang! The surge of soul power swept through the air, momentarily catching Bibi Dong off guard as she struggled to contain her emotional upheaval. What? Is your old lover not a waste? Bibi Dong, your intellect is not lacking. I refuse to believe that the Spirit Hall, with its extensive history on the continent, is unaware of his theories on martial spirits. In the face of Bibi Dong's pressure, Shen Tianyu remained unfazed, effortlessly matching the invisible force he exuded with that of Bibi Dong. In fact, she could sense that he had yet to reveal his full strength. Shen Tianyu's inquiries left Bibi Dong at a loss for words. The Spirit Hall had long since mastered Yu Shaojing's theories, even possessing insights into some of the most esoteric secrets, such as the concept of twin martial spirits, which they understood better than Yu Shaojing himself. After countless years of accumulation, Yu Shaojing's theories appeared as nothing more than the musings of a self-important jester. Yet, deep within Bibi Dong's heart, she harbored a filter, unwilling to confront the truth directly. In simpler terms, she was still entangled in lingering feelings for her old lover. This Pope does not wish to engage in such discussions. He is still in your grasp, is he not? No longer, for I have ended his life with a single strike. What did you say? Bibi Dong erupted in fury, her murderous intent no longer restrained. How dare you kill him? How could you? Without my consent. No one on the entirety of Douluo continent is permitted to take his life. You have slain him, and you shall pay the price. Engrossed in her own thoughts, the killing intent surged forth. A tremendous amount of soul power was rapidly unleashed, causing the entire space to tremble ominously. The martial spirit manifested, the Death Spider Emperor. Yellow, purple, black, and crimson, 9 soul rings emerged from behind her. Particularly, when the vibrant red 10,000-year soul ring was unleashed, the very fabric of this space seemed to quiver, as if it were ready to bow before Bibi Dong. The Pope's temper is truly formidable. If you wish to eliminate me, you must first prove your capability. With a misstep, an aura of vitality surged forth. The oppressive force emanating from Bibi Dong's 100,000-year soul ring was instantaneously dispelled. Instead, a powerful aura descended from the heavens, charging directly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, are you aware of his appearance when he knelt and pleaded for mercy as I took his life? Silence. With a fierce resolve, Bibi Dong activated her 3rd soul ring, Death Spider Web. A deep violet web erupted forth, infused with a toxic miasma that swiftly advanced towards Shen Tianyu. In midair, the web continued to expand, clearly demonstrating Bibi Dong's confidence in this technique. With a thunderous shout, she propelled herself forward, diving headfirst. Her fist swung high, resembling a cannonball as she charged into the web's domain. Shatter. A single punch struck the web at its center, causing the web, which was about to contract, to snap instantaneously with a series of cracks. This 3rd soul skill of Bibi Dong, which had never failed her, was effortlessly neutralized by a mere fist from Shen Tianyu. Take this, Bibi Dong. Chapter 58. A punch to shatter Bibi Dong. The force of the punch shattered the very fabric of space, moving with the swiftness of light. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance. 4th soul skill, Spider Armor. Violet-black spikes erupted, enveloping every inch of Bibi Dong's form. The purple Spider Armor, released by her martial soul, thickened instantaneously, significantly enhancing her defensive capabilities. Boom. Spiritual energy surged forth, exploding with a resounding blast. The heavy spider armor shattered. Its defenses breached in a heartbeat. The fist transformed into a palm, slamming directly against Bibi Dong's formidable chest. Bibi Dong seethed with rage, her killing intent fully unleashed. An endless aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, as her domain of slaughter swiftly took shape, encasing Shen Tianyu within. Her momentum surged, dramatically amplifying her combat prowess. The black soul ring shimmered as her 6th soul skill erupted. Blood-sucking spider spike. In midair, violet spider spikes materialized out of thin air, circling around Shen Tianyu. Each spike's tip glimmered with a sanguine light. Kill. The spider spikes surged forth from all directions. Clang! Countless spikes struck Shen Tianyu's flesh almost simultaneously. The sound of their impact left Bibi Dong momentarily stunned. My body is as resilient as adamantine. How could your feeble spider spikes harm me? Boom! Spiritual energy erupted, sweeping away all the spider spikes. Spider silk shattered into fragments, soaring across the horizon. A sense of powerlessness surged within. Since becoming a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong faced an individual for the first time, where all her soul skills proved ineffective. This feeling of impotence, however, lasted but a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. The 7th and 8th soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The 7th soul skill, true form of the Death Spider Emperor. The 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's avatar. In an instant, the two formidable soul skills were unleashed, and from Bibi Dong's left side, the avatar burst forth. This 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's avatar, could create a doppelganger possessing 100% of the original's combat power. Though it could only utilize the first 7 soul skills, it still retained the strength of a titled Douluo. Attack! The original and the avatar struck simultaneously. Eyes slightly narrowed. The magnificent figure left behind a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Spider Emperor's avatar. The explosive power of the colossal particles surged within the fist, reaching its zenith in an instant. With a forceful punch directed downward, the flow of energy was sealed. The Spider Emperor's clone felt an immense power descending from above, and despite its attempts to evade, it found itself utterly immobilized. Break! The fist descended, striking the clone squarely on the head. Boom! In the next instant, the head of the Spider Emperor's clone exploded. A furious torrent of spiritual energy swept forth, obliterating the clone's body into mere fragments. Bibi Dong's complexion turned pale. It was only when Shen Tianyu unleashed this punch that she grasped the gravity of the situation. The man's strength was terrifyingly formidable. Had that punch landed upon her, the outcome would have been unequivocal. Soul-eating Spider Emperor. She hissed softly, her martial soul seamlessly shifting. Her arms transformed into dark green spears, and 7 soul rings gradually emerged. 5 black and 2 red. The 2 crimson 10,000-year soul rings spun, releasing a violent aura that made the very air tremble. Shen Tianyu's gaze fell upon the last 10,000-year soul ring, the 7th soul ring. The true embodiment of her martial soul represented a timeless soul skill. Thus, the choice of the 7th soul ring allowed for a greater degree of freedom. It was reasonable to surmise that this 7th soul ring belonged to the mother of Xiao Wu. The 1st and 3rd black soul rings illuminated, casting a dark green glow upon Bibi Dong. 3rd soul skill, Summon of the Demon Spider. Hiss hiss hiss, the ground erupted as green toxic gas billowed forth. Countless dark green poisonous spiders crawled out from beneath the surface, each surrounded by an aura of death. Upon emerging, 8 spider legs propelled their bodies upward, leaping towards the air where Shen Tianyu hovered. These insignificant spiders held no interest for him. With a snap of his fingers, spiritual energy erupted, raining down in an instant. The energy, akin to sword chi, surged forth, and all the airborne dark green poisonous spiders perished beneath its might. The real threat did not lie with these spiders. Bibi Dong's voice was cold, reminiscent of the return of the damned from the underworld. 1st soul skill, Crescent Moon. 6 spider legs that supported the ground and 2 dark green spears on her arms converged at one point, their tips touching. The contracting form gathered soul power, and accompanied by a chilling cry, unleashed 8 blades of green crescent light. Kill! The 8 crescent blades spun and danced in the air, arranged in various formations under Bibi Dong's control. As she struck, they aligned in a serpentine formation. Shen Tianyu swung his fist forward, and at the moment his fist collided with the first crescent blade, the subsequent 7 blades rapidly spread out. Swish, 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 in the blink of an eye. Shen Tianyu found himself completely surrounded. Boom. The 8 crescent blades crashed against his physical form, explosions resonating in their wake. This level of intensity was insufficient. Indeed, it was far from enough. Beyond the explosions, Bibi Dong's 6th soul ring glowed. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. The 10,000-year soul ring, endowed with a formidable offensive soul skill, was Bibi Dong's most powerful means of attack. Eternal Creation disregarded physical defenses and diminished energy defenses by 50%. Once struck, the resulting trauma will spread endlessly, leaving the victim to rely solely on their soul power to endure until their strength is fully depleted and they perish. 2 dark green spears intersect before the chest. Massive soul energy surging forth, transforming the spears into a colossal scythe. Die! The cross scythe cleaves through the air, unleashing a green, forked energy wave that rends the space itself. At this moment, the resonance of 8 crescent moon blades exploding has barely subsided, and Shen Tianyu remains steadfast in his position. This blow is unavoidable. In Bibi Dong's eyes, a fervent anticipation flickers. This ultimate strike, even against a soul beast of 100,000 years, would gradually deplete its life force. Few titled Douluos possess the fortitude to withstand her attack. Naturally, those who are aware of her soul skill are also exceedingly rare. Forcing me to invoke my second martial soul, you are indeed formidable. Though your arrogance is somewhat excessive, I would still welcome you to join my ranks. Alas, you should not have killed Xiao Gang. Her breathtaking visage reveals a trace of anguish. The death of Yu Xiao Gang drives Bibi Dong into a frenzy, solidifying her resolve toward her plans. Bibi Dong, do you believe you have won? Without retreating even an inch, Shen Tianyu's fist rapidly coalesces with spiritual energy. Muscles bulging, he unleashes a powerful punch. The fist's aura erupts forth, colliding with the dark green forked energy wave. Boom! The dark green energy wave detonates in an instant. The fist's aura remains unscathed, hurtling toward Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, an invisible force descends from above, enveloping her surroundings. Under this immense power, the space around her is entirely sealed. Bibi Dong, taken aback, swiftly shifts her martial soul to the Death Spider Queen. Confronted by the oncoming fist's aura, she senses the imminent threat of death. Crossing her arms before her chest, her 9th spirit ring ignites. Immortal body. The moment the spirit skill is released, the fist's aura closes in. With a fierce crash, the fist descends, completely engulfing Bibi Dong. Boom! An explosion resonates, and her form is obliterated, the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy tearing her body asunder, scattering fragments of flesh and blood through the air. With a single strike, he shattered Bibi Dong. Chapter 59. Bibi Dong, you must have endured great hardship over the years. Flesh and blood gradually dissipated and melted under the impact of spiritual energy. Bibi Dong's figure had long since vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. The air was left with nothing but the scent of blood. Shen Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he unleashed his spiritual energy in its entirety. Bibi Dong, I am acutely aware of the effects of your 9th soul skill, the immortal body. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall remain here, waiting you out. Let us see who falters first. The sound waves surged outward, engulfing this space. Even if Bibi Dong's body were to be shattered by this soul skill, it would still be able to reassemble and return to its original state. The space trembled slightly as energy began to coalesce. The blood and flesh that had scattered were inexplicably reconstituted. Flesh and blood intertwined, forming a grotesque tapestry. Soon, the figure of Bibi Dong re-emerged into the world, albeit with a pallid complexion devoid of vitality. The final punch from Shen Tianyu bore an unfathomable force. Yet, it was fortunate that Shen Tianyu had restrained his power, for had he wished to kill, Bibi Dong would not have survived, even with the soul skill of immortality. Once restored, Bibi Dong's expression was one of utmost humiliation. Her gaze fixated on Shen Tianyu, her voice now hoarse. Shen Tianyu, I indeed underestimated you. But do you truly believe I am incapable of ending your life? If you are intent on a mutual destruction, I shall spare no effort to bury you here. Despite the ferocity in her eyes, a flicker of confidence remained. Sighing, Shen Tianyu remarked, Bibi Dong, it seems you have endured much hardship over the years. What do you mean? She inquired, her exquisite features betraying confusion. Due to the constraints of the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, despite possessing the strength of a level 99 ultimate Douluo, she was unable to unleash her true potential. Faced with the likes of Tang Hao, she found herself compelled to retreat, earning admiration for her remarkable restraint. Upon mentioning the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, Bibi Dong's composure shattered. As Shen Tianyu stated, she had long possessed the power of an ultimate Douluo. Yet the limitations of her inheritance forced her to appear weaker over the years. A significant portion of her soul power remained dormant, untapped. In this world, no one could resist the allure of ascension to divinity. For the sake of becoming a deity, Bibi Dong willingly endured this torment. However, the secrecy surrounding her status as a Rakshasa god was a burden she bore alone, never revealing it to anyone, not even to Qian Renxue, whom she had meticulously deceived. If one were to identify Bibi Dong's greatest secret, it would undoubtedly be the matter of the Rakshasa god's inheritance. The awareness of her most profound secret ignited an intensified murderous intent within her. Once this matter is exposed, Qian Renxue may very well take direct action to eliminate her. After all, once Bibidong ascends to godhood, she will become utterly uncontrollable, posing the greatest threat to Qian Renxue. I not only comprehend your past, but also grasp the thoughts within your heart, even foreseeing your fate. From a position of superiority, I look down upon Bibidong. At this moment, she appears to have lost the demeanor she held when she first revealed herself. Your alarming words suggest that while you may know my past through various threads of information, the human heart is inscrutable. How can you claim to know my innermost thoughts, let alone my fate, which remains unwritten? Are you capable of unraveling the mysteries of destiny? Shen Tianyu's statements are naturally beyond belief. While one may glean insights into the past, the human heart and future are elusive. Bibidong, your intentions are quite simple: to annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and eradicate all who look down upon you, Xiaojiang. Furthermore, you aim to see the spirit hall destroyed by your own hand. Bibidong's countenance shifted dramatically, her heart filled with terror. The thoughts within her mind had been completely unveiled by this man. In an instant, she felt as though her very being had been laid bare. Before this man, she had no secrets to guard. Bibidong, I truly find you to be both laughable and pitiable in your self-deception. You desire to obliterate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and exterminate all who scorn you, Xiaojiang. But do you realize what he would do to you after such actions? He would stop at nothing to kill you. The love you profess for him is but a mask for his hatred in his eyes. Impossible. Bibidong immediately shook her head in denial. Those individuals had deeply hurt him, and her intention to slay them was to avenge him. Huh, how naive. Let me ask you, what is your relation to him? The fatal question left Bibidong speechless. What role does she play in Yu Xiaojiang's life? In her youth, she could provide an answer, but now she found herself without one. You are nothing. Yet the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is his kin. Would he spare you after you have slain his family? As the old saying goes, blood is thicker than water. To Yu Xiaojiang, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will forever be his home. Those who have insulted and belittled him are his blood relatives, and you merely a passerby in his life. Silence. Silence. Bibidong's face contorted, her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Am I wrong in my assertions? The surroundings fell into absolute silence, and Bibidong trembled. Every word from Shen Tianyu threatened to shatter her. Yet, Bibidong's greatest trait was her ability to endure and her unparalleled tenacity. Even on the verge of breaking down, she forced herself to regain control over her emotions and began to contemplate Shen Tianyu's words. Bibidong, if you have merely come to express gratitude, I would naturally refrain from any ill will towards you. But you foolish woman, dare to inquire about Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts. Have you considered what he is engaged in? The power struggle for the throne of the Tiandou Empire, the ambush not long ago, Yu Xiaojiang's spear is aimed directly at Shui. Shui is your own flesh and blood. What is Yu Xiaojiang to you that you would disregard your own daughter? In this world, Shui is your only kin. The word family pierced Bibidong's heart like a dagger. In her years as pope, she had become cold-blooded and ruthless, akin to a solitary wolf. It had been a long time since she felt the warmth of family. Your desire to destroy the spirit hall is merely a reflection of the reckless deeds done to you by Qian Renxue. Events have transpired, and Qian Renxue has been slain by you. Do the other members of the spirit hall owe you any apologies? Do not forget. Everything you possess is bestowed upon you by the spirit hall. What right do you have to bring about its ruin? Moreover, while you may be indifferent to the spirit hall, it is Shui's home. If you destroy the spirit hall, the relationship between you and your daughter will leave no room for reconciliation. If you still have a shred of reason, ponder this carefully. The murderous intent in her eyes diminished significantly, and Shen Tianyu's words indeed prompted Bibidong to reflect. Is everything I have done truly justified? Must my relationship with Qian Renxue deteriorate to the point of no return? I have learned a lesson. After a long while, Bibidong reined in her soul force fluctuations. Just as she prepared to depart, a massive surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. Did I say you could leave? What do you intend to do? The previously restrained killing intent erupted once more. I recall you came seeking answers, claiming you wished to express your gratitude. Have you forgotten? After all that has transpired, it is unacceptable to offer no compensation. Furthermore, today, I have expended much effort elucidating certain principles to you and guiding a shift in your perspective. Shen Tianyu's actions were far from saintly. A reward is essential. What is it that you desire? As I mentioned before, all I require is you, the Pope. Chapter 60. Standing beside the divine with a mortal frame. Shen Tianyu, do not overreach. Do you truly believe I am incapable of dealing with you? Her fierce, beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Shen Tianyu. The subdued killing intent resurfaced, imbued with an unmistakable power. This force was rife with the essence of slaughter. Shen Tianyu narrowed his eyes, discerning the subtleties within. Although Bibidong, as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, had her soul power suppressed and could not unleash her full strength, she could still wield a portion of the Rakshasa god's power due to her heritage. However, for many years, Bibidong had concealed this aspect well, never revealing her connection to the Rakshasa god's power. You wish to employ the power of the Rakshasa god? Bibidong, have you truly thought this through? Once the power of the Rakshasa god is unleashed, Qian Renxue will undoubtedly sense it to some degree. At that moment, he will likely spare no effort to eradicate you completely. Of course, you may certainly attempt to wield the power of the Rakshasa god. Even if the Rakshasa god were to descend, I would remain utterly unafraid. As the voice echoed, spiritual energy erupted. With a mere wave of my hand, my robes billowed dramatically. An immense force directly suppressed Bibidong, as if a binding chain ensnared her with spiritual energy. A look of astonishment flitted across Bibidong's pale and delicate face as she immediately summoned all her soul power in an attempt to break free from this constraint. Futile. I stepped forward effortlessly, easily subduing Bibidong. Release me. Should I vanish, the spirit hall will undoubtedly exhaust all resources to find me, and you will find yourself in grave trouble. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Upon your departure from the spirit hall, there must have been some explanation, such as entering seclusion. Strong practitioners may retreat for a brief 3 to 5 months, or even for several years. During such a span, who could speculate otherwise? Be obedient now. I hoisted Bibidong and made my way toward the direction of the sunset forest. Swiftly advancing, the great translocation technique was continuously employed. Bibidong struggled fiercely, yet all her efforts proved futile. Upon arriving at the sunset forest, she found herself back in her celestial abode, the Yutian Shenfu. After more than a month away, the environment of the Yutian Shenfu had significantly improved. Within the array, the spiritual energy was abundant. A single breath drew in a vast reservoir of this energy. The celestial herbs she had planted had taken root and begun to sprout. Carrying Bibidong, he cast her into the cave dwelling. He raised his hand and retrieved the ice jade bed discovered in the Balik kingdom from his Rui treasure bag, placing it within the celestial residence. If you dare show disrespect to this pope, I swear that no matter the distance, I shall strike you down. Humph. Do you think I fear you? With a dismissive snort, he summoned the spiritual energy. His fingers, joined together, pointed at Bibidong's body. The energy surged rapidly, flooding into her. Boom, boom, boom. As the energy entered her, it resonated with a series of explosive sounds. The power of the Rakshasa god concealed within Bibidong clashed with the spiritual energy. Be subdued. Bang. The tremendous spiritual energy swiftly overwhelmed the Rakshasa god's power, silencing it. Yet, the Rakshasa goddess might clearly did not entertain thoughts of surrender. Just as it was suppressed, it sought to retaliate once more. Very well. An even greater surge of spiritual energy will directly assault the Rakshasa goddess might. If you have the courage, come to the Douluo continent, and I will surely tear you apart. His words dripped with menace. The flicker of divine consciousness within the Rakshasa god's power instantly sensed the impending doom. After a tremor, it fell silent. Do you see, Bibidong? The so-called gods are merely bullies who prey on the weak. In the face of absolute strength, gods are nothing but refuse. At this moment, Bibidong's mind was in turmoil, acutely aware that the power of the Rakshasa god within her had manifested fear. In an instant, the man before her became an enigma. What are your true intentions? Surely you must be aware of your own desires? With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he replied, Of course, it is to alleviate your troubles. After all these years, you must have accumulated considerable sorrow in your heart. In the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo is the burden of worry. Allow me to assist you in expelling the grief that has built up over the years. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. The vast energy flowed into her body, causing Bibidong to tremble. The residual soul power within her meridians was swiftly replaced by this gentle and nurturing energy, which caressed her fragile channels with utmost care. Bibidong found herself immobilized, unable to move even an inch, as Shen Tianyu reinforced her meridians. As time silently passed, Bibidong's channels underwent significant improvement. In an imperceptible transformation, she seemed reborn. That's enough. With 2 fingers brought together, he concentrated the energy into a single point and decisively pressed down. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged into her, triggering a profound awakening. A thunderous roar echoed, and a fleeting glimmer of allure flashed in Bibidong's beautiful eyes, only to vanish without a trace, replaced by the awakening of her innate constitution. The unleashed power surged forth like a tidal wave, accompanied by the deafening roar of a tiger. Shen Tianyu squinted, envisioning an immense sea where a ferocious white tiger prowled. To his surprise, it was the Taiyuan White Tiger physique. This was unexpected, as Bibidong's dual martial souls were both of the spider variety. Shen Tianyu had previously speculated that her cultivation physique would lean towards poison, yet it turned out to be the fierce Taiyuan White Tiger. This physique is known for its slow cultivation speed, but the combat prowess it unleashes is several times greater than that of others at the same level. Have I gained a new power within me? Bibidong was astonished, her lovely eyes revealing her bewilderment. Is this your method of cultivation? She was well aware of Shen Tianyu's mastery of celestial arts long before her arrival. Indeed, Bibidong, for the time being, you shall remain here and diligently cultivate. Trust me. The path of cultivation far surpasses that of deification. Even if the entire divine realm were to descend upon us, I possess the ability to vanquish them all. Bibidong was taken aback by Shen Tianyu's audacity, which bordered on arrogance, as he showed no fear even towards divine beings. In him, she sensed a conviction that resonated deeply, a mortal striving to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Your constitution has just awakened, and your affinity for spiritual energy is still low. It needs to be solidified quickly. Allow me to lend you my aid. As spiritual energy enveloped her, he pressed a finger to her forehead. The techniques of the coupling water play were transmitted into Bibidong's mind, each move accompanied by a corresponding countermeasure. With your talent, comprehending them should pose no difficulty. The best method to solidify your constitution is through practical application of spiritual energy, enhancing your perceptiveness towards it. I will demonstrate a move in succession. All you need to do is counter accordingly. Remember, your reactions must be swift, for cultivation is not like martial souls. Even a slight misstep could lead to calamity. With his instructions complete, he initiated the coupling water play. After swiftly perusing the techniques, Bibidong was left questioning their authenticity, wondering if this was truly a method of cultivation. It bore more resemblance to the trivial manuals found in the marketplace. However, before she could voice her doubts, Shen Tianyu made his move. As he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, Bibidong immediately activated her Taiyuan White Tiger physique, channeling the energy within her to counter his attack. Chapter 61. Qian Renxue. Stay away from that viper woman from day to night. Bibidong had fully solidified her constitution. As she concluded her training, Shen Tianyu marveled at the results. No wonder the Taiyuan White Tiger's cultivation speed is slow. It was due to the severe leakage of spiritual energy. Bibidong's physique found it even more challenging to store energy than the Ice Emperor's Phoenix Crown 9 Nether physique. Nevertheless, her destructive power was undeniably formidable. Today's training concludes here. Your talent is exceptional, though your progress is slow due to your constitution. However, I have discovered a solution. The spiritual energy within your lower abdomen must be contained until my return. On the cold jade bed, Bibidong felt a surge of energy in her lower abdomen, where pure spiritual energy resided. Adjusting her robes, Shen Tianyu departed from the Yutian Immortal Palace. The moon hung high in the starry sky, and the night had deepened considerably. Mobilizing his energy, he soared into the air, utilizing the Great Shift technique as he made his way towards the direction of Tiandou City. Bibidong lay on the cold jade bed, striving to control the energy within her body, her form tense with apprehension that even the slightest movement might lead to energy leakage, nullifying her efforts. In the late-night Tiandou City, the atmosphere remained lively and bustling. However, the Tiandou Palace felt eerily quiet. In the inner palace, Qian Renxue, with her waist-length golden hair, paced restlessly within her chambers. Since returning to Tiandou City, she had been inundated with various governmental affairs. First, she abolished the Barak kingdom under the pretense of treason, reintegrating it into the Tiandou Empire. Next, she addressed the modifications to the Tiandou Royal Academy's cultivation methods, along with a myriad of other chaotic matters, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. The annihilation of the Barak kingdom also had significant repercussions for the remaining 3 kingdoms in the Eastern Principality. Immediately, she dispatched envoys to reaffirm their allegiance to the Tiandou Empire, presenting captured remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qian Renxue was well aware of their intentions. Had she not been constrained from acting hastily, she would have swiftly eradicated these kingdoms with the fury of a storm. Why is it so late? Where could he be? Has something gone amiss? Standing by the window, her golden eyes narrowed in concern. Unable to remain still, Qian Renxue felt an urge to venture out in search of him. Just then, a fleeting figure appeared outside the Tiandou Palace, swiftly passing through the guards and making its way toward the inner palace. How dare you? In the darkness, Shilong's voice thundered as he leaped forward, spear in hand, ready for confrontation. What rogue dares to intrude upon the Tiandou Palace? The moment Xie Shui revealed himself, he was met with a slap from Shilong. Shilong, how dare you strike me? You fool, if I hadn't slapped you, our heads would have been on the chopping block. Following Shilong's gesture, Xieshue finally comprehended the direction of the intruder. A cold sweat broke out on his back, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Brother, thank you. Don't mention it. It was the least I could do. Shilong sighed in relief, only to be met with another slap to his face. Damn, Xieshue, you hit me. You just slapped me. I saved your life. Are you repaying kindness with malice? I will remember your kindness, but you slapped me, and I must return the favor. All right, our friendship ends here. Prepare yourself. A swift wind swept through, and Shen Tianyu quietly appeared within the inner chamber. Qian Renxue's tightly furrowed brow relaxed, a flicker of joy blossoming in her heart. Yet her golden eyes remained devoid of emotion. A pair of large hands encircled her waist from behind. Do you even know how to return? Came the cold and displeased words. I just resolved a minor issue and hastened back. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Qian Renxue's heart stirred slightly as she allowed Shen Tianyu to embrace her waist, turning to meet his gaze. Have you encountered her? Who? Bibi Dong. Do not deny it. I can smell her essence on you. Shen Tianyu inhaled sharply. Is a woman's nose truly this discerning? Indeed, I have met her. She came to express her gratitude. He then recounted his encounter with Bibi Dong, albeit with certain details subtly altered. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Absolutely not. Shen Tianyu replied earnestly, his demeanor unwavering. Steer clear of that venomous woman. Interacting with her will inevitably lead to your demise. Indeed, Shen Tianyu nodded with conviction, acknowledging the lethal aura she exuded, which most would find insurmountable. Let us not dwell on this further. It is time to commence your training. A shy blush adorned Baiji's face. I shall secure the doors and windows. It is of no consequence. The release of spiritual energy must be allowed to disperse, lest this palace be unable to withstand it. But what if someone sees? You are the emperor. Who would dare approach? Xiaoxua, do not squander time. Let us begin your cultivation without delay. The spiritual energy was released, and the celestial arts were set into motion. A lesson in celestial arts commenced within the secluded chambers of a grand palace. A night devoid of events. The sun ascends high. The warm rays gently illuminate the sleeping quarters as Shen Tianyu, still in a daze, rubs his eyes and rises. Qian Renxue remains in her slumber. Yet upon hearing the commotion, she opens her eyes. With remnants of sleep still lingering at the corners of her lips, the drowsy Qian Renxue awakens with a sudden start. Ah, it's all your fault. I've missed the morning court. In a flurry, she hastily washes up and employs a disguise technique to assume the appearance of Xue Qingha. Why the panic? You are the emperor. You can attend court whenever you wish. Do you think I am a negligent monarch? I cannot allow the ruler to neglect morning court sessions. Once dressed, Qian Renxue steps out of her chamber. 500 meters from the sleeping quarters. Shilong and Ci Xuen kneel on the ground. What has transpired? The students of the Tiandou Royal Academy are currently in uproar regarding the alteration of cultivation methods. Led by the prodigy Yu Tianheng, they have blocked the palace gates. Now, the entire Tiandou city is aware of it. In a world where martial souls reign supreme, any sudden changes to the cultivation approach are bound to be met with resistance. Qian Renxue had anticipated this, yet she had not devised a solution. Let them return to the Tiandou Royal Academy and inform them that the new president will soon return to address this matter. Within the chamber, Shen Tianyu's voice resonates. Shilong and Ci Xue exchange glances before turning to Qian Renxue. Go and convey the decree. Let it be as he instructed. Yes. The two bow and take their leave, while Shen Tianyu, now dressed in his robes, steps out. Do you have confidence in resolving this matter appropriately? It's simple. Eliminate the troublemaker, and naturally, there will be no more disturbances. You intend to kill Yu Tianheng? Qian Renxue gasps, her expression serious. What purpose does he serve? To nurture an enemy? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was eradicated by Shen Tianyu. He must harbor profound hatred for me. However, if you kill him, all the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy are likely to withdraw. Without students, how can you establish a cultivation academy? Those who wish to leave cannot be stopped, while those who are destined to come will arrive uninvited. Furthermore, issue a decree nationwide. Summon all heads of advanced soul master academies, along with their prodigious students, to arrive in Tiandou City within 7 days. I shall first address the concerns of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Trust me, it will not lead to great chaos. Chapter 62. The swift defeat of Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan Tiandou Royal Academy, the foremost institution of the Tiandou Empire. It boasts a plethora of exceptional talents, most of whom hail from noble lineages. Rather than cultivating elites for the Tiandou Empire, It serves to nurture talent for the aristocracy. At this moment, outside the president's tower, all students of the Tiandou Royal Academy have gathered. At the forefront stands Yu Tianheng, flanked by the 7 members of the Tiandou Royal Battle Team. Tianheng, do you know who the new president is? Dugu Yen inquires, to which Yu Tianheng shakes his head in ignorance. Following the upheaval within the Tiandou royal family, the Tiandou Royal Academy has been without a leader, maintained only by a few teachers. Just yesterday, news of the new president emerged, accompanied by the announcement of a shift towards primary cultivation methods. This news unsettled everyone, especially Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yen, both of whom are vehemently opposed to the new methods. They immediately resolved to rally everyone to pressure the royal family to retract the decision regarding the change in cultivation practices. After causing a ruckus outside the palace, they were instructed to return to the academy and await the new president's arrival. Regardless of who he is, the alteration of cultivation methods is unacceptable. Clenching his fists tightly, Yu Tianheng's heart seethes with fury. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was obliterated by Shen Tianyu's cultivation methods, instilling within Yu Tianheng an overwhelming aversion to them. The president has arrived. A commanding voice resounded from the heavens as she long descended from above. Following him was a figure clad in a long robe, gracefully gliding forward. Upon recognizing the individual, Yu Tianheng's eyes instantly transformed into a blood-red hue, unleashing a suppressed murderous intent that was laid bare without reservation. In that moment, all the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy were rendered speechless. They were all too familiar with Shen Tianyu. Not long ago, Shen Tianyu had arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy alone, effortlessly overwhelming 3 Duelu committee members, who were no match for him. A mere display of his pressure had compelled all the students to prostrate themselves on the ground. The haunting fear from the past surged once more. This fearsome deity had now assumed the role of the new dean. Could the Tiandou Royal Academy endure under such circumstances? As Shen Tianyu gracefully touched down, he approached the crowd, his gaze fixated on Yu Tianheng. Is it you who led this disturbance? He inquired. Indeed, it is I. With a decisive step forward, Yu Tianheng immediately manifested his martial soul. Lightning coursed through the dragon-like arm. In the world of Douluo continent, the cultivation of martial souls has always been our foundation. An immutable truth. Such ignorance. With a deep, resonant voice, Shen Tianyu retorted boldly. What merit is there in cultivating martial souls? What significance does becoming a title Douluo hold? Under the celestial arts, all are but ants. This is exemplified most strikingly by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The audience gasped in astonishment as Shen Tianyu invoked the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, clearly aimed at provoking Yu Tianheng. The massacre of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was common knowledge among the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy. During this period, Yu Tianheng had been particularly cold and irritable. Anyone who encountered him would take a detour, fearing to provoke his wrath and suffer a senseless beating. However, Shen Tianyu showed no restraint, boldly challenging Yu Tianheng. In an instant, curiosity engulfed the crowd, pondering how Yu Tianheng would react. The individual before him was, after all, his nemesis. You are doomed. Yu Tianheng thundered in rage. You, a fiend, have ravaged my blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. I shall take your life. With a crack of thunder, Yu Tianheng charged forward, seeking to end him. With a swift motion of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a palm imprint above. As Shen Tianyu brought his hand down, the imprint struck directly upon Yu Tianheng. Bang! A mist of blood erupted, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. The first prodigy of the Tiandou Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, lay lifeless. Everyone was stunned, unable to fathom such an occurrence. Ah, Shen Tianyu, you have slain Tianheng. The reaction to Yu Tianheng's demise was most profound from Dugu Yen. Little over a month ago, grandfather Dugu Bo passed away, leaving her profoundly affected. Fortunately, with the guidance of Yu Tianheng, she managed to emerge from the shadows of despair. However, today, the man she cherished most has met his demise before her eyes once again. On the brink of collapse, Dugu Yen swiftly unleashed the venom of the azure-scaled serpent. Do you seek death as well? With a furrowed brow, Shen Tianyu barked. Dugu Yen, have you considered that your demise would sever the lineage of the azure-scaled serpent? What of it? Dugu Yen replied with a sorrowful smile. Shen Tianyu, the 2 most important people in my life have perished at your hands. What purpose does my existence hold now? Indeed, none. Even if today marks my end, I shall leave an inescapable poison within you, ensuring that you will forever live under my curse, a fate worse than death. Leaning forward, she released all her soul power, enveloping Shen Tianyu in a cloud of toxic miasma. The other 5 members of the Tiandou Royal Battle Team wished to intervene and restrain the furious Dugu Yen. Yet they could only gape in silence, paralyzed by fear. Fearing the wrath of Shen Tianyu and the venom of Dugu Yin, they dared not approach. Suddenly, a chilling scream from Dugu Yin echoed as her body erupted, releasing a torrent of toxins. Those in proximity to Shen Tianyu recoiled, terrified of being tainted by the noxious fumes. Foolish. Even your grandfather cannot harm me, so what makes you think you can? With a swift motion of his robe, he gathered his spiritual energy. The spreading toxins were quickly condensed into a single mass. In the blink of an eye, his energy completely enveloped the poison. A resounding rumble ensued, causing the space to tremble and fissures to appear. All the toxins were drawn into the crevice, while Dugu Yan's figure vanished without a trace. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness following the execution of two individuals. Those present were rendered speechless. And you? Will you seek vengeance for them? His cold gaze fixated on the remaining 5 members of the Tiandou royal battle team. No, I am not acquainted with them. Indeed, we are not familiar at all. The Shurjia brothers were the first to shake their heads, their usual silence replaced with rapid responses. The other 3 quickly joined in denying any familiarity. And you? Do you have any objections? The Grand Plaza was enveloped in silence, everyone shaking their heads in unison. Who among the students would dare to cause a disturbance? Shen Tianyu was not one to engage in pleasantries. And you? His icy stare now fell upon the teachers of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng's ability to incite opposition was clearly sanctioned by them. No, absolutely not. The teachers hastily shook their heads. In truth, the moment Shen Tianyu appeared, they had lost any intention of opposing him. No one would risk their lives, nor would they attempt to reason with Shen Tianyu. Since there are no objections, allow me to speak. The matter of altering the cultivation methods is not compulsory. If you are unwilling, you may withdraw from the academy immediately. This applies to you teachers as well. If you do not wish to start afresh in teaching, you may leave at once. And you will receive a year's salary as compensation. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted. Both students and teachers, empowered by their martial souls, surged towards the school gates. The Tiandou Royal Academy had turned into a living hell for them, and they wished to leave without delay. Within 3 minutes, the entire plaza was devoid of any trace of students and teachers. Throughout it all, a solitary girl stood her ground. Are you not leaving? She lifted her gaze, meeting Shen Tianyu's eyes directly. My name is Yu Lingling, and I wish to follow you in the pursuit of cultivation. Chapter 63, Awakening of Yu Lingling's Physique. The girl, veiled, concealed her facial expressions, yet her blue eyes radiated determination. Her cascading hair fell over her shoulders, and she donned a form-fitting black dress. I have slain your companions. Have you not thought of avenging them? Yet you wish to follow me in cultivation? Yu Lingling remained silent, her soul power gently circulating within her. The 9-heart begonia blossomed in her hand, shimmering with captivating colors. My martial soul is the 9-heart begonia, a lineage passed down in singularity. Only upon the departure of the previous bearer can the legacy continue. Furthermore, no matter how many soul rings are attached, it possesses but one soul skill. And that is an auxiliary skill. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, lacking formidable power leaves one reliant upon others, who are often unreliable. Thus, I yearn to cultivate and attain the strength for self-preservation. As for Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, whether they live or perish is of no concern to me. Upon hearing Yu Lingling's words, Shen Tianyu chuckled softly. Indeed, a girl with keen insight, though perhaps a bit too cold-hearted. Yet, such demeanor aligns well with her background. The solitary transmission of the 9-heart begonia lineage had rendered her family sparse in this world. A degree of detachment, it seemed, would serve her well in the pursuit of cultivation. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped Yu Lingling. In an instant, they arrived in the office of the dean. You shall find gratitude in your decision made today. With a flick of his fingers, he directed energy to her forehead. The cultivation method seamlessly integrated into her mind, and Yu Lingling swiftly comprehended it. Upon grasping the essence of the method, her delicate brows furrowed. Is this cultivation? Indeed. There are 2 choices. This is one. The alternative involves consuming pills to comprehend the essence of celestial energy. Compared to the former, the latter's pace of cultivation would be significantly hampered. I choose the former. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Lingling made her choice. Then let us begin. It is time to awaken your physique. A gentle exclamation escaped from her lips, and a vast surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire room. The rich aura swirled around, and Yu Lingling felt an indescribable energy coursing through her skin. Open. With her fingers poised together, Yu Lingling activated her 9-heart begonia, pressing her fingertip against the heart of the flower. A thunderous burst of spiritual energy erupted, causing the begonia in her hands to tremble. In the next moment, the 9-heart begonia merged into her chest. Yu Lingling sensed her meridians and dantian undergoing a transformation. This scene raised Shen Tianyu's eyebrows, as he silently speculated that Yu Lingling's constitution seemed to hold some connection to the begonia. Indeed, as anticipated by Shen Tianyu, the spiritual energy began to enhance her meridians, gradually awakening the latent potential within her being. Once her body could fully accept the spiritual energy, the flowing begonia blossomed magnificently. A top-tier constitution, the 9 transformations begonia body. This physique is considered exceptionally balanced among female cultivators. The 9 transformations begonia body possesses an innate affinity for 9 elemental powers: water, fire, wood, earth, light, darkness, and thunder. Very well, from here on, I shall guide your cultivation. I will infuse a strand of spiritual energy into your body. Be sure to perceive it earnestly. All right. Yu Lingling nodded, acutely aware that following the awakening of her constitution, the elemental powers in the air gathered towards her like affectionate children. The begonia she held shimmered with radiant colors, creating ripples of light. With 2 fingers at her lips, he gently parted them. With a flick of his fingers, spiritual energy surged in swiftly. The pain from the influx of energy coursed through her body in an instant. For a fleeting moment, Yu Lingling felt as though she could not breathe and involuntarily rolled her eyes back. However, this momentary discomfort did not overwhelm her. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the elements of heaven and earth became increasingly vivid in her perception. Remarkably astute, Shen Tianyu praised, promptly commencing her cultivation instruction. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the entire morning was consumed by his teachings. As the sun reached its zenith, Shen Tianyu exited the chamber. Yu Lingling sat cross-legged inside, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and dancing particles of elemental force. Shilong present. He bowed, spear in hand. Issue a proclamation throughout Tendo City, announcing the establishment of a cultivation academy, inviting commoners to enroll. Remember, there are no restrictions, even children without martial souls may join. Understood. In Shen Tianyu's presence, Shilong dared not display any disrespect, accepting the order with utmost reverence. You need only to relay these instructions. Your task is to remain here, ensuring that no one enters to disturb Yu Lingling's cultivation. Understood. After briefing Shilong, Shen Tianyu prepared to take flight. Master, may I? Shilong stuttered, hesitant to speak. Speak plainly. Actually, I wish to pursue cultivation as well. After all that had transpired, Shilong had keenly sensed that this path of cultivation was extraordinary. Having reached an impasse with his martial soul, he found it increasingly difficult to improve. Thus, he considered trying his hand at cultivation, as long as you require it. I am willing to do anything. With that, Shilong shot him a knowing glance. Shen Tianyu was taken aback, not expecting this old man to harbor such desires. Ahem. We shall discuss this upon my return. Very well. I shall await your return. As Shen Tianyu soared into the air, he stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. It is time for a change. Otherwise, such misunderstandings will only escalate. Especially with Shilong, who always gives me a chill down my spine. The grand teleportation technique was swiftly employed, propelling him like a gust of wind. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Shen Tianyu's speed had dramatically increased. Coupled with the grand teleportation technique, he moved at an extraordinary pace. In less than 10 minutes, he returned to the Sunset Forest. Upon entering the Yutian Immortal Residence, Shen Tianyu first returned to his cave dwelling. On the ice crystal jade bed, Bai Dong lay rigidly. Upon seeing Shen Tianyu enter, a smile crept onto her lips as she pointed to her lower abdomen, saying, "Look, it's still there. I've just absorbed a portion of it. And I assure you, there has been no leakage of spiritual energy. Excellent progress." Shen Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Rise. As Bai Dong cautiously sat up. Her movements were minimal, fearful that even the slightest motion might cause the hard-won spiritual energy to escape and render her efforts futile. Now, we shall continue your training. You must not be overly cautious. Achieving control of your energy during battle without leakage is a tremendous success. Taking a deep breath, Bai Dong nodded earnestly. All right. I will work hard. Channeling her spiritual energy, she flicked her fingers. In an instant, Bai Dong retaliated, the sound of her tiger's roar resonating through the air. Boom. The 2 devastating techniques collided, unleashing a torrent of energy. The crashing waves echoed like a storm, as the ferocious tide engulfed the once impregnable coastline. With all her might, Bai Dong focused on controlling the energy within her abdomen, fiercely launching attacks at Shen Tianyu. Like a white tiger treading the deep sea, she stirred up a tempest in the ocean. Yes, just like that. Tremendous improvement. After offering his praise, Shen Tianyu concentrated his energy into a soaring beam of light. Bai Dong raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Shen Tianyu was about to unleash his true power, and she seized the initiative. White tiger treading waves. A fierce white tiger materializes out of thin air, its feet surrounded by an unceasing surge of waves. A towering beam of light. With a decisive strike, Shen Tianyu unleashed his full power upon the condensed pillar of light. The towering beam pierced through the void, hurtling directly towards the white tiger. In that fleeting moment of contact, the beam shattered the white tiger, its energy vanishing entirely into the abyss. The tumultuous waves surged forth, attempting to engulf the pillar of light in a frenzied onslaught. Yet, as the pillar rose, it radiated an immense aura of spiritual energy, instantly calming the raging waters. Again, I possess even more formidable techniques. Bibi Dong's competitive spirit ignited. She took a bold step forward, channeling her spiritual energy. However, perhaps due to her overzealous stride, the energy concealed within her abdomen surged uncontrollably, spilling forth in disarray. Undeterred by this setback, the now unrestrained Bibi Dong became even more ferocious, launching lethal attacks aimed at taking lives with her every move. Chapter 64. Bibi Dong. I shall personally slay you, Xiaojing. You are too powerful. I cannot defeat you. Bibi Dong pouted, realizing that despite exhausting her spiritual energy in this battle, she had still failed to inflict any harm upon Shen Tianyu. As they encountered each other once more, the chasm between them appeared insurmountable, akin to a vast abyss. At the initial stage of energy cultivation, one had already made commendable progress. However, the spiritual energy concealed within your lower abdomen has dissipated entirely. Bibi Dong was taken aback and immediately lowered her gaze to inspect, only to find that it was indeed all gone. No matter, the advancement remains significant. I shall leave behind some for you. With a gentle flick of her fingers, spiritual energy surged into her. As the essence flowed into her being, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Reclining upon the cold jade bed, she commenced the recuperation of her depleted spiritual energy. Once the cultivation session concluded, Shen Tianyu felt invigorated and refreshed. He stepped out of his dwelling and made his way to the location where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were cultivated. With ample time remaining in the day, he was determined to hasten the creation of the Spirit Awakening Pill. Upon recalling the malevolent glint in Shilong's eyes, Shen Tianyu's resolve grew ever firmer. Channeling his spiritual energy, he concentrated the immense vitality within the palm of his hand. 3,000 great ways of vitality growth. With a graceful sweep of the hand, colorful clouds of auspicious hues materialized in the sky. A vibrant deluge of colors cascaded downwards. The rainwater seeped into the earth, swiftly absorbed by the sprouting treasures of nature. A pure surge of vitality flowed in, significantly accelerating their growth. The tender shoots, freshly emerged from the soil, rapidly matured. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. Revitalized, Bibi Dong stepped out from her dwelling. Upon witnessing the gathering of spiritual energy, curiosity sparked within her. Channeling her soul power, she soared into the air, reaching the side of the ice and fire duality. Beneath the colorful auspicious clouds, the burgeoning treasures of nature began to take shape. The downpour diminished, and the growth of these treasures slowed. With my current prowess, I could only forcibly elevate these treasures to a height of 100 meters. Any further enhancement was unattainable. Nevertheless, the century-old treasures would suffice for concocting the awakening elixir. With a flourish, I descended, swiftly traversing among the treasures of nature. Following the alchemical recipe, I meticulously harvested each ingredient, sustained by spiritual energy. The treasures floated before Shen Tianyu. His eyes widened with determination as he summoned the spiritual energy. Great alchemical technique. In an instant, the elemental fire converged in the air. It coalesced before Shen Tianyu, forming a colossal furnace. The heavens and earth served as the crucible. The elixir could be forged. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, igniting the furnace. The harvested treasures were cast into the flames, where the intense heat swiftly liquefied them. Melt. With outstretched hands, I gathered the various liquids, merging them into a singular essence. After a thorough amalgamation, the mixture gradually transitioned to a solid state. Solidify. The resonating sound echoed like a divine proclamation. The liquid rapidly solidified into a potent pill, albeit of considerable size, far too immense for a single individual to assimilate. Separate. My hand struck the furnace, causing the elixir within to shimmer. With a resounding explosion, it transformed into countless smaller pills. Success. The final command resonated. The diminutive pills danced and twirled in the air, adorned with intricate patterns. Spiritual energy surged wildly, aiding in the formation of these patterns. Not far away, Bibi Dong stood in astonishment. This method of alchemical creation was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. The heavens and earth served as the crucible, The elixir could indeed be forged. Such an audacious technique. As the 9 patterned pills took form, a wave of my hand summoned floating jade vials, each containing the newly forged elixirs. A multitude of elixirs cascaded into jade vials, filling 10 bottles to the brim, each containing 20 pills. What type of elixir have you concocted? Turning to face Bibi Dong, Shen Tianyu smiled. The Spirit Awakening Pill. With this elixir, even ordinary individuals can embark upon the path of cultivation in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Can the Spirit Hall partake in this? Bibi Dong felt a stir in her heart. If ordinary people could cultivate, the Spirit Hall, with its current influence, could swiftly amass a legion of supporters. After decades of nurturing, a formidable army of cultivators would emerge. No. Shen Tianyu shook his head. The foundations of martial spirit cultivation run deep in this continent. Implementing such changes within the Spirit Hall would not be a simple endeavor. Just overcoming Qian Renxue poses a significant challenge, not to mention the countless soul masters beneath him. Even as the Pope, you cannot act unilaterally. Moreover, regarding the issue of spiritual energy, the Spirit Hall lacks a ley line. It cannot gather or produce the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consuming the Spirit Awakening Pill would still be futile. Bibi Dong bit her red lip, her brow furrowed. I will find a way to persuade the entire Spirit Hall. It may take some time. There is no rush. Once the Continental Soul Master Competition begins, the path of cultivation will resound throughout the continent. Shen Tianyu had made up his mind. With less than a year until the Continental Soul Master Competition, he aimed to cultivate a group of participants, thereby gaining renown in Douluo, and subsequently spreading the practice further. Should you require anything, feel free to ask. I shall exhaust all avenues to assist you. Oh, when did the esteemed Pope take such an interest in my affairs? Shen Tianyu leapt before Bibi Dong, a smile dancing on his lips. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed. Having suppressed her emotions for years, she had long held back. The time spent with Shen Tianyu had brought her joy. Despite being a titled Douluo, revered as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and a successor of the Resetsu God, she remained a woman at heart. The pent-up frustrations within her had found a release, allowing her to savor its exquisite relief. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed feelings for Shen Tianyu, feelings that were ambiguous and not yet fully understood. I have given your words considerable thought, Bibi Dong began, her expression earnest. Xiao Xue is my only relative in this world. As her mother, I must protect her. I must shoulder the responsibilities of motherhood and safeguard our home, the Spirit Hall. What of you, Xiaojing? The soul queried, striking at her vulnerabilities. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed, her chest heaving as her emotions surged. But soon, she regained her composure. What is you, Xiaojing, to me? What am I to him? We were once familiar, now strangers on divergent paths. Your display of formidable strength has garnered my respect. I firmly believe in the future you speak of. If you, Xiaojing, were to appear before me now, I would personally end his life. A glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. After careful contemplation, Bibi Dong had resolved that anyone who posed a threat to the Spirit Hall must be eliminated. Even Yu Xiaojing, once loved, was a relic of the past. Now, her sole desire was to protect the Spirit Hall, mend her relationship with Qian Renxue, and promote the practice of cultivation. I should even thank you for eliminating him, as it resolved a significant worry for me. His disciple, Tang San, harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Spirit Hall. Given Yu Xiaojing's character, he would undoubtedly support Tang San in his quest to destroy us. Upon my return to the Spirit Hall, I shall immediately order a search for Tang San's whereabouts, determined to eliminate him in his cradle. Let us set aside the matter of Tang San and first deal with Yu Xiaojing. What did you say? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Did you not already kill him? Raising his hand, Shen Tianyu summoned Yu Xiaojing from the Rui treasure bag. That day was merely to provoke you. Yu Xiaojing remains alive, but is imprisoned. Casting Yu Xiaojing onto the ground, Shen Tianyu turned to observe Bibi Dong. Now, I entrust him to you. Chapter 65. Yu Xiaojing pleads for mercy. Bibi Dong strikes ruthlessly, sitting helplessly on the ground. Yu Xiaojing's expression was complex as he gazed at the radiant Bibi Dong standing above. Years had passed, yet she remained as resplendent as ever. Time had cruelly flowed by, leaving no trace upon her. Her hair, as dark as ever, bore no signs of aging. Shen Tianyu lifted his hand, releasing the spiritual energy that had sealed Yu Xiaojing's mouth. Emotion surged within him. He attempted to voice his thoughts multiple times, but all words faltered at the brink of utterance, ultimately coalescing into two words. Dong. A silence. Bibi Dong's voice thundered, her chest rising and falling with each breath. You do not deserve to call me Dong. Glaring at Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong summoned her spiritual energy. Yu Xiaojing, Do you know how much you have harmed me over the years? Do you have any idea how many days and nights I have endured in suffering? You not only devastated my life but also sought to harm my daughter. It was a mere hair's breadth from my daughter perishing under your scheming. Qian Renxue is your daughter? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This revelation was too explosive for him to process. No, how could she be your daughter? You must be lying. You are deceiving me. Do you think I am like you? A cowardly, ineffectual fool who only knows how to evade. Bibi Dong's teeth ground together. The word fool laden with contempt. Donger, do you also see me as a fool? Be silent. With a swift motion of her hand, a surge of soul power erupted, landing squarely on Yu Xiaojiang's face, leaving a distinct handprint. I have told you, you are unworthy of calling me Donger, you utter waste. Very well. Haha. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly descended into madness. You are indeed a woman with a heart of a serpent and scorpion. Everything we once shared was a deception. In your eyes, I am nothing but a complete failure, am I not? This is your true sentiment. You contemptible woman. You look down upon me. Do you not realize that my theories on martial souls are a century ahead of this continent? Even a millennium from now. The name Yu Xiaojiang will be etched in history. Daydreaming. With another sweeping gesture, a second slap struck Yu Xiaojiang's face. After 2 resounding slaps, his visage had swollen to that of a pig. How dare you mention martial soul theories? How many of those so-called theories did you learn from me? Are you not aware? A century ahead of the continent. How delusional. Do you even understand the dual martial soul theory or the existence of 10,000-year soul beasts? You dare claim superiority over the continent while still grappling with such elementary concepts? A waste like you can only indulge in fantasies. Provoked by her words, Yu Xiaojiang's mental state began to unravel. At that moment, he felt that merely existing was an endless humiliation. Bibi Dong, if you have the courage, kill me. If you spare me, I will eventually obliterate your martial soul hall by any means necessary. Do you think I lack the resolve? With a release of martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor manifested. A murderous intent swiftly enveloped the space, and toxins erupted, cascading into Yu Xiaojiang's body. The moment the poison entered, he felt a chilling sensation envelop him. The specter of death was drawing ever closer. In his frenzy, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly found clarity. At that instant, only an overwhelming dread filled his heart. He had never anticipated that Bibi Dong would genuinely resort to lethal measures. He had assumed that their past camaraderie would prevent her from taking such drastic action. However, the ferocity in Bibi Dong's eyes revealed her intent to kill. Panic surged within him as he struggled against the encroaching poison and fell to his knees, his head bowing in supplication. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Spare my life. The sounds of his desperate pleas echoed as he knocked his head against the ground, trembling with fear. Standing nearby, Shen Tianyu watched with a sardonic smile. Having anticipated Yu Xiaojiang's reaction, why had Yu Xiaojiang dared to confront Bibi Dong alone at the martial soul hall, demanding the secret of dual martial souls? Even in her presence, he had brazenly threatened the destruction of the martial soul hall, fully believing she would not resort to violence. In the presence of a truly ruthless power, he cowered more swiftly than anyone else. Bibi Dong, for the sake of our past friendship, spare my life. I swear. If you grant me this, I will vanish without a trace. From this day forth, I will not oppose the martial soul hall. And I can sever my ties with Tang San. Yes, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Do you not desire to kill Tang Hao? Let me go, and I will reveal Tang San's hiding place. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he bled from his forehead. In a desperate bid for survival, Yu Xiaojiang was willing to forsake his pride, which he had once deemed essential for life, now rendered a mere farce. For a long time, Yu Xiaojiang has cloaked himself in a facade of self-esteem, portraying himself as a pitiable figure. Your pleas for mercy disgust me. At this moment, I have finally discerned your true nature. Simultaneously, I loathe myself for not recognizing it sooner. You, Yu Xiaojiang, are nothing more than a cowardly wretch. If you had faced death with composure, I might have held a modicum of respect for you. Yet, kneeling and begging for mercy has truly opened my eyes. Besides the murderous intent, your gaze is filled with disdain and revulsion. Realizing Yu Xiaojiang's genuine character, Bibi Dong wishes she could annihilate her former self. How blind I must have been to have ever been enamored with such a creature. Indeed, I am the cowardly wretch. You are the exalted pope, sullying your hands by dealing with trash like me. Therefore, grant me my freedom. Release me as one would a mere fart. I swear. From this day forth, before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his words, he felt a blade pierce through his chest. Bibi Dong appeared before him, her countenance marred by revulsion. As the sharp spider stinger unhesitatingly penetrated his heart, the speed was astonishing, It reached him in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiaojing barely registered Bai Dong's arrival before the stinger had already lodged itself within him. How repugnant that you dare to waste the air of life. The moment you laid hands on Xiao Shui, you sealed your own fate. From this day forth, there shall be no more Yu Xiaojing in this world. I will obliterate you from existence, as though you had never been. To be remembered in history, to be celebrated for eternity, dream on. Your name shall not grace the annals of our continent's history. As the spider stinger twisted, a sharp pain surged through his heart. Beads of cold sweat dotting Yu Xiaojing's forehead. How venomous your heart is, Bai Dong. I, Yu Xiaojing, shall not spare you even in death. Humph. With a fierce exhalation, the stinger within his heart erupted. A muffled explosion resounded as Yu Xiaojing's heart shattered. Withdrawing the stinger, a potent and corrosive toxin surged forth rapidly. With one hand firmly pressing against Yu Xiaojing's head, Bibi Dong spoke in a cold, commanding tone. Even as a ghost, you shall not escape my wrath. I shall obliterate your very essence, causing you to vanish into oblivion, never to reincarnate. Let us see how you can manifest as a vengeful spirit to claim my life. The toxins cascaded down from above, swiftly encasing Yu Xiaojing's body. The venom surged forth, and in a mere moment, it left only a pool of toxic residue behind. With Yu Xiaojing entirely vanished, just as Bibi Dong had proclaimed, his essence was annihilated, his body extinguished. Chapter 66. The Ice and Snow Emperors have lost their composure from that moment forth. Bibi Dong was free from any inner demons. After vanquishing Yu Xiaojing, she felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. The burdens that had long weighed heavily on her heart were now entirely lifted. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she turned to gaze at Shen Tianyu. Her eyes softened, no longer reflecting the tension of their initial encounter. Well done. In the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, if one harbors inner demons, future achievements will remain elusive. Shen Tianyu had been observing intently, scrutinizing Bibi Dong's every move. In her execution of Yu Xiaojing, she had indeed refrained from employing trickery, outright annihilating his essence. Her methods, though ruthless, were to Shen Tianyu's admiration. Yet now, I find myself beset by new inner demons. Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Is there something left unresolved? I wish to immediately discuss celestial techniques with you. Ah, I see. Shen Tianyu smiled. What are these inner demons in comparison? You may converse with me regarding celestial techniques at any moment. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth. A tremendous pressure descending from the heavens. The overwhelming force struck Bibi Dong, causing her legs to tremble and buckle beneath her, rendering her to kneel. She lifted her delicate visage, exuding a pitiful demeanor that evoked sympathy. Descending gracefully, Shen Tianyu looked down upon her. Come, let us battle. With a fierce roar, the spiritual energy erupted. Bibi Dong's countenance shifted dramatically as she prepared herself. From within her, a mighty roar erupted as spiritual energy coalesced into a ferocious white tiger. The first to launch an assault. Come forth. With two fingers aligned, she pointed directly at the fierce white tiger. An overwhelming wave of spiritual energy detonated, causing the white tiger to shudder violently. White tiger rides the waves. With a graceful flick of her jade-like hand, tumultuous waves surged beneath the white tiger's paws. The wave swept forward, charging directly at Shen Tianyu's fingers, swirling like a vortex, ready to engulf them. Skyward pillar, transforming her fingers into a fist. She concentrated the spiritual energy. The skyward pillar surged forth with her fist, hurtling directly towards the white tiger. Boom. The two forces of spiritual energy clashed violently, as if the very fabric of this space was about to be obliterated. Despite being a novice in the realm of cultivation, Bibi Dong displayed remarkable talent. Truly, as a dual martial spirit, she possessed an innate understanding of cultivation. Various techniques emerged in rapid succession, the spiritual energy colliding and exploding, tearing apart the void. Amidst the residual waves of energy, both individuals experienced an unspoken elevation of their beings. In an instant, they transformed into playful fish, freely frolicking beneath the water's surface. The energies clashing around them erupted in joyous roars. Crack! A crisp, muffled sound emanated from within Shen Tianyu. HM? Furrowing his brow, Shen Tianyu halted his actions. The combatant, Bibi Dong, also paused, taking advantage of the brief respite to recuperate. Had the spatial teleportation array been activated? What a preposterous notion. Shen Tianyu felt a surge of alarm. Upon departing from the extreme north, he had inscribed a spatial teleportation array upon the bodies of the Ice and Snow Emperors, informing them that they could activate it if they encountered peril. With this array in place, Shen Tianyu could traverse space to rescue them. Initially, it was a mere afterthought. and he had not given it much consideration, for with the ice and snow emperor's prowess, few could contend with them in this Douluo continent. What's wrong? Bibi Dong inquired curiously, her previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Apologetically, Shen Tianyu replied, I regret to inform you that I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall conclude for today. Upon my return, I shall repay you 100-fold. As he spoke, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted once more, directly entering Bibi Dong's body. Her abdomen quickly swelled, and she immediately tensed, meticulously controlling the influx of energy. I will continue training to store this energy, and I shall return once I have resolved my affairs. With that, a flash of silver light enveloped him, and Shen Tianyu vanished without a trace. 100-fold repayment. Is that not a threat to my life? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, yet within her heart, a flicker of anticipation ignited. The pursuit of immortality intrigued her greatly. What if it truly was 100-fold? After years of restraint, a singular explosion of power was not out of the question. In the void of space, Shen Tianyu's anxiety heightened. The spiritual energy swiftly connected with the spatial teleportation array, racing toward the ice and snow emperor's location. In but a few breaths, the silver light flickered within the void, and Shen Tianyu plunged into it. As his vision cleared, he surveyed his surroundings, astonished. Towering peaks loomed nearby, interconnected by iron chains, with billowing clouds swirling around them. Where on earth am I? It appears to be quite high in altitude. The depths of the clouds are inscrutable. It actually worked. The voice of the Ice Emperor sounded, prompting Shen Tianyu to turn around. The Ice and Snow Emperors floated gracefully, approaching him with a playful demeanor. Husband, we have missed you dearly. The two emperors flanked him, playfully shaking his arms and acting coy. Shen Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. It had not been long since their last meeting, yet the Ice and Snow Emperor's behavior was decidedly peculiar, especially given their previously frigid expressions, which were now incongruous with their current antics. What is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly begun calling me husband? Is husband not pleasant? Snow Emperor frowned. What about hubby? His sweater, master is also acceptable. The Ice Emperor interjected earnestly. Where did you two learn these terms? From books. The Snow Emperor produced a tome from her bosom. The overbearing soul saint fell in love with me. Damn. Upon reading the title, Shen Tianyu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. How is it that such literature exists in Douluo continent? This book is quite enthralling. It tells of the beautiful soul masters I loved over the years. The Ice Emperor fervently advocated, waving the book in front of Shen Tianyu. Stop. Interrupting the two, Shen Tianyu's expression turned grave. You summoned me using the spatial teleportation array for this? If that is indeed the case, I shall be thoroughly enraged. I was in the midst of important matters when I was unexpectedly delayed by such trivialities. Who could maintain their composure in such a scenario? Oh dear. I almost forgot about the pressing issue. The Snow Emperor slapped her forehead. Husband, they are trying to bully Ice and me. They even threatened to kill us and take our soul bones. The two emperors feigned innocence, tears brimming in their eyes, yet they refused to stay behind. A twitch at the corner of Shen Tianyu's mouth revealed his skepticism regarding their acting prowess. One might mistake you two for gentle lambs. Are you not being a tad excessive? Do you disregard the presence of so many of us? A rugged voice echoed through the sky, scattering the clouds that enveloped the peaks. Numerous soul masters stood atop the mountains, and 6 figures hovered 1,000 meters above the 3, exuding powerful fluctuations of soul energy. Titled Douluo. Shen Tianyu's eyes narrowed. There were indeed 6, one of whom was a formidable 96th level Super Douluo. Given this assembly, coupled with the current environment, 3 words immediately surfaced in Shen Tianyu's mind. Haotian sect. The man who spoke was none other than Tang Hao, the 96th level Super Douluo and the current leader of the Haotian sect. Indeed, they are quite ferocious. Husband, you must stand up for us. Shen Tianyu silently sighed. Soul beasts were truly simple-minded. Having just departed from the extreme north, they had already fallen prey to the pitfalls of worldly novels. May I inquire about your relationship with those 2 transformed soul beasts? They are my women. Is there a problem with that? Without hesitation, Shen Tianyu responded to Tang Hao's inquiry. Spiritual energy erupted from within him, a tidal wave that repelled the oppressive force of soul energy approaching them. The disciples of the Haotian sect on the mountain swiftly mobilized their soul energy to resist. The 6 titled Douluo managed to stabilize themselves, showing no signs of yielding in terms of momentum. Ridiculous. As a human, you dare to associate with soul beasts? You truly have no shame. Chapter 67, The Haotian Sect. Annihilation in progress. Do my affairs concern you? Shen Tianyu's expression turned frigid in response to the insolent remark. Indeed, it is not your place to meddle. But my mouth is my own, and I am entitled to speak, am I not? An elder stepped forward, a formidable aura sweeping over them. In his grasp, the Haotian hammer glimmered as he exchanged cold glances with Shen Tianyu. You two soul beasts have intruded upon my Haotian sect, seeking to pilfer our sacred treasure. The ice jade bed. Such impure-hearted soul beasts are a menace that must be eradicated. If you still consider yourself human, you should join forces with us to vanquish them. Hey, you decrepit old man, cease your baseless accusations. We did not come to steal. The Ice Emperor, incensed, pointed at the speaking elder, the radiant Sun Douluo. We entered boldly and openly. Shen Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. You actually have a point? I would never stoop to thievery, to slander me. You shall pay the price. As snowflakes danced in the air, the Ice Emperor's cold and haughty visage bore a fierce glint in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, such beastly nature shall not be tolerated. Today, I shall take your bones. With the Haotian hammer in hand, the radiant Sun Douluo soared through the air. 1,000 meters was but a mere heartbeat for a tidal Douluo. Infusing his soul power, the Haotian hammer expanded dramatically, its handle stretching an impressive 50 meters, while its head rivaled that of an excavator. The colossal hammer descended from above, aimed directly at the Ice and Snow Emperors. You seek death, to dare strike at me. You must be weary of living. The Ice Emperor leaped into the air, ready to retaliate, only to have a figure swiftly dart in front of her. With a fist raised, they clashed against the Haotian hammer. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a tempest, as the massive hammer was flung back. The radiant Sun Douluo's arm throbbed with numbness, his expression one of astonishment. You two are a tidal Douluo? The Haotian hammer, with its overwhelming might, held a significant advantage within the same realm. Aware that the two emperors were transformed soul beasts, the radiant Sun Douluo had unleashed his full power. Yet, he had never anticipated that his strike would be repelled. Excellent. After all these years, you are the first to withstand my blow. Come again, he proclaimed, fervently channeling his soul power. The radiant Sun Douluo ascended, his soul energy radiating with an intense heat. Seventh soul skill, Haotian true body. His soul power surged violently. And in an instant, the radiant Sun Douluo's figure grew in size behind him, the Haotian hammer transforming into a 100-meter behemoth. Break. With a hammer poised to strike. The fierce son of Douluo glared fiercely. A mere tidal dared to act recklessly before me. Even Tang Hao was forced to flee in terror from my might. What are you then? Channeling my spiritual energy, I launched a powerful punch. With a single punch, he met the Haotian hammer, causing the colossal weapon to tremble. The entire space quivered precariously as the aura of death spread rapidly. The Sun Fighter's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror. Crack! The Haotian hammer shattered and broke apart as Shen Tianyu soared into the air, swiftly appearing before the Sun Fighter. Embrace your demise, he declared, as the colossal force erupted, muscles bulging on his arms. A resounding roar echoed as a fist struck the formidable body of Haotian. Cracks immediately erupted across the imposing figure. Blood spurted from the mouth of the Sun Douluo, his soul power evidently waning. This is perilous. Seventh brother is in danger. The elder's aged visage contorted in alarm as he swiftly mobilized his soul power to rush forth. The other three elders also reacted promptly, drawing forth their Haotian hammers. To save him? Alas, it is too late. If I decree his demise, none shall thwart it, not even the king of hell. With a thunderous crack, Haotian's form shattered. The fist aimed directly at the Sun Douluo's forehead. No, the Sun Douluo bellowed, straining to summon his soul power to move his body. Yet, the surrounding energies were entirely sealed off, the vast and formidable spiritual essence instantaneously dominating the space. The Sun Douluo found himself rooted in place, unable to budge an inch. A fist struck directly at the forehead, causing blood and brain matter to explode simultaneously. Old 7. The four elders shouted in unison, but it was already too late. As the spiritual energy dissipated, the Sun Douluo plummeted downward like a feather. A generation of tidal Douluo, before gaining fame across the continent, perished beneath the fists of Shen Tianyu. Kill him. The second elder bellowed in a deep voice, with four elders standing in a row. The true form of Haotian simultaneously activated, for towering figures brandishing Haotian hammers soared into the air. Haotian 9 Absolutes breaking character technique. The four Haotian hammers were raised high, then swung down. The overwhelming momentum caused even the heavens and the earth to tremble. Ignorant of your own demise, with arms wide open, two palm prints were unleashed into the air. The palm prints shot forth from Shen Tianyu's hands like cannonballs. As they traveled through the air, the palm prints expanded rapidly. reaching thousands of meters in height in the blink of an eye. The 100-meter Haotian hammers appeared as mere toys before the palm prints. Kill. The furious roar echoed as the palm prints collided with the Haotian hammers, creating a tremendous explosion. Boom. The space fractured, and the vast shockwaves surged outward uncontrollably. Boom. 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 The peaks of nearby mountains were obliterated by the explosive aftermath. The disciples of Haotian sect standing atop were the first to suffer, as they were hurled from the heights into the abyss below. The four elders felt a sharp pain in their chests, simultaneously spitting out blood. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy sent the four flying. Tang Hao swiftly maneuvered, catching up to the four elders in mere moments. He positioned himself behind them, using his strength to shield the elders from the force of the blast. As the residual waves rippled, Shen Tianyu remained suspended in the air, coldly observing the five. Yea, my husband is formidable. Annihilate them. Leave none alive. Go, darling. The ice and snow emperors cheered, while the disciples of Haotian sect felt their cheeks flush with shame. The imminent first sect of the continent was being assaulted. First, a titled Douluo was slain, and then 4 titled Douluos were repelled with a single strike. If this news spread, wouldn't it convey to the entire continent that the Haotian sect is but a shadow of its former self? Unworthy of the title of the supreme offensive martial soul, the Haotian hammer? Sect master, this person has slain our kin. He must not be spared. If we unite our strength, we can surely retain him here. The 7th elder has already fallen. The enemy stands before us. And does the sect master intend to remain idle? For the prestige of Haotian sect, we must fight to the bitter end. The 4 elders spoke in unison, their shared animosity igniting a fervent bloodlust. Oh, when did Haotian sect become so spirited? It's almost amusing. Shen Tianyu laughed from a distance, pointing at the 4 elders. When Tang Hao provoked the spirit hall and was pursued across the continent, where were you to uphold the name of Haotian sect? When Haotian sect withdrew into seclusion, having clashed with the spirit hall and losing countless kin, where were you to avenge this blood feud? A group of timid individuals, fearful of those who are strong, does not even venture to the mainland to inquire. Upon hearing the name of Shen Tianyu, who among the masses does not tremble in fear. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect have both perished at my hands. Do you truly believe that your Haotian sect can contend with me? Such absurdity. The 2nd elder stepped forward, declaring that no single person could possibly extinguish any of the 3 prominent sections. One must at least prepare a credible assertion when boasting. It is utterly ludicrous. Do you not believe me? With narrowed eyes, he surveyed all the disciples of the Haotian sect present. You all doubt it, do you? The only response from the gathered disciples was disdainful laughter. Even after witnessing the slaying of a titled Douluo, these disciples felt no fear. After all, the sect still possesses 5 titled Douluo. Could 5 individuals truly be bested by one? It is common knowledge that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Very well. Today, let my actions demonstrate how one man can obliterate an entire sect. P.S. I shall update 2 chapters first. There will be 2 more chapters before 6 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 68, 5 against 1, a dreadful counterattack. A surge of spiritual energy erupted as Shen Tianyu stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the void. A thread of primordial power slipped into his grasp. The heavens and the earth trembled with a resounding roar, as the clouds encircling the peaks dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Tang Zhao's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed intently upon Shen Tianyu's hand. Danger! Stop him! That mesmerizing force was surging forth from Shen Tianyu's palm. As a super Douluo, Tang Zhao's perception of peril far exceeded that of the ordinary elders of the Douluo realm. At the command, the 5 soul rings illuminated in unison. The 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. Boom! The soul power surged, soaring into the heavens as 5 towering figures ascended. Each stood 100 meters tall, resembling giants against the sky. The Haotian hammer, held aloft, unleashed a force that could suppress all. The formidable war soul hammer. The majestic Haotian sect. Tang Hao roared, the aura of the 5 reaching its zenith in that moment. Though our Haotian sect remains hidden from the world, it does not permit you to wreak havoc here. Even the spirit hall dares not recklessly threaten our Haotian sect. How much stronger are you than them? The echoes of his fierce shouts resonated, each word invigorating. The 4 elders felt as though they had returned to their youth, wielding the Haotian hammer across the continent. What are you pretending for? If you are truly so powerful, why remain hidden, cowering in these mountains and forests? The hammer has merely crushed 1,000 seekers, and yet you continue to act. Watch as I extinguish you. With fingers together, the power of origin fused with the spirit energy. The fist propelled forward, heading straight for the five. The fist wave shot forth like cannonballs, its speed astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. A celestial strike. Led by Tang Hao, the five titled Duo simultaneously unleashed the Haotian sect's inherited soul skill. The 500-meter Haotian hammers were raised high, descending together. As the hammers fell, they miraculously merged. The already formidable celestial strike became even more ferocious. The 100-meter hammers transformed into 1,000 meters. Die. The five shouted in unison as the hammers fell. The fist wave met the onslaught, and the heavens roared. In the void, damn. I'm splitting apart. Crack. Crack. The sound of shattering followed in succession, unleashing waves of energy that stirred up clouds of smoke for miles, obscuring the sky, blocking out the sun. Beneath the mist, the disciples of the Haotian sect looked on with anticipation. After years of seclusion, the blood coursing through their veins ignited today. The sect leader personally engaged, with 4 elders assisting, with the combined might of 5 titled Douluo. Who in the entire Douluo continent could withstand such a blow? Even if the spirit hall came, they would have to retreat with their tails between their legs. Haha. The Haotian hammer is nothing but this, and the Haotian sect is even more pathetic. Bang, bang, bang. From within the smoke, muffled sounds emerged as the 4 elders flew out first, each pale and spitting blood. Next came sect leader Tang Hao, his appearance disheveled, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His hand that gripped the Haotian hammer trembled, a distinct crack visible on the hammer's handle. Is this the strength of the Haotian sect? I am utterly disappointed. With a wave of his hand, the smoke dissipated. Shen Tianyu stood high above, gazing down at the defeated 5. With merely 2/10 of my strength. You find yourselves in this state. Even Bibi Dong could hold out longer against my onslaught. You are leagues beneath her. Oh no, I have overstated your worth. Even that trash, Dugu Bo, could last longer than you. Who is Dugu Bo? The lowest existence among titled Douluo. In a one-on-one confrontation, any titled Douluo could easily overpower him. Shen Tianyu's words undoubtedly trampled the dignity of the Haotian sect into the ground. The Haotian sect shall not be insulted. The Haotian hammer shall not be insulted. Tang Hao bellowed, disregarding the severe injuries from his 7 orifices. He lifted the Haotian hammer once more and charged towards Shen Tianyu. An unstoppable momentum erupted from within. The formidable soul power of the Super Douluo was entirely infused into the Haotian hammer. With a fierce swing, the hammer was raised high and ruthlessly brought down upon Shen Tianyu. With a powerful strike, he collided with the hammer's surface. Tang Hao braced himself against the tremendous recoil and swiftly swung the Haotian hammer, preparing to deliver a second blow. You are far inferior to Tang Hao. I have no time to leisurely finish all 81 strikes with you. As he spoke, he vanished from sight, suddenly appearing before Tang Hao. His arm muscles bulged, and the power of an elephant surged forth. With a simple yet forceful punch, he struck directly at Tang Hao's chest. The impact was akin to a razor-sharp blade, piercing through Tang Hao's torso. His hand emerged from the back, gripping a pulsating heart. With a resounding explosion, the heart shattered, and Shen Tianyu withdrew his hand. The overwhelming fluctuations of soul power dissipated in an instant, and his towering figure plummeted rapidly. Master, the second elder exclaimed, rushing into the air to catch Tang Hao's lifeless body. The disciples of the Haotian sect atop the peaks stared in shock at Shen Tianyu in the sky. The master has fallen. This is a 96th level Super Douluo, merely a step away from the 97th level. The strongest member of the Haotian sect, wielding the unparalleled Chaos Wind Hammer technique, had been slain after delivering a single strike. The shock of this event rendered all disciples of the Haotian sect incapable of acceptance. Since its establishment, the Haotian sect had never witnessed the death of its master. You have touched the Haotian sect's reverse scale. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure you remain. The second elder rose in fury, the spiritual energy that had spread outward now converging frantically within him. Second brother, you intend to self-destruct. The third elder cried out in astonishment, horrified by the second elder's decision. At this point, for the sake of the Haotian sect's dignity, I shall not spare this life. After my demise, you shall lead the sect forward. The gathered soul power concentrated within him, and blood gushed from his throat. Such a self-destructing method would rarely be employed unless absolutely necessary. Second brother, you cannot do this. The third elder stepped forward, standing beside the second elder. Soon, the fourth and fifth elders followed suit. This man is overwhelmingly powerful. It is unlikely you can face him alone. With our combined strength, we shall surely secure his demise. No, if we perish, what will happen to the sect? Tang Hao is still here. The fifth elder stated solemnly. Though he has been expelled from the sect, his blood still flows from the Tang family. If he learns of our plight, he will undoubtedly shoulder the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the second elder contemplated, very well. Combining our 4 strengths will indeed increase our chances. Tang Long, Tang Hu, after our demise, you shall descend the mountain to seek out Tang Hao. Set aside past grievances. Only he can bear the future of the Haotian sect. After finalizing their plans, the 4 elders stepped forward simultaneously. Their gazes resolute and filled with a sense of impending sacrifice. What a bunch of fools! Shen Tianyu could not contain his anger. When Tang Hao offended the spirit hall, none of you stepped forward to assist. Instead, you immediately distanced yourselves and hid away. You allowed the single attribute-affiliated sects to suffer terribly. Today, I shall annihilate you. Yet you wish to pass all burdens on to Tang Hao. How truly despicable you are, Haotian sect. However, your plans are in vain, now that I have arrived. I shall not let a single one of you escape. The Haotian sect must be eradicated today, even if a deity were to intervene. With a fist raised high towards the heavens, the path trembled and quaked, the void itself erupted in a cacophony. The primordial sacred fist, 3 strikes that shake the world. The path decays. A single punch was unleashed, hurtling towards the 4 individuals. In an instant, the surrounding space was stripped away by decay. The soul power within me coalesced, lifting the 4 as if they were mere balloons. Now is the time. Explode. The second elder roared, igniting the soul power within. The remaining 3 elders, upon hearing the command, immediately followed suit. However, to self-destruct, one must first seek the approval of the master. Chapter 69. The exile of Haotian sect from the continent. The force of the punch erupted first, enveloping the 4 elders in a moment. Under the immense pressure, the soul power they attempted to unleash was forcibly suppressed. Their faces changed dramatically, feeling utterly powerless. They never anticipated that self-detonation would be rendered impossible. To have their lives controlled by another was an immense humiliation for these titled Douluos. In that instant, the 4 realized that this formidable figure might indeed bring ruin to the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Today would mark the demise of the Haotian sect. Contemplating this, regret welled up within them. Had they known, they should have relinquished the ice jade crystal bed, thereby averting this monumental disaster. You are all too weak. A voice like thunder resonated from the heavens above. Shen Tianyu's fist energy descended, striking down upon the heads of the 4. They plummeted like kites severed from their strings, suppressed by the force, falling into the unfathomable depths of the peak. The mountains trembled and collapsed, the shockwaves of the explosion sweeping across the land. All vegetation was incinerated, and the towering peaks crumbled one after another. Countless disciples of the Haotian sect atop the peaks had their eyes ablaze with fury, their murderous intent palpable. The sons of Haotian sect were prepared to clash with this demon, with the sect master fallen and the elders deceased. The most esteemed figure within the Haotian sect was now Tang Long. At the sound of a greeting, regardless of age or gender, all individuals released the power of the Haotian sect. The mayfly shakes the tree, a demonstration of overconfidence, standing at the edge of the heavens, casting a gaze upon the world below. In an instant, the control over the universe was seized. Shen Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, the vital energy within the air dissipating rapidly. The heavens and the earth were in decline. With both fists swung simultaneously, 2 powerful punches resembled falling celestial bodies, growing larger and enveloping all disciples of the Haotian sect within. As the force approached, an invisible pressure descended instantaneously. The feeble were struck down, collapsing to the ground lifelessly, or frothing at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. Tang Long and Tang Hu, wielding the Haotian hammer, braced against the overwhelming force. Beneath the profound sense of oppression, the vital energy continued to vanish swiftly. Time seemed to accelerate, with Tang Long's hair turning gray and deep wrinkles forming on his forehead. Before long, he appeared aged beyond his years. The Haotian hammer in his grasp felt as heavy as a mountain. Puffed a mouthful of old blood spewed forth as Tang Hao collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Oh heavens! Why must you treat my Haotian sect in such a manner? Amidst the endless bitterness, 2 formidable punches descended, exploding in midair. The ferocious fist energy rampaged, creating billowing clouds of blood mist that erupted upon the peak. Shen Tianyu, with a cold gaze, observed below, where the vast spiritual energy enveloped everything within the realm of the Haotian sect. This final strike obliterated all living beings within the confines of the Haotian sect, sparing neither plant nor insect nor bird. Once flourishing, the Haotian sect was reduced to a realm of profound silence. Henceforth, it would be erased from the continent. How extraordinary. The Snow Empress, with her mouth agape, felt a tempest of shock surge within her. Truly, he is my man, formidable indeed. The Ice Empress stood proudly, hands on her hips. You too, Shen Tianyu said nothing as he descended before the two empresses, extending his hands to offer them each a chestnut. In the future, refrain from such jesting. I genuinely thought you were in peril. We were merely testing. Who knew it would be so effective? Indeed, if you did not wish to come, you need not have done so. There was no compulsion. The two empresses pouted in dissatisfaction, their expressions mirroring that of close sisters. Very well. I shall not hold it against you. Though I was rather preoccupied at the time. Before he could finish, Shen Tianyu ceased his words. Although interrupted mid-sentence was rather irksome. The return of the two empresses was a cause for celebration. We were merely thinking of you. Yes, Snow and I sensed the extreme cold from a great distance. It must be a rare treasure. We envisioned presenting it to you, knowing it would bring you joy. Yet who could have anticipated its ferocity? We are still young maidens. With a furrowed brow, Shen Tianyu commented, Oh, Ice Empress, how can you utter such words? A young maiden of 380,000? Snow Empress. Yours is even more outrageous, 69,000 years. Not wishing to be overly critical, Shen Tianyu shifted the subject. Let us proceed to examine that ice jade bed. Accompanying the two empresses, they stepped into the Haotian sect. The Ice and Snow Empresses, being particularly sensitive to frigid entities, quickly located the ice jade bed. Upon discovery, the two empresses leaped onto it, lifting their legs and shaking their feet. Guided by the chill of the ice, their spiritual energy quietly released, their extraordinary physiques blossoming. The exquisite phoenix crown and phoenix flower appeared before Shen Tianyu's eyes as he entered the cold chamber. Indeed, the Ice and Snow Empresses had become rather unrestrained. Suppressing his inner frustration, Shen Tianyu focused on the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored within. Although the Haotian sect had remained reclusive, its disciples still required cultivation. The collected treasures were preserved alongside the ice jade bed, intact due to the chilling aura it emanated. Having not encountered such a bounty of treasures in a long time, Shen Tianyu felt elated, promptly settling into a meditative posture. The celestial devouring demonic art began to operate, enabling him to frantically absorb the energy within the heavenly materials. Torrents of primordial energy surged into his body, causing the petite nascent soul within his dantian to rejoice. Meanwhile, the Ice and Snow Empresses sprawled upon the ice jade bed. Exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concentration, engaging in silent communication. I knew we were deceived. The little books claimed this would be alluring to men. Yet it is evidently false. The Ice Empress expressed her indignation, wishing to confront the seller and overturn their stall. Do not be hasty, Ice. It may also be that he has found new affections and lost interest in us. What? The Ice Empress exclaimed, her emotions heightened. Hush, that woman is quite blind to dare compete for my man. Ultimately, we are spirit beasts, unfamiliar with the complexities of human emotions, thus. We must hasten our learning to integrate swiftly. Snow, have you devised a plan? The Snow Empress nodded affirmatively, retrieving another book from her bosom. She opened it between them, and upon turning the first page, her ears flushed crimson. Ah, Snow, you previously denounced such lewd material as tainting the eyes, urging me not to purchase it, yet you secretly bought it. Cough, cough, Ice, you are still young. I feared you might be led astray. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Learn swiftly. The Ice and Snow Empresses buried themselves in the tome, leaning over the ice jade bed to read. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu remained absorbed in his consumption of heavenly materials. The vast source of energy poured into his being unceasingly, gradually saturating and solidifying the frail nascent soul. As time trickled by, Shen Tianyu devoured every last morsel of the heavenly materials filling the room. Though the nascent soul experienced an enhancement, the advancement was not significant. Exhaling a breath of turbid qi, Shen Tianyu sighed inwardly. Beyond the nascent soul, cultivation would become increasingly arduous. Rising to his feet, he turned his gaze towards the Ice and Snow Empresses, who were now huddled closely together, their heads nearly touching, with legs tucked together and bodies taut. The sounds of turning pages echoed as they became deeply engrossed, entirely oblivious to Shen Tianyu's conclusion of his cultivation. Approaching quietly from behind, he leaned down to whisper, What are you two reading? The Ice and Snow Empresses trembled, their faces flushed with embarrassment. In their curiosity, their peripheral gazes fell upon the pages. Exquisite illustrations danced before their eyes, with delicate strokes and graceful lines depicting subtle nuances. Ah, you too, how could you be so captivated by such? Before he could finish, their lips met. The Ice Empress's eyes widened, as the Snow Empress's voice echoed in her mind. Apologies, Ice, to silence my husband. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Quickly stow the book away. Chapter 70. Ice and Snow, have you two caught a fever? After a prolonged kiss, Shen Tianyu gasped for air. Just as he intended to speak, the Ice Empress surged forward once more. You too. Must you deny me the chance to speak? Spiritual energy was silently released, enveloping the ice jade bed. The immense power of ice erupted instantaneously. The Ice and Snow Empresses trembled, a resounding phoenix cry echoing forth. Such formidable ice power! The Snow Empress exclaimed in astonishment as she clung to the ice jade bed, seemingly merging with it. In this place of cultivation, your abilities shall surely advance rapidly. Indeed, the Ice Empress nodded obediently. Yes, yes. During our time apart, my understanding of celestial arts has also progressed. Shall we exchange insights? Shen Tianyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the refined Ice Empress. Darling, you understand me so well. No, I too wish to share insights on celestial arts. The Snow Empress interjected, eagerly moving closer. First come, first served. I spoke first. I do not care. Ice, you must respect your elders. I am older than you. As she declared this, the Snow Empress straightened her posture. I'm not any younger. The two empresses glared at one another, their energies clashing, sparks igniting in their eyes. Darling, you decide. Seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, the two empresses simultaneously inquired. They are quite comparable, nearly equal. After scrutinizing them thoroughly, Shen Tianyu replied earnestly. I do not care. I was here first. Ice, you truly wound my heart. Our sisterhood ends here. Shen Tianyu inhaled a deep breath of the cool air. Two women are indeed quite the spectacle. If I were to take them to Tiandou City and they were to encounter Qian Renxue, what chaos would ensue? Enough of this bickering. Let us unite. Dealing with you two novice cultivators is still within my capabilities. Observing the escalating tension, Shen Tianyu promptly intervened. The quarrel between the two was quite exasperating. If he did not step in soon, a confrontation was imminent. Mending the rift in their friendship, the Ice and Snow Emperors prepared for reconciliation. Spiritual energy erupted from within as they launched their assault simultaneously. Let me witness the progress you two, Binger and Schwer, have made in your cultivation during this time. In the midst of his speech, Shen Tianyu had already suppressed his cultivation to the Golden Core realm. It was not his intention to bully the weak. He desired a fair contest. The Ice and Snow Emperors understood his intent, but were determined to defeat Shen Tianyu today. Binger, a 2-on-1 scenario favors us. Understood. We shall unleash our full power without reservation. As night fell over the Tiandou Palace, Qian Renxue, having concluded her daily tasks, indulged in a soothing hot bath to wash away her fatigue. She donned a newly tailored gown, waiting in her chamber for Shen Tianyu's return. Daily study of celestial arts had become an indispensable part of her routine. Compared to the tedious affairs of the Tiandou Empire, the pursuit of celestial arts and the quest for immortality captivated her much more. Yet, in deference to the ambitions of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue had to suppress her true self, masquerading as a man. Perhaps only in the presence of Shen Tianyu would she reveal her authentic feminine essence. Why has he not arrived yet? After waiting for 2 hours, her brow furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her heart. As her patience waned, she resolved to seek him at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Concealing her soul abilities, she slipped away from the palace under the cover of night. At this moment, within the sunset forest at the Yutian Celestial Manor, Bibi Dong stood tense in her simple cave abode. The spiritual energy within her lower abdomen remained intact, not a trace having dissipated. Glancing at the pitch-black night, her delicate features bore a furrowed brow, her lashes fluttering with each blink. Has something occurred? Why has he not returned yet? Could he have encountered a formidable foe? Surely, he wouldn't be injured. Immediately, Bibi Dong dismissed such thoughts. In this world, no one capable of harming him had yet to be born. I shall wait a little longer. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Shen Tianyu and the Ice and Snow Emperors emerged from Haoyan sect. Upon stepping outside, he inhaled the air rich in spiritual energy, feeling invigorated. Splendid. My cultivation has indeed progressed. The Ice Emperor stood with hands on hips, while the Snow Emperor's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Oh, Schwer, are you feeling unwell? His icy palm touched the Snow Emperor's forehead, which was indeed burning hot. Perhaps she has a slight fever. No. Shen Tianyu shook his head, his tone earnest. You are indeed feverish. Binger, you are too. How vexing. It is Schwer who has a fever. I am perfectly fine. Binger, do not slander me. Let me check your forehead. Humph. You too are feverish. Shen Tianyu relished in the playful banter of the two emperors. Such a life is truly akin to that of the immortals. Suddenly, Shen Tianyu's expression shifted as he recalled Qian Renxue and Yi Lingling in Tiandou City, as well as Bibi Dong in the Yutian Celestial Manor within the Sunset Forest. This outing had extended over 3 days and nights, and he had tarried too long. He promptly turned back into the room, retrieving the ice jade bed. Let us go to Tiandou City. With the 2 women in tow, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Tiandou City. Half a day later, in a small village within the Haotian sect's territory, an elderly man and a young boy walked into the village. The air was thick with the lingering scent of blood, still fresh. These 2 were none other than Tang Hao and his son Tang San. After a series of setbacks, Tang Hao, persuaded by Tang San, resolved to return to the Haotian sect. He intended to explain to the sect the gravity of their situation and to confront Shen Tianyu. The pungent aroma of blood filled the air. Father, has something happened? Tang Hao furrowed his brow, detecting traces of spiritual energy amidst the bloody scent. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Little San, come with me. With a firm grip, Tang Hao swiftly ascended the steep mountain peaks, carrying Tang San with him. His powerful arms propelled them upward, and soon they reached the summit. The sight that met their eyes was harrowing, bodies strewn about. A scene that sent shivers down Tang Hao's spine, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Desperately, he searched each peak, but found no survivors. It was not until he reached another summit that he laid eyes upon the lifeless form of Tang Shao. The mighty Tiandou Douluo could bear it no longer. Collapsing to his knees before his elder brother. Brother, a man may shed tears, yet they seldom fall unless truly sorrowed. In that moment, Tang Hao was overcome with grief, his face streaked with tears. Years had passed since he last returned to the sect, and he had never anticipated that this homecoming would unveil its utter destruction. The overwhelming blow aged him by decades in an instant. Tang San followed closely behind, his expression grim, his heart bleeding. This was Haotian sect, the preeminent martial spirit of the continent, the pinnacle among the 3 sections. To witness its downfall and erasure from the annals of history was unfathomable. There could be but one orchestrator of such devastation. It had to be Shen Tianyu. No one else could have done this. Tang San gritted his teeth, a venomous phrase escaping his lips, wishing he could consume Shen Tianyu alive. The fiend. He has annihilated my sect, slaughtered my kin. If I do not avenge this, I am unworthy to be called a son of the Tang family, and I would dishonor the title of Tiandou Douluo. Tang Hao declared vehemently, swearing an oath to the heavens. Today, I, Tang Hao, vow that I shall spare no effort in my lifetime to slay Shen Tianyu and avenge this blood-soaked enmity. P.S. I am currently unwell and experiencing dizziness due to an infusion, but I shall endeavor to update another chapter before 6 o'clock. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 71. The Ice and Snow Emperors meet Qian Renxue as the sun reached its zenith, just 10 miles outside of Tiandou City. Shen Tianyu descended with the 2 women, gesturing ahead. Once we enter Tiandou City, you 2 must temper your tempers and refrain from stirring up trouble as much as possible. Rest assured, we will behave. The 2 emperors nodded, their eyes twinkling innocently like little foxes. Let us proceed. For this final stretch, Shen Tianyu resolved to walk. The distance was not far, and it was also an opportunity to explain the situation to the 2 emperors. With their arrival, it would be inappropriate to accommodate them in the royal palace of Tiandou. The most suitable place for them would be the Tiandou Royal Academy, especially as it was about to establish a cultivation academy. And the issue of teachers needed to be resolved urgently. The Ice and Snow Emperors had entered the Golden Core stage and possessed profound insights into the methods of cultivation. Aside from the techniques they only showcased in front of Shen Tianyu, they had a rudimentary understanding of other celestial arts as well. With just a day or 2 of instruction, the 2 would be more than capable of assuming the role of teachers. Once this decision was made, Shen Tianyu felt invigorated, as if he were walking on air. Suddenly, he was halted by 3 figures blocking his path. 3 waves of soul power erupted from their bodies, and their soul rings ascended. Each of these individuals was at the Soul King level. On the left stood a slightly plump middle-aged man with short hair and a sallow complexion, who walked with an exaggerated gait, fingers delicately posed. The one in the middle was the tallest, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, puffy eyes, and reeking of alcohol, a clear indication of his indulgence in vice. The last of them was a gaunt, unattractive fellow with a crooked mouth, who leered at the Ice and Snow Emperors with gleaming eyes. The moment these 3 appeared, an unsettling aura permeated the air. It was a presence that could shake the heavens and stir the spirits. Shen Tianyu couldn't help but furrow his brow, surely. These were the lecherous trio. The one with the delicate fingers was undoubtedly Nail, who had suffered a grievous injury at the hands of Ma Hongjun. The disheveled one in the center was Ikao, while the one on the right was Tianya. Well, you boys are quite bold, Tianya drooled, unable to suppress a lewd grin. By the heavens, in my 40 or 50 years of life, I have never encountered such exquisite beauties, let alone two at once. In stark contrast to the excitement of the others, Nail appeared somewhat despondent. All I want is money. Ever since his injury from Ma Hongjun, Nail had been in a gloomy state for quite some time, now only interested in wealth. Listen well, kid. Hand over your money and those two beauties, and scram. Otherwise, I won't be so forgiving. Ikao stepped forward, unleashing his Soul King power, his 5 soul rings spinning ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. Have you three lost your minds? Shen Tianyu retorted sharply, tilting his head. Don't you dare inquire in Tiandou City before attempting to rob me. Are you eager for death? Huh. Tianya chuckled, striding toward Shen Tianyu with a swagger. After all these years, you're the first to speak to us like that. Today, I shall cripple you. As he spoke, he condensed his soul power into his palm and charged at Shen Tianyu. You're courting death. Shen Tianyu raised his fist to meet Tianya's palm. Crack. In an instant, Tianya's hand shattered. Ah, who are you? Tianya cried out in pain, fear flashing in his eyes. The one who will take your life. Shen Tianyu reached out, delivering a palm strike to Tianya's forehead. Boom. Spiritual energy scattered, and Tianya fell lifelessly to the ground. These 3 scoundrels, unable to survive in Soto City, dared to rob near Tiandou City. To target Shen Tianyu was akin to seeking their own demise. Naturally, he had no reason to hold back against these pests. Swift and decisive, he eliminated them to spare the world from their taint. You dare kill my brother? Ikao roared in fury, immediately channeling his soul power to summon his martial soul. I not only killed your brother, but I will also end you. Shen Tianyu transformed his palm into a blade, swiftly appearing behind Ikao. Before Ikao could complete his martial soul summoning, Shen Tianyu struck the back of his head. Bang! Ikao's brain splattered, and he collapsed dead. Seeing the tide turn, Nail turned to flee. I'm coming for you. With a swift step, he flickered through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In an instant, Shen Tianyu blocked the path of the hapless individual, Bulu. Good sir, I am innocent, Bulu pleaded, collapsing to his knees. I am unlike them. I seek only wealth and have never harmed anyone. A cold smirk grazed Shen Tianyu's lips as he narrowed his fingers, pointing at Bulu. Do you believe I am unaware of your past? Though you may currently be a eunuch, you have caused considerable suffering before this. You wretched trio, a blight upon humanity. Today I shall act as your avenger. Energy surged between his fingers, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. With a swift motion, the energy pierced Bulu's forehead, crimson gushing from the wound. The fallen Bulu, face down in the dirt, met his demise. Snowflakes began to swirl, swiftly enveloping the bodies of the vile trio in an icy shroud. With a snap of his fingers, the Ice Emperor caused the bodies to explode, vanishing without a trace as the ice melted away. You too, after leaving the northernmost lands, have not refrained from such acts of murder, have you? The Ice Emperor's practiced methods gave Shen Tianyu pause for thought. Well, he said, lightly tapping his fingers, it's not entirely our fault. Sighing, they continued their journey towards Tiandou City. Regardless, remember, once you enter Tiandou City, do not act recklessly. Don't bring trouble upon me. The two nodded in agreement, following Shen Tianyu as they advanced towards the bustling city. After passing through the guard's inspection, the trio entered the vibrant Tiandou City. The splendor of the city captivated the Ice Emperor, whose youthful heart led her to wander among various stalls, enchanted by the array of jewelry and garments. The delectable street food made her salivate uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu found himself in dire straits, trailing behind the two women as they shopped, spending bag after bag of gold soul coins. His hands were laden with an abundance of clothes and accessories. Indeed, one must never accompany women on shopping excursions. At that moment, Shen Tianyu felt this sentiment deeply. In the blink of an eye, the Ice and Snow Emperors vanished without a trace. Spiritual energy radiated outward in search of their forms. Upon locating them, Shen Tianyu's expression changed dramatically. What on earth? Is this truly happening? His figure flickered rapidly, heading straight for the Ice and Snow Emperors. In the adjacent expansive street, the Imperial Guard stood in a state of high alert. On the dragon chariot sat Qian Renxue, disguised as a man. When His Majesty is out, the idol must keep their distance. You two country girls, do you not understand? Who are you calling a country girl? The Ice Emperor's temper flared instantly. A chicken leg, reduced to mere bones, was hurled at the speaking guard. The guard could not evade in time and was struck, leaving him with a blackened eye. If it weren't for my husband's orders, I would twist your head off and use it as a ball. A faint, indistinct energy wave was released, and the two guardians, Shi Long and Ci Shui, exchanged glances. A 10,000-year soul beast has transformed. Shi Long's eyes widened as he immediately summoned his martial spirit, leaping in front of the Imperial Guard. Meanwhile, Ci Shui signaled, "The Emperor is under attack. Come quickly for assistance." The two Tiandou Douluo unleashed their soul rings, confronting the Ice and Snow Emperors. "Do you wish to fight?" The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. "Humans, you are playing with fire." In an instant, snowflakes danced through the air. "Schwer, quickly assist. My husband has instructed against acting recklessly." "Humph. They intend to strike at this Empress. I am merely defending myself." Indeed, the Ice Emperor's gaze flickered as he released an overwhelming pressure. Shi Long and Ci Shui felt a sharp constriction in their chests, as an icy chill washed over them, slowing the circulation of their soul power. Qian Renxue on the dragon chariot wore a grim expression. The intrusion of two 10,000-year soul beasts into Tiandou City could lead to a catastrophic disaster if mishandled. If only that man were here. "Stop." Shen Tianyu's furious shout cut through the air, causing the swirling snow to dissipate instantly. The Ice and Snow Emperors spoke in unison. "Husband, you have finally arrived. They are trying to bully us." "Husband?" Qian Renxue's cold face displayed confusion. Her fiery gaze fixated intensely on Shen Tianyu. A chill crept down his spine as he met her gaze. "This is it." The Ice and Snow Emperors, oblivious to the tension, clung to Shen Tianyu, expressing their grievances. This scene left Shi Long and Ci Shui somewhat bewildered. Isn't the young mistress the main consort? Chapter 72, Bi Dong. It's been too hard to hold back. The atmosphere became awkward, as Qian Renxue's usually calm golden eyes exhibited a flicker of emotion. A pair of eyes fixated intently on Shen Tianyu, seemingly awaiting an explanation. In a moment of unease, Shen Tianyu turned his head and barked, "You two, cease your antics and make way." "Why should we make way?" "Indeed. It is not as though we were at fault. The road is wide. We can each go our own way. It is not a private path." "Exactly. What Snow said is true. Today, I shall not yield." With a cold expression, Qian Renxue's voice was laced with evident fury. "Then I shall proceed." Qian Renxue's countenance remained impassive, but her anger was palpable. "Go ahead. It's not as if we are obstructing you." "Humph. You will be the first to yield to me." Fury surged within Qian Renxue, her chest heaving with indignation. "Today, I insist on passing through here. You must clear the way." Initially contemplating an alternate route, Qian Renxue grew increasingly aggrieved. The more she contemplated, the more vexed she became. Conceding felt like a loss. And she had never endured such humiliation in her life. The Ice and Snow Emperors shared her sentiments. Both were sovereigns of the far north, tyrants for many years, and renowned among the 10 fiercest beasts. How could they possibly swallow their pride before a mere human? "Husband, you must take a stand for us." The two emperors clung to Shen Tianyu's arm, as if seeking refuge. Qian Renxue, perched on the dragon carriage, was on the verge of exploding. Her man was being held by another woman, and her fury threatened to consume her. "What is all this ruckus? Have you forgotten what was said before entering the city?" With a surge of spiritual energy, Shen Tianyu waved his hand, enveloping the Ice and Snow Emperors in a burst of energy. "You too, follow me." With an air of authority, Shen Tianyu began to depart. "I await your explanation." A chilling voice echoed from behind. Shen Tianyu's body trembled, fatigue washing over him. Accompanied by the emperors, he made his way directly to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Upon reaching a small hill within the academy, he finally set the Ice and Snow Emperors down. "Shen Tianyu, you coward. I was bullied, and you simply turn and leave. Humph. You are timid and evasive. In the far north, we dominate the heavens and the earth. Why cower in this Heavenly Do city?" The two emperors were indignant, their striking features as cold and unyielding as icebergs. "Do you two even know who she is?" "What does it matter to me? All I know is that I was wronged, and you did not defend me." "Ice, calm down. Let us see what he has to say. If there is no reasonable explanation, Ice and I will level this Heavenly Do city to vent our anger." As they spoke, their formidable auras erupted. The two emperors, being top-tier ferocious beasts, could easily obliterate a city. "You two should address her as sister." "What?" The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged startled glances. Having recently perused various novels, they understood the implications of such a term. She is disguised as a man," Snow Emperor exclaimed, astonished. "Oh my. Snow, we become the juniors. If she is indeed a sister, and our relationship has soured, will she not seek to undermine us?" "Ah, right. Palace intrigue is precisely like this. Just moments ago." The two emperors had been seething with rage, but now they were engulfed in worry. Shen Tianyu was taken aback by how quickly they absorbed the information, avoiding a tumultuous uproar. Reflecting on it, it was only natural. Their mindset was still rooted in the world of soul beasts, having only recently encountered human customs. Moreover, this was the Douluo continent. It was quite normal for one to have multiple wives. Husband, what should we do? Should we go apologize to her? The two emperors inquired, their rapid shift in emotion catching him off guard. I will find time to communicate with her. For now, you two must refrain from causing any more disturbances. Please be quiet and obedient, all right? MHM. They nodded obediently, and Shen Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. He then arranged accommodations for them before ascending to the dean's office. It had been some time since anyone had ventured near this place. Upon entering, he found Yu Lingling sitting cross-legged, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. You haven't left at all these past few days? Yu Lingling retracted her spiritual energy and opened her eyes. She nodded gently, her reticent demeanor surprising Shen Tianyu when she added, the emperor has come by. He has had someone bring me food these past few days. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Shen Tianyu thought, realizing that Qian Renxue was likely still fuming. First, she had discovered Yu Lingling, and now the ice and snow emperors. If she were to learn about Bibi Dong, the consequences would be dire. What's wrong? Yu Lingling tilted her head in inquiry. Nothing. He waved his hand dismissively, channeling his spiritual energy. Lingling, allow me to see the results of your cultivation over the past 3 days. Setting Qian Renxue's matters aside for now. It was unwise to confront her while she was still upset. It would be more prudent to address other issues first, and once Qian Renxue had calmed down, he could explain things to her. All right. She nodded lightly, unleashing her spiritual energy. 3 days may not seem long. Yet Yu Lingling's cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Shen Tianyu was astonished by her swift advancement. Go all out. Hold nothing back. The mid-stage of qi refinement posed no threat to Shen Tianyu, allowing him to unleash his celestial techniques freely. After spending 4 hours addressing Yu Lingling's cultivation queries, Shen Tianyu set off towards the Sunset Forest. In a swift rush, they returned to the Yutian Immortal Mansion. The moment they stepped into the cave, Bibi Dong, who had been reclining, suddenly sat up. Following that, her exquisite form lunged forward. Do you know how I have spent these 3 days? She inquired, her frustration palpable. The spiritual energy is still present, and I have endured great hardship. Pointing to a spot below her abdomen, Shen Tianyu glanced down. It appeared unchanged since his departure, indicating that Bibi Dong had managed her energy remarkably well over the past 3 days, not allowing a single trace to escape. Indeed, your progress is commendable. Shen Tianyu expressed his satisfaction, feeling relieved that he no longer had to maintain such restraint. No. Bibi Dong shook her head resolutely. I wish to control even more spiritual energy. Shen Tianyu was taken aback, his surprise evident. Are you certain? In the pursuit of the great Tao, stagnation equates to regression. My physique is prone to energy leakage. Without diligent practice, how can I aspire to achieve the great Tao? Bibi Dong's expression was grave and serious, her clarity regarding her path and cultivation unmistakable. Thus, I implore you to grant me more spiritual energy. Very well. Recognizing Bibi Dong's unwavering determination, Shen Tianyu hesitated no longer. He immediately brought his fingers together, and streams of spiritual energy surged forth, directly merging into Bibi Dong's being. As a substantial influx of energy coursed into her, Bibi Dong's entire form tensed in response. The physique of the Taiyuan White Tiger required this method to enhance her control over the spiritual energy. Once she had stabilized the tumultuous energy within, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply. In these past few days, I have accumulated numerous doubts regarding my cultivation and nearly succumbed to madness. I kindly ask you to assess my condition. Oh, succumbing to madness? This is a grave matter. We must not delay. With his fingers united, Shen Tianyu enveloped Bibi Dong in spiritual energy. Let me conduct a thorough examination to ascertain whether any signs of madness are present. Chapter 73. No entanglement between you and Bibi Dong in the stillness of the night. Within the heavenly Imperial Palace, Qian Renxue stood before the window, her palms clenched tightly. A gentle breeze swept through as Shen Tianyu appeared behind her. You still know how to return? She snapped, anger lacing her tone as she turned to face him, her fingers crackling with energy aimed directly at Shen Tianyu's lower body. Whoa. Shen Tianyu quickly retreated. Xiao Xue, let me explain. There is nothing to explain. With a surge of immense spiritual energy, Qian Renxue's golden eyes blazed with martial intent. I demanded. Immediately. Now. A faint golden aura radiated, engulfing the entire chamber. Bang. 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 The doors and windows sealed instantly, the energy roiling violently. Ha. With a sharp command, her energy burst forth, tearing her garments apart. Shen Tianyu was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing. I understand now. He swiftly grounded himself, channeling the energy from his dantian, erupting in an instant. Kill. Countless celestial techniques flowed forth. Qian Renxue's golden eyes filled with an insatiable thirst for the great Tao. The battle raged on, the spiritual energy intertwining. 1,000 meters outside the chamber, Shilong clutched a Lingxi awakening pill in his hand. Sensing the tumultuous waves of energy emanating from within, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current surged through his meridians, as if he had unlocked all his channels, leaving him feeling remarkably light. In an ethereal sense, he felt a connection to the spiritual energy of the world. After returning from the far north, Shen Tianyu had established a spiritual vein within the heavenly Imperial Palace. Anyone who consumed the Lingxi awakening pill could sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, officially embarking on their cultivation journey. Shilong's heart brimmed with joy as he swiftly unfolded the Qi induction technique, diving into his training. 3 hours later, it was now the early hours of the morning. Inside the chamber, Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue embraced one another. Xiaoxue, in just 3 days, you have made significant strides in your cultivation. After a brief exchange of ideas, Qian Renxue's progress was entirely within Shen Tianyu's grasp. With a dismissive snort, Qian Renxue remained silent. Once she had calmed down, Shen Tianyu began to explain. In truth, I do not wish to hear your explanations. I am indifferent to your justifications, Qian Renxue interrupted. I have long known that you cannot control yourself. Embarrassed, Shen Tianyu acknowledged her words. Thus, I have prepared myself. Whether it concerns you Lingling or those 2 transformed spirit beasts, I am willing to accept them. However, I have my stipulations. First, when you are with me, do not think of them. Second, I am the elder. Third, you must not entangle yourself with Bibi Dong. The first 2 conditions posed no problem, but the third was somewhat troublesome. Had this been addressed earlier, perhaps there would have been no complications. However, now he was already entangled with Bibi Dong. Is that something you cannot manage? Qian Renxue questioned, her golden eyes fixed on Shen Tianyu, her brow slightly furrowed. I can manage it, he replied, prioritizing appeasement in the face of her lingering anger. I believe in you, my husband, she said, a playful smile breaking through her previously stern demeanor as she nestled into Shen Tianyu's embrace. Ah, that affectionate call of my husband was delightful. Perhaps I should practice it further. With a burst of spiritual energy, their cultivation commenced. They continued until dawn broke, sunlight streaming through the window onto the soft bed, finally rousing Shen Tianyu from his slumber. After completing his morning routine, Qian Renxue woke as well. Hurry up. We are late for court. Shen Tianyu teased. Isn't it your fault? She retorted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Today, I might not be able to attend to state affairs. Why is that? He inquired. I feel unwell. My body is in pain. The memories of the previous night flashed through his mind, and he realized he had indeed been a bit too vigorous. Having not seen each other for 3 days felt like an eternity, and he had lost control momentarily. I will inform the others. We can address matters another day. Today, focus on resting, he instructed. All right. Qian Renxue nodded obediently. Today, the various academies within the empire were set to arrive. Convince them to join if possible. If not, let it be. And no more bloodshed, he added. Having recently ascended the throne, the Tiandou Empire had already witnessed too many bloody incidents. If this continued, their rule would surely be unstable. I am aware of that. After a brief moment of tenderness, Shen Tianyu departed. First, briefing a few matters within the palace before heading to the Tiandou Royal Academy. The major spirit master academies within the Tiandou territory had begun arriving since yesterday. By the time Shen Tianyu reached the Royal Academy, the Imperial Guards had already gathered the various academies in the Grand Plaza. As he approached, his gaze swept across the Flame Academy, the Water Academy, and the Wind Academy. Following the demise of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Thunder Academy, one of the Elemental Academies, had directly closed down. As for the Elephant Armor Academy, being a staunch affiliate of the Spirit Hall, they would of course disregard the royal decree. Esteemed guests from afar, I trust you understand the purpose of your gathering here. The matters to be discussed were made clear when the imperial edict was issued. Today, I aim to address your concerns and make a decision. Those present had all heard of the new President Shen Tianyu. The downfall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been orchestrated by him, were it not for their fear of his methods. These long-established Spirit Master Academies would likely not have attended. Throughout history, Spirit Masters have held the highest honor. Now, To establish an academy for cultivating immortals and altering the cultivation method seems highly inappropriate to me. The Spirit Master system has been perfected over thousands of years. Who can guarantee that changing to an immortal cultivation method will not hinder these children? The speaker was the president of the Wind Academy. Once he voiced his concerns, the Water and Flame Academies quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, abruptly shifting to immortal cultivation is far too risky. These children are exceptionally talented. We must not let them take such risks. I do not care what others think. Our Botanical Academy will absolutely not practice immortal cultivation. The various academy heads expressed their opinions, and the accompanying students also showed considerable resistance. After a heated debate, the assembly finally quieted down. Shen Tianyu leisurely sipped his tea and began to speak. The crux of your concerns lies in your disbelief in immortal cultivation. Convinced that Spirit Master training is the true foundation. Therefore, I stand here to demonstrate that immortal cultivation surpasses martial soul training, and cultivators far exceed Spirit Masters. If you could personally demonstrate, we would have nothing to say. Shen Tianyu furrowed his brows, locking eyes with the president of the Wind Academy. Are you the ringleader again? You are quite the troublemaker. I have no intention of demonstrating personally. President of the Wind Academy, I have heard that your school possesses an extraordinary talent named Feng Xiaotian. Is that correct? Indeed. The Wind Academy president nodded. Xiaotian, come forth. From behind, Feng Xiaotian stepped forward, channeling his spirit power as his spirit rings rose beneath him, 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, indicating a 4-ring spirit master at such a young age. Very impressive. Lingling. Step forward. From within the grand building, Yi Lingling emerged, her demeanor calm and her aura well contained. The directors of various Soul Master Academies turned their gaze upon Yi Lingling, astonished to discover that they could not perceive the level of her cultivation. Yi Lingling, a prodigious talent from the Tiandou Royal Academy's support system, possessed the martial soul known as Nine Heartsea Begonia, a name surely familiar to many. In Chapter 74, Yi Lingling declared, merely a novice chi practitioner, naturally. I am aware. Dean Shinfeng nodded. The Nine Heartsea Begonia martial soul indeed had a certain renown across the continent. Only one inheritor exists in each generation. And simultaneously, there can only be 2 living at any time. The birth of a new Nine Heartsea Begonia occurs only upon the death of the previous one. Furthermore, regardless of how many soul rings are attached, the martial soul possesses only one soul skill, a comprehensive healing ability for all allies. Were it not for the constraints of inheritance, it could undoubtedly replace the 7-treasure glazed tile school as the foremost support martial soul. Since you are all aware, I shall not elaborate further. Feng Xiaotian, do you dare to challenge Lingling? Faced with Shen Tianyu's inquiry, Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. Me? Fight her? Don't be ridiculous. She is a support type. You dare not. Without waiting for Shen Tianyu to say more, Yi Lingling took a step forward, her eyes beneath the veil locking onto Feng Xiaotian. If you are afraid, you may concede. Feng Xiaotian frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Being provoked by a support-type soul master was quite displeasing. Fine. I will fight you, but do not say I am bullying you. With a howl, Feng Xiaotian summoned his martial soul. The mutated martial soul, the Gale, 2-headed wolf, combined with his agility as an offensive soul master, perfectly countered Yi Lingling's support type. Igniting his first soul ring, Feng Xiaotian leapt into the air. His palm unleashed wolf claws, cutting through the air to create 10 arc-shaped wind blades. The wind blades surged forth, sealing off Yi Lingling's position, rendering escape impossible. With just my first soul skill, I can end this battle. Wind blade formation. Attack. In an instant, 10 wind blades rushed toward her. Yi Lingling stood her ground, devoid of any fluctuation in soul power. As the blades descended, her pupils beneath the veil suddenly constricted. She surged from her dantian, causing the 10 wind blades to halt midair. Extending a finger, she caused the wind blades to tremble and explode. What? Feng Xiaotian gasped in astonishment, and all present were left dumbfounded. A support-type soul master effortlessly countered the assault of an offensive type? Shen Tianyu chuckled, observing Yi Lingling's actions with keen interest. After neutralizing Feng Xiaotian's first soul skill, Yi Lingling extended her palm forward. Vast amounts of qi were released instantaneously, coalescing into a colossal hand of spiritual energy above Feng Xiaotian's head. With a resounding crash, the ethereal hand descended, sending plumes of dust into the air. When the chaos settled, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious on the ground. Silence enveloped the arena, as all gazed incredulously at Yi Lingling. I shall give it a try. From the side of the Blaze Academy, Hua Wushuang stepped forward. Count me in. As the dragon's roar echoed, Hua Wushuang advanced, his martial soul, the one-horned Tyrannosaurus, manifesting. Behind him, his sister Hua Wu summoned her own martial soul, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own but appeared as a shadowy figure. Yi Lingling wasted no words, raising her hand to manipulate her qi. Exploding waterfall technique. Instantaneously, the water elements in the air converged, and a massive waterfall materialized above the siblings. Annihilate, she commanded. As the torrential waterfall descended, before the siblings could react, they were struck down, clutching their chests and bleeding from their mouths. You too, give it a try. The dean of the Water Academy turned his gaze to two female students. Teacher, if our martial soul fusion technique is interrupted, it will be rendered meaningless. Shui Binger hesitated, recognizing that the dean hoped to see them execute their fusion technique. However, such a technique required preparation time. Do not worry. She will allow you to perform your martial soul fusion technique. The Water Academy dean stated confidently, dispatching Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Both possessed the strength of four-ringed soul masters and wielded the martial soul fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. In some sense, their power post-fusion would utterly overwhelm Feng Xiaoyan and the Hua siblings. As the two took their positions, they promptly unleashed their martial souls. Shui Wu danced gracefully, while Shui Binger embodied her martial soul, confronting Yi Lingling with composure. You may proceed with your fusion technique. I shall not intervene. With that, Yi Lingling closed her eyes, ignoring the two. Observing this, Shui Binger relaxed slightly and focused entirely on preparing their fusion technique. The air rapidly cooled, and faint snowflakes began to swirl. High above, the Ice and Snow Emperors watched with keen interest. Ah, the Ice Phoenix, what a pity, so close to achieving the ultimate ice. Among humans, she could be considered a top-tier talent, yet still fell short when compared to the path of cultivation. The two emperors shrugged, playfully tossing the falling snowflakes. With a resounding phoenix cry, the martial soul fusion technique was completed. Shui Binger retreated and embraced Shui Wu. In the next moment, a storm of ice and snow erupted, enveloping Yi Lingling entirely. Yi Lingling, with her eyes still closed, leisurely opened them. Raising a hand, she pointed forward, flames dancing at her fingertips. Fireball technique. The fire elements rapidly coalesced, the plummeting temperature swiftly contained. What followed was a dramatic surge in warmth. A diminutive fireball coalesced at Yi Lingling's fingertips. As the fire element fused, it expanded, becoming increasingly radiant in the snow-laden world. Fire element, exclaimed the dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Just moments ago, Yi Lingling had summoned the water element, and now she wielded fire. Was she truly an auxiliary soul master? No. She had not even invoked her martial soul. Explode. A sharp command resonated amidst the swirling snow, and the searing fireball detonated. Scorching flames erupted in all directions, surging through the ice and snow. The Ice Phoenix, adorned with fluttering wings, was instantly engulfed by the inferno. The extreme cold rapidly gave way to a rising heat wave, saturating the air. Bang! Bang! Two figures plummeted to the ground, the snow dissipating entirely. Shui Binger and Shui Wu lay there, their bodies charred and severely burned. The crowd gasped. The fusion technique of the two women possessed the strength of a soul emperor. How could Yi Lingling, who was still at the third ring and an auxiliary type, possibly triumph over a soul emperor? Yet, the evidence stood before them, and the power of her celestial magic rendered everyone speechless. A soft radiance enveloped the two women. Healing magic. Their scorched skin rapidly began to mend. Observe closely, everyone. The healing ability that Lingling utilized is not her nine-heart begonia, but rather a form of celestial magic, Shen Tianyu interjected. Under the healing spell, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's wounds soon healed, and they awakened from their stupor. What is your cultivation level? A recovering Shui Binger inquired. Just a mere qi-refining practitioner. Taking a deep breath, Shui Binger recalled the classification of cultivation realms that had accompanied the imperial decree to the Tiandou Academy. The mid-stage of qi refinement merely marked the beginning of one's cultivation journey. Dean, I wish to change to celestial magic. Within a minute, Shui Binger made her resolution. The dean of Tiandou Academy wore a wry smile as he glanced at Shen Tianyu on the high platform. Though I am the dean of Tiandou Academy, I must respect the students' wishes. As long as there are students willing to switch to celestial magic, I have no objections. The dean of Tiandou Academy displayed admirable rationality. He raised his hand and produced a spirit awakening pill, tossing it directly to the dean of Tiandou Academy. This pill is a gift for you. Upon consumption, it will open the path to celestial cultivation. Directly gifted? The dean of Shinfeng Academy was taken aback and immediately interjected. Our Shinfeng Academy is wholeheartedly willing to transition to celestial magic. The other deans were left bewildered. What is happening? Did we not agree yesterday to resolutely resist this? The abrupt shift seemed too swift. I will give you all 3 days. After 3 days, anyone, whether students or teachers, who wishes to join my Tiandou Celestial Academy may do so. Consider it carefully. I have an abundance of spirit awakening pills. They are in no short supply. Remember, time is of the essence. Chapter 75, Xiaowu, an ominous premonition in a secluded valley within the Tiandou Empire, the 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Tang San, sat cross-legged amidst a pile of radiant stones. I have broken through to level 40. Dai Mubai's triumphant roar echoed through the valley. Congratulations, Boss Dai, on your successful breakthrough. Tang San promptly offered his congratulations, awakening the others from their meditative states. I never expected these elemental soul stones to be so effective. In just 2 days, I have reached level 37. Oscar exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This period marked the fastest enhancement of his soul power since he began cultivating. Since Boss Dai has already broken through to level 40, should we not accompany him to hunt for a soul ring now? Ma Hongjun proposed, his gaze directed at Tang San. Within the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San was undoubtedly the cornerstone of the group. There is no need to rush into hunting for soul rings. A deep voice interjected. It was Tang Hao. Once your soul power hits a bottleneck, even without hunting for soul rings, continued cultivation will still lead to growth, albeit less visibly. This serendipitous treasure trove has been fortuitously discovered. It is a heavenly opportunity. While it remains unnoticed by others, we should swiftly absorb all that we can. Once we have absorbed these elemental soul stones, I will accompany you all to the Stardew Forest to hunt for soul rings. Reassured by Tang Hao's guarantee, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. A titled Douluo serves as a guardian, effortlessly hunting for soul rings. Everyone, continue to absorb the heavenly soul stones. Upon Tang San's call, the group immediately immersed themselves in the process. Tang Hao, safeguarding the 6, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The destruction of the Haotian sect had deeply affected him, however. Fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon this extraordinary location. The heavenly soul stones here not only enhance soul power but also come with no adverse effects. The sole limitation is the age of the absorber. At least for Tang Hao, he could not partake in these heavenly soul stones, maintaining a positive mindset. He felt no regret but instead placed his hopes on the 6 young ones. Each child possessed exceptional talent, and with such a divine opportunity, it was certain they would ascend to title Douluo within a decade. By that time, they would have the means to confront Shen Tianyu, and after a decade of patience, they could exact their revenge. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months had gone by. The heavenly soul stones in the valley were entirely absorbed. The fluctuations of soul power within the 6 were unfathomable. No one knew their current realms. Children, prepare to depart for the Stardew Forest to hunt for soul rings. Cheers erupted among the 6. After 10 months of secluded cultivation, they were practically bursting with anticipation, eager to explore the outside world once more. Under Tang Hao's leadership, the group of 7 set off towards the Stardew Forest. In the Sunset Forest, within the Tian Immortal Mansion, spiritual rain fell in torrents, causing the rare treasures of heaven and earth to flourish, with half already reaching a millennium in age. For nearly 10 months, Shen Tianyu traveled daily between Tiandou City and the Sunset Forest. Under his meticulous care, these treasures thrived remarkably. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had quietly appeared behind Shen Tianyu. After 10 months of cultivation, she had achieved perfect foundation establishment. With Shen Tianyu's daily guidance and the purest spiritual energy provided, her training was indeed twice as effective. Embracing Shen Tianyu from behind, Bibi Dong spoke softly, I must take my leave. You are leaving already? In a month, the Continental Soul Master competition will commence. If I do not emerge now, it may cause a stir. That is true. Shen Tianyu nodded, a short-term mission flashing through his mind. Since the establishment of the Tiandou Immortal Academy, a new short-term task had been issued to participate in the Soul Master competition and emerge victorious to make a name for themselves across the continent. When shall we set off? After sunset. With time still remaining, he decided to offer further guidance. Releasing spiritual energy, he demonstrated immortal techniques aimed at Bibi Dong. She smiled radiantly, having already reached a tacit understanding, and met his moves head-on. As the sun set, a thunderous sound echoed from within the Tian Immortal Mansion. Within Bibi Dong's dantian, a small golden core began to form. You have broken through to the golden core stage. A delightful surprise before your departure. Shen Tianyu chuckled lightly, placing his finger on her abdomen. Absorb this. It is my purest source of spiritual energy. You must store it well, as it will greatly aid your cultivation. I hope to find it still within you when we meet again. Will that not be in a month? Bibi Dong exclaimed, silently wondering if it would spoil. It will certainly remain. After changing into her attire, Bibi Dong turned back every few steps, reluctant to leave. Watching her familiar silhouette, Shen Tianyu sighed softly. For the next month, there is no need to return to the sunset forest. As the time for farewell approached, Shen Tianyu felt a pang of reluctance. A beautiful woman has her own allure. It is no wonder everyone wishes to be like Chao Zhe. With that sentiment, he stepped into the void and departed the sunset forest, returning to Tiandou City under the cover of night. He first visited the Tiandou Immortal Academy, exchanging insights on immortal techniques with the Ice and Snow Emperors. After a brief engagement, he sought out Yu Lingling, correcting her mistakes in the realm of immortal techniques. Having completed these tasks, it was nearly dawn. Shen Tianyu wasted no time and headed straight for the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Each day unfolded in this manner, a testament to his mastery of time management. In the inner palace, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, golden soul power swirling around her. A gentle breeze swept through, as Shen Tianyu silently descended before Qian Renxue. Beneath her golden silk gown, she enveloped Qian Renxue's exquisite figure. Upon her fair and delicate skin, a radiant golden glow encircled her. The six-winged angel unfurled her wings, the power of light emanating with a gentle sanctity. Bathed in this brilliance, Qian Renxue appeared as if she were a celestial being. A deep breath was exhaled, and the soul force was retracted. The golden eyes opened, revealing a robust figure. Has she broken through to Soul Sage? Indeed. Although Qian Renxue practiced celestial arts, she did not neglect the cultivation of her martial soul. After all, the six-winged angel was the ancestral martial soul of her family, and Qian Renxue aspired to inherit the divinity of the angel god. This ambition, for the time being, could not be altered. Shen Tianyu said little about it, allowing Qian Renxue to make her own choices. However, if the Shura god dared to meddle when she inherits the angel god, then the divine realm should prepare for its demise. Will you accompany me to the Stardow Forest tomorrow? Qian Renxue softly inquired as she nestled into Shen Tianyu's embrace. Of course. Let me ponder what kind of soul ring would be suitable for you. The seventh soul skill, which solidifies the martial soul's true form, does not impose overly stringent requirements on soul beasts. Why not aim directly for 100,000-year soul ring? Ah, Qian Renxue gasped in astonishment. 100,000-year soul ring? I cannot possibly absorb that. With your husband by your side, you will surely be able to, he reassured her. All right, I believe in you, husband. You are the best. She wrapped her arms around Shen Tianyu's neck, her delicate lips blossoming with a smile. Under the moonlight, in the Stardow Forest, by the small lake, a long-legged maiden sat, her hair cascading around her, gazing at her reflection in the water. Yet, the image that met her eyes was not her own, but that of a man. This maiden was none other than the long-lost Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a pang gripped Xiao Wu's heart. An ominous premonition surged within her. Why do I feel such a foreboding tug at my heart? Could it be that something has happened to third brother? P.S. I recommend a book, a Douluo fanfiction without a female lead, titled Douluo Evil Soul Master. I, Shura, slay the divine realm. It is decisive and fast-paced. If you can act, do not hesitate to speak. Chapter 76, One Palm to Crush Ma Hongjun. The next day, in the core area of the Stardow Forest, the air was thick with the scent of blood, and vast waves of soul power continuously radiated outward. A furious roar reverberated, causing the earth to tremble. Within 100 miles, all soul beasts were intimidated by this strike, fleeing in a frenzy to escape. At last, safety was assured. Deep within the forest, Tang Hao sheathed the Houtian hammer. Uncle Tang, you are truly magnificent. You are my eternal idol. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, wishing he could acknowledge him as a foster father. Your talent is exceptional. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly become a titled Douluo in the future. Quickly absorb this flame demon tiger. A 13,000-year spirit ring is perfect for you. All right. He brandished a dagger, mercifully sending the nearly lifeless flame demon tiger to the afterlife. As a black spirit ring spiraled forth, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the spirit ring. With his third brother's father present, acquiring spirit rings was remarkably smooth. Indeed, I never imagined I would become a soul king. All of this is thanks to my third brother. I would gladly devote myself to him. Ning Rongrong's spirit rings manifested, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, swaying rhythmically in the air. A pair of eyes fell upon Tang San, as if to succumb to his allure. I had not anticipated that the celestial soul stones would elevate our cultivation to the rank of Soul King. Indeed, it was a delightful surprise. Tang San chuckled, acknowledging that this was beyond his expectations. Upon arriving at the Tiandou Forest today, the group successively acquired their 4th soul rings, only to joyously discover that their soul power had surpassed level 50. With Tang Hao's assistance, they continued to secure their 5th soul rings. Among them, Daimu Bai now possessed the highest cultivation level, reaching 57. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Oscar were all above 55. As for Ma Hongjun, who was currently absorbing his soul ring, he was likely not far behind. Next, it was time to procure the 5th soul ring for Xiao San. Dai Mubai remarked, Xiao San's talent far exceeds mine. He might even reach 6 rings. Dai Lauda, please do not jest. I could never compare to you. Tang San replied with a smile. Turning his gaze toward his father, Tang Hao, your 5th soul ring can wait. I have my own plans. Once Ma Hongjun has finished absorbing his soul ring, we will depart immediately. An ominous premonition lingered in Tang Hao's heart, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him within the depths of the Tiandou Forest. In the heart of the forest, a petite figure concealed herself, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Tang San. Third brother, I miss you so much. I am almost there. As shimmering lights danced, a man and woman soared forward, heading directly towards the Tiandou Forest. This pair was none other than Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue. After addressing some state affairs upon waking, they hastened towards the Tiandou Forest. Should we descend? Qian Renxue inquired. No need. Shen Tianyu replied, boldly flying straight into the core area. Qian Renxue's eyes reflected some concern, yet she could not suppress her words. A 10,000-year soul ring would suffice. Hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is far too perilous. I would prefer you avoid any mishaps. Fear not, in the Tiandou Forest. No one can challenge your man, he declared, planting a kiss on her snow-white cheek, and the two soared into the skies above the Tiandou Forest. With the energies from his dantian flowing outward, a tremendous force resonated throughout the entire Tiandou Forest. The surrounding soul beasts trembled and prostrated themselves in response to the overwhelming pressure. Hand in hand with Qian Renxue, they made their way to the core area. The dispersed spiritual energy transmitted everything around them into Shen Tianyu's mind. Images of Tang San and his companions materialized in his thoughts. Ma Hongjun had just finished absorbing his soul ring and was now showcasing it to the others. Upon sensing this scene, Shen Tianyu's brow furrowed. What the hell? A 15 or 16-year-old soul king. Are they mocking me? It had only been a year since the downfall of Shrek Academy. And yet this group had ascended directly from soul master to soul king. How could they possess such advantages? Shen Tianyu felt a surge of displeasure as he quickly pinpointed their locations, soon making a new discovery. He Xiaoxue, I have found your 7th soul ring. Let us go. With a burst of spiritual energy, he traversed a distance of 10,000 meters in an instant, accelerating towards Tang San and his group. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was demonstrating his soul skills, and Tang Hao's ominous premonition intensified. Growing wary, he gradually released his soul power. Not good. Something is amiss. Tang San's complexion changed dramatically. Ever since entering the Tiandou Forest, he too had sensed an unsettling foreboding. Thus, he had been continuously unleashing his blue-silver grasp to probe the surroundings. In that very moment, he sensed the familiar force that had once subdued him. A shiver of trepidation coursed through me, my legs trembling uncontrollably. Tang Hao, Tang San, it has been an age. I have returned. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and spiritual energy burst forth like a dazzling display of fireworks. Shen Tianyu, accompanied by Qian Renxue, stood proudly suspended in midair, gazing down at the group below. A fortuitous arrival, just in time for you to witness the might of my 5th soul skill. A resounding phoenix cry soared into the sky as fiery wings unfurled from Ma Hongjun's back. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the air. 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. The phoenix's cry echoed among the stars as flames blazed in the atmosphere. Enormous fireballs coalesced out of thin air, resembling a meteor shower as they materialized. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Ma Hongjun unleashed the Phoenix Meteor Shower, which cascaded directly over Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue. Suspended midair, Shen Tianyu remained utterly unmoved, casually flicking a finger. The spiritual energy surrounding him radiated like ripples, instantly dissipating the encroaching Phoenix Meteor Shower into a void. What? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. The 5th soul skill he had just acquired was rendered ineffective with such ease. Come here, he commanded, extending his hand forward as immense spiritual energy surged, pulling Ma Hongjun closer. Is this how Flender taught you? You've truly become a fool. Even titled Douluos have perished at my hands. What right does a mere soul king have to challenge me? The sound waves reverberated with a ferocious pressure. each word resonating with deafening intensity. Ma Hongjun felt his insides tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Let him go, Tang San bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Daimubai gestured, and the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously summoned their martial souls. Except for Tang San. All were at the 5th ring Soul King level. Tang Hao, his expression grim, summoned 9 soul rings that spiraled upward from beneath him, tightly gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand. Shen Tianyu, release him. If there is a matter to address, let it be with me, Tang Hao. He is but a child. A child? Shen Tianyu tilted his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. He is no longer innocent. At such a young age, he has already shared the company of countless young ladies. Under Flender's tutelage, this fellow's proclivity for indulgence is considerable, if left unchecked. Who knows how many lives he will ruin in the future? Thus, perish. With one hand released from Ma Hongjun, a surge of spiritual energy was unleashed. A single strike unleashed a palm imprint that descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Ma Hongjun. Fatty! Exclaimed Tang San and the others in shock as the imprint settled on the ground. With a thunderous roar, the residual energy swept across the area, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Disperse. With a flourish of his robe, the dust cleared, revealing a colossal palm imprint on the ground. At its center lay nothing but a pool of flesh and blood. Ma Hongjun had fallen. Chapter 77. Shao appears, severing Tang Hao's arm. Shen Tianyu. You shall pay for this. Tang San seethed, gritting his teeth, as he signaled Tang Hao with a glance. Tang Hao understood the unspoken command and raised the Haotian hammer high. The 7th spirit ring shimmered, summoning the true form of Haotian. His towering figure swiftly manifested within the Stardow forest. Sky-piercing strike. The massive hammer, measuring 100 meters, was hurled with ferocity towards Shen Tianyu. You overestimate your abilities. Unfazed by the impending blow of the Haotian hammer, Shen Tianyu calmly raised his fist. Boom. The fist collided fiercely with the Haotian hammer, unleashing a tempest of violent energy that surged outward in a frenzy. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the forest were laid waste. With a spurt of blood, Tang Hao was sent reeling, the Haotian hammer flung from his grasp. Tang Hao, you have truly become more and more incompetent. Is that so? Tang San's voice was cold, as a strand of blue-silver grass suddenly materialized behind Shen Tianyu. At its tip, a concealed weapon was affixed. Yama's seal. With a swift motion, the seal was unleashed, piercing directly into the back of Shen Tianyu's head. Yama claims lives at the 3rd watch. Who can save you until the 5th? Shen Tianyu, you have fallen into my trap. I have awaited this moment for far too long. A chilling glint flickered in Tang San's eyes, as the humiliations of the past seemed to be washed away in that instant. Ever since Ning Rongrong ascended as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been utterly obedient to Tang San. After considerable effort, he had gathered the materials necessary to craft the Yama's seal. Today, facing Shen Tianyu, Tang San was confident that the seal would ensure his demise. Ha 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 ha. Did you ever imagine? Your arrogance will lead to your inevitable demise today, Shen Tianyu. The blood feud against my Haotian school must be avenged with your blood. Oh, you are aware that the Haotian school has been annihilated? A mocking smile danced on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. Fortune favors you. I presume you returned after I destroyed the Haotian school, did you not? You may be unaware of how I dispatched Tang Xiao. You 2 brothers are nothing but worthless. Silence. Tang Hao's forehead throbbed with veins, fury boiling within him. Even as death approaches, you still engage in verbal sparring. Who is truly facing death? A mere trinket can harm me? Boom. The spiritual energy surged, dispersing the toxins of the Yama's seal. Annihilate. With a snap of his fingers, the spiritual energy swept through, obliterating all toxins. What? Tang San was taken aback. The Yama seal had failed? No. There are still experts. 2 iron gallbladders were hurled forward and backward. Mother and child death-defying gallbladders. Mid-air, the gallbladders collided, unleashing a torrent of lethal poison needles, accompanied by a thick cloud of toxic mist, rapidly descending upon Shen Tianyu. Do not resort to such childish toys any longer. Tang San, you are truly foolish beyond measure. With a downward motion of his hand, the poison needles and mist were suspended in mid-air. Go. With a thunderous roar, the deadly needle altered its trajectory, hurtling back towards Tang San. A sense of dread enveloped the crowd as they realized there was no time for rescue. Am I to perish? A bitter smile crept across Tang San's face as he comprehended the lethal potency of the mother and son soul-devouring needle. Should it strike him, peril would surely follow. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest as a slender figure suddenly darted forth, leaping to shield Tang San. Invincible golden body. With a resounding crash, the deadly needle collided with the girl, entirely thwarted in its advance. This crucial block afforded Tang Hao the precious time he needed. He swiftly arrived, drawing upon the formidable soul power of a tidal Douluo to completely dispel the looming threat. Xiaowu. Tang San was elated, hardly daring to believe his eyes. It was truly Xiaowu. Daimu Bai and the others shared in his joy. Since Xiaowu's disappearance, they had been engulfed in worry. To see her again today, the weight in their hearts was finally lifted. Only Ning Rongrong, while appearing outwardly jubilant for Xiaowu's safety, concealed a glint of coldness in her gaze. Xiao Shiwei, your soul ring has appeared. Where? Qian Renxue, puzzled, turned as Shen Tianyu pointed at Xiaowu. It is her. 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. Xiaowu, you are a soul beast? Brother, I'm sorry, I truly am a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. My departure was born of fear, a fear of being discovered and bringing disaster upon you. Thus, I had no choice but to retreat to the Tiandou forest. Xiaowu, you need not explain. Knowing you are a soul beast changes nothing. Their eyes met, and Tang San's gaze softened. It was only after your departure that I realized my love for you. Regardless of whether you are human or beast, my heart remains steadfast in its affection. Brother Xiaowu's voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her face. I love you too. The two embraced, weeping openly in each other's arms. Hey. This ends here. Shen Tianyu's cold voice cut through the moment, his icy eyes fixed on Xiaowu. Come here obediently and become my Xiaoshue's soul ring. You shall not. An angry shout echoed as Tang San positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaowu. If you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse. As you wish. With a swift strike, a powerful force surged through the air. My son, you shall not prevail. With a resounding crash, the massive hammer descended, colliding fiercely with the palm imprint. A thunderous roar erupted as the residual energy unleashed violently, propelling Tang San and his companions 1,000 meters away. The great samurai hammer unleashed its explosive rings. Holding aloft the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao's 9 soul rings whirled in a mesmerizing dance, as the 2 soul rings simultaneously detonated. The colossal hammer hurtled towards Shen Tianyu with unrelenting force. Such audacity! With a single punch unleashed, a tempest of fierce energy swept through. Bang! The hand gripping the Haotian hammer trembled under the force of the blow. An immense power surged forward, causing the hammer's handle to rebound and strike against the chest. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Tang Hao suffered a grievous blow. Blast them all! He roared in fury, causing all but the 9th spirit ring to shatter. Even if I perish today, I shall strip you of a layer of skin, so you may know the might of the Haotian Douluo. It was a delusion. Those capable of stripping a layer of skin from me have yet to be born. With a resounding crash, he propelled himself forward, clashing against the Haotian hammer with a fist. Vital energy surged and radiated as waves of power coalesced in his palm. Shen Tianyu struck resolutely, aiming directly at Tang Hao. This is bad. Father is in danger. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically from 1,000 meters away. Taming, come assist me. Xiaowi's thoughts stirred, sending forth a unique sound wave that reverberated through the Tiandou forest. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the trees swayed. From the towering ancient forest, a colossal figure resembling a mountain charged forth, the Titan Great Ape. His face paled instantly, and his lips lost all color. A Shen Tianyu is already a formidable adversary, and now the emergence of a Titan ape has only exacerbated the situation. Brother, do not panic. He is Erming, who has grown up alongside me since childhood. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This Titan ape had indeed been raised alongside Xiaowu. Upon reflection, it was not surprising, as Xiaowu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had taken on human form. A chilling scream echoed through the Tiandou Great Forest, accompanied by the explosive shockwave of energy. Shen Tianyu and Tang Hao were completely engulfed by the blast. Amidst the blinding light of the explosion, Tang Hao was hurled backward, his body drenched in blood. One hand gripped the Haotian hammer, while the other was empty. With his purple extreme demon eyes activated, Tang San saw clearly the left arm of his father had been obliterated. Grinding his teeth in fury, his hatred for Shen Tianyu reached its zenith. Ever since Shen Tianyu had appeared, misfortune had befallen him. His beloved friends and family had all been slain. Tang San loathed his own impotence. If only he possessed formidable strength, he would immediately seek vengeance against Shen Tianyu. Erming, save him. Xiaowu, must we truly rescue that human? The Titan ape, arriving on the scene, appeared highly reluctant. We must. He is to be my future father-in-law. Chapter 78. Crushing the Titan ape with one hand, the Titan ape was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in its enormous eyes. It did not contest Xiao Wu's demand. Instead, its powerful arms uprooted two towering trees. Human, your opponent is me. It swung the trees down towards Shen Tianyu. With a swift step, Shen Tianyu propelled himself into the air, striking both trees simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The trees splintered, sending wood chips flying. Tang Hao, having suffered a broken arm, contorted in agony. Upon witnessing the Titan ape's attack, he quickly descended to the ground, racing towards Tang San and the others. Father, your arm. It's nothing serious. It's merely an arm. Tang Hao grimaced, gritting his teeth as he forcefully suppressed the pain with his soul power. I will avenge this grievance in due time. Father, I shall join you in your quest for vengeance. A cold, murderous glint flashed in their eyes. The Tang father and son duo harbored an unquenchable hatred for Shen Tianyu. At this moment, the battle was on the verge of eruption. With the Titan ape joining the fray, its fist rained down upon Shen Tianyu with wild ferocity. Beneath its mountainous form, its powerful arms wielded boundless strength. With a single, sweeping punch, the very flow of air was altered. Come forth and engage. Huzzah! A cold shout pierced the air, and a fist was swung forth. The small hand collided with the massive one, creating a stark contrast of disparity. Before the Titan ape, Shen Tianyu appeared as insignificant as an ant. This punch was the culmination of the Titan ape's immense power. Boom! The shockwave rolled out, reverberating with tremendous force. Bang! 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 The Titan ape staggered back, a flicker of disbelief crossing its eyes. Human, your strength is, astonishingly, even greater than mine? What is all the fuss about? Such meager power is utterly inconsequential. Titan ape, you claim the title of King of the Forest, renowned for your might. Allow me to demonstrate whether you can withstand my punch. Gathering energy, my fist surged forward. I propelled myself like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to the Titan ape. My fist was aimed squarely at its chest, descending with unyielding force. Bang! The residual energy rippled outward in expanding circles. Ah! The Titan ape let out a wretched cry, its colossal form quaking violently. This punch drove deep into its very core. No matter how formidable the Titan ape's physique, it could not withstand the impact of this blow. Damnable human! With a single stomp, the Tiandou forest trembled. An invisible force of gravity surged suddenly, snapping the towering trees around. The realm of gravitational control. A terrifying gravitational force descended, directly suppressing Shen Tianyu. A colossal hand descended upon him, aiming to crush him into a pulp. Ha! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak such reckless words? In defiance of the gigantic hand. He joined his fingers together and pointed upwards, directly striking the palm of the Titan giant ape. Cracked. Spiritual energy surged through his flesh and blood, causing the bones of his arm to burst apart instantly. Having lost an arm, the Titan giant ape erupted in a frenzy. Its unscathed arm clenched tightly in the air. Gravity compressed rapidly, and vast soul power crazily coalesced around Shen Tianyu. I will see you dead. Titan Sky Cannon. The force of gravity compressed the air, merging with soul power to form a terrifying energy. Die. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the entire Tiandou forest. Waves of energy surged outward, stunning soul beasts under 1,000 years in age into unconsciousness. Be careful. Tang Hao swiftly released his soul power, enveloping Tang San and his companions within. Such a terrifying force. The power unleashed by this strike left even Tang Hao trembling in fear. 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Truly fearsome. This was Erming's ultimate technique, the Titan Sky Cannon. Few could withstand it head-on in the entire Tiandou forest. Xiao Wu explained, pride gleaming in her eyes. Such a powerful Titan giant ape was merely her little brother. So, does that mean Shen Tianyu is unlikely to withstand it? Tang San felt a surge of joy. If Shen Tianyu were slain by the Titan giant ape, it would indeed be a boon. Of course, it would be best if he were left half dead, allowing himself to deliver the final blow. As he indulged in these thoughts, the Titan giant ape's shocked roar echoed. You are unscathed. How is this possible? At the explosion's epicenter, Shen Tianyu stood undamaged, his robe billowing with the energy waves. A faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Is that all? With a burst of speed, he appeared atop the Titan giant ape's head. With one hand descending forcefully upon the giant ape's skull, he squeezed, resulting in another explosion as blood erupted into the air. Boom. Blood mingled with spiritual energy, spreading throughout the atmosphere. This scene was utterly brutal. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Erming! Xiao Wu exclaimed, witnessing the towering figure sway precariously. A massive hole had been blasted open in its skull, revealing the brain matter within. Xiao Wu, quickly run. Her final words escaped as the Titan giant ape's powerful body collapsed within the Tiandou forest. Bang! A multitude of trees were crushed beneath its weight. The entire Tiandou forest seemed to sink slightly. Is it dead? Qian Renxue's golden eyes flickered as she flew to stand behind Shen Tianyu. It is dead. Beneath their feet, the crimson 100,000-year soul ring spiraled above the forest. The 100,000-year Titan giant ape, known as the king of the Tiandou forest, met a tragic end at Shen Tianyu's hands. Human, you dare to slay my brother. Roaring into the sky, the once clear skies darkened with clouds. In the core area of the Tiandou forest, the sky blue bull python raged. Having believed that the Titan giant ape would assuredly defeat this human, the sky blue bull python had refrained from intervening. Little did it know, it had underestimated this human. Moreover, Shen Tianyu's last strike had not exhibited strong energy fluctuations. The Titan giant ape should have been capable of blocking it, which led the sky blue bull python to hesitate in acting. Only when the 100,000-year soul ring ascended did the sky blue bull python realize its grave error. Due to its misjudgment, its companion of 100,000 years lay slain before its eyes. Rage surged beyond the limits of words, manifesting as a thunderous roar. Shawu. Retreat to the depths of the core area. The sky blue bull python bellowed, its massive form racing from the core area. We must go. Shawu led the charge, and Tang San's group swiftly followed. Drawing forth the sea god's protection, Tang San promptly infused it with his soul power. The once colorless sea god's protection emitted a gentle sky blue energy wave upon activation. The protective barrier enveloped them, vanishing without a trace. This soul skill possessed invisibility, granting them the ability to evade Shen Tianyu's detection. The Titan giant ape's demise struck Tang San profoundly. Contemplating the possibility of the sky blue bull python also falling to Shen Tianyu, he pondered what their next course of action should be. With this thought in mind, Tang San retrieved the sea god's protection once more, hoping to utilize its invisibility to evade Shen Tianyu and seek an opportunity to escape or hide. Unfortunately, the Tiandou forest lacked suitable hiding spots, making it challenging to conceal themselves. While he calculated, a massive figure passed overhead, the enraged sky blue bull python. Arc lightning danced across the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The sky blue bull python commanded the lightning as if it were a deity of thunder, wielding dominion over the forces of nature. Human, tremble before the thunder. A roar, reminiscent of both dragon and bull, erupted from the sky blue bull python. Thunder descended, bringing with it a force of annihilation. Sky Blue Annihilation Divine Thunder. Chapter 79, Sacrifice? Did this require my approval? In a certain city within the Tiandou Empire, 3 oddly clad individuals dined in a restaurant. Suddenly, a peculiar energy surged within them, akin to an electric shock, causing all 3 to look up simultaneously. In their minds, a commanding voice resonated. The heart of the sea god, and my inheritor, is in peril within the Tiandou forest. Hasten to his rescue. Lord Sea God. The sea spirit Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. As a guardian of the 7 sacred pillars, this was her first time receiving a divine decree directly from the sea god. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. The trio rose immediately, taking to the skies. In the instant their soul power erupted, they vanished without a trace. The bewildered restaurant owner, furious, exclaimed, "Can soul masters dine without paying? Is there no law left in this land?" In the Tiandou forest, the sky blue bull python, wielding thunder, descended from the skies. The sky blue annihilation divine thunder possessed not only the destructive power of lightning but also the terrifying force of annihilation. The violent thunder enveloped Shen Tianyu in an instant. Die for me. The crackling thunder resonated violently in the air. With a finger pointed skyward, spiritual energy surged forth. A smirk curled upon Shen Tianyu's lips as all rage-fueled thunder came to an abrupt halt. Great thunder technique, he proclaimed, seizing control over the tempestuous bolts of lightning. Go. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the thunder transformed into a thunderous serpent, rushing forth towards the azure bull python in a frenzy. The azure bull python's eyes widened in shock. In a heartbeat, its soul energy erupted from within. The field of deceleration ensued, causing the speed of the thunderous serpent to markedly diminish. Within this realm of sluggishness, the azure bull python held absolute dominion. Like an agile loach, it swiftly lunged towards Shen Tianyu, its sharp dragon claws aimed directly at him. Azure Dullness Claw. The roar of the dragon erupted, causing the flow of time to decelerate. In Shen Tianyu's perception, everything slowed, yet the razor-sharp claws remained swift as lightning, almost spectral in nature. You shall perish, he declared, with a forceful impact. With a sudden stomp, the slow realm erupted. Reaching out, I firmly grasped the dragon's claw and gently twisted upwards. A resounding crack echoed. the sound of bones fracturing, accompanied by the dragon's anguished roar. Before me, you are no more than a child. The surging spiritual energy coalesced behind Shen Tianyu, forming a towering silhouette. Though its features remained indistinct, it was evident that it bore no difference from Shen Tianyu himself. Two enormous hands emerged, one seizing the head of the azure bull python, while the other clutched its tail. The arms stretched wide, and in an instant, tremendous power surged forth. The elongated body tensed in midair, taut as a bowstring. The azure bull python frantically summoned its soul power, striving to break free from Shen Tianyu's grasp. Yet, its soul power was thoroughly suppressed by the spiritual energy, unable to muster even the slightest movement. The bones and tendons within its body teetered on the brink of rupture under the immense strain. Human, should you slay me? The formidable beings of the Tiandou forest will not spare you. It hissed. What? Does the azure bull python also fear death? A playful smile danced upon my lips, as if I were mocking a jester. In the Tiandou forest, the true powerhouses are not me, the azure bull python. I merely serve as a steward. Should you take my life, the true king will surely claim yours. Is that so? I scoffed disdainfully, exerting more force. I fear that the king you speak of dares not show itself. With a thunderous rending sound, the colossal body was torn asunder from the center. The severed tail was violently cast aside, crashing onto the ground. The fallen appendage thrashed and writhed in a frenzy. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of energy erupted, pinning that portion of the tail firmly to the earth. Swiftly, he seized the head of the azure bull python, effortlessly snapping off its two horns. Ah, human, you shall not escape unscathed. The furious roar threatened to shatter the very fabric of the Tiandou forest. At this moment, Tang San and his companions approached the heart of the forest. Confronted by the overwhelming sound waves, they instinctively covered their ears. The azure bull python, torn apart and bereft of its horns, was a sight too horrific to bear. Witnessing this scene, Xiaowu's heart ached profoundly. Release Taming, she cried out angrily, rushing forth from the vast realm of the Hanhai Qiankuan. Xiaowu, do not go. Tang San immediately pursued, wrapping his arms around her. Brother, let me go. We cannot stand by and watch Taming perish at his hands. Xiaowu screamed, her eyes bloodshot. Shen Tianyu, what must you do to release Taming? Little rabbit, what right do you have to question me? His eyes blazed with ferocity, locking onto Xiaowu. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth as Xiaowu clutched her chest and crouched down. I not only intend to slay the sky blue bull python, but I shall also take your life, little rabbit. Your soul ring will be mine. You covet my soul ring? With blood at the corner of her mouth and her heart gripped in turmoil, Xiaowu's expression turned icy, as if she had made a momentous decision. You vile fiend, you shall never obtain my soul ring. Even if I perish, I will not relinquish it to you. Her eyes transformed into a crimson hue in an instant. Ah! A frenzied scream erupted from her lips, the piercing sound echoing throughout the Tiandou forest. No, don't, Sister Xiaowu. The sky blue bull python roared in desperation, fully aware of the gravity of her actions as a 10,000-year soul beast. A unique ability of 10,000-year soul beasts, sacrifice. With Xiaowu's howl, a blood-red light, more radiant than the sun, rapidly spread across the forest. As her life force burned away, Xiaowu's form gradually became translucent. Her garments shattered, revealing her delicate, crystal-clear physique. She turned and embraced Tang San. Where the red light passed, everything came to an abrupt halt. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from his past. The one he cherished most had made a similar choice in a comparable situation. The experiences of two generations echoed in unison. What are you doing, Xiaowu? Tang San's heart raced with fear. Her current demeanor instilled dread within him. Life energy was swiftly dissipating, yet a smile graced Xiaowu's face. Third brother, I love you. My soul ring can only belong to you. No one shall take it from me. No, Xiaowu, don't. I don't want your soul ring. I only wish for you to live. Tang San shook his head frantically, yet his body remained immobile. Once the sacrifice commenced, there was no turning back. Brother, as long as you live, Xiaowu will be content. Her smile unwavering, Xiaowu's energy rapidly waned, then coalesced anew. Sacrifice? Did I consent to this? A commanding voice descended from above, abruptly halting the dissipating energy. Casting aside the sky blue bull python, a figure stepped forth to confront Tang San and Xiaowu. With an outstretched hand, he unleashed his spirit energy. The energy Xiaowu had spent in sacrifice violently surged back into her body. I have declared that I want your soul ring, and no one can take it away, not even through sacrifice. His hand descended upon Xiaowu's crown, reclaiming all the energy she had released. The vibrant crimson light began to dissipate, and everything that had frozen resumed its course. No. Xiao Wu, unwilling to concede, ignited her life energy once more. Still wish to sacrifice? You dare test my patience. A swift slap struck Xiao Wu's face. Shen Tianyu, you shall not harm Xiao Wu. And who are you to give orders to me? The spirit energy erupted, sending Tang San flying. Tang Hao swiftly intervened, catching Tang San in midair with one arm. Your soul ring belongs to Xiao Shui. Yield it to me. No. I refuse to be her soul ring. Xiao Wu screamed, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Qian Renxue. I would rather self-destruct than become the soul ring of my enemy. My mother perished at the hands of the spirit hall. Nonsense. Another slap reddened Xiao Wu's cheek. How did your mother die? Can you provide a definitive answer? Are you certain the spirit hall was responsible? Shen Tianyu, having witnessed the events of Douluo, recalled Xiao Wu's earlier claim that the spirit hall had killed her mother, only for her to later dream of being devoured by a ferocious beast. Such absurdity. Foolish rabbit, if you cannot ascertain the truth of your mother's demise, do not speak so recklessly. In my presence, you lack the right to self-destruct. A seal of spirit energy descended upon her forehead, completely sealing Xiao Wu's spirit power. Opening his spatial treasure, he cast her within. Once this matter is resolved, I shall claim her soul ring. Human, you have crossed the line. With half of its body remaining, the sky-blue bull python's voice trembled with suppressed rage. Its low growl seemed to signal something to the heart of the Tiandou forest, accompanied by the echo of its roar. A terrifying aura burst forth from the depths of the forest. Sky Blue Bull Python, you are a disgrace. How could such a commotion arise in the Tiandou forest? I have sensed the fluctuations of sacrifice. When did our soul beast clan ever willingly offer sacrifices to humans? Entrusting the Tiandou forest to you will inevitably lead to its decline. In the dense forest, the terrifying presence drew ever closer. Shen Tianyu squinted, following the direction from which the aura emanated. Emerging from the depths of the forest was a formidable beast, boasting 3 heads and a mane as thick as that of a lion, yet resembling that of a dog. Each dog head measured over a meter in diameter, with a body length exceeding 5 meters. The 3-headed red demon hound, ranked 8th among the 10 great ferocious beasts, was known as the Red King. My king. It is not that I have failed in my stewardship, but this human is too powerful. The Titan giant ape fell to his hands. Were it not for dire necessity, I would not seek your aid. The Titan giant ape is dead? The Red King paused, visibly incredulous. With a swift sniff, he detected the Titan giant ape's lingering essence, tainted with the sin of death. Confirming the Titan giant ape's demise, the Red King was clearly enraged. Human, you possess great audacity to slay my kin. Where is Dition? Bring him forth. Before the 3-headed red demon hound, Shen Tianyu remained unperturbed. This creature, ranked 8th among the 10 great beasts, was inherently weak. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could obliterate it. Human, you possess knowledge of Dition's existence. You should not have come to meet your demise. The Red King bellowed, flames igniting beneath its feet, reminiscent of hellfire, impossible to extinguish. Meet my demise? The entirety of the Tiandou forest combined would not be enough for me to exert myself. If anyone is to perish, it shall be you. With over 300,000 years of cultivation, can you withstand a single punch from me? Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward, aiming a punch at the Red King's head. The Red King, infuriated, raised its sharp claws to meet the attack. Bang! With a single powerful strike. A crack echoed as bones shattered. The Crimson King's eyes widened in fury, realizing the grim reality. This human's strength far surpassed his own. Death awaits. In that fleeting moment of their clash, the Azure Bull Python also sprang into action. Regaining control of the thunder, its sharp claws launched a surprise attack from behind. Witnessing this, the Crimson King abandoned any thought of retreat. 3 heads swayed, revealing cavernous moss. Hellfire erupted forth, engulfing Shen Tianyu's form. In the next instant, the thunderous claws descended, striking Shen Tianyu's back. Under the dual assault of thunder and flame, an explosion erupted around Shen Tianyu. Excellent. The Azure Bull Python rejoiced, for with the intervention of a formidable beast, the battle had become significantly easier. What are you celebrating? Your impending dismemberment? With a swift motion, Shen Tianyu emerged from the fiery thunderstorm. His hand seized the Azure Bull Python by the neck, while the other hand's fingers converged. Kill. Upon those 2 fingers, a surge of sword energy erupted. In an instant, boundless sword energy enveloped the Azure Bull Python, beginning its relentless dissection from the gaping wound at its waist. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, accompanied by unending cries of agony. The Azure Bull Python thrashed violently, helplessly witnessing its own flesh being sliced away, leaving only its skeletal frame. Human, you dare slaughter my kin before my very eyes. The Crimson King seethed, enraged by Shen Tianyu's brazen actions, utterly dismissing him. As one of the apex beings of the starry forest, the Crimson King could not tolerate such insolence. Die! Two mighty foreclaws smashed into the ground, unleashing hellfire that erupted from the earth like a cage, swiftly encircling Shen Tianyu and igniting in flames. This is no longer amusing. With deadly precision, the sword energy pierced towards the heart of the azure bull python. A spirit ring of 100,000 years floated away, heralding the demise of the azure bull python. After vanquishing the beast, Shen Tianyu finally turned his gaze away. With a powerful punch thrust forward, the air crackled with energy, shattering the infernal cage constructed of hellfire. In a flicker, he advanced, appearing before the Crimson King. Both hands extended simultaneously, pressing down upon the twin heads of the Crimson King. He leapt gracefully, mounting the back of the beast. The Emperor sent you forth to meet your demise, and yet you remain blissfully unaware, daring to boast before me. I shall first relieve you of your two heads and cast them into the abyss, to witness the reaction of the Emperor. As he spoke, his hands exerted tremendous force. No, the Crimson King, initially poised to resist, found its inner soul power suppressed the moment Shen Tianyu perched upon its back. An agonizing pain coursed through its being as the two heads, each measuring a meter in diameter, were forcibly torn from its body by Shen Tianyu's might. With a vigorous sweep of his arms, he hurled the severed heads towards the abyss. Blood gushed forth from the gaping neck. The central head of the Crimson King twisted, turning to reveal its gaping maw. Its razor-sharp teeth glimmered ominously, lunging towards Shen Tianyu with ferocity. These teeth were akin to adamantium, possessing an immense biting force. Once ensnared, one would instantly become sustenance for the Crimson King. Indeed, it is a mere dog, incapable of shedding its innate propensity to bite indiscriminately. Grasping the creature's jaws with my right hand, I forcibly compelled the Crimson King to cease its growling. I then leaped from its back, effortlessly bringing it crashing to the ground. Its head was pressed into the mud, subjected to a vigorous grinding. This spectacle left Tang San and his companions utterly astonished. The Titan Great Ape lay slain, as did the azure bull python. Subsequently, the Crimson King, a being even more formidable than the two ancient soul beasts, was easily subdued and pounded into the earth by Shen Tianyu. Who, then, is this demon, Shen Tianyu? Is there truly no one on the continent capable of vanquishing him? Who is responsible for this calamity? Step forth. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and in the dread domain, powerful shockwaves surged. A towering figure emerged from the chaos. Tang San and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. This creature was even more terrifying than the Crimson King. Its colossal form dwarfed even that of the Titan Great Ape. A pair of sharp bear claws swung with reckless abandon, shredding all the trees in their wake. Bear King, do not act impulsively. Another surge of formidable energy erupted, causing the flora of the starry forest to seemingly spring to life, welcoming their sovereign. Chapter 81. Bear King, Wong of all monsters, save me. This lord has arrived. A thunderous roar echoed, the massive bear claw striking through the air. The claw's imprint tore through space, leaving devastation in its path. Upon two fingers, spiritual energy swirled. Go. With a delicate flick of the fingertips, the released spiritual energy shot forth like a sharp sword. Boom. The claw imprint detonated, yet the spiritual sword continued its advance. Boom. Another resounding crash followed as vast swathes of forest were obliterated. A colossal figure emerged from the ancient trees. Despicable humans, you possess some skill. This lord shall play with you. With a thud, the bear's paw struck the ground, propelling its massive body into the air. It descended rapidly like a mountain. Golden light flickered upon the sharp bear claws. Taste my claw. With a raised brow, Shen Tianyu declared, braised bear paw is quite delectable. Ascending towards the bear's claw, fingers spread wide to form a claw-like shape. Let me see just how sharp your claws truly are. Sizzle with a swift strike of its claw. The void was rent asunder. The imprint of the claw ascended, directly landing upon the bear's paw. Ah! The bear let out a woeful cry. Its rapidly descending form abruptly halted. Whoosh! A diminutive shadow flickered and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the Bear King. Human, what do you intend to do? The Bear King's countenance shifted dramatically. This human moved with extraordinary swiftness, arriving before him without his notice. Watch your eyes. The left hand extended, resembling an eagle's claw. You wretched creature. The Bear King roared in fury, an immense surge of soul energy erupting from within, as his powerful claws descended from above. Foolish bear, if you wish to harm me, practice for a few more years. Effortlessly evading the strike, Shen Tianyu soared to the bear king's right eye. The eagle claw lunged fiercely, piercing directly into the bear's lantern-like eye. Ah, you shall pay for this. The roar echoed as the bear king plummeted to the ground, clutching his eye in rage. At that moment, tendrils silently approached, swiftly converging towards Shen Tianyu. No need for your interference. I can vanquish him myself. Enraged, the bear king swept his paw, obliterating a row of vines. Bear king, you dim-witted brute. The wrathful king of all demons cursed vehemently, choosing to retreat and distance himself from the bear king. Fear not. Among us, only the beast god could defeat the bear king. Ziji, you are mistaken. That human is exceedingly perilous, with his long hair cascading to the ground. The king of all demons, taking on a human guise, spoke ominously. The bear king is destined to fail. Beside him, the enchanting woman displayed a look of astonishment. Rather than hastily retorting, she directed her gaze towards the battle. Having one eye gouged out, the bear king erupted in fury. With powerful, robust arms raised, the dark golden light shimmered upon his claws. The dark golden terror claw. The release of soul power sent shockwaves rippling outward. Below, Tang Hao and Tang San's group were thrust back 1,000 meters by the residual force. Despite Tang Hao shielding everyone with his soul power, they were still unable to withstand the impact. A cough escaped his lips as he spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured by the aftermath. What manner of soul beast is this? Why is it so formidable? The events of the day had far exceeded Tang Hao's expectations. In his understanding, the Stardow forest was dominated by the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Little did he anticipate that after the demise of these 200,000-year soul beasts, an even more powerful soul beast would emerge. The soul beast that had previously torn apart two heads had already alerted Tang Hao to the imminent threat. Now, the giant bear was a force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Moreover, the man and woman standing not far away were undoubtedly soul beasts as well. Enveloped in the turbulence of such top-tier combat, the discomfort was palpable. The ultimate technique of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear Clan. I wonder if this foolish bear would disgrace the name of the Dark Golden Terror Claw by employing it. Humans, if you are men, come forth and challenge me. With a roar, the bear's claw descended ferociously. I shall accept this claw. With a sudden burst, I charged towards the Dark Golden Terror Claw. My fist struck forward, colliding directly with the claw. The ground shook with a thunderous explosion as immense force compressed the air. Energy waves formed a colossal vortex, enveloping both combatants within. Aha! Human! How does it feel within this vortex of residual force? My body remains unscathed, but your frail form might just be crushed. Foolish bear, what are you so proud of? Immersed in the swirling aftermath, Shen Tianyu's robes billowed, unaffected by the chaos. In a flicker, he appeared atop the bear king's descending claw. With a swift downward slice of his hand, blood sprayed forth. In the bear king's vision, a colossal paw was sent flying. After a moment of bewilderment, realization struck him. Ah, my claw. The magical treasure pouch opened, drawing the claw into its depths. I claim this claw as mine, and it shall not escape. As for the energy vortex, with both hands forming seals, I summon the essence of the world, condensing and gathering it. Coalesce. The vortex of residual energy was immediately suppressed by the spiritual essence, compressed into a perfectly sized sphere of energy. A palm struck the energy sphere and was pressed directly against Xiangjun's chest. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the starry forest, accompanied by Xiangjun's anguished cries, reaching up to the heavens. Damn human, you have thoroughly enraged me. His single eye turned blood red, and in an instant, his fur seemed to be stained crimson. Enraged, the soul force coalesced, and his momentum surged. The air around him was disturbed by Xiangjun's terrifying presence, and the skies above the starry forest darkened ominously. Should we intervene? Ziji voiced her concern, initially skeptical of the words of the king of all beasts. Yet, given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to believe Xiangjun had been injured in one eye and one paw. If this continued, he would likely be slain on the spot. Leave him be. The king of all beasts replied darkly. This thick-skinned creature does not require our assistance. Ziji was left speechless. That arrogant fool, without experiencing hardship, would never comprehend the vastness of the world. Xiangjun was now utterly furious, having lost an eye and a paw, especially in front of his comrades, which had utterly humiliated him. He held deep resentment towards the king of all beasts, feeling unjustly overshadowed merely due to the latter's longer cultivation time. This grievance had long been a thorn in his side. Therefore, he would never stoop to asking the king for help. Moreover, despite his injury, Xiangjun still held confidence in his ability to fight back. His ultimate technique had yet to be unleashed. Enraged, at this moment, you resemble nothing more than a foolish bear. You seek death. With his paw raised high, he exuded an overwhelming presence. The space trembled, and with a mere flick of his sharp claws, he could rend the void itself. Tearing claw, Ziji exclaimed. For this move had once wounded the Emperor Tian. Perhaps, with this technique, Xiangjun could indeed turn the tide. Ha! A booming shout echoed as Shen Tianyu hovered in the air, grasping the sky with one hand, channeling a strand of primordial power into his palm. His fingers converged, and he swung his fist forward. Primordial divine fist. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted beneath him, propelling him forward. Watch as I tear you apart. The tearing claw descended, colliding with the primordial divine fist. In that instant of contact, Xiangjun's arrogant expression faded. The void split open, as if a colossal meat grinder sought to pull him in and shred him to pieces. Not good. Xiangjun's mind went blank. His strongest strike had been effortlessly neutralized by this human. What was more terrifying was the palpable scent of death he sensed. At his level, perception was exceedingly sharp. The longer one lived, the more one naturally feared death. In an instant, Xiangjun was taken aback. He swiftly turned his head, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Wanao Wang, save me. Chapter 82. Let the Silver Dragon King come forth to meet me. Oomph. So you too find yourself in need of assistance? Wanao Wang retorted coldly, raising his hands high. As a colossal tree, I materialized behind him. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the eye of the tree, hurtling directly towards Shen Tianyu. The tree eyes paralysis. As the sovereign of the Star Do Forest's plant-soul beasts, the king of all demons possessed not only wood attributes, but also the powers of poison and spirit. This technique, tree eye paralysis, was his renowned mental assault. In an instant, the attack was upon him, aimed squarely at Shen Tianyu's eyes. A mental attack, you say? Such a thing cannot harm me. With a furious glare, in the very moment the tree eye paralysis descended, an even more formidable surge of spiritual power erupted forth. Boom. The tree eye paralysis was obliterated, and the unleashed spiritual force had already reached the king of all demons. Puffed with a sudden spurt of blood, the king of all demons was struck by a backlash of his own spirit. Ziji was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the king of all demons' predicament. Unite. Gritting his teeth against the blood rising in his throat, the king of all demons spoke in a deep voice. Ziji nodded, her toes touching the ground as she rushed towards Shen Tianyu. Humph. A timely arrival. Her fist transformed into an open palm, landing squarely on the forehead of the bear monarch. A powerful strike descended, leaving Xiangjun's head ringing. He grasped the one-armed figure and executed a shoulder throw on the spot. Goodness! The Crimson King's eyes widened in shock, and in the next instant, Xiangjun landed beside him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had narrowly escaped being crushed. If Xiangjun's massive form had come down upon the Crimson King, it would have surely cost him dearly. With his soul power sealed, Xiangjun no longer exuded the arrogance he had upon entering. A fleeting glance at the Crimson King brought Xiangjun a sense of relief. Despite having lost an eye and a paw, it was far better than the Crimson King, who had received a fatal blow to both his heads. Death and decay. The heavens turned to darkness, an aura of death enveloping the scene. In an instant, the area around Shen Tianyu transformed into an abyss of black. Ziji, emerging from the shadows, resembled a harbinger from the depths of hell. The hellish Dragon King, Ziji. With less than 300,000 years of cultivation, how dare she act recklessly before me? He spoke in a deep voice, extending a hand toward the darkness. The spiritual energy, as if possessing sight, locked onto Ziji's position. Unbeknownst to her, the energy coalesced into a great hand, capturing her on the spot. Come here. As he reached out, Ziji's body was drawn uncontrollably toward Shen Tianyu. This enchanting woman possessed an exquisite figure, her attire provocatively revealing. When brought before Shen Tianyu, she appeared somewhat dazed. What? The sudden turn of events startled Ziji. Feeling somewhat foolish, she raised her hand to strike at Shen Tianyu. With a swift motion, dragon blood erupted as Ziji's complexion turned pale. With 2 fingers, he lightly pressed on her chest, sealing her soul power and rendering her powerless. Within the darkened canopy, the bewitching woman in purple was cast out, landing before the Crimson King and Xiangjun. Ziji, did you fall so quickly? The Crimson King inquired, his confusion evident. Ziji felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. It was utterly embarrassing to be captured so swiftly. She had always been weak. It was no surprise to be defeated in a single move. Xiangjun, do you consider yourself formidable? You were merely struck blind in one eye and lost a paw. Ziji, you're asking for it. Xiangjun roared in fury, yet his body was restrained, and no matter how he struggled, he could not harm Ziji in the slightest. Humph! A foolish bear, consumed by impotent rage. Turning away, Ziji directed her gaze toward the dark canopy. At that moment, the darkness began to dissipate, revealing countless vines and branches poised for action. On the periphery of the starry forest, Qian Renxue's golden eyes were filled with concern. From the onset of battle, Shen Tianyu had urged her to retreat to avoid injury. Now, faced with imminent danger, Qian Renxue's heart brimmed with regret. If only she had ventured closer. She could have alerted him in time. No, I cannot remain idle. Gritting her teeth, Qian Renxue unfurled her 6 angelic wings and flew toward the core area. Before she could utter a warning, Shen Tianyu burst forth from the dark canopy. Countless branches surged forward in a frenzy. Thousands of tendrils. Corrosive venom. The two formidable techniques were unleashed simultaneously as the king of myriad beasts summoned his soul power to its zenith. Having observed Shen Tianyu's terrifying prowess, the king of myriad beasts understood the necessity of full exertion. Failure to do so would lead to a fate akin to Xiangjun's. The myriad branches could both attack and control. The corrosive venom was a lethal poison. The combination of these two techniques would overwhelm even Xiangjun's formidable physique. Human, opposing me is your gravest mistake. The king of myriad beasts' eyes glinted coldly among the beasts of the starry forest. He was the one who had started from the lowest point. Step by step, we have arrived at today, where one has become the most formidable existence among fierce beasts. When one refrains from action, all is well, yet when one strikes, it is a decisive kill. Your words, I return to you in their original form. To engage with me is your gravest error. With a swift motion, the sword energy surged forth from countless branches, which, once united and seemingly indestructible, were reduced to ashes beneath its might. What? The king of all demons was taken aback as Shen Tianyu descended from the air, his robe untouched by any trace of corrosion. Your poison holds no power over me. With this indomitable physique, how could mere venom inflict even the slightest harm? Not to mention the protective aura surrounding me, even my robe remains unscathed. Like a phantom, he vanished and reappeared behind the king of all demons in an instant. Grasping the king's hair, Shen Tianyu furrowed his brow. Why does a man wear his hair so long? The length of the king of all demons' hair could only be described as outrageous. While others wore theirs at the waist, perhaps even to the hips, his cascaded down, reaching the ground from an elevation of no less than 500 meters. Is this the worth of 50 years' worth of hair? Cut it. The scissors fell, and the long locks of the king of all demons were severed. Ah, my hair. The king's composure shattered, feeling as if his very soul had been struck. I shall kill you. Slap. With a resounding slap to the back of the Wanyo king's head, Shen Tianyu scoffed. What a fuss. With such long hair. Are you aiming for a feminine disguise? I must say, the soul beasts of the Stardow forest have rather peculiar tastes. Swiftly sealing the Wan Yao king's soul power, he cast him to the ground. The 4 formidable factions appeared dejected, resembling wilted chives. You startled me. Qian Renxue arrived, landing before Shen Tianyu. How did you get here? Her brow furrowed, revealing her discontent. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Quickly retreat to safety. The true powers of the Stardow forest have yet to reveal themselves. No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped the sky. A terrifying force descended from above. The sound of dragon roars reverberated, causing the entire Stardow forest to erupt in fervor. Tian, you have finally emerged. With narrowed eyes, he formed a hand seal. Beneath Qian Renxue's feet, a spatial portal opened. Be good and wait for me on the outskirts. With a tender kiss on her snow-white cheek, Shen Tianyu sent Qian Renxue away. He then stepped into the void, advancing towards the overwhelming dark pressure. Human, you have gone too far. A colossal dragon had emerged from the darkened sky, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Beneath a flowing gown of azure hue lies a figure of alluring curves, enveloped in a rich aura of vitality that emanates from her being, bestowing upon those nearby a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. The Emerald Swan, a healing spirit beast among the 10 formidable creatures, stands as a testament to grace. However, it is not the measure of your words that dictates what is excessive. Rather, it is the decree of the young master. Tian, you remain no match for the young master. Summon the Silver Dragon King to present himself. P.S. I am currently battling a cold, and my schedule has fallen into disarray. Thus, I cannot provide a consistent update time. I shall endeavor to rectify this and establish a regular update schedule. My apologies. Chapter 83. The Fury of Beast God Tian Arrogance. Tian seethed with anger, his soul force swirling and consolidating with fervor. The sky darkened as the black dragon's roar threatened to shatter the very heavens. By G, Step back. A flicker of black light danced around Bai Ji's form. In an instant, she found herself before the four fiends, summoned by Di Tian's spatial prowess. Upon her arrival, Bai Ji shook her head in dismay. You are all far too impulsive. A gentle wave of soul energy radiated from her, enveloping the four fiends in a healing embrace. In the celestial expanse above the Stardow forest, Shen Tianyu stepped forth, vanishing into the shadows. Human, how did you come to know of the master's affairs? In the midst of darkness, Emperor Tian transformed into human form and stepped forth from the shadows. A pair of vertically slit pupils radiated an air of authority. As the spokesperson for the Soul Beast Sovereign, Emperor Tian stood as the absolute supreme being among the Soul Beasts of the Douluo continent. With an impressive cultivation of 870,000 years of soul power, he was akin to a demigod. How I came to know this is of no concern to you. Summon the Silver Dragon King forth. And you might spare yourself some suffering. For countless years, you are the first to dare speak to this divine beast in such a manner. A flicker of anger passed across his otherwise imposing visage. Today, you have wounded 4 of my subordinates and slain 2 of my 10,000-year soul beasts. If I allow you to leave unscathed, what face would I, as a divine beast, have left? It seems that only through a thorough beating will you relent. With a raised brow, he shot forward, arriving before Emperor Tian in the blink of an eye. With a powerful punch, it struck directly at Emperor Tian's chest. The impact resonated through his body, sending shockwaves to his internal organs. His vertical pupils widened as a wave of sweetness surged to his throat. The force of the blow sent Emperor Tian reeling back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such terrifying strength was beyond even his capabilities. In the depths of darkness, the roar of dragons echoed as if thousands of true dragons soared and harmonized together. From their mouths, they unleashed burning flames. Having easily defeated the 4 great beasts, Emperor Tian approached the human before him with utmost caution. After suffering from a single punch, he unleashed his full power. The wrath of 10,000 dragons surged forth, enveloping Shen Tianyu in darkness. A vast aura of spiritual energy erupted as a ghostly figure emerged from the flames of the 10,000 dragons. With 2 fingers aligned, he waved towards the boundless darkness. The sword energy spiraled and exploded, annihilating the gathered dragons. Emperor Tian was taken aback, quickly raising his hand to strike at Shen Tianyu. The Dragon God Claw. As the representative of the Soul Beast Monarch, Emperor Tian was far more than merely the highest in cultivation. In his youth, he had once followed the Dragon God. Later, he received the Dragon Goddess boon and acquired the Dragon God Claw. It could be said that this move was worthy of being described as a divine technique on the Douluo continent. However, Emperor Tian was not a god and could not wield divine power. The Dragon God Claw reached into the void, tearing through the darkness. The massive claw blotted out the sun as it descended. The dragoness might press down upon Shen Tianyu. Trash. He spat disdainfully, clenching his fist and driving it upward. The particles of a mighty elephant erupted as the muscles in his arm bulged. A seemingly ordinary punch met the Dragon God Claw head-on. At the moment of contact, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow. This is not good. A cracking sound echoed as the Dragon God Claw was shattered, and the fist surged forward. Emperor Tian was greatly astonished, frantically channeling his soul power. Transforming into the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the roar of the dragon erupted, and the dragon blood within him boiled. Carrying the purest dragon lineage, Emperor Tian possessed the pride of the dragon race. Even with the claw injured, he showed no intention of retreating. Once his true form emerged, his massive body swiftly coiled around Shen Tianyu. With his enormous ma agape, Emperor Tian bellowed in fury, "You have successfully provoked me." In an instant, the ultimate darkness attribute erupted, plunging the world into the depths of a dark abyss. A colossal black dragon roars. Its thunderous dragons chant seemingly capable of annihilating the entire world. The black dragon's world-destroying power. It is one of the formidable soul techniques of Emperor Tian. Once unleashed, even the mightiest mountains could be effortlessly leveled. The path decays. With a fist raised, the heavens tremble, and the very essence of existence bows in submission. Shen Tianyu stands amidst the shadows, glaring fiercely at the immense dragon form before him. A single punch shattered the very fabric of space. With a swiftness akin to lightning, I appeared before him in an instant. The energy waves that erupted from my mouth engulfed Shen Tianyu entirely. My technique, the Black Dragon Annihilation, compels even demigods to retreat in trepidation. Boom. A figure rushed forth, landing a fist squarely upon the maw of the Emperor Dragon. Half of its teeth, stained with blood, were expelled in the aftermath. Curse it. The Emperor Dragon let out a string of expletives, caught off guard before the battle could even conclude. What is a demigod? Even if a deity were to arrive, I could effortlessly dispatch them. I deftly mounted the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, grasping its horns with both hands. Emperor Tian, summon the Silver Dragon King, or I shall snap your horns. You dare. Enraged, the Emperor Dragon raised its colossal claws, aiming to strike down upon Shen Tianyu. Foolish dragon. With a cold smirk, I vanished from sight. The Emperor Dragon's claws came crashing down upon its own head. Lacking control, the claws tore through its scales, blood gushing forth. Beneath the starry forest, Beaky had been intently observing the battle above. Upon witnessing the Emperor Dragon's injury, she immediately released a gentle radiance that drifted into the darkness and landed upon his forehead. Emperor Tian, you truly are pathetic. You require a woman's aid in battle. Silence. The Emperor Dragon roared in fury, reverting to human form. He raised a claw into the darkness, wielding a gleaming sword in his grasp. The Black Dragon Sword. Its blade shimmered with a black chill, and the powerful dragon's roar erupted from the sword's very essence. With a single step, he swiftly arrived above Shen Tianyu, plunging his sword downward with precision. Trying to learn from me? Your speed is far too slow. You won't grasp the essence. Bang. He vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. Tian's eyes widened as he prepared to strike with the Black Dragon Sword, but his opponent had already disappeared. A sudden chill swept over him, the cold wind brushing against his face, sending a wave of unease through him. Before he could turn, a massive hand clasped around his waist. Bang! Spiritual energy erupted, tearing apart Tian's ropes. His flesh bore the marks of scorching, and he plummeted rapidly toward the ground, clenching his jaw. Tian felt a surge of displeasure rise within him. My kidney. Did you see that? If you can't match my speed, don't even try to imitate. After a brief exchange, Tian found himself utterly defeated, proving no match for Shen Tianyu. This left the once mighty beast god, Tian, feeling quite disgruntled. Let darkness descend, he roared, unleashing his profound dark attributes, fueled by his inner fury. In an instant, the core of the Tiandou forest was enveloped in complete darkness. The beast god was enraged. The king of all beasts spoke, his eyes filled with admiration. It had been many years since any soul beast had witnessed the beast god's wrath. Today, when the beast god was angered, destruction would surely follow. Humans, become my prey in this abyss of darkness. In the boundless shadows, Tian seemed to vanish without a trace. The aura of the beast god surged from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location. Die. The murderous intent mixed with sound waves surged from every side. Beneath the dark veil of night, countless black dragon swords rose like a forest, encircling Shen Tianyu. On the outskirts of the Tiandou forest, 3 figures appeared quietly. Chapter 84. The Sword Chi of Celestial Execution angrily slays the Sea Spear Douluo. What is happening? Is someone battling a 10,000-year soul beast? The Sea Dragon Douluo, exuding an air of authority, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dim horizon. Such terrifying energy fluctuations, rivaling even the deep-sea demon whale king. The sea maiden Douluo, with her mermaid tail concealed beneath her dress, felt a profound sense of astonishment. This matter does not concern us. We must first locate the inheritor of the sea goddess legacy. The water elements on the spear quivered as the sea spear Douluo narrowed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of water in the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, locking onto a patch of trees below. There, rising to his feet, the 3 of them sped off. Under the protection of the vast sea shield, Tang San and his companions were stealthily escaping. The sudden presence of a tidal Douluo sent a wave of tension through the group. Tang Hao, with one arm severed, immediately brandished the Haotian hammer, positioning it defensively before the others. The trio, led by the sea dragon Douluo, stood 100 meters away from Tang San's group. We have been sent by the sea god to rescue the inheritor of his legacy. If you possess the heart of the sea god, please reveal yourself. We mean no harm. The sound waves thundered forth. Tang Hao, leading the charge, looked back at Tang San, who held the vast sea shield, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Is this item the heart of the sea god? Tang San shook his head in bewilderment, his mind racing. Currently trapped in a perilous situation, it is worth a gamble. Even if this is not the heart of the sea god, there is little to lose. Lowering the vast sea shield, Tang San raised the item high. The heart of the sea god is here. The crystalline blue light shimmered, and the eyes of the sea dragon Douluo and his companions gleamed with excitement as they rushed toward Tang San. With the Haotian hammer gripped firmly, Tang San blocked their advance. Apologies, we were indeed presumptuous. The sea dragon Douluo bowed respectfully to express his contrition. We hail from Sea God Island, guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. A few months ago, the sea god issued a divine decree for us to seek the heart of the sea god. Just hours ago, we received word that the inheritor is in danger and ordered us to come to their aid. Please, follow us. Once we reach Sea God Island, the truth will be revealed. The notion of falling into a trap is difficult to ascertain. I cannot accompany you. Tang San interjected, prompting a frown from the sea dragon Douluo. You doubt our intentions? Such a chance encounter makes it hard to trust. Unless what? Unless you kill her. Tang San coldly gestured toward Qian Renxue, who hovered in the air near the outskirts of the Tiandou forest. My peril today is intricately linked to her. Since you claim to have come at the sea goddess' behest to rescue me, you must provide proof of your sincerity. After exchanging glances, the sea dragon Douluo bellowed. As you wish. Sea spear. Kill her. Yes. 9 soul rings emerged, and a sea spear broke free, hurtling toward Qian Renxue, perched atop a towering tree. Qian Renxue stood with an air of defiance, anxiously watching the battle above the core area. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent surged toward her. And the water elements in the air converged violently, akin to the raging tides of the sea, rushing toward her. The sea spear Douluo approached without a sound, thrusting the spear toward Qian Renxue with deadly intent. Qian Renxue reacted swiftly, her 5th soul ring glowed, and she raised the sacred sword to meet the spear in a clash. Clang! Crack! The moment the two weapons met, the sacred sword shattered. The raging water elements consumed Qian Renxue entirely. Nearby, Tang San was elated. This clearly indicated that the claims of the three were not mere fabrications. Their merciless assault on Qian Renxue suggested they feared the existence of the Spirit Hall. Should they manage to ally with Sea God Island, it would greatly bolster their chances against the Spirit Hall and aid in avenging Shen Tianyu. You seek death. The sound waves erupted in the sky, and a sudden pressure of spiritual energy descended upon them, immobilizing the sea spear Douluo. Above the dark veil of the core area, countless black dragon swords were poised to strike down Shen Tianyu. Just as Shen Tianyu appeared unconcerned, ready to effortlessly deflect the attack, he suddenly sensed an assault aimed at Qian Renxue, igniting a furious wrath within him. A chilling command reverberated through the air, immobilizing the body of the sea spear Douluo. With a swift motion in the darkness, a razor-sharp sword manifested in his grasp. As this blade emerged, its keen aura swept across the entire shroud of night. Countless strands of dark dragon sword energy disintegrated into fine particles in an instant. The Sword of Extermination. Upon the completion of the task to establish the Immortal Cultivation Academy, Shen Tianyu acquired the right to wield the Sword of Extermination. Yet, in the more than 10 months that followed, there had been no one worthy of invoking this sword. Today, as Qian Renxue fell victim to an assassination attempt, in his fury, he unsheathed the Sword of Extermination. Did the Sea God Island dare to target the woman of the young master, seeking to sever his legacy? With a single step, the sword energy of extermination surged forth in a frenzied sweep, tearing apart the dark heavens above. The razor-sharp sword aura pierced through the void, approaching with relentless ferocity. The sea spear Douluo's eyes widened in terror, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. In this moment, he felt the chilling presence of death drawing near. Death. A surge of sword energy erupted, transforming into 2, then 4, and subsequently 8, swiftly becoming infinite. The sword energy enveloped that expanse, with the sea spear Douluo positioned at its center. The echo of the word death resonated thrice as the exquisite sword of immortal slaughter wreaked havoc. Blood mist erupted in the air, and in a fleeting moment, the sea spear Douluo had perished, leaving not even a fragment of bone. The roaring water element vanished without a trace beneath the onslaught of the exquisite sword of immortal slaughter. With a single step, one arrives before Qian Renxue. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qian Renxue shook her head, insisting, you need not worry about me. I have yet to mobilize my spiritual energy. My self-preservation is assured. No. Shen Tianyu countered, this is a matter of principle. As my woman, I may treat you as I wish. However, no one else shall lay a finger upon you. Qian Renxue pouted, your method of bullying me is indeed unique. A delightful blush graced her beautiful face, making her all the more charming. Were it not for their current location within the Tiandou forest, Shen Tianyu would have readily imparted some celestial techniques right then and there. Suppressing his thoughts, his icy gaze fixed upon the sea dragon Douluo and his entourage. The audacity of Sea God Island, failing to inquire about my name on the Douluo continent. A formidable pressure surged forth. The sea dragon Douluo let out a muffled groan yet stepped forward undeterred. He had heard of Shen Tianyu, merely a figure who had vanquished the 3 sects of Douluo. Sea God Island is not something that can be compared to those sections. When the Spirit Hall sought to dominate Sea God Island, they reaped no benefits. Do not presume that a mere reputation on the continent renders one invincible. Remember, there are realms beyond this world, and individuals beyond mere mortals. Sea God Island is not to be trifled with. And with a cold sneer, he raised his sword. The sword energy of the extermination sword surged forth, resonating ominously through the space, as if the heavens themselves could scarcely endure the ferocity of this sword aura. Does Sea God Island believe itself formidable simply because it is backed by the Sea God? Before long, I shall personally set foot upon Sea God Island and sever its divine legacy. As for you, Sea Dragon Douluo, today you shall become mere sustenance for the Tiandou Forest. With a fierce shout, the sword chi of the immortal slayer surged forth, targeting the Sea Dragon Douluo directly. Humanity, do not underestimate others. Your opponent is me. The space tore open, and a colossal dragon claw emerged, reaching out to grasp the sword chi of the immortal slayer. Chapter 85. I, Tian, shall never bow or submit, even in death. The dragon goddess claw. Tian descended from the void, his furious eyes ablaze with wrath. How could the illustrious beast god be so disregarded? After living for over 800,000 years, Tian had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he tore through the void, appearing before Shen Tianyu. The dragon god's claw was unleashed without hesitation, aiming directly at Shen Tianyu. Emperor Tian, you are truly courageous. Do you no longer desire your claw? Shen Tianyu's voice thundered, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Do not underestimate this beast god. In his fury, Shen Tian naturally disregarded Shen Tianyu's warning, and the dragon god's claw met the onslaught of the exterminating sword chi. At the moment of contact, the sword energy erupted with chaotic ferocity. A dragon's claw was severed on the spot by a sword's aura, and the dragon's blood gushed forth, causing Tian's expression to change dramatically. What? In a state of panic, the sword aura of extermination went completely berserk, instantly engulfing the massive dragon's claw. This is bad. The void behind him tore open, and Tian retreated frantically. The relentless sword aura pursued him into the depths of the void. Thunderous explosions echoed through the Tiandou Forest as a portion of the void erupted violently. Tian's colossal form fell from the void, while the claw that had attempted to seize the sword aura lay utterly shattered, with crimson dragon blood continuously dripping, soaking the grass beneath. Tian! Bai Ji exclaimed in terror, a gentle soul power emanating from her body, directly landing upon Tian's dragon claw. The surging dragon blood was swiftly stemmed. Yet the destroyed claw could no longer regenerate. You insolent human, dare you destroy this divine dragon's claw? Tian's pupils turned blood red, teetering on the brink of fury. As the representative of the soul beast of the Douluo continent and the last remaining pure dragon bloodline, Tian's might was unmatched. In a fit of rage, he became utterly frenzied. Darkness enveloped the Tiandou Forest, and Tian seemed to disregard everything. The echoes of dragon roars reverberated through the darkness as immense soul power surged forth, shrouding Shen Tianyu in shadows. Now is the moment. Hurry, the Sea Dragon Douluo whispered, his soul power swiftly enveloping Tang San and his companions. Having narrowly escaped the gates of hell, the Sea Dragon Douluo felt an immense disparity. Witnessing Shen Tianyu's formidable strength, he dared not linger even for a moment, eager to make a hasty retreat. Tang San and his group, unwilling to tarry, stealthily fled under the lead of the Sea Dragon Douluo. In a void of utter darkness, golden vertical pupils suddenly opened. A violent surge of soul power surged forth, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. Tian, are you courting death? The Zhuxian sword was gently swung, and a blade of energy was unleashed. The sword energy swept through, tearing a gaping hole in the void of darkness, allowing light to pour in. Ah! From within the darkness, Tian's anguished cry echoed. What manner of weapon is that? How can it be so terrifying? Tian was perplexed. Despite being a dragon of great experience, he could not discern the weapon's uniqueness. The Zhuxian sword. Gods fall before it, and immortals are vanquished. With a low and resonant chant, a stream of sword energy whirled, traversing the darkness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clash of sword energy against dragon scales reverberated, accompanied by Tian's wails of despair. This beast god shall fight you to the end, Tian roared, unleashing his ultimate dark attribute to its zenith. Dragon blood surged, akin to magma on the verge of eruption. A single arm reached out from the darkness, its eyes displaying distinct colors: black sun, purple moon. The dragon's roar resounded powerfully, causing the darkness to explode in a cacophony. In this moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were under Tian's dominion. A black dragon sword manifested in the hands of Emperor Tian. This sword, measuring an astonishing 10,000 meters, was enveloped in a vast aura of sword energy, infused with potent dark elements. All of Emperor Tian's soul power was seamlessly integrated into this singular blade. Prepare to meet your demise. A sword cleaves the air with a sweeping arc, its energy slicing downward. The black dragon coils, corrupting all it touches. With a measured swing of the Excalibur, Shen Tianyu shakes his head and sighs. You and I exist on entirely different planes. Why bother struggling? Truly, one cannot dissuade the heart until faced with the river of yellow earth, nor turn back until they collide with the southern wall. Must one endure a head full of bruises before conceding defeat? A fleeting look of pity crosses his face as he raises the Excalibur. With a delicate touch of his toes against the void of darkness, he leaps forth. Sword in hand, the Excalibur advances unrelentingly, the fierce energy unleashed by the black dragon's sword shattering upon contact with it. Clang! The tip of the sword lightly touches the edge of the black dragon's blade. A colossal sword, spanning thousands of meters, fractures with a resounding crack. The fissure rapidly spreads, swiftly reaching the hilt. Boom! The black dragon's sword explodes, transforming into countless shards of razor-sharp blades. Seizing the opportunity, the Excalibur ascends, annihilating all fragments, which dissolve into dust. Drifting in the darkness. No. Tion roars in defiance, yet the Excalibur envelopes him entirely. Countless sword energies weave across the vast expanse of the dragon's form. The boundless darkness shatters. The starry forest gradually regains its original visage. In the heavens above, the immense crimson figure plummets rapidly. Bang! Tion! Bai Ji exclaims, soaring to descend before the blood-red form. At this moment, Tion reveals his true self. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King transforms into the golden-eyed Blood Dragon King. His body drenched in blood. Bai Ji squints her eyes slightly, her gentle, pure white soul energy enveloping Tion within. Emerald healing. The soul energy flows like heavenly water, cleansing the blood from Tion's form. The massive dragon's body bears numerous wounds, its scales ravaged, leaving behind a trail of sword marks. Bai Ji's lips twitch. It is her first time witnessing Tion in such a dire state. Beyond the external injuries, his internal organs have also sustained grave damage. The lingering aura of slaughter still roams within him. As she channels her soul energy to dispel it, the murderous energy suddenly rebounds, surging towards Bai Ji through her soul power. Panic grips her heart as she swiftly mobilizes her soul energy in defense. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Bai Ji felt a heaviness in her chest. In the previous moment, she had sensed the breath of death, only for it to dissipate shortly thereafter. Shen Tianyu appeared silently, the Zhu Xian sword poised at Bai Ji's throat. Bai Ji's delicate body trembled, her heart gripped by fear. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the young master, she would have likely sustained grave injuries. I am truly grateful to you. Tensing her body, Bai Ji finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Her brows furrowed slightly, sensing the oddity in her own words. Bai Ji, you must flee. He is a demon, quickly. Step aside. The Emperor Tian, whose injuries had somewhat healed, awoke from his unconscious state. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the Zhu Xian sword resting against Bai Ji's neck. Ah, you are awake. With a swift motion, he positioned himself above Emperor Tian. Gazing down at the colossal dragon head, the Zhu Xian sword pointed directly downward. The sharp sword's aura was instantly unleashed, hovering over one of Emperor Tian's vertical pupils. Emperor Tian, you thwart my endeavors. Shall I deprive you of an eye, and will you then submit? You have slain my soul beasts and expect me to bow before you? Dream on. Emperor Tian retorted furiously, let me make this clear. Today, even in death, I shall not yield to you. Go ahead, kill me. Very well. You possess spirit, and I shall grant your wish. The Zhu Xian sword swung, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Enough. Cease this. In the heart of the dreadful land, the lake of life boiled with vigor. A silver lance soared forth from the lake of life, traversing the very fabric of space, and in an instant, it arrived above the head of the Emperor Dragon. A vast and insatiable power erupted from the lance's blade, its silvery radiance flickering rapidly at its tip. Beneath this brilliance, a cascade of silver hair flowed gracefully, billowing in the wind down to her ankles. Her elongated, exquisite legs emerged beneath the shimmering light, smooth and supple. As her arms unfurled, a flowing silver gown enveloped her form in an instant. Once the silver glow dissipated, her breathtaking visage was revealed. As she gently opened her eyes, beneath the elegantly curled lashes lay a pair of violet orbs, clear and luminous, seemingly capable of perceiving all. The aura emanating from her being was so compelling that it stirred an undeniable admiration within those who beheld her. Master! The Emperor Dragon's eyes glistened with emotion, nearly moved to tears. The woman who had materialized before him was none other than the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. For tens of thousands of years, he had remained vigilant in the starry forest, all for her sake. He was acutely aware that Gyuna had not yet fully recovered from the battle in the divine realm. Her appearance and intervention today deeply touched him. Humans, you have gone too far. Gyuna's voice resonated with authority as she gripped the silver dragon lance. With a resounding boom, the air erupted, and a tempest of elemental energy surged forth, clashing fiercely with the sword chi of the extermination of immortals. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a cascade of energy enveloped the Emperor Dragon, bestowing upon him a sense of rejuvenation. The energy was remarkably pure, and as it descended, he felt his dragon blood elevate, rapidly mending his grievous wounds. With a gentle flick of her fingers, 5 beams of light shot forth, each entering the bodies of several other formidable beasts. "Thank you, Master," the beasts exclaimed in unison, and as the light coursed within them, their injuries began to heal swiftly. Having completed this, Guillemot turned towards Shen Tianyu. Her violet gaze fixated upon him. Soaring upwards, she leapt into the realm of white clouds. Shen Tianyu followed closely, catching up to her. "You possess no divine power, indicating that you do not hail from the divine realm. How then do you know of my concealment in the starry forest? To seek knowledge, one must display sincerity. Your spiritual essence shows a lack of respect towards me." Her stunning beauty momentarily faltered in surprise, though her spiritual form closely resembled her human shape. Even a deity would find it challenging to discern any differences, yet Shen Tianyu effortlessly saw through her guise. "Impossible. If I were to manifest my true form, the beings of the divine realm would certainly detect me. They would descend immediately to slay or imprison me, much like that fool, the Golden Dragon King, who remains confined in the divine forbidden land." Guillemot's brow furrowed in astonishment. After fleeing the divine realm, she had indeed heard of the Golden Dragon King's imprisonment. Yet the specifics of his location remained unknown to her. Who was this human, possessing such profound knowledge? Particularly concerning the sword he wielded, she sensed a deep-seated threat. "Silver Dragon King, hiding for tens of thousands of years, you must feel quite resentful, wouldn't you?" "What do you mean?" "I possess a method to shield you from the divine realm's scrutiny. I can expedite your recovery and elevate your cultivation. Furthermore, I can liberate your soul beast lineage from the divine realm's oppression, breaking the limitations that prevent you from attaining divinity." Her violet slit pupils constricted, and Guillemot felt her heart race, her breath quickening. Yet she swiftly suppressed her emotions. "Empty promises. How can I trust you? Experience the power I command." Shen Tianyu released a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping Guillemot. Her lashes fluttered, and her violet eyes widened in astonishment. "Spiritual energy. You can harness the most unadulterated form of it." As she felt the flow of spiritual energy, Guillemot's composure faltered. Spiritual energy is the essence of the world's power, existing in every realm. However, mastering pure spiritual energy is an extraordinary feat. Even the deities of the divine realm wield a diluted form of divine power, one that their mortal forms can contain. How have you achieved this? The celestial arts I practice render the manipulation of spiritual energy a mere foundation. Shen Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the energy. Guillemot fell into contemplation, then inquired, "To evade the divine realm as scrutiny, restore my injuries, and enhance my abilities, all of this relies on your celestial arts, does it not?" "Precisely. Given your experience, you understand the profound nature of spiritual energy. Accomplishing the aforementioned tasks should be quite feasible for you." Guillemot nodded, fully aware of this. Should she master pure spiritual energy, she was confident that even without merging with the Golden Dragon King's power, she could surpass the strength of the Dragon God of Yore. "You wish to aid me, but there must be conditions attached." "Indeed, there are conditions. Pray tell." A smirk graced his lips as he scrutinized Guillemot's flawless form. "I want you." Guillemot froze, her exquisite features reflecting disbelief, a rosy hue blooming upon her alabaster skin. "Impossible. I would never agree to such terms, even at the cost of my life. Refusal is not an option. To assist you in evading the divine realm's gaze, healing your wounds, and advancing your cultivation, this is the only way." With that, Shen Tianyu raised his hand and tossed the couple's water plate technique towards her. "See for yourself." Guillemot caught the technique and immediately began to peruse it. As she silently read through its contents, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Fraud. Do you take me for a Navi child? You think to deceive me with such fabricated nonsense." Fuming with indignation, Guillemot brandished her silver dragon lance, unleashing a torrent of soul power. "Human, you shall pay with your life for deceiving me." Despite being merely a spiritual entity and her previous injuries not fully healed, Guillemot's combat prowess still equated to that of a third-tier deity. In the realm of Douluo, she truly embodied an invincible presence. Furthermore, the silver lance in her grasp was a divine artifact, capable of destruction beyond that of ordinary weapons. A shot pierced the air, accompanied by a series of violent explosions. "Do you still not believe me? I assure you, I speak no falsehood." "Silence." Guillemot admonished sharply, brandishing her weapon as she advanced. The Zhuxian sword swept through the air, clashing with the gun blade in a resounding clash. The two were mere inches apart, her exquisite features flushed with fury. "You shameless wretch." The intent of the gun surged forth, enveloping Shen Tianyu in an instant. Bolstered by a fierce aura of death, the gun intent charged forward, intent on obliterating Shen Tianyu entirely. This body of mine cannot be so easily vanquished by such meager force. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wave that sent Guyuna flying. Since you refuse to believe and are unwilling to cooperate, I shall compel you to do so through force. It is worth the expenditure of time to become a dragon knight. With a flicker, he closed the distance. The Zhuyin sword lunged forth, its lethal intent aimed directly at her soul, causing Guyuna to tremble. Chapter 87. Guyuna, you have destroyed everything I hold dear. Silver light flickered, and her figure vanished in an instant. Humph. You think you can evade the Zhuyin sword's energy with spatial abilities? At the moment, her heart clenched with trepidation. Guyuna executed a spatial shift, instantly relocating over 200 meters away. The sword energy surged forth, as if it possessed eyes of its own. Just as Guyuna regained her footing, the sword energy arrived. With a light touch of her fingertips, flames ignited. Go, she barked coldly, unleashing a torrent of fire to counter the oncoming sword energy. Swish. The sword energy sliced through the flames, relentlessly targeting Guyuna. Clang. The silver dragon spear arced upward, meeting the sword energy in a collision. The ferocious sword energy churned, propelling Guyuna backward for 100 meters. Her delicate face flashing with shock. A sweetness surged in her throat, only to be swallowed down forcefully. Her vertical pupils widened in fury. The silver dragon spear quivered in her grasp. With a swift and elegant step, Guyuna took the initiative. The harmony of man and gun fused instantaneously, as she wielded her weapon through the void, arriving at close quarters in an instant. What a splendid arrival! The Zhuyin sword slashed horizontally, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The quivering silver dragon spear erupted with a series of fierce intentions. The spear's intent solidified into formidable energy, accompanied by a roaring dragon's cry. Strike! The ground trembled as two forces collided, tearing the void asunder. The explosion engulfed the entire canopy of the starry forest, and her striking figure was propelled by the aftershock. It is the master! Bai Ji exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to close it for a prolonged moment. A multitude of ferocious beasts stood, utterly astonished. It is inconceivable. The sovereign cannot be defeated. Tian shook his head frantically, in his eyes. Guyuna was an exalted being beyond compare. The temporary disadvantage must be due to her prolonged slumber, leaving her unaccustomed to the rhythm of battle. Silver Dragon King. Are you truly capable? After slumbering for so many years, your performance is rather lacking. You are inciting my wrath. Guyuna roared with a simmering fury, her silver dragon spear trembling as flames of elemental fire rapidly converged. A gentle breeze brushed against her, further intensifying the blaze. A small whirlwind ascends beneath the fireball. The wind fuels the flames, causing them to blaze ever more fiercely. Go. The silver dragon spear lunges forward, its intent piercing the fireball, propelled by the wind. The speed is so swift it is but a fleeting moment. Heh. A cold smirk curls at the corner of his lips as he thrusts the Excalibur before him. A strand of sword energy condensed and erupted from the blade. The fury of the elemental gun intent, augmented by the wind and fire, became exceedingly violent. Yet, when faced with the annihilating sword energy, it could ultimately be extinguished with but a flick of the fingers. Explosions erupted, and sword energy surged forth. A flicker of anger crossed Guyuna's icy countenance, her molars clenched in uncontainable rage. After countless years of cultivation, her first battle after seclusion had placed her firmly at a disadvantage. The combat prowess that once rivaled the pinnacle of a first-tier deity now eluded her grasp, leaving her vexed. Elemental Tide. The silver dragon spear whirled, various elemental energies swiftly converging towards Guyuna. The fury upon her frigid visage remained unabated. Oh dear. How irate she has become. Raising her hand, she summoned her spiritual energy to halt the soaring sword energy. I await your charge. I hope this move does not disappoint. Upon hearing these words, Guyuna's ire intensified, her pupils narrowing, and the dragon blood within her surged to a boil. The sensation of humiliation prompted her to frantically channel her soul power. In an instant, the elements of the starry forest were thrown into disarray. Wind, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and space. The 7 elements intertwined, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and shatter. The world appeared on the brink of collapse, as if it might crumble at any moment. The ferocious beasts of the Emperor's heaven displayed fear in their eyes. This formidable surge of energy, tearing through the air, evoked a profound sense of threat even in these mighty creatures. Die, you wretch! Guyuna bellowed, the silver dragon spear slipping from her grasp. The 7 elemental energies coalesced into a colossal energy sphere. After casting the silver dragon spear, it plunged directly into the heart of the energy sphere. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated across the starry forest, and in the next instant, the luminous waves generated by the energy sphere enveloped Shen Tianyu. The force, potent enough to shatter all existence, drew him into a swirling vortex. A fleeting flash of silver heralded the emergence of Gu Yuna above the elemental whirlpool, her fierce violet eyes glaring down at Shen Tianyu. The clash and compression of elemental energy relentlessly bombarded his indomitable form. It seemed this was all the power she possessed. With the Excalibur held firmly in one hand, he executed a swift turn and unleashed a sweeping strike. The sword aura swept through the elemental vortex, instantly subduing the rampant energy. Gu Yuna gasped in astonishment. Within her sight, the elemental whirlpool, crafted with all her soul power, was rapidly collapsing. In but 2 breaths, tranquility returned to the expanse above the starry forest. The frenzied energy fluctuations had entirely dissipated. The sword aura of the Excalibur surged from all directions, encircling Gu Yuna. Is this all? The voice that spoke was not Shen Tianyu's, but that of the Red King, observing from below. The Red King had initially been filled with anticipation and fervor, yet in an instant, that enthusiasm vanished. Snap! A vine cascaded upon the head of the Crimson King, while the King of all demons cast a frigid gaze, seemingly warning the Crimson King to refrain from uttering foolish words. The Crimson King immediately grasped the situation, sensing an icy chill surging from his back. Turning to look, he found the Emperor Tian regarding him with a glacial stare. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as the Crimson King's vital energy surged tumultuously. A mouthful of old blood was spat forth, and my massive form instantly weakened considerably. Such formidable residual power, I have been severely injured. Xiangjun? In the heavens above, Shen Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Gu Yuna with a smile. How is it? You are merely unable to exert your full strength against me. What is there to be so proud of? With a defiant expression, he turned his gaze toward the land of great evil. In that case, I shall release your true form, and we shall engage in a proper battle. What are you planning to do? Gu Yuna was immediately flustered. No, you cannot release my true form. You will bring about my demise. That is not for you to decide. With a retraction of his sword energy, he soared directly towards the land of great evil. You lunatic! Gu Yuna raised her hand, invoking a spatial transfer. At the same moment, the two of them arrived above the lake of life in the land of great evil. Gu Yuna stood upon the surface of the lake, her voice low yet filled with fury. Do not take this too far. If you truly dare to shatter the seal, I will risk my life to ensure that I eliminate you before the gods descend. After fleeing from the divine realm, Gu Yuna had arrived at the starry forest. Utilizing a special method, she had set a seal to conceal her true form beneath it, evading the searches of the gods from the divine realm. Once the seal is broken, the aura belonging to the Silver Dragon King will be immediately sensed by the deities of the divine realm. At that moment, the gods will swiftly descend to pursue and hunt down the Silver Dragon King. I care not for these matters. All I know is that you are defiant. Since you refuse to yield, I shall compel you to submit through combat. Once I have vanquished your true form, let us see if you can still maintain your bravado. The sword of extermination slashed downwards towards the lake of life. The sharp sword aura descended, as Gu Yuna wielded the silver dragon spear and confronted the sword energy in midair. Stop, she cried. It is too late. Boom. The sword energy erupted, instantly shattering Gu Yuna's spiritual form into countless fragments. The sword aura swept horizontally downwards, cleaving the waters of the lake of life in two, revealing the spring at the bottom. Upon that spring, there lay a metallic seal. The sword of extermination effortlessly severed the metallic seal in twain. You have destroyed everything of mine. I shall destroy you in return. A furious roar emanated from beneath the seal, as a colossal silver dragon claw sprang forth from the spring. The spiritual form, torn asunder by the sword of extermination, reassembled once more. Gu Yuna glared furiously at Shen Tianyu, plunging into the depths beneath the spring seal. The emerging silver dragon claw clenched tightly, and an aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the area. Chapter 88. Drain the waters of life. Sees Gu Yuna the lake of life surge with turmoil. Vast amounts of life energy wildly converging into the enormous dragon claw. Shen Tianyu squinted slightly. Such immense life energy must not be squandered. As he activated the devouring demon technique, spiritual energy enveloped the waters of the lake of life. I shall consume. You shameless scoundrel. Are you even attempting to steal the waters of life? Gu Yuna bellowed, as she unleashed another dragon claw to hasten the absorption. With a snap of her fingers, a stream of spiritual energy was dispatched, swiftly establishing a spiritual barrier around the starry forest, isolating everything from the outside world. The devouring demon technique reached its zenith, as countless waters of life were refined and absorbed by Shen Tianyu. The infant soul within his dantian rejoiced, continuously devouring the flowing, pure essence of energy. Cease this at once. The terrifying might of the devouring demon technique allowed Shen Tianyu to consume the waters of life at a speed far surpassing Guyuna's. She, who had not yet fully recovered, had hoped to restore some energy through these waters, yet found herself robbed of the majority by Shen Tianyu. A pair of silver dragon claws swung through the air, aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. With arms outstretched, he effortlessly blocked the formidable appendages. The essence of the life lake is a gift from the heavens, not solely yours. What harm is there in me absorbing a little? Is that truly a mere trifle for you? You seem intent on devouring it all. Indeed, what resides within you, I covet as well. You are utterly despicable. The dragon claws exerted tremendous force, seeking to crush Shen Tianyu. Do not waste your efforts. On this continent, no one possesses strength greater than mine. Boom. With a casual clap of his hands, the dragon claws were sent careening away. Everything now belongs to me. A pair of hands pressed downward, plunging directly into the lake of life. Shen Tianyu resembled an insatiable abyss, absorbing all the waters of the lake into his being. The tiny figure of the primordial infant trembled, and in that instant, his cultivation advanced to the mid-stage of the primordial infant realm. Ah, you have taken everything from me. Guyuna roared, as the entire lake of life had been completely drained. Boom. The desiccated lake of life erupted, and the colossal form of the silver dragon king soared forth from within. His body was adorned with diamond-shaped scales, and his furious eyes burned with flames. Deep beneath the earth, the dream-eye silkworm stirred from its slumber. What an opportune moment! Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations above, the dream-eye silkworm realized the time for escape had come. If not now, then when? Channeling its soul power, it burrowed away in haste. The silver dragon king glared with his vertical pupils, his dragon claws reaching for a vacant patch in the ominous land. A massive claw descended from the heavens, breaking through the earth. Let me go. I won't dare again. I will never attempt to flee again. As the dragon claw emerged from the soil, it grasped a large insect. Indeed, it was the dream-eye silkworm. To become a supplement for this king is your honor. The dream-eye silkworm lamented, realizing it was none other than the soul beast sovereign, the silver dragon king. What a calamity! The dragon's maw opened wide, and the claw loosened its grip, allowing the dream-eye silkworm to plummet. Just as it was about to fall into the silver dragon king's mouth, Shen Tianyu flickered into action, snatching the morsel away. This large insect is mine. You dare to snatch it? Guyuna fumed. Return it to me. Raising her dragon claw, she aimed directly at Shen Tianyu. Not a chance. He is mine. Caught between two formidable beings, the dream-eye silkworm trembled in fear. What have I done to deserve this? With a forceful strike, his palm collided with the dragon's claw. Boom. The residual energy swept across the land of great calamity, causing it to sink by a meter. He raised his hand to stow the dream-eye silkworm into the auspicious treasure pouch, freeing both hands. This time, I shall not employ the exquisite sword of the immortals against you. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a devastating blow upon the dragon's claw. Slaughter! 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 Guyuna was utterly consumed by rage, confronting Shen Tianyu head-on with her formidable physique. With each punch and claw, a relentless clash ensues. Shen Tianyu remains undaunted, delivering a powerful blow to the silver dragon king's chest before effortlessly leaping atop its head. Standing firmly on the dragon's crown, he seizes its formidable horns. Descend from my head, roars Guyuna, her body crashing through the treacherous terrain. Being a dragon knight is indeed exhilarating. With a mighty leap from the dragon's head, the vast form of the silver dragon king soars beneath him, lowering himself. He grasps the tail of the dragon as it passes by. With a fervent determination, Shen Tianyu unleashes a barrage of devastating slams upon the silver dragon king. Thud, thud, thud. He whirls the dragon with immense strength, sending the trees of the perilous land crashing to the ground, mingling with the earth. In a frenzy of violent throes, the suppression of spiritual energy leaves Guyuna with no opportunity to retaliate. This is driving me to the brink. Guyuna feels as if her lungs might explode. After yet another fierce throw to the ground, her dragon claws plunge deep into the mud. Cease. I shall engage you in human form. Very well. Releasing the dragon's tail, Shen Tianyu withdraws. Under a radiant display of colorful light, the colossal form of the silver dragon king gradually diminishes. Beneath the luminescence, Guyuna's true essence manifests before him, appearing far more tangible than her ethereal spirit form. With silvery long hair, glistening like precious gems, Guyuna brandished a silver dragon spear, her purple eyes, framed by gracefully curled lashes, consumed by fury. You have gone too far, she exclaimed, as she soared through the air, wielding her spear. The blade emitted fierce waves of energy, swiftly approaching Shen Tianyu. He retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding with the spear's force. A resounding explosion echoed, and he swiftly maneuvered behind Guyuna. Your attacks are lacking, he taunted. his fingers converging to press against the back of her head. In an instant, her soul power was utterly suppressed. What have you done to me? Gu Yuna panicked, realizing she could no longer summon her inner strength. I merely sealed your soul power, waiting for you to transform into your true form. He swiftly formed seals and turned to face her. In close proximity, the mark on his fingers landed on her forehead. Great sealing technique. Boom. Her soul power trembled and fell into silence. Without her soul power, Gu Yuna was no different from an ordinary person, her body plummeting rapidly. With a gentle touch, Shen Tianyu stepped into the air, catching her descent. Cradled in his arms, Gu Yuna's heart raced. Release me, she protested, struggling to break free. Yet his strong grip held her firmly. Be quiet, or I shall spank you. Shen Tianyu's words were resolute. Having spoken, he acted as promised, delivering a sharp slap. You, shameless. Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For countless years, no one had dared to treat her this way. Remember, disobedience leads to punishment. Do you think I am a child? She retorted angrily, but Shen Tianyu raised his hand, flicking energy to seal her mouth. Another wave of energy bound her hands behind her back. Come along. He opened his magical storage pouch, placing Gu Yuna inside. After completing these tasks, Shen Tianyu dispelled the energy barrier surrounding the Tiandou forest. He ascended into the sky, exiting the perilous land. His gaze fell upon the fierce beasts led by Di Tian, and in a deep voice, he declared, Today, out of respect for the Silver Dragon King, I shall spare your lives, but should you dare to provoke me again, I will show no mercy. The pressure of his energy descended, causing Di Tian and his beastly companions to spout blood. Before departing, he added a slight intimidation. Xiao Shui, let us go. He grasped Qian Renxue's hand and swiftly exited the Tiandou forest. Once they left, the energy seal placed on Di Tian was finally lifted. Master, freed. Di Tian immediately unleashed his mental power in search of Gu Yuna's presence. After a thorough investigation, Emperor Tian found himself utterly disheartened, collapsing onto the ground. His master had been taken away. In the secluded valley, a group quietly descended. Father, how is your injury? Upon landing, Tang San immediately checked on Tang Hao's condition. Having lost an arm, the internal injuries Tang Hao sustained flared up once more. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the veins on his temples throbbed, a testament to his unbearable pain. I'm fine. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and shook his head, forcing himself to endure. Tang San moved behind him, channeling his Xiantian skill to heal him. The Sea Dragon and Sea Maiden stood guard nearby. The recent expedition to the Tiandou forest had cost them Ma Hongjun, a significant blow to everyone. Dai Mubai now wore a contemplative expression, deep in thought. After a while, as Tang Hao's condition improved and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, he sat cross-legged. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao San. These are what I ought to do. After expending a considerable amount of Xiantian skill, Tang San appeared somewhat pallid. Xiao San, I discussed with Zhu Qing and we've decided to leave. What? Dai Lada. Where are you going? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's intention to depart, Tang San was taken aback, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. It was a critical moment for him. Yet Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing chose to leave. What happened to their promise of unity in life and death? To the Luo Empire? The Heavendou Empire is now under the control of the Spirit Hall. I am a prince of the Luo Empire, and I wish to return to contend for the throne. If I ascend to the position of Crown Prince, I could persuade my father to send troops to battle the Heavendou Empire, becoming a great ally for you. That's splendid. The displeasure dissipated in an instant, and Tang San beamed with joy. If he could gain the support of the Luo Empire, a formidable force would bolster his strength, making revenge a tangible possibility. Ningrongrong, Xiao Ao, what are your plans? Wherever third brother goes, I shall follow. I will always be with third brother, Ningrongrong said with a bright smile. Taking the lead. Oscar's expression darkened immediately. After years of adoration, he still felt like a cold stone compared to Tang San. I want to go out and train. But Xiao Ao, you are a food system soul master. Dai Mubai exclaimed, recognizing the inherent dangers in venturing out as a soul master with little combat capability. My mind is made up. I have stayed in this sheltered environment for too long. It is time I confront the harsh realities of the world. With his decision firm, Xiao Ao seemed resolute. Let him be, Ning Rongrong dismissed, showing no concern for Oscar's mood swings. This only strengthened Oscar's determination. He believed that only by training outside could he surpass Tang San and win the heart of his beloved. Without further delay, Zhu Qing and I will depart first. Xiao San, wait for me. After bidding farewell, Dai Mubai, accompanied by Zhu Qing, hastened away. I'm leaving too. Take care. Oscar saluted and prepared to leave. Take care. With the departure of the three, only Tang San and Ning Rongrong remained among the Shrek 7 monsters, along with the Sea Dragon and Sea Maiden. Your companions have mostly left. Remaining on this continent could mean encountering enemies at any time. Come with us to see God Island. I must consult my father first. Go with them to see God Island. Tang Hao decided without hesitation. Xiao San, before you were born, the Spirit Hall once attacked Sea God Island, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. The strength of Sea God Island is unfathomable. As the inheritor of the Sea God, if you can inherit the divine title, revenge will be within reach. Avoiding the Sea Dragon and Sea Maiden's presence, Tang Hao transmitted his thoughts to Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I am willing to go to see God Island with the two seniors, but can my father and Rongrong accompany us? Receiving the Sea Dragon Douluo's agreement, Tang San was ecstatic. Xiao Wu, wait for me. When I return, I will rescue you. Before going to see God Island, I must first take Xiao San to obtain his 5th soul ring. Of course, the Sea Dragon and Sea Maiden showed no objections. Rongrong, you should also relay some matters to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why not let the 2 seniors accompany you? Once Tang San made this suggestion, the Sea Maiden felt displeased. Just a mere inheritor, and yet he begins to issue orders? Just as she was about to voice her irritation, she was silenced by a glance from the Sea Dragon. As the guardian of the 7 sacred pillars, it was imperative not to offend the future sea god. Leave it to us. Then we shall split up. We will reconvene here in 3 days. With their agreement finalized, they parted ways. In the city of Heaven Do, a streak of light shot through the sky. Bold indeed. How dare you intrude into Heaven Do City? She long leaped into the air, emanating spiritual energy. 10 months prior, he had consumed a spirit awakening pill and embarked on the path of cultivation. Perhaps due to his age, his progress was slow. And after spending a considerable time in the spiritually dense royal palace, he had barely reached the mid-stage of qi refining. However, the terrifying power of the immortal arts had been thoroughly validated. Now, Shilong preferred to engage in battle using immortal techniques. The moment the spiritual energy spread, it was immediately suppressed. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he landed swiftly. Oh my, that was close. It seems the young master and his companions have returned. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Shilong breathed a sigh of relief. I'll find some opponents to spar with to lighten my mood. In the inner chambers of the Heaven Do Imperial Harem, cradling Qian Renxue, they entered the hall. Husband, you were truly magnificent today. Those soul beasts must have been over 100,000 years old, right? At least starting from 200,000 years. The Silver Dragon King that came last is a being that once possessed godlike power. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Godlike? Indeed. At his peak, even the angel god was not his match. Hiki. And yet, he was still subdued by you. To be honest, were you not hoping to exchange immortal techniques with her? Cough cough. Xiao Shui, let us not discuss that for now. We should prioritize obtaining your 7th soul ring. He swiftly changed the topic, taking out both the Dream Ice Silkworm and Xiao Wu from his treasure pouch. According to their original plan, Shen Tianyu intended for Xiao Wu to serve as Qian Renxue's 7th soul ring. However, now having captured the Dream Ice Silkworm, it seemed an excellent choice for that role. Ultimately, the decision rested with Qian Renxue. Xiao Shui, these two, one is a 100,000-year soul beast, and the other is a 999,000-year soul beast. Either choice for your 7th soul ring is commendable. The 999,000-year Dream Ice Silkworm, I am confident I can transform it into a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Should you choose it, you will acquire a 1,000,000-year soul ring. 1,000,000 years. Qian Renxue gasped. A 1,000,000-year soul beast was an unprecedented existence. Brother does not wish to become a soul ring yet. Cried the Dream Ice Silkworm. I have yet to meet my beloved Bibing. I refuse to become a soul ring. Human. Should you attempt to forcibly take my life for the sake of obtaining my soul ring, I shall undoubtedly detonate myself first, although my combat prowess may be feeble. The authenticity of my 99,000 years of cultivation is indisputable. Once the self-detonation occurs, obliterating this city would be a mere trifle. You insolent insect. How dare you threaten me? With a swift motion, I struck the plump visage of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Ah, I shall fight you to the end. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm roared, unleashing a tremendous surge of mental power in an instant. Mental shock. Presumptuous fool. With eyes wide open in fury, the mental shock rebounded, ricocheting back into the mind of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and Tianming Bacon immediately wilted. Tianming? A cold, feminine voice suddenly echoed from afar. Bibbing. Chapter 90. The magnanimity of the great house and extreme chill swiftly enveloped the entire Tiandou Imperial Palace. A glimmer of frost flashed, and the ice and snow empresses materialized within the chamber. Upon sensing Tianming Bingsan's aura, the ice and snow empresses locked onto the Tiandou Palace. After a brief moment of hesitation, the two women approached the chamber together. Ah, Bimbing, I have missed you dearly, Tianming Bingkan cried out in joy, writhing her body in an attempt to draw closer to the ice empress. Gluttonous worm, how revolting. Get away from me. I am a married woman now. With a swift kick, she sent Tianming Bingkan flying. What? Bibing, you're married? Tianming Bingkan was struck as if by lightning, shaking her head frantically. Impossible. How could you possibly be married? What is impossible about it? Both Shuer and I are now as women. The ice and snow empress stepped forward, directly linking her arm with Shen Tianyu's. He is indeed the one. Tianming Bingkan felt utterly bewildered, her gaze darting between Shen Tianyu and Qian Renxue. Aren't you two a pair? During her time hiding underground in the Stardow Great Forest, she had been fully aware of everything. Indeed, Shuer and I are the concubines. She is the elder sister. His Tianming Bingkan felt her heart shatter, having loved the Ice Empress for so many years, only to find herself relegated to a mere concubine. Initially, Qian Renxue had been somewhat displeased by the Ice Empress's intrusion into the chamber. However, upon the Ice Empress's acknowledgement of her status, her cold demeanor softened slightly. Darling, why did you bring her here? Xiao Shui requires a 7th spirit ring. So I captured 2 spirit beasts for her to choose from. It must be Tianming Bingkan, of course. The Ice Empress blurted, stepping forward to take Qian Renxue's arm. Sister, trust me, although Tianming is indeed a waste, her cultivation has reached an astonishing 99,000 years. I have researched that the 7th spirit ring grants the true form of one's martial soul. It does not matter even if it differs from your original martial soul. Tianming Bingkan thought to herself, I am utterly devastated. Witnessing the Ice Empress's suggestion, she felt as though her heart was being crushed. The hope that sustained her through the pain of seeing the one she loved with another man had completely shattered. Isir makes a valid point. I too recommend selecting Tianming. Sister, do not worry. Isir and I have ways to help you endure the power of its spirit ring. Very well, I shall heed my younger sister's advice and choose her. Qian Renxue decisively proclaimed, opting for Tianming Bingkan. For the past 10 months, the 3 women had coexisted in Tiandou City without ever meeting. An invisible air of discord lingered among them. Today, the 2 women took the initiative to break the ice, and Qian Renxue resolved to ease the tensions, showcasing the grandeur of the great house. Simultaneously, she wished to prevent Shen Tianyu from feeling caught in the middle of their rivalry. After Qian Renxue made her decision, Shen Tianyu withdrew Xiaowu into his Rui Baobao pouch. He then retrieved a piece of life metal, a treasure obtained from the Lake of Life, which sealed the location of the spring. With a swift motion, he appeared before Tianming Bingkan. At that moment, Tianming Bingsan's eyes were vacant, devoid of any hope for life. Channeling his spiritual energy, he extracted the essence from the life metal and directly infused it into Tianming Bingkan. Her cultivation of 99,000 years began to rise steadily. In less than half an hour, the 10th golden ring emerged around her form. From this moment forth, Tianming Bingkan officially entered the realm of million-year spirit beasts. Xiao Shui, come forth to capture your spirit beast. Channeling her spirit power, she raised her hand to conjure a sword out of thin air. The blade ignited with angelic flames. Hiss. A sword pierced through the ethereal body of the Dream Ice Silkworm, which had just entered the realm of million-year soul beasts, only to meet its demise in an instant. Energy surged forth from within, transforming into a resplendent platinum soul ring. This is the soul ring of 1,000,000 years. With a hint of astonishment in her golden eyes, she observed that this soul ring bore little distinction from that of a 10-year soul ring. The soul ring of 1,000,000-year soul beast transcends common understanding. It may appear akin to a 10-year soul ring, yet it is far from it. How shall I absorb it? The lashes of her golden eyes fluttered as Qian Renxue harbored a flicker of concern. This was indeed a 1,000,000-year soul ring, and the process of absorption would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Given Qian Renxue's current cultivation, even a 70,000-year soul ring was already at her limit. Together with Shueher, we suppressed the icy elemental energy to ensure her sister could absorb it without worry. As for its mental force, my husband should be able to handle that with ease, right? Naturally, with the protection of 3 formidable experts, absorbing a 1,000,000-year soul ring was certainly not an arduous task. Qian Renxue, no longer hesitating, settled into a meditative posture and unleashed her 6-winged angel martial spirit. With a delicate touch of her fingertips, she summoned the 1,000,000-year soul ring before her. The absorption of the soul ring commenced, and the frigid ice elemental energy erupted forth instantaneously. At that moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm still had not fully relinquished all its ice elemental energy. Pure ice elemental energy is not something an ordinary individual can withstand. Ice We shall take action. The Ice Emperor swiftly maneuvered to Qian Renxue's left, while Binger positioned herself to the right. The two sovereigns of the far north simultaneously channeled their soul power. The ice elemental energy, vastly surpassing that of the dream ice silkworm, surged forward relentlessly. Absorb. The chill dissipated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind, as a warm current emanated from the soul ring. My husband, the next step is yours. A surge of formidable psychic energy erupted directly from the soul ring, aimed squarely at Qian Renxue's sea of consciousness. Boldly, a thunderous roar reverberated, accompanied by a sweeping motion of his hand, channeling the spiritual essence. Shen Tianyu extended his hand protectively before Qian Renxue's forehead. With eyes wide open in fury, he seized the colossal psychic force. Within the million-year soul ring, the ethereal form left by the heavenly dream ice silkworm became visible. The spirit's eyes glowed crimson, exuding boundless rage. I shall obliterate her. I will make you suffer unbearably. The ethereal form of the heavenly dream ice silkworm bellowed, punctuated by a sinister cackle. You think you are worthy? The murderous intent erupted from his gaze, and the psychic energy unleashed from the soul ring was swiftly subdued by Shen Tianyu. Simultaneously, the aura of death enveloped the spiritual essence, encasing the soul ring. Annihilate the spirit. In an instant, the ethereal form within the soul ring was shattered by Shen Tianyu. With the absence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm spirit, the psychic energy within the soul ring turned frenzied. Seal. With two fingers pressed together, he touched the surface of the soul ring. The raging psychic force was instantly calmed and softened. Qian Renxue's spiritual energy surged wildly, drawing the soul ring into her martial spirit. Shen Tianyu continuously unleashed his spiritual essence, safeguarding Qian Renxue. In less than half an hour, Qian Renxue opened her golden eyes. The seventh soul ring was fully absorbed, firmly anchoring itself to her martial spirit. I have succeeded. With a joyful leap, she directly embraced Shen Tianyu. Darling, thank you. I have obtained a million-year soul ring. Merely expressing gratitude with words is insufficient, you know? I, Qian Renxue, am not one to offer empty thanks. With a light laugh, she then composed her expression and spoke with earnestness. Darling, let us engage in a thrilling and exhilarating exchange of celestial techniques. Immediately. Right now. That is precisely my intention. A smile erupted with an ethereal brilliance, enveloping the entire chamber. Ice and I decided to take our leave. The Snow Empress beckoned to the Ice Empress, intending to vacate the premises and allow the two to converse about their celestial arts. Wait. She called out to the departing duo,